Chapter 1. The Engagement Ceremony. As Bo Qingnian gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her already exquisite features appeared even more refined today. The fiery red, form-fitting mermaid gown accentuated her perfect figure, while her hair was elegantly styled, secured by a delicate black hairpin, adding a unique charm. Today, she was one of the protagonists, and naturally, she had to stand out. Today marked Mu Ziyuan's birthday celebration, a grand affair attended by numerous prominent families from Jiangxing. Additionally, the Mu family would announce her impending engagement to Mu Xun, prompting her to arrive at the hotel early to have her makeup applied and try on her dress. She was to become Mu Ziyuan's fiancée. Bo Qingnian's eyes narrowed once this day passed. She would reveal her true identity to Mu Ziyuan. Niànniàn, you look truly stunning today. You must be the most beautiful one here. Niànniàn approached Bo Qingnian with a slow grace, her gaze flashing with a hint of jealousy. How could someone so ordinary possess such an enchanting face? It was infuriating. Despite emerging from a humble background, Bo Qingnian exuded an air of elegance that could rival any aristocrat. However, soon enough, she would plummet from her lofty heights, while Niànniàn would emerge as the ultimate victor. Niànniàn, you tease me again. You look quite lovely yourself today, Bo Qingnian replied. I'm simply delighted to have you by my side. A flicker of malice crossed Niànniàn's eyes, but she quickly composed herself. She could not afford to reveal her true emotions just yet. What a lovely sentiment. It is only fitting. The time is drawing near. We must make our entrance. Bo Qingnian nodded softly and stood up to walk out of the banquet hall alongside her. The hall was bustling with guests, yet Mu Ziyuan was conspicuously absent. Upon seeing Bo Qingnian and Niànniàn emerge together, Mrs. Mu hurried over. Auntie, Bo Qingnian greeted Mrs. Mu politely. Has Niànniàn arrived? Mrs. Mu gently grasped Niànniàn's hand, calling her affectionately, while Bo Qingnian was left somewhat neglected, receiving no response from her. Mrs. Mu's disdain for Bo Qingnian was not a recent development. The entire Mu family was well aware of it. After all, a girl from a humble background like Bo Qingnian was hardly deemed worthy in their eyes. Only a socialite like Niànniàn was deemed a fitting match for their esteemed Ziyuan. Seeing Bo Qingnian sidelined, Niànniàn felt a surge of satisfaction. What did it matter if Bo Qingnian was beautiful? In a prestigious family like the Mu's, how could they possibly choose an inconsequential person like Bo Qingnian as the matriarch? Only someone of Niànniàn's caliber was deserving. From a distance, Mu Ziyuan spotted Bo Qingnian and Niànniàn standing beside his mother. He had always been aware of Bo Qingnian's beauty, but today, the fiery red gown rendered her complexion strikingly fair. He liked Bo Qingnian, but affection alone could not secure him the advantages he sought. What he needed was a woman like Niànniàn, who could help fortify the family's power. Bo Qingnian was destined to be disappointed. Ziyuan. In a moment of distraction, Bo Qingnian had already moved to his side, gently linking her arm with his. Hearing her voice, Mu Ziyuan snapped back to reality. Niànniàn, you look beautiful today. He tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Bo Qingnian's smile blossomed even more radiantly in response to his compliment. Once tonight was over, she would take Mu Ziyuan home and reveal her true identity to him. First, I would like to welcome all the guests who have graced us with their presence at my son Ziyuan's birthday celebration. I hope everyone enjoys themselves tonight. In addition to celebrating Ziyuan's birthday, the Mu family has another joyous announcement to make. Bo Qingnian listened attentively from her place in the audience, knowing that the next moment would be the announcement of her engagement to Mu Ziyuan. Even though they had been together for quite some time, her heart raced with anticipation. Becoming Mu Ziyuan's fiancée, perhaps even his bride, had long been her cherished dream, and tonight it was finally within reach. She clenched her hands tightly, waiting for the moment she would ascend the stage to receive blessings. Beside her, Mu Ziyuan seemed to sense her nervousness, yet when he looked at Bo Qingnian, only a trace of guilt remained in his eyes. He was fated to let her down. Mu Ziyuan liked her, but he loved power more, something Bo Qingnian could never provide. Bo Qingnian continued to listen to Mu's forthcoming words. Over the past few years, we've watched Ziyuan grow as he has taken the reins of the company. I have complete faith in him. As the saying goes, A man should first establish a family before a career. It's vital for a man to focus on his work, but having a virtuous partner is equally important. We are fortunate that Xu Yuan has found his true love. Today marks their engagement ceremony now. I invite Xu Yuan and Yianran to come up and say a few words. Upon hearing that name, a flicker of shock crossed Bo Qingnian's eyes. Yianran? Why Yianran? She looked at Xu Yuan, hoping he would reassure her that it was a misunderstanding. Only moments ago, some had mistaken her for the leading lady as she walked hand in hand with Xu Yuan, yet it seemed she was to be replaced by the daughter of the Sheng family. Onlookers exchanged glances. Xu Yuan withdrew his hand and softly uttered, "I'm sorry, Xiaonian." Standing on stage, Xu Yuan and Sheng Yianran accepted the guests' well wishes, while Bo Qingnian stood below, watching the excruciating scene unfold. Though she wished to deny it, she had to realize at this moment. Her boyfriend and her best friend had both betrayed her. She had been kept in the dark throughout. Very well, she would remember this grievance. Noticing Bo Qingnian's pale face, Sheng Yianran deliberately descended from the stage. "Xiaonian, I didn't want this either. It was my father's decision. I didn't tell you because I feared it would upset you." Bo Qingnian regarded her coldly. She was aware of Sheng Yianran's ulterior motives, yet she never anticipated that her ambitions would extend to Xu Yuan. No wonder Mrs. Mu disdained her. Bo Qingnian found it hard to believe that Sheng Yianran had no hand in this. Bo Qingnian was not one to suffer in silence, on the contrary. She was one to seek revenge. Since they dare to treat her this way, they should be prepared for the consequences. Am I sad? Since Miss Sheng likes him, I will gladly relinquish him to you. He is merely a man. Sheng Yianran, not receiving the outcome she desired, wore a displeased expression. She could not believe that Bo Qingnian felt no sadness or grievance at all. "Xiaonian, please don't say such things. It was my fault. I will go speak to my father right now and tell him I will not be engaged to Xu Yuan." Upon hearing this, Xu Yuan immediately embraced her. Despite feeling guilty towards Bo Qingnian, she was ultimately not of their social standing. How could she compete with Sheng Yianran? "Yianran, it is not your fault." "Xiaonian, Yianran has apologized. You cannot blame her." Bo Qingnian, witnessing Xu Yuan's defense of Sheng Yianran, found it impossible to claim her heart was unhurt. She lowered her head, remaining silent. It turned out that their 4 years of love could not measure up to the Sheng family's influence. She had misjudged him. Her first experience of genuine affection had yielded such an outcome. Sheng Yianran, seeing Bo Qingnian silent, felt a surge of satisfaction. She believed Bo Qingnian must be deeply saddened, and witnessing her distress brought Sheng Yianran joy. Bo Qingnian scoffed softly. "Then I wish you both a lifetime of happiness and unwavering unity. Make sure you have no regrets. Do not let me down." With that parting remark, Bo Qingnian left the banquet hall. Sheng Yianran felt she had fled in disgrace, a smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, Bo Qingnian swiftly exited the hotel after making a phone call outside. Chapter 2. Returning home. Beijing Capital Airport. The moment Bo Qingnian departed the banquet hall, she immediately booked a flight back to Beijing. She could not bear to remain in this repugnant place for another second. At that moment, the bodyguard from the Bo family were likely waiting at the airport entrance to greet her. As Bo Qingnian stepped out of the airport, she indeed spotted the family's bodyguards lined up in 2 rows. In unison, they called out, "Miss, welcome home." Bo Qingnian nodded and entered the vehicle. Her mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. Tonight should have been a joyous occasion for her. She had envisioned bringing Xu Yuan home to reveal that she was the eldest daughter of the Bo family. Yet now, all her fantasies lay shattered. Her mind was filled with the image of Xu Yuan siding with Sheng Yianran against her. What merit did Sheng Yianran possess? How could her meager tactics so easily ensnare Xu Yuan? She had never known Xu Yuan could be so foolish. Her heart ached tremendously, but she could not show weakness. She was the esteemed eldest daughter of the Bo family. Since they had treated her thus, they should not blame her for being merciless. Bo family. The Mu and Sheng families actually dared to treat my sister this way. Bo Qinghan glared darkly at the messages from Bo Qingnian. He understood how much his sister adored Xu Yuan. Although he had always looked down on him, he would never obstruct his beloved sister from pursuing her happiness. I knew Xu Yuan was not a good man. The elders of the Bo family sat in the living room on the sofa, their expressions grim and silent. The matriarch of the Bo family cherished this granddaughter above all. When Bo Qingnian had expressed her desire to go to Jiangsheng, she had tried to dissuade her. Yet Bo Qingnian's heart was set on Mu Shiyuan, and the matriarch did not wish to dampen her granddaughter's spirits. We must teach the Mu and Sheng families a lesson otherwise. They will think the Bo family is without a protector. Qinghan, you must help your sister seek justice in this matter. The elder matriarch finally spoke. This matter challenges the very limits of the entire Bo family. Bo Qingnian is the cherished jewel of the Bo household, having never endured a moment of hardship at home. Yet, for the sake of a Mu Shiyuan, she finds herself in such a state of distress. Grandma, rest assured, I shall not neglect my sister's affairs considering the time. She should be home shortly. No sooner had the words left her lips than Bo Qingnian slowly entered the hall. There was none of the anticipated sorrow in her demeanor, nor a trace of sadness in her eyes. The others exchanged glances, perplexed. Sister. Bo Qingnian was certainly reluctant for her family to worry about her, while she did feel a twinge of sadness. The moment someone chose to betray her, they had already lost their place in her heart and ceased to matter. Grandpa, Grandma, I have returned. Are you not pleased? Why does everyone look this way? I am the eldest daughter of the Bo family. There is nothing that can diminish my spirit. A fickle-minded man is hardly worth my concern if he is to be discarded. Then so be it. Bo Qinghan understood his sister well. The more she proclaimed her indifference, the deeper her wounds ran. Yet he could not undermine her composure. Niànniàn, my little princess, if anything troubles you, do feel free to confide in me, Bo Qingnian said, gently patting Bo Qingnian's shoulder, offering her his support. His silence did not signify a lack of frustration within. Niànniàn, you must be weary from your journey. Go take a bath and rest early, Bai Wushuang said, her heart aching at the sight of fatigue etched across Bo Qingnian's features. Her daughter, Bo Qingnian, was the object of admiration for countless noble scions in the capital. How could that Mu Shiyuan have been so blind? Bo Qingnian averted her gaze and, without uttering a word, ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, at the Jin family residence in the capital, Jin Sihuai's expression grew increasingly frigid as he listened to the intelligence reports. Upon viewing the photographs laid out upon the table, his eyes darkened, exuding a chilling aura of menace. Master, shall we teach the Mu and Sheng families a lesson? Xiaoli inquired, standing beside Jin Sihuai, feeling the palpable tension emanating from him, who in the capital did not know that the eldest daughter of the Bo family was their master's Achilles' heel, an entity not to be trifled with. How audacious of that young master of the Mu family to allow the eldest daughter of the Bo family to suffer such indignity. He had truly overstepped the bounds. Have Weio handle this matter. Do not let the Mu and Sheng families fall. Niànniàn will not spare them. Let Niànniàn deal with them personally. Xiaoli acknowledged with a nod before departing from the Jin residence. Jin Sihuai's gaze lingered on the photographs for a long time, capturing Bo Qingnian's concealed sorrow. The girl he held dear had been treated so poorly by the Mu and Sheng families. He would ensure this debt was settled with them personally. He picked up his phone, contemplating whether to call Bo Qingnian, but after a prolonged moment of deliberation, he set it back down. This time, I shall not let you slip away. Jin Sihuai stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the nightscape of the capital, his thoughts drifting back to a time long past. At the age of 17, both he and Bo Qingnian were in the bloom of youth, the very air imbued with the essence of their vitality. Jin Sihuai first encountered Bo Qingnian in the library of their school. She sat in a corner by the window, engrossed in the book before her, her eyes oblivious to all else. A gentle breeze caressed her, lifting her hair, and she then took out a hair tie, gathering her hair into a ponytail, all the while remaining utterly silent, as if the world around her held no significance. Jin Sihuai stood beside the bookshelf, captivated by this girl. She was tranquil and intensely focused. He fell for her at first sight. "Excuse me, is anyone sitting here?" Jin Sihuai inquired, to which she softly replied, "No, you may sit." At that tender age of budding romance, everything seemed so enchanting, and they shared many joyful moments at school. Though in Bo Qingnian's heart, Jin Sihuai would forever remain merely a friend. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. He had let go once, But this time, he would not relinquish her again. A knock at the door pulled Jin Sihuai from his reverie. "Ahua, Qinghan has arrived." Mrs. Jin's voice floated in from outside. Jin Sihuai knew well the purpose of Bo Qingnian's visit. It was, of course, for his sister. He composed himself, opened the door, and descended the stairs. "Big sister has returned," Bo Qingnian stated upon seeing him approach, the meaning of which was clear to both of them. Among men, a mere glance suffices to convey unspoken thoughts. "I will take care of it," Jin Sihuai assured him, resolute. "I will not allow anyone to harm Niànniàn in the slightest. I will help her reclaim everything." "Brother Sihuai, do not forget the words you once spoke." Having uttered this, Bo Qingnian bid farewell to the elders of the Jin family. Jin Sihuai's gaze was profound. He would certainly not forget what he had vowed. He had never let it slip from his mind. He had once promised that he would always safeguard Bo Qingnian. This vow remains eternally binding. Chapter 3. An incident in the prosperous Shang family of Jiangsheng. Yianniàn, you were truly enchanting last night, weren't you? Indeed, Yianniàn, that unsophisticated Bo Qingnian pales in comparison to you. Isn't it so? Our Yianniàn is the esteemed young lady of the Shang family. Which scion of Jiangsheng's noble families would vie for her attention? How could that Bo Qingnian ever measure up to Yianniàn? As Shang Yianniàn absorbed the flattery from her friends, an undeniable joy illuminated her countenance. She relished the sensation of being surrounded by admiration that it's not as exaggerated as you all claim. Xiaoyan would feel hurt upon hearing this. After all, she believes herself to be the center of attention. Despite her elation, she endeavored to maintain a semblance of humility, for in the eyes of others, she, Shang Yianniàn, was merely a modest, gentle, and understanding individual. Yet, she would never genuinely praise Bo Qingnian. "Yianniàn, you are simply too kind." Always speaking up for her, she ought to consider her own standing. How could the Mu family possibly accept someone like her? "Look how much Mu Madam dotes on you. I truly envy you." While others showered Shang Yianniàn with compliments, their hearts brimmed with disdain. Alas, the Shang family wielded significant power in Jiangsheng, compelling even insincere words to be uttered. "I've received word that Bo Qingnian seems to have left Jiangsheng. Someone claimed to have seen her at the airport." Upon hearing this, Shang Yiann's eyes filled with confusion. "You mean Xiaoyan has departed Jiangsheng?" Those around her observed her bewilderment. She appeared genuinely unaware. "Indeed, where could she have gone? Why concern yourself with her whereabouts? She is merely a country bumpkin, with scarcely any friends in Jiangsheng. Where could she possibly be headed? Exactly, she is likely so heartbroken that she has gone off to clear her mind." Listening to their remarks, Shang Yianniàn felt a surge of pride. Surely, Bo Qingnian could not stir up any significant trouble. Soon, she would be marrying Brother Shuyuan, and no one could thwart that. Moreover, she held a trump card in her hands. Gently caressing her slightly protruding abdomen, she thought that as long as she bore this child, she need not fear Mu Shuyuan's refusal to marry her. Though the child, she would undoubtedly become the matriarch of the Mu family. Triumphantly trampling Bo Qingnian underfoot, just then, her phone rang, displaying her father's name. A flicker of unease crossed her mind. "Father, what is the matter?" "Yianniàn, have you offended someone? The company's stock has been plummeting. I had someone investigate, and they merely stated to inquire what good deed Shang Yianniàn has done." "What on earth have you done?" Shang Yianniàn felt perplexed. She hadn't quarreled with anyone recently and couldn't fathom who would target their family. Or rather, who would dare to challenge the Shang family. The Shang family was a prominent clan in Jiangsheng. Usually, no one would oppose her. Could it be that she inadvertently offended some significant figure? Steadying herself, she replied, "Father, please don't worry. I'll look into the situation. If necessary, we can ask Brother Shuyuan for assistance." Hearing Mu Shuyuan's name, Shang Tsungstian paused momentarily and said slowly, "The Mu family's situation isn't too bright either." Shang Yianniãn's complexion suddenly drained of color. "The Mu family's stock has also dropped. What on earth is happening?" Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes widened. Bo Qingnian had just left Jiangsheng last night, and today both the Mu and Shang families encountered troubles. Could this be? Yet, she clung to a sliver of hope. It couldn't possibly be as she feared. How could Bo Qingnian wield such influence? What is she but an insignificant ant beneath her? "Father, I will handle it. Please keep the company as shareholders calm. I'll call you later." Hastily ending the call, Sheng Yanran knew she must swiftly uncover who was orchestrating this turmoil from behind the scenes. Whoever dared to simultaneously strike at the Mu and Qing families must possess formidable power. Who in Jiansheng would dare to oppose the two prominent families? A sense of helplessness crept in, leaving her inexplicably anxious. Yanran, are you all right? Your complexion seems rather pale. The others, observing her sudden shift from pride to distress, were puzzled, realizing she had momentarily lost focus. Sheng Yanran composed herself and replied lightly. I am fine. I need to attend to some matters. Let us arrange for afternoon tea another time. With that, the others, sensing the gravity of the situation, took their leave from the Qing residence. Are you saying someone acted before us against the Mu and Qing families? Who could it be? The person on the other end of the line hesitated, seemingly contemplating whether to reveal the identity of the individual behind Bo Qingnian. After all, this was someone she couldn't afford to provoke. Anqian, are you frightened? Bo Qingnian had known Anqian for many years, and she had never witnessed her exhibit such hesitation. It was uncharacteristic of her to withhold the truth. She mentioned someone but did not specify who. If it were a member of the Bo family, she would not have been reticent. It as someone you know as well, the young master of the Jin family. Upon hearing this, Bo Qingnian appeared visibly taken aback and somewhat uneasy. She recalled numerous individuals, but never considered him. I understand now. Please continue to monitor the situation in Jiangsheng and report back to me with any developments. After concluding the call, Bo Qingnian pondered Anqian's words carefully. The Bo and Jin families shared a close friendship. Jin Sihuai had been sent abroad for schooling at a tender age, undergoing various forms of training, only to return years later. Their first encounter had occurred at the school library. Bo Qingnian vividly recalled the moment she first laid eyes on Jin Sihuai. That it was a face that would linger in anyone's memory. Sharp, rebellious eyes, a prominent nose, exuding an air of coldness. Yet with a hint of a smile at the corners of his lips, his tall frame, even clad in the most ordinary school uniform, could not conceal the aura of nobility surrounding him. He had inquired if the seat beside her was taken, and she had assumed him to be an ordinary classmate. It was only later that she learned he was the Jin family's heir, long residing abroad. They had frequently attended school together until her departure from the capital, after which they lost contact. Strangely, it was her sister, Bo Qingnian, who grew increasingly close to Jin Sihuai. Bo Qingnian mused that he must have acted out of consideration for Bo Qingnian. Or else she couldn't fathom any other reason for his intervention against the Mu and Sheng families. Bo Qingnian would not refuse such a fortuitous gesture. The Mu and Sheng families had wronged her, and they were destined to face the consequences. With Jin Sihuai's assistance, her efforts would surely yield greater results. This favor, she would repay. As for Mu Xiuyuan, she had long since given up on him and felt no lingering attachment. A man who would forsake her for power was not worth her time. Bo Qingnian was someone who knew when to hold on and when to let go, but that didn't mean she would allow herself to be bullied. She meticulously examined the photos and videos Anqian had sent over, determined to ensure that Mu Xiuyuan and Sheng Yanran received their just deserts. Chapter 4. An imminent wedding. What on earth is happening? Why are the stock prices still in free fall? Sheng Yan was seething in her office, her secretary observing in silence, too fearful to speak. She had no desire to incur her wrath. Everyone praised Sheng Yanran, the young lady of the Qing family, not only for her beauty but also for her numerous talents and her gentle and pure character. Little did they know, she harbored a deeply scheming nature, driven by extreme malice. Should anyone around her fail to meet her expectations, she would stop at nothing to make their lives miserable. That was her true nature. The secretary cursed under her breath repeatedly. The internal phone rang, and Sheng Yanran composed herself before answering. Yanran, come to my office immediately. Sheng Tsungxian's voice was laced with irritation, indicating the company's dire circumstances. Sheng Yanran acknowledged with a hum and proceeded to the CEO's office. Upon seeing her, Sheng Tsungxian, though frustrated, could not bear to be too harsh with his daughter, whom he had cared for since childhood. Yanran, the situation in the company is worsening, yet we have yet to ascertain the source of this sabotage. How are your inquiries progressing? Sheng Yanran clenched her fists. She could not pinpoint the culprit. This individual had managed to leave no trace. Father, it's clear we are being targeted. We must take action to restore the stock prices. What solutions do you propose? Sheng Yanran recognized that her father was listening intently. Father, Brother Xiuyuan and I are already engaged. It's only a matter of time before we marry, since this is inevitable. Why not expedite the process? Moreover, Sheng Tsungxian noticed Sheng Yin and abruptly paused and inquired, moreover what? Being a shrewd businessman, He understood the implications of her words. A union between the Mu and Qing families would undoubtedly yield benefits for both the stock prices and the company. The prominent families of Jiangqing joining forces could only bring advantages. It's an excellent idea. Besides, father, you'll soon be a grandfather, and brother Shou Yuan will be a father. Don't you think we should prioritize the wedding arrangements? Shang Yin gently caressed her abdomen, revealing a smile that exuded determination. Upon hearing this, Shang Tsungxian immediately understood. Yin An, I assure you, the Mu family will come to propose tonight. You should return home and prepare. Leave this matter to your father. All you need to do is focus on nurturing our precious grandchild. Shang Yanran stepped out of the office and stood by the door, her expression darkened. To avoid any unforeseen complications, the wedding must be arranged promptly, for she was acutely aware of how this child had come to be. She was resolute in her ambition to become the mistress of the Mu family. That night, the Mu family indeed arrived in haste. Shang Yanran sat beside Shang Tsungxian, appearing exceedingly obedient. She had always known how to conduct herself appropriately in any situation. Yanran, is it true? Am I going to be a father? Mu Xian was overjoyed, initially taken aback by the news, but he quickly grasped the significance. The timing of this child was perfect. His cousin, Mu Xiuqi, had just returned from abroad, and their grandfather favored him above all. It was conceivable that one day, the Mu family business would be handed over to him. He could not allow such an event to transpire. Grandfather placed the utmost importance on heirs, now that Shang Yin was expecting his child. An expedited marriage would provide a suitable justification, dispelling any suspicion that he sought to seize control of the Mu family business. Shang Yin was indeed his lucky star. The guilt he felt for deceiving Bo Qingnian had vanished. Compared to the Mu group, what was Bo Qingnian? Women were plentiful. Observing Mu Xian's expression, Shang Yanran couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. Was this man not now at her mercy? Of course it is true. Brother Zuyan, this is our child. Are you happy? Shang Yanran took his hand and guided it to her slightly protruding belly. I am truly delighted. Yanran. I will never let you down. I will ensure you are the most beautiful bride in Jiangqing. Shang Yin shyly lowered her head. Since Yanran was pregnant with Zuyan's child, the wedding arrangements must proceed swiftly. Both the Mu and Qing families are prominent in Jiangqing. Naturally, the wedding cannot be modest. And we must not allow Yan to be slighted. Would you agree, dear in-laws? After Mu Qing's words, Shang Songshan's joy was palpable. The term in-laws flattered him and satisfied his vanity. Although the Shang family ranked among Jiangqing's elite, they were still somewhat beneath the Mu family. Now, with his daughter elevated by motherhood, she would soon become the mistress of the Mu family. How could he not rejoice? Mrs. Mu also cast a glance at her belly. Clearly elated by the prospect of a grandson, Shang Yanran, as the daughter of the Qing family, undoubtedly surpassed Bo Qingnian in terms of family background. After all, what could Bo Qingnian accomplish with merely her looks? What date do you believe would be most suitable? Mu Qing glanced at Mrs. Mu, prompting her to speak. Mu nodded. Upon hearing of Yanran's pregnancy, we immediately consulted a master to select a date. The earliest and most auspicious date is next Friday. While it may seem rushed, for the Mu family, such matters are trivial. How do you find this timing, dear in-laws? Mrs. Mu's eloquent words not only underscored the Mu family's regard for Shang Yanran, but also demonstrated the importance they placed on the child she carried. Shang Tsungxian could hardly wish for a quicker date. He knew that the Mu family shared the same sentiment. Although they had not mentioned stock prices, it was evident that they were anxious as well. The union of the Shang and Mu families would undoubtedly be a significant event in Jiangqing, likely affecting stock prices, alleviating their concerns. Let us proceed as you suggested, dear in-laws. Should there be any issues, please voice them. I, Shang Tsungxian, have but one daughter, and I naturally wish for her happiness. Shang Yanran glanced at her father, aware of the underlying implications in his words, yet she could not challenge them. Mu had held her position for many years and was not to be trifled with. She knew precisely who Shang Yanran was. However, throughout Jiangqing, no other heiress could compare to her. Thus Mu Xian had no choice but to marry her. Furthermore, Shang Tsungxian had only one daughter, and everything in the Shang family would ultimately belong to Shang Yanran. As a mother, she would certainly plan for her son's future, since that is the case. We shall not prolong our visit any further, and will return to discuss the wedding arrangements. Yanran, take good care of yourself at home, and prepare to be the most beautiful bride. Mu did not mind being a good mother-in-law, as long as Shang Yanran was deserving. I will. Annie. Shang Yanran feigned the demeanor of an obedient daughter. Mu patted her hand, and said, "Why still call me Annie? Like Xian, call me Mom." Mom. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Mu was instantly delighted. Yianniàn, wait for me to bring you home, and take good care of our child. After lingering for a while, the 3 members of the Mu family finally departed. Shang Yianniàn beamed with satisfaction, having achieved her desires. All she needed to do now was patiently await her transformation into Mu Xian's bride, and everything would be settled. Chapter 5. The wedding. No, there was still one more thing to do. She sent a message to Bo Qingnian, for this grand performance would be incomplete without her dear friend. She wanted Bo Qingnian to witness her stepping into matrimony with the man she adored. Receiving the blessings of all, she yearned to see Bo Qingnian's heartache and indignation. Only then would it feel truly concluded. Upon confirming the message was sent, Shang Yianniàn wore a triumphant smile as she gazed at her phone. The following day, major magazines in Jiaqing announced the impending wedding of the eldest son of the Mu family and the eldest daughter of the Shang family. Mu Zuyan and Shang Yianniàn quickly became the talk of the town. With many remarking on Shang Yianniàn's good fortune in finding such a fine man, rumors circulated that the eldest daughter of the Shang family was already pregnant, and they were marrying due to the child. Regardless of the reasons for their union, Shang Yianniàn had successfully become the envy of all in Jiangcheng. On the other side, Bo Qingnian received Shang Yianniàn's message. One knew Shang Yianniàn better than Bo Qingnian. She merely wished to make her the laughingstock. She would not allow Shang Yianniàn to have her way. Qianqian, let's go see the show next week. Bo Qingnian glanced at her phone, aware that the drama was about to unfold. Sitting across from Bo Qingnian, and Qian observed the mischievous glint in her eyes, knowing someone was in for a rough time. Who has offended you, Miss Bo? Shang Yianniàn sent me a message inviting me to her wedding with Mu Zuyan next week. Bo Qingnian spoke with an air of nonchalance, not betraying a hint of sadness. Niànniàn, do you really have no feelings for Mu Zuyan anymore? And Qian was well aware of Bo Qingnian's sentiments for him. Over the past 4 years, half of their conversations had revolved around her relationship with Mu Zuyan. Qianqian, do you know? Zuyan treats me so well. Today, when I mentioned craving a hazelnut cake from Dream, he rushed to buy it for me after work and even brought me flowers. That I feel so fortunate. Qianqian, Zuyan wants to take me to Paris. He has even booked the tickets. That I will send you a letter. Qianqian, Zuyan intends to take me home to meet his parents. When should I reveal my identity to them? She could sense the intensity of Bo Qingnian's love for Mu Zuyan. Now, apart from such matters, nothing hurt her more than this. How dare Mu Zuyan treat Niànniàn this way? He would soon realize how foolish his choice was, having forsaken the world's most wonderful girl. Bo Qingnian looked at Qian, a languid smile gracing her lips. You know, I cannot tolerate betrayal. Do you believe, after such events, I should still harbor feelings for him? And Qian understood immediately. Indeed, Niànniàn is a proud person. Someone who has betrayed her is utterly insignificant. Niànniàn, whatever you wish to do, I will support you. Next week, I will accompany you to witness those shameless individuals. Qian grasped Bo Qingnian's hand, hoping to provide some comfort. Words could not compare to the presence of a friend. A truth Qian understood well. In the blink of an eye, the wedding day arrived. Shang Yianniàn stood before the mirror in the makeup room, scrutinizing her appearance. This wedding gown had been procured at a hefty price by Mu Zuyan, the only one of its kind in Jiangcheng, with even the veil being handcrafted. The quality and style were exceptional, a testament to the Mu family's regard for her. Thinking of Bo Qingnian, she felt that she only deserved to be a mere servant to herself. Yianniàn, you are simply stunning. This exquisite wedding gown suits you perfectly. Today, our Yianniàn is the most beautiful. Young Master Mu will surely be mesmerized. As the crowd flattered Shang Yianniàn, laughter filled the air. Her eyes sparkled with pride, clearly reveling in their praise. After today, she would be the mistress of the Mu family. Who in Jiangxing could outshine her? Bai Qingnian has already promised her that she will definitely come to witness the ceremony today. Just thinking of Bai Qingnian's heart-wrenching expression brings an immense sense of satisfaction to her heart. Upon returning from abroad, she discovered that Mu Shuyuan had actually found a girlfriend. The girl was merely the daughter of an ordinary businessman. In terms of status, she could not compare to Shang Yianniàn in any way. How could she possibly be with Mu Shuyuan? She simply could not accept this situation, nor could she come to terms with the fact that she had lost to someone so commonplace. Throughout her life, she had always been the object of admiration. How could she allow Bai Qingnian to have Mu Shuyuan? When Mu Shuyuan introduced her to his family, she realized that Bai Qingnian's beauty far surpassed her own. Igniting a flame of jealousy within her, she secretly vowed to tear them apart. She incessantly spoke ill of Bai Qingnian in front of Madame Mu, while showcasing her own family's influence to subtly sway Mu Shouyuan's heart. It must be said that her strategy was astutely executed. Today, it is she, Shang Yanran, who is marrying brother Shouyuan, not Bo Qingnian. No matter the circumstances, Bo Qingnian could never compete with her. At that moment, Mu Shouyuan knocked on the door, inquiring if he could enter. The staff, catching the glance of Shang Yanran, hurriedly opened the door. Upon seeing Shang Yanran in her wedding gown, Mu Shouyuan felt a stirring in his heart. The dress suited her perfectly, and the thought of her carrying his child added a layer of maternal radiance to her beauty. As the crowd observed Mu Shouyuan's gaze upon Shang Yanran, they wisely withdrew, granting the couple a moment of privacy. Brother Shouyuan, do I look beautiful? Shang Yanran certainly did not miss the desire reflected in Mu Shouyuan's eyes. She merely wished to play the role of a perfect bride. Yanran, you look truly stunning today, Mu Shouyuan whispered intimately in her ear. Shang Yanran blushed, gently resting her head on Mu Shouyuan's shoulder. The staff outside informed them that the time was drawing near and they needed to prepare. Hand in hand, Mu Shouyuan and Shang Yanran exited the dressing room. The piano melody began to play softly as Shang Yanran approached Xing Songxian, intertwining her arm with his. Suddenly, she spotted Bo Qingnian gracefully entering the venue. Accompanied by another girl, Bo Qingnian had indeed arrived. Shang Yanran lifted her chin, as if announcing to the world. Bo Qingnian, upon noticing her, seemed to see through Shang Yanran's thoughts and did not display even a hint of sadness or grievance. For it was hardly warranted. After all, soon enough, Shang Yanran would awaken from her dream. Shang Yanran, assuming that Bo Qingnian was merely suppressing her emotions, refocused her attention on the MC's speech. As they finally reached the most significant moment, with her arm linked with Shang Songxian's, she walked down the aisle scattered with rose petals towards the man who would bestow upon her a lifetime of happiness. She reveled in the admiration of the crowd. I entrust her to you, Shouyuan. Treat her well, Shang Songxian said, a tinge of sorrow in his voice as he reluctantly placed Shang Yanran's hand into Mu Shouyuan's. Mu Shouyuan accepted her hand and bowed to Shang Songxian. Father, I will cherish Yanran. You can rest assured. After a series of ceremonies, the MC finally declared the marriage complete. Now, the groom may kiss the bride. The audience erupted in cheers as Mu Xian lifted Shang Yanran's veil and kissed her. And she reciprocated. Bo Qingnian's gaze fell upon them, and she nodded slightly, signaling Qian to begin. Chapter 6. A disturbance at the wedding, and Qian gave an okay gesture and approached the MC. Whispering a few words, the MC nodded and returned to the stage, announcing, on this beautiful occasion, we have heard that our lovely bride has prepared a surprise for our dashing groom. Are you all excited? Would you like to see? Mu Shouyuan, upon hearing this, looked eagerly at Shang Yanran's radiant face, pondering what surprise she might have in store for him. Filled with anticipation, Shang Yanran, lost in her joy, momentarily failed to pay attention to the MC's words. Only hearing the crowd's eager calls to see. What do they want to see? Shang Yanran felt a twinge of unease but brushed it aside. Now, let us take a look at the big screen. Our bride has prepared photos chronicling her relationship with the groom, from their first meeting to their wedding, along with daily vlogs showcasing their lives together, so we can all witness their beautiful love story. A sudden wave of fear washed over Shang Yanran. When had they ever filmed a life vlog together, or taken many pictures? What would appear on the screen? Are you sure you want to do this? What if everything is exposed? The Mu family holds immense power in Jiaqing. I do not wish to vanish without a trace. What are you afraid of? Isn't it true that I am here for you? The Shang family will not abandon you. The voice speaking on the screen belonged to Shang Yanran, alongside a man dressed in black, wearing a hat. Mu Xian looked at Shang Yanran in confusion, while others seemed to sense something monumental unfolding, their gazes darting between Shang Yanran and Mu Shouyuan. Shang Yanran's pale face was filled with terror. How could this happen? How could there be this video? I cannot let this be exposed. Shut it down. Quickly, turn off the video, Shang Yanran shouted, her emotions spiraling out of control. The people on stage realized that this was not something that should be revealed. But despite their efforts, they could not turn off the video. Then I shall proceed boldly. With that declaration, the man in black on screen began to remove his clothing, and then proceeded to undress Shang Yanran. The ensuing content left little to the imagination. The video depicted the intimate details between Shang Yanran and the man in black, and she appeared to be thoroughly enjoying herself. At this moment, Mu Shouyuan's gaze shot up, filled with fury as he glared at Shang Yanran, his body trembling with rage. Madame Mu approached Shang Yanran with a dark expression, delivering a sharp slap across her face. Shang Yanran, is this your idea of a good deed? Staggering from the blow, Shang Yanran struggled to maintain her balance. Mother, Brother Shuyuan, please let me explain. It's not like that. Sheng Yanran grasped Mu Shuyuan's hand, yearning to utter more, yet found that any word seemed utterly powerless. She collapsed upon the ground, bewildered by the existence of these videos concerning Bo Qingnian, who had been so discreet in her actions. All eyes turned to Bo Qingnian, the individual they had deemed inconsequential, who today exuded an aura of transformation. Bo Qingnian slowly ascended the stage, receiving the microphone from the host. I have not come to witness your happiness today. Rather, I am here to deliver a message to the prominent families of Jiangcheng. She paused momentarily, the crowd gazing at the formidable woman before them, rendered speechless. The Mu and Sheng families are on the brink of collapse. If you wish to avoid unwarranted entanglements, you must choose your allegiances swiftly. Mu's matriarch found Bo Qingnian's audacious remarks somewhat amusing. What audacity! Are you aware of the Mu family's standing in Jiangcheng? A mere commoner like you dares to challenge the Mu family? Mu Cheng, a seasoned player in the business world, sensed something amiss. This girl bore no resemblance to the docile figure he had known. Perhaps the one standing on that stage was her true self. That he hastily tugged at Mu's sleeve, urging her to refrain from uttering any more foolishness. Others in the audience shared a sense of incredulity, finding Bo Qingnian's declarations rather laughable. Indeed, Mrs. Mu is correct. Bo Qingnian, what gives you the right to speak so boldly? You risk becoming the laughingstock of Jiangcheng. Bo Qingnian surveyed the crowd, pitying their ignorance. I am the eldest daughter of the Bo family. As her words hung in the air, the audience fell silent, followed by a chorus of laughter. What is she saying? Bo Qingnian, come down from there and stop embarrassing yourself. Despite her disheveled state, Sheng Yan couldn't help but laugh at Bo Qingnian's words. Did she truly grasp the implications of her statement? Even if the Mu and Sheng heirs had offended her, they were still prominent figures in Jiangcheng, far beyond her reach. Sheng Yanran instinctively straightened her back, acknowledging the truth in their words. Why had she allowed herself to be intimidated by Bo Qingnian? The videos might have been inadvertently leaked by that man, and her acquisition of them didn't necessarily imply any prowess on her part. This was a matter she needed to settle with him. What was Bo Qingnian, after all? In Jiangcheng, she didn't even rank among the top 4 families. What audacity did she possess? Indeed, Bo Qingnian, have you perhaps suffered a severe shock? The crowd continued to murmur, reveling in the spectacle. The Mu and Sheng families had become a source of ridicule, and now Bo Qingnian had audaciously proclaimed such preposterous claims, which no one took to heart. And Qian observed the scene with incredulity, wondering if none had ever investigated Bo Qingnian's true identity. It made sense. After 4 years of maintaining a low profile in Jiangcheng, it was unsurprising that these individuals lacked discernment. Did I mention the Bo family of Jiangcheng? Bo Qingnian fixed her gaze on the crowd, delivering her words with nonchalance. Not the Bo family of Jiangcheng. Could you possibly be referring to? Before she could finish, the expressions of the crowd shifted uncomfortably. They had grasped the implications of her statement. Beyond the Bo family of Jiangcheng, there existed another, the Bo family of the capital. This was a lineage they could never hope to associate with. And no one had considered this possibility. Bo Qingnian was merely the daughter of an ordinary merchant. How could she possibly belong to the esteemed Bo family of the capital? Mu Shuyuan's eyes flickered with curiosity upon hearing her statement. He had spent 4 years alongside Bo Qingnian, yet had never heard of any connection to the capital's Bo family. He was aware that the Bo family of Jiangcheng was a collateral branch of the capital's family, but any association with them seemed utterly impossible. As realization dawned upon the onlookers, they grew bolder in their ridicule of Bo Qingnian. Who do you think you are, Bo Qingnian? Do you truly believe you can link yourself to the Bo family of the capital? Have you no shame? A girl closely acquainted with Sheng Yanran chimed in, her jealousy igniting at the sight of Bo Qingnian's face. Seizing the opportunity to trample on Bo Qingnian, she was determined to strike hard. Then what if I declare that she is indeed the eldest daughter of the Bo family of the capital, Bo Qingnian? And Qian began to speak. Before attending the wedding, Bo Qingnian had instructed her not to speak on her behalf unless absolutely necessary. She wished to witness the expressions of those who had belittled her. And Qian had acquiesced, yet now presented the perfect opportunity, invoking her status as the second daughter of the Yin family. Bo Qingnian is beneath our notice. What do you amount to? The man's words were not yet finished when he noticed the girl before him seemed somewhat familiar, prompting him to hold his tongue. Curiosity propelled some to search online. Their findings were startling. She appears to be Qian, the second daughter of the Yin family. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The members of the Mu and Sheng families were left in shock. The Yin family of the capital? They dared not utter another word, in stark contrast to Bo Qingnian's low profile and her deliberate obscuring of her connections to the capital, and Xian was a name that resonated with familiarity. The second daughter of the Yin family, vice president of the Yin group, was an individual many aspired to but could never reach. Mu Chen quickly grasped the situation, rushing to engage Qian in conversation. Realizing that today's events could not simply be brushed aside, and Qian paid him no mind. Shang Yanran's expression twisted in disbelief. The girl beside Bo Qingnian was indeed the second daughter of the Yin family. Did that mean Bo Qingnian's earlier proclamations were? Upon considering this possibility, Shang Yanran's eyes brimmed with resentment. How could Bo Qingnian be so fortunate? She was destined to remain in the shadows, never to emerge. The shock rippled through the crowd as Qian's words resonated. If she were to vouch for Bo Qingnian, did that not imply that Bo Qingnian truly could be connected to the Bo family of the capital? If Qian's assertion lacked credibility, they could only wonder. Do my words not suffice to convince you? A girl in the crowd gasped as she caught sight of an extraordinary man approaching. Who could this dignified gentleman be? Sheng Yanran was rendered speechless, having believed Mu Shuyuan to be a fine match. Little did she know, there existed individuals far beyond her comprehension. This man, clad in a tailored black suit that accentuated his perfect physique, possessed a striking visage and an impeccable countenance. Despite doing nothing, his mere presence exuded an air of noble elegance, and even as he smiled, his words sent shivers down spines. His bodyguard placed a chair on the stage, and the man ascended with seamless grace. Bo Qingnian's hand, clutching the microphone, faltered momentarily. How could he possibly be here? Mu Cheng and Sheng Tsungxian found themselves increasingly unsteady. If Qian's status was illustrious, this man was someone whom all of Jiangxing dared not offend. Mr. Jin, what brings you to grace my son's wedding today? Indeed, Mr. Jin, we should have extended an invitation. How could we allow you to come on your own accord? The spectators understood the implications of Mu Cheng and Sheng Tsungxian's flustered behavior. They referred to him as Mr. Jin. This surname was rare, known only to the Jin family of the capital. The older members of the crowd began to recognize the identity of the man before them, Jin Sihuai. The eldest son of the Jin family of the capital. The arrival of Jin Sihuai left the crowd in bewilderment. He coldly surveyed the audience, expressing, I have heard that Niànniàn has faced grievances here. I have come to seek justice on her behalf. Bo Qingnian lowered her head upon hearing this. Suddenly, the crowd comprehended that her previous declarations had been rooted in truth. Jin Sihuai had come to affirm her identity as the eldest daughter of the Bo family. The realization burned hotly across the faces of those present. Before Jin Sihuai's arrival, they had been relentless in their mockery of Bo Qingnian, deeming her shameless. Yet the reality had delivered a resounding slap to their faces. Mu Shuyuan struggled to believe that the quiet, unassuming girl he had known was indeed the eldest daughter of the Bo family. Regret flooded his heart upon this revelation. Had he not married Sheng Yanran, she might have been the daughter-in-law of the Bo family of the capital today. Mu Shuyuan's gaze turned ICO as he regarded Sheng Yanran. If it were not for the shameless woman deceiving him, he would not be experiencing such profound regret now. Chapter 8. Restoring her name too. His momentary infatuation with Shang Yin and had clouded his vision. He still harbored feelings for Bo Qingnian. Had she possessed a notable status, he would never have allied himself with Shang Yin. If he were to seek Bo Qingnian's forgiveness now, might there still be a chance to mend their relationship? After all, Bo Qingnian held a profound affection for him, of which he was well aware. It was precisely because of Bo Qingnian's fondness that he dared to treat her in such a manner. Mu Shuyuan pondered this and felt a newfound sense of assurance. With this thought, his spirits lifted slightly as he approached Bo Qingnian. Upon noticing his movements, Bo Qingnian felt a flicker of understanding. Did this man truly believe that, after everything, she would still harbor any feelings for him? How utterly laughable. She could hardly comprehend how she had ever been attracted to such a man. Thankfully, she had recognized his true nature in time and had ceased to invest in him. Madame Mu, too, observed her son's behavior and felt a twinge of regret. Had she known earlier that Bo Qingnian was such a prized catch, she would not have made things so difficult for her. After all, she was the esteemed young lady of the Bo family, several ranks above Sheng Yanran. No, Sheng Yanran could not even begin to compare. That it was all her fault for having spoiled things. Yet, seeing her son's current actions, she felt a glimmer of hope. What if Bo Qingnian still held feelings for him? Then their Mu family could ascend to even greater heights. Who knows? Perhaps they would even secure a place in the capital. It must be said that both Madame Mu and Mu Xiaoyuan had their aspirations well laid out. Had Mu Xiaoyuan not betrayed Bo Qingnian, the Mu family might have indeed had such an opportunity. However, now that it had been revealed that she was a genuine heiress, it was utterly shameless to seek forgiveness. They were simply indulging in a daydream. And Qian shook her head as she observed the shameless display of Mu Xiaoyuan and Madame Mu. Such a mother, such a son. Thankfully, her own Niànniàn had seen through this individual. What a wolf in sheep's clothing. Niànniàn, do not blame me any longer. It is my fault for having placed my trust in Sheng Yanran's words. She claimed you did not love me, and my heart was shattered by you. Bo Qingnian regarded the man before her with an indifferent gaze. She had once genuinely cherished him for 4 years. How could feelings change so abruptly? It was still him. He had concealed his true self so deeply that she had never seen his real face. How utterly shameless of him to shift blame onto 2 women. What is your fault? Jin Sihuai signaled for his bodyguard to bring a chair for Bo Qingnian. She accepted without hesitation, sitting beside Jin Sihuai, observing Mu Xiaoyuan's theatrical performance. Mu Xiaoyuan merely exchanged a few polite remarks, completely oblivious to any wrongdoing on his part. To him, Bo Qingnian was no different from any other woman. They were merely stepping stones toward the power he sought. Yet, confronted by Bo Qingnian's inquiry, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Niànniàn, Xiaoyuan acknowledges his mistakes. You have been together for several years. Why not give him a chance to redeem himself? After all, he loves you more. How could Sheng Yanran possibly compare? Upon hearing her name, Sheng Yanran's fury reached its zenith. She had already suffered enough humiliation today. She could not tolerate being treated this way by the Mu family. Mother, how can you say such things? I am your daughter-in-law. Even if today ends with a bitter fallout between me and Mu Xiaoyuan, he must never ascend to the Bo family's heights. She had loved Mu Xiaoyuan for so many years, and now he was treating her like this? So, he wished to reconcile with Bo Qingnian? Not a chance. Sheng Yanran glared at the Mu family. Her eyes filled with malice and disdain. Silence. Our Mu family does not have a shameless daughter-in-law like you. Madame Mu felt an overwhelming sense of disgust upon seeing Sheng Yanran. How could she allow her son to be cuckolded? Who could endure that? Bo Qingnian watched the spectacle of these 2 families, each more ridiculous than the last. Previously, she had been blinded by naivety, failing to see their true natures. Niànniàn, I should not have been swayed by Sheng Yanran's deceit. I love you. You know that. Sheng Yanran is worth less than a mere finger of yours. She claimed to be pregnant, and that was why I agreed to marry her to AT that time. She had drugged me. I had no choice. The remainder of his words hung unspoken in the air, but everyone present understood the implications. Sheng Yanran's face turned pale. She could scarcely believe such a twisted narrative was coming from Mu Xiaoyuan's lips. The crowd stared at her, their expressions filled with scorn and ridicule. The daughter of the Sheng family stooping to such despicable tactics was laughable and unbecoming. Mu Xiaoyuan, I never realized you were such a duplicitous person. I do not deny Sheng Yanran's faults, but you are utterly shameless to place all the blame on her alone. Are you about to claim that you merely made the mistakes all men make? That you are a victim? Bo Qingnian's words struck a chord, and Qian could not help but applaud her bravery. Mu Xiaoyuan was momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated the sting of Bo Qingnian's remarks. In his mind, she had always been a gentle and compliant girl, easily swayed. If he persisted, she would surely be moved. Yet now, she had declared herself without shame. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. Leaving him feeling somewhat awkward, several attentive young women in the audience began to grasp the truth behind Bo Qingnian's words. So, Mu Xiaoyuan was indeed that kind of person. He had harmed both Bo Qingnian and Sheng Yanran. Did you not hear what Madame Mu just said? With a mother like that, how could you expect to produce a decent son? Upon being called out, Madame Mu felt her face flush with shame. Retreating a few steps, Mu Cheng and Sheng Tsungxian stood by Jin Sihuai, too intimidated to utter a word, fearful of inciting the ire of this powerful figure. After all, how could Mu Xiaoyuan treat someone who had loved him for so many years with such disdain? You claim I shattered your heart. What have I done to deserve such treatment? Is it because I lack the status of Sheng Yanran that I am worthy of abandonment? You would forsake me for that pitiful vanity and fleeting power, and then accuse me of breaking your heart. Jin Sihuai watched as Bo Qingnian unleashed her pent-up frustrations, feeling a pang of discomfort himself. He knew Bo Qingnian was genuinely upset and had been aware from the start that she intended to attend the wedding of Mu Xiaoyuan and Sheng Yanran. He refrained from interfering, quietly following her from Beijing to Jiangcheng, prepared to be her greatest support. He would always be there for her, whenever she needed him. Chapter 9. It is impossible for us. This was the girl he most wanted to cherish. Yet she had been hurt by such a scoundrel. Jin Sihuai vowed to ensure Mu Xiaoyuan paid the price for his actions. With this thought, he cast a colder gaze at Mu Xiaoyuan. Had it not been for the bodyguard's report about Niànniàn feeling wronged at the wedding venue, people not believing she was the young lady of the Bo family, he would not have appeared so swiftly. But he had no choice but to intervene. His identity was the best proof, and no one could provide a more convincing argument than he thought. He could not bear to see Niànniàn in distress. He cared deeply for her. Such a lively and cheerful girl should not have to endure such chaotic turmoil. Each of Bo Qingnian's words pierced Mu Xiaoyuan's heart, and he found himself momentarily speechless. Unable to refute her claims, the warmth that once radiated from her eyes now appeared frozen, devoid of any affection. At that moment, Mu Xiaoyuan felt a flicker of fear. Once upon a time, Bo Qingnian had chased after him. Now, she seemed transformed. Did she truly feel nothing for him anymore? Niànniàn, grant me one more chance. I will make amends. Mu Xiaoyuan reached out to grasp her hand, only to find her eyes filled with disdain, causing his hand to falter. Before Bo Qingnian could speak, Jin Sihuai's voice cut through the tension. Mu Xiaoyi, what are your intentions toward my girlfriend? At this declaration, both Bo Qingnian and Niànniàn exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confounded. When had she become Jin Sihuai's girlfriend? The audience collectively inhaled sharply. So, Mu Xiaoyuan had indeed been attempting to pry into Jin Sihuai's territory? Mu Cheng felt an overwhelming urge to slap Mu Xiaoyuan. It was evident that Jin Sihuai was there to support Bo Qingnian, who was the person that could be pursued from Beijing to Jiangxing. Surely he was not someone Mu Xiaoyuan could provoke. The other young ladies in attendance were equally astonished. It seemed they had lost their chance. They had intended to capture Jin Xiaoye's attention. Yet it appeared the opportunity had slipped away before it had even begun. He already had a girlfriend. Others might believe it, but Mu Xiaoyuan did not. Bo Qingnian could not possibly agree to be with someone else in such a short span of time. She surely had not yet moved on. To win Bo Qingnian back, he would not shy away from offending even the heir of the Jin family. If he lost Bo Qingnian today, the consequences would be beyond his imagination. Jin Xiao, I understand that you may be concerned about Niànniàn's well-being, but I assure you, I will treat her far better. The implication was clear. Stay out of my affairs with Niànniàn. You are merely an outsider. Good heavens, how could Mu Xiaoyu utter such words? Mr. Jin has clearly stated that Miss Bo is his girlfriend. It is an acknowledgement made by him personally, so how could there be any misunderstanding? Miss Bo speaks the truth. Mu Xiaoyuan is indeed shameless, utterly devoid of dignity. As Mu Xiaoyuan listened to the disparaging remarks from the audience, a surge of anger welled up within him. Yet, their opinions held little significance. The most crucial factor remained Bo Qingnian. Even Niànniàn felt a twinge of embarrassment at the audacity of this man. How could such a person exist? Chang Yianran gazed at the man she loved, who was groveling before another woman, a woman she had once held in contempt, and her heart ached profoundly. Brother Xiaoyuan, enough is enough. Can you not consider my feelings? I am your wife. Upon hearing Chang Yianran's words, Mu Xiaoyuan's eyes were cold and indifferent. He regarded her as if she were a stranger, were it not for Chang Yianran. He would never have parted ways with Bo Qingnian. If not for her, his fiancée would have been Bo Qingnian, and he was on the verge of becoming the son-in-law of the Bo family. All of this had been ruined by this woman. She had even placed a green hat upon his head, forcing him into an undesired paternal role. Such a thing is intolerable for any man. Chang Yianran, look at what you have chosen. This is the man you adore, the one you love fervently. Is it not a tragedy? How could you make me feel so humiliated? Today, he has done the very same to you. Do you truly still want a man so devoid of responsibility and honor? Chang Yianran, upon hearing Bo Qingnian's words, slowly raised her head, tears welling in her eyes. Yet she refused to allow herself to cry in front of Bo Qingnian. She would not concede defeat to her. Niànniàn, she is inconsequential. All I need is a single word from you. I beg you to grant me another chance to plead with her. This was the most ludicrous thing Bo Qingnian had heard all day. Mu Xiaoyuan had once told her that he would never bow to anyone nor plead with anyone, unless he were to propose to her. Yet now, he knelt before her, begging for a chance, seeking her favor for the sake of wealth and power. How ironic! How could Bo Qingnian possibly grant him his wish? Mu Xiaoyuan, I solemnly inform you that there is no longer any possibility between us. Moreover, what Huai just said is entirely true. I am indeed in a relationship with him. You are simply incomparable, so I hope you come to terms with this reality. regardless of whom you choose to be with in the future. It is of no concern to me, just as with whom I choose to associate has no bearing on you." Upon hearing the name Sihuai, Jin Sihuai's spirits lifted, and his gaze towards Bo Qingnian softened. After all, it had been years since he had heard her call him that. Back in school, she would often say, "Sihuai, look, he is bullying me again." He reminisced fondly about the days when her world revolved solely around him. A time before Mu Xiaoyuan had appeared. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaoyuan, upon hearing Bo Qingnian's words, collapsed onto the ground. Disregarding his dignity, he looked up in disbelief at Bo Qingnian, realizing that he may truly have lost all chances. His resentment towards Chengyan ran intensified. As Mu Xiaoyuan struggled to recover from the recent blow, he was once again met with Bo Qingnian's voice. "What I said at the outset was also true. The Mu and Cheng families are on the brink of collapse. Those who wish to avoid being implicated should align themselves swiftly." This statement was even more devastating than the previous revelation of no chances. At that moment, Cheng Yinran grasped the gravity of the situation. Bo Qingnian was indeed intent on not sparing either family. Without the Cheng family, how could she continue to live in luxury? How could she remain the object of admiration? She could not accept such an outcome. Mu Cheng and Cheng Sheng were drenched in sweat, desperately appealing to Jin Sihuai. Only now did they fully comprehend that the recent decline in their family's stock prices was due to the suppression from the Jin and Bo families. They were powerless against the aristocracy of the capital, with no viable solutions. After all, the elite of the capital could dismantle them without even lifting a finger. Chapter 10. The Dust Settles. Mr. Jin, I implore you to show mercy and spare us. We can certainly apologize to Miss Bo. Indeed, Mr. Jin, surely Miss Bo was merely jesting, and you would not be so unjust? As Mu Cheng's words fell, Jin Sihuai fixed him with a fierce glare. Unjust? What a splendid accusation. You dare utter such words at this juncture. It seems you have yet to learn your lesson. If this action could placate Niànniàn, then why not? Furthermore, it was the Mu and Cheng families that were at fault from the outset, yet they dared to claim that Niànniàn was unjust. Jin Sihuai maintained an air of detached amusement. Utterly unmoved. What my girlfriend says is my sentiment. Jin Sihuai's declaration struck like a thunderclap, leaving both the Mu and Cheng families reeling. The audience finally understood. Today, Mr. Jin had come to support Miss Bo. Even if he had not attended, Bo Qingnian had no intention of letting them off the hook. For these two shameless families, a modicum of sympathy was utterly unwarranted, given Mu Xiaoyuan's earlier display on stage. Not an ounce of compassion was deserved. Bo Qingnian had not anticipated Jin Sihuai's support. With his backing, she felt more empowered to handle the situation. After all, Jin Sihuai's influence far exceeded that of an obscure daughter of the Bo family. With matters as they stood, there was no longer any need for her to remain. It was time for her to return to the capital and embrace her future. I have said all I need to. The remaining affairs are for you to manage. Bo Qingnian turned to Jin Sihuai and said softly, "Sihuai, please take me back to the capital." Jin Sihuai gazed intently at her face. In their school days, she would often say, "Sihuai, let us go home." Those were the most beautiful days of his life, as it was a time when they were solely together, before Mu Xiaoyuan had entered the picture. Now, as Bo Qingnian requested to return to the capital, he could not let her down. He removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. Offering her a semblance of security, he took her hand. Although Bo Qingnian appeared taken aback, she ultimately did not refuse. After all, they had just publicly acknowledged their relationship, and it was wholly natural for couples to hold hands and embrace. To decline would only seem unnecessary. And Qian, however, wore an expression of eager anticipation. This pair was undoubtedly destined for each other. Their little Niànniàn had a bright future ahead. Let Mu Xiaoyuan rue his choices, that blind fool. Bo Qingnian chose to disregard Mu Xiaoyuan and ignored Chengyan, RAN.AS. She stepped into Jin Sihuai's car under the watchful eyes of the crowd, and Qian was left with no choice but to take a separate vehicle. Jin Sihuai found her anxious demeanor endearing. He instructed the driver to head to the airport. The two fell into an unfamiliar silence, as it had been years since they last communicated. It was impossible for them to rekindle their camaraderie instantly. Ultimately, it was Jin Sihuai who broke the silence. He understood Bo Qingnian. She was not the type to yield first, for her sake. He did not mind being the one to extend the olive branch, for it was her who had earned that right. "What are your plans upon returning to the capital?" Bo Qingnian, seeing him initiate conversation, felt compelled to respond. "I might return to the Bo family to assist, or perhaps continue my writing." As she mentioned writing, the spark returned to Bo Qingnian's eyes. writing was her greatest passion. A fact Jin Sihuai was well aware of. During their school days, her essays were frequently showcased on exhibition boards. She brimmed with aspirations for the future. She had vowed to herself to become a writer. And she indeed possessed remarkable talent, consistently winning competitions. He remembered how, whenever she entered a contest, he would sit in the audience, camera in hand, capturing all her splendid moments. After winning an award, she would rush to him and exclaim, "Ah, why? Take my picture. I've won another award. I want to remember these glorious moments." Writing bestowed upon her a sense of accomplishment, a burgeoning pride. No one understood better than he the sacrifices Bo Qingnian had made for her writing. She was destined to become an exceptional author. If only she had not crossed paths with Mu Xiuyuan, the one who had derailed all her plans. Now, that individual would no longer intersect with her life. "I support you in continuing your writing." Jin Sihuai gazed at her, perceiving the flicker of insecurity in Bo Qingnian's eyes. He was averse to witnessing her in such a state of self-doubt. In his heart, Bo Qingnian ought to embody exuberance, confidence, and determination. Her gaze should radiate brilliance rather than display such despondency. A momentary tremor passed through the calm depths of Bo Qingnian's eyes, too fleeting to grasp. Yet, Jin Sihuai managed to capture it nonetheless. Jin Sihuai had only spoken half of his mind. "That I support your continued writing, for I wish to remain your audience, even if no one else cheers for you. I shall be the sole one to applaud." However, he had no intention of voicing the latter half of his sentiment, believing the time was not yet ripe. He would wait, anticipating the day when she would once again open her heart willingly. "Ahua, thank you. Thank you for always being there for me, for your unwavering support. Tiomi, you need not express gratitude." Jin Sihuai replied, for it was strangers who were obliged to say thank you. He sought nothing but her presence. Soon they arrived at the airport, where Jin Sihuai and Bo Qingnian found themselves seated together, leaving only the unfortunate and Qian to sit with others. She silently cursed Jin Sihuai in her heart. But for the sake of her dear Niànniàn's happiness for the rest of her life, she chose to endure. Bo Qingnian's mind lingered on Jin Sihuai's earlier words, pondering his assertion that he did not require her thanks. She reflected on their shared past, recalling those splendid moments when Jin Sihuai's presence was a constant in her life. Even now, in her hour of isolation, he was there to defend her name. Aside from the 4 years spent in Jiangcheng, Jin Sihuai had been a steadfast support behind her all these years. To claim she was not moved would be a lie. Yet presently, all she felt was a profound sense of gratitude. "Ahua, what was the last thing you wanted to say 4 years ago?" Jin Sihuai was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected question, but quickly regained his composure. "That is a sentiment I do not wish to voice now. You shall come to know it in due time." Bo Qingnian had already surmised that he would not bring it up. So, she resolved to wait until he was ready to share it once more. The plane had taken off, and everything settled into place. Bo Qingnian gazed out the window, hoping to sever all ties with the people and affairs of Jiangcheng henceforth. Chapter 11. Return after a day of tumult. They arrived in the capital as night fell. Qian, clutching her coat, descended the plane, finding Jin Sihuai and Bo Qingnian waiting for her in the lobby. Having dozed off on the flight, she was startled to see their hands still intertwined. With a jolt, she approached them and said, "Jin Sihuai, haven't you held hands enough? My Niànniàn is at a disadvantage." Hearing her words, Bo Qingnian's cheeks flushed crimson as she swiftly withdrew her hand from Jin Sihuai's, eager to halt her from speaking further. Noticing the warmth on Bo Qingnian's face, Jin Sihuai refrained from further action, lest he frighten her. However, a smile lingered on his lips. Holding hands with Niànniàn felt delightful. He admitted to having selfish motives, hence his silence. "Let us go. I shall escort you home." Thus, and Qian found herself once again assigned to another vehicle, silently cursing Jin Sihuai several hundred times in her mind. Meanwhile, Bo Qingnian was personally escorted home by Jin Sihuai, a clear distinction in treatment. Upon reaching the Bo family's doorstep, Bo Qingnian bid Jin Sihuai farewell and alighted from the car, yet he felt a pang of reluctance. It had been ages since he had spent time with Bo Qingnian in such a manner, but he had to let her go home. Go on, rest well tonight. Jin Sihuai worried that today's events might have fatigued her. They had ample time ahead, and there was no rush. After all, the future was long. Bo Qingnian was aware of Bo Qingnian's return to the capital and had timed his wait at the entrance. Initially intending to welcome his sister at the airport, he had instead opted to wait at home after receiving Jin Sihuai's message. Bo Qingnian was an ardent protector of his sister. Jin Sihuai's intentions toward his sister were clear to him. As a man, he understood the stakes. To pursue his sister, one must first pass through him. and then the scrutiny of the Bo family before finally reaching her. Han, why are you here? Sister, I am waiting for your return. Grandfather, grandmother, and our parents are all waiting for you. He glanced in Jin Sihuai's direction as he spoke. Jin Sihuai caught the look from Bo Qingnian, realizing that the future brother-in-law harbored some reservations about him. He would need to step up his game. Come inside. Bo Qingnian accepted the shawl from his hand and walked through the doorway, traversing the garden to the hall. After exchanging heartfelt words with her family, she retreated to take a shower and prepare for bed, for she had new plans ahead. Seated on the balcony with a book, Bo Qingnian enjoyed the breeze and gazed at the starry sky. Catching a glimpse of Jin Sihuai's silhouette, she quickly stood to look downstairs and was surprised to find he had yet to leave. Leaning against the car door, his brow furrowed, he appeared profoundly solitary. For a fleeting moment, Bo Qingnian even wished to smooth away the lines of worry on his forehead. She recalled that the Jin Sihuai of yore would never exhibit such expressions. He had once been a figure of smiles and playful banter. Never the cold demeanor he now bore. It seemed Jin Sihuai had endured more than she, and she had heard whispers of the internal affairs of the Jin family. Indeed, bearing the weight of a family's responsibilities was no trivial matter. It was evident he had matured swiftly over these years. Jin Sihuai looked up and met Bo Qingnian's gaze, exchanging a silent acknowledgement. He admitted to himself that he was reluctant to part ways. Wishing only to steal another glance of her, Bo Qingnian urged him to return home. He understood her unspoken words, waved goodbye, and at the moment he was about to open the car door, he turned back to her and said, "Good night." Before getting into the car and driving away, Bo Qingnian stood momentarily, lost in thought at the spot he had just vacated, but she quickly adjusted her mindset and refrained from dwelling too long, opting instead to rest. The following day, the capital received the news from the Bo family announcing the return of the eldest daughter, Bo Qingnian, who might soon re-enter the Bo family business. Many who had crossed paths with Bo Qingnian in Beijing recalled her with a sense of trepidation. Despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, her past achievements in the city were no less impressive than those of Jin Sihuai. Before Bo Qingnian graduated, there was a time when Bo Qingnian managed the Bo family business. As the eldest daughter, she bore responsibilities that were her due in the business world. Some referred to her as the smiling fox while calling Jin Sihuai the cold-faced Yama. In negotiations, others often gained the upper hand initially. But unbeknownst to them, Bo Qingnian had already laid a trap for them to fall into, flattering them while ensuring they were compelled to accept her terms. Throughout the process, she never revealed a hint of weakness or dissatisfaction. Maintaining a smile that earned her the moniker of the smiling fox, the Bo family did not subscribe to gender bias. Under Bo Qingnian's stewardship, the family business flourished, and her parents aspired for her to take the lead. Unfortunately, she had no desire for such a role, and thus they ceased to mention it. Having completed her morning routine, Bo Qingnian descended the stairs for breakfast, finding her parents and brother already seated at the table. Her grandparents had risen early and, after their meal, returned to their other residence, preferring not to stay with the younger generation to avoid discomfort. Niànniàn, today we have your favorite youtiao and soy milk. And Suma has also prepared 8 treasure porridge, all your favorites. Bai Wuxuang placed the food before Bo Qingnian. Yes, sister, if there's anything you wish to eat, just ask them to buy it. They are always at your service. Bo Qingnian felt a wave of warmth wash over her as she gazed at her family. Having spent 4 years in Jiangcheng, her time at home had been scarce, and she realized how foolish she had been. In Jiangcheng, she had constantly worried about how to gain the approval of Mu Shiyuan's parents, striving to be better for them, while neglecting her own parents, the ones she should have honored most. She felt she had truly failed in this regard. From now on, she would have ample time to accompany her grandparents and parents. Mom, Dad, Han, from now on, I can join you for breakfast every day. Hearing this, Bo Qiyuan and Bai Wuxuang nodded in agreement. Their daughter's happiness and contentment were what mattered most to them. Moreover, I do not intend to return to the Bo family business. Han has grown up. It is time for him to shoulder his responsibilities. I will assist with any matters concerning the Bo family, but presently, I wish to pursue my own endeavors. After voicing her intentions, Bo Qingnian observed the reactions of those around her. The Bo couple appeared to have anticipated her decision. Thus they expressed no objections. Bo Qingnian, who cared the most about his sister, also found no issue with her choice. Sister, pursue whatever you desire. I will ensure the Bo family is taken care of. And I can support you for a lifetime. Bo Qingnian was utterly moved by Bo Qingnian's words. Truly a remarkable younger brother. The two of them were fraternal twins, with Bo Qingnian having been born a few minutes earlier. naturally taking on the role of the elder sister. Chapter 12. Should not return. Perhaps due to their twin bond, Bo Qingnian had always relied heavily on Bo Qingnian since childhood, growing up to become a fervent protector of his sister. The Bo couple felt immensely gratified to witness the strong bond between their children. However, what astonished everyone was that almost simultaneously, the Jin family officially released an announcement stating that they would serve as Bo Qingnian's most formidable support. This sentiment was laid bare, reflecting Jin Sihuai's usual demeanor. As Jin Sihuai glanced at the announcement, he nearly burst into laughter, remarking to himself how his expression nearly etched the word joy upon his face. Mu Xingqi played with the sculpture in his hands, and upon hearing Mu Xingqi's comment, Jin Sihuai quickly regained his composure. That I wonder if the Mu family is rather idle. Perhaps I should find you some tasks to handle? You are seeking personal revenge. Why not arrange a gathering with those classmates of ours? Jin Sihuai raised an eyebrow at the mention of a gathering, feeling that Mu Xingqi had finally spoken something sensible. There was no way she could refuse such an invitation to meet. You organize it. After uttering this, Jin Sihuai fell silent. Mu Xingqi immediately declared that it would be his responsibility. The elite schools attended by these noble scions had stringent regulations, typically classifying students according to their family status. It could be said that the heads of the 6 prominent families in the capital were nearly all classmates in the same class, which was the most prestigious and responsible class in the entire school. Generally, no one dared to provoke the students of this class. As for forming friendships, that was a matter of personal preference. Thanks to a direct order from Jin Sihuai himself, the entire Jin family now understood that the eldest daughter of the Bo family was considered a particularly significant person to their president. Henceforth, whenever they encountered Bo Qingnian, they would need to show utmost respect. However, Jin Sihuai was overthinking, for in the capital, most people dared not cross Bo Qingnian. Even without Jin Sihuai, there was still Bo Qingnian, a figure who instilled fear in many. Upon seeing the announcement from the Jin family, Bo Qingnian appeared somewhat taken aback, as this truly thrust her into the limelight. She was acutely aware of Jin Sihuai's influence in the capital. Such a diamond bachelor was coveted by all families, who longed to establish connections and eagerly sought to introduce their daughters to him, yet he remained indifferent. She found herself puzzled by the significance of Jin Sihuai's actions. The most infuriated among them was Lu Xiangyao, who, upon seeing the announcement, was so enraged that she smashed her computer. Earlier that day, she had received news of Bo Qingnian's return to the capital, and the Jin family's announcement only fueled her ire. Jin Sihuai indeed harbored feelings for Bo Qingnian, and this realization drove Lu Xiangyao to the brink of fury. Bo Qingnian, why did you have to come back? Wouldn't it be better for you to stay in Jiangqing? Why return to snatch Jin Sihuai away? Lu Xiangyao's assistant stood beside her, not daring to breathe. When this young lady was enraged, those around her were the ones who suffered. There had once been a girl who was driven to depression by her, and compared to Lu Xiangyao, the second daughter of the Lu family, it was incomprehensible how the Lu family allowed such a person to hold power when there were better alternatives. The assistant, distracted, shook her head, causing Lu Xiangyao's gaze to fall upon her, her eyes cold and menacing. Gao Qing, are you shaking your head? Do you have an opinion about me? Hearing her voice, Gao Qing broke into a cold sweat, hastily denying it. Miss, I didn't mean to. Before Gao Qing could finish, Lu Xiangyao snatched a folder from the table and hurled it at her. Gao Qing swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding a potential injury. Get out, immediately, Lu Xiangyao bellowed, and Gao Qing departed without a moment's hesitation. She could not bear to stay another second. This woman was too terrifying. Lu Xiangyao was on the verge of madness, if she had to name who she despised most in the capital. The second was Lu Xiangfan, but the one she loathed the most was Bo Qingnian. Over the years, she had always sought opportunities to get close to Jin Sihuai, but had never succeeded, which left her feeling profoundly frustrated. Since returning to the Lu family, many young noblemen in the capital had pursued her, yet she found none of them appealing. During her time at school, she had inadvertently glimpsed Jin Sihuai and had fallen for him at first sight, only to later learn he was the heir of the Jin family, which made her heart yearn for him even more. However, long ago, she had realized that Jin Sihuai had feelings for Bo Qingnian. She had invested considerable effort, yet Jin Sihuai only had eyes for Bo Qingnian, which incensed her to no end. Since Bo Qingnian dared to return, she would make her aware of Lu Xiangyao's prowess. She was no longer the Lu Xiangyao of yesteryears. She was now the general manager of the Lu family, surpassing even Lu Xiangfan. With this thought, Lu Xiangyao felt emboldened. She made a phone call, and the other party answered swiftly. Miss Lu, How rare of you to call me today. The man spoke slowly, his voice deep and tinged with sarcasm. Old classmate, I'm merely informing you that Bo Qingnian has returned. Shouldn't he be taking some action? The man scoffed, clearly aware of the announcements from the Bo and Jin families. Liu Xiangyao's call was not genuinely intended to assist him, but merely to gauge whether he would take any action. Lu Xiangyao, do my affairs concern you? Upon hearing his voice turn cold, Lu Xiangyao inexplicably felt a pang of anxiety. This was a man she dared not provoke, as his methods were ruthlessly effective. A single misstep could lead to her own downfall. Do you wish to see Bo Qingnian snatched away by someone else again? The other party paused, momentarily taken aback by her words. This statement indeed struck a chord with him. When Bo Qingnian had suddenly left the capital, he had learned the reason behind it. He had not refrained from visiting Bo Qingnian in Jiangcheng, but witnessing her happiness at that time had deeply wounded him. If she were content, he might have let her go. Yet, Mu Shouyuan had harmed her, which he could not tolerate. Consequently, he had exerted considerable effort to suppress the Mu and Xing families, though he had done so discreetly, making it difficult for others to uncover. Realizing he was listening, Lu Xiangyao added fuel to the fire. You should understand the implication behind the Jin family's announcement. Let us not beat around the bush. We should collaborate. I want Jin Sihuai, and as for Bo Qingnian, she is undoubtedly yours. The man snorted coldly. Liu Xiangyao, you truly overestimate yourself. You are merely an illegitimate daughter of the Lu family, wishing for me to cooperate with you to leverage my influence to win over Jin Sihuai. Your calculations are quite ambitious. If you wish to maintain your position in the Lu family, you would do well to behave and refrain from causing trouble. Chapter 13. I will not lose. The man completed a few sentences before abruptly hanging up, leaving Lu Xiangyao no time to react. Her grip tightened around the phone as she glared at it with malice. His threats were unmistakable, implying she should not set her sights on Bo Qingnian. The mention of illegitimate daughter humiliated her to the core. Her identity had always been her greatest taboo, despite having returned to the Lu family for some time. She still struggled to assert herself before these individuals. Therefore, she harbored animosity towards Lu Xiangfan, as her presence constantly reminded others to regard her as an illegitimate child. She despised Bo Qingnian for the simple reason that no matter how much she did, others failed to see her worth. While Bo Qingnian effortlessly captured their attention, she was filled with hatred. She would not allow Bo Qingnian to live a life of ease. A storm was brewing in the capital. While in Jiacheng, chaos was also unfolding. Since Mu Shouyuan realized he could no longer cling to the Bo family's resources, Shang Yanran had become his outlet for frustration. He could not bear the thought of wearing a cuckold's crown or being an unwitting father. Mu family, Shang Yanran, let me tell you, we are done. This afternoon, we will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize our divorce. Brother Shouyuan, are you really going to treat me this way? Mu Shouyuan looked at Shang Yanran with disgust. Nearly feeling nauseated, she, the one in the wrong, was now shedding tears before him. Shang Yanran, can you have some dignity? Did you think of me while you were in bed with another man? How dare you accuse me of treating you this way? Hearing the words of the man she adored call her shameless, Shang Yanran's heart bled. She finally saw Mu Shouyuan for who he truly was. No longer did she plead for his forgiveness. This morning, she had specifically checked the news from the capital. The announcements from the Bo and Jin families had already been made public. Both Bo Qingnian and Jin Sihuai would not let the Mu and Xing families off the hook. Understanding her current situation, she swiftly recognized what she was about to face and no longer desired to beg for his understanding. Mu Xing, you are mistaken. It is not we who are done. It is you who has played your hand. I have yet to lose. Do you wish to divorce? If so, go ahead now. There's no need to wait until the afternoon. Someone like you, I, Shang Yanran, do not care. Mu Shouyuan was clearly provoked by her words, and he impulsively hurled the vase on the table towards her. Shang Yanran was taken aback by his reaction and suffered a wound on her forehead from the impact. She coldly regarded Mu Shouyuan, pressing a tissue against her bleeding forehead. Are we still getting a divorce? Mu Shouyuan, in a fit of rage, spat out, yes, immediately, before storming off to the car. Shang Yanran gathered her documents and accompanied Mu Shouyuan to the Civil Affairs Bureau, where, due to their familial ties, they swiftly completed the necessary procedures. Upon exiting the bureau, Mu Shouyuan did not spare her a glance and drove away without a word. Shang Yanran watched his departing vehicle. Lost in contemplation, once she had harbored feelings for this man. However, she now recognized that she had misjudged him. She touched her abdomen, aware that she had another matter to address. She took a taxi to the hospital. Knowing the heart of the matter was widely known, There was no longer a reason to keep this child. Moreover, her immediate need was to find someone who could assist her. Niànniàn already had a candidate in mind. After the successful operation, she promptly dialed a number. Only this individual could offer her the help she required, and she needed to act swiftly. She disregarded her own physical condition. "Akin, save me." Niànniàn endeavored to make her voice sound more feeble. The man on the other end of the line appeared slightly anxious upon hearing her words. He had just returned and was already aware of the situation between the Mu and Qing families. The news of her relationship with Mu Shouyuan was no longer a secret in Jiaqing. He had left because Niànniàn had agreed to marry Mu Shouyuan, but now, although he felt a tinge of anger, there was a greater sense of pity. "Where are you? I will come to find you. I'm at the first hospital in Jiaqing." After such an incident, he understood why Niànniàn was at the hospital. Yet, at that moment, he was at a loss for words. "Wait for me." Niànniàn hung up the phone and lay quietly on the hospital bed, waiting. She was aware of Tang Ziqin's feelings for her. He had confessed to her in the past, but she had turned him down. At that time, she had only eyes for Mu Shouyuan, unable to accommodate anyone else. However, now she sought his assistance, having no other options. Tang Ziqin was her best choice. Tang Ziqin arrived at the hospital swiftly and, after a series of inquiries, found Niànniàn's ward. He had initially intended to scold her, but upon seeing her lying alone and desolate in the hospital bed, the words of reproach caught in his throat. Niànniàn heard the sound and looked at Tang Ziqin with tear-filled eyes, saying nothing. His heart softened instantly as he approached her bedside and gently embraced her. Niànniàn broke down in tears, overwhelmed by the realization that the only person who did not despise her and felt pity for her was Tang Ziqin. Yet she did not forget her purpose. "Akin, I have no family left. The Bo and Jin families have already made their stance clear. The Qing family holds no hope." A flicker of discomfort crossed Tang Ziqin's eyes. Although he understood Niànniàn's thoughts, he chose not to confront them. "Niànniàn, I cannot protect the Qing family." Niànniàn was taken aback by his words, surprised that he knew what she was thinking. She knew he was from the collateral branch of the Tang family in the capital, and that he could easily safeguard the Sheng family. Yet he claimed he could not. Were the Bo and Jin families that formidable? Tang Ziqin did not miss the disbelief in her gaze. He indeed could have protected the Qing family, but someone in the capital had acted first to suppress them. Remembering that person, Tang Ziqin dared not act recklessly. He could not afford to confront them, as the repercussions would be beyond his endurance. "But I can protect you and your father." Niànniàn recognized that this was Tang Ziqin's greatest concession. She had nothing worthy of his reckless disregard. Coming to this realization, she quickly regained her composure. "Akin, you are all I have left along with my father. You won't abandon me, will you?" She sought a promise from him. Tang Ziqin gently stroked her head, unable to refuse Niànniàn. After all, he had harbored feelings for her for many years. In his heart, she was like a bright moonbeam. "I will never abandon you." Hearing these words, Niànniàn felt a wave of relief wash over her. She buried her head in Tang Ziqin's chest, knowing she would not falter. Leaving Mu Shouyuan meant there were better men out there. As long as she was still standing, she would not fall. And one day, both Mu Shouyuan and Bo Qingnian would regret their choices. Chapter 14. Prioritizing romance over friendship. Under the vigorous suppression of Jin Sihuai and Bo Qingnian, both the Mu and Sheng families swiftly crumbled. Mu Shouyuan could not accept this outcome, yet he had to acknowledge the truth. The Mu family had indeed gone bankrupt. Thus, the three of them went to Mu Shouyuan's mother's family home. At this moment, Niànniàn stood at the entrance of the Shang residence, determined to remember this villa point one day. She would buy this house back with her own hands. Shang Tsungxian had been worn out from the recent events, succumbing to illness, and now lay in the hospital. The Shang family had gone bankrupt, and the family business had changed hands. The century-old legacy of the Qing family had been squandered under his stewardship. "Niànniàn, let us go." Tang Ziqin could see the reluctance in Niànniàn's eyes, but she had indeed offended the wrong people. The Bo and Jin families were not one she could provoke, not only in Jiaqing, but even in the capital. No one dared to offend Bo Qingnian and Jin Sihuai lightly. If he had not intervened timely, Niànniàn would likely have met the same fate as Mu Shouyuan. "Akin, I have lost everything." Niànniàn could no longer hold back her tears. Should she have not provoked Bo Qingnian? Yet how could she possibly concede? She would never admit to being inferior to Bo Qingnian. Bo Qingnian was merely fortunate. She would wait and see. "You still have me." Tang Ziqin grasped her hand. Leading her back home, Tang's mother had already received word that her son would be bringing a woman home. Initially, she was quite pleased, thinking her son had finally learned to seek a girlfriend. However, when she learned that the woman Tang Ziqin was bringing home was Niànniàn, Her expression turned sour. She was well aware of Sheng Yinjin's reputation in Jiangcheng. How could someone like her enter the Tang family? Tang's mother resolved to teach this woman a lesson. Upon seeing the Tang family villa, Sheng Yinjin was momentarily taken aback. She knew the Tang family was affluent, but she had not anticipated the extent of their wealth. If the collateral branch of the Tang family was so prosperous, how opulent was the main branch in the capital? Regaining her composure, Sheng Yinjin felt that seeking Tang Zichin's assistance had indeed been the right choice. This man was far superior to Mu Shuiyuan. As Tang Zichin and Sheng Yinjin entered, they found Tang's mother seated on the living room sofa. Sheng Yinjin had heard of Tang's mother's formidable reputation and knew she was not one to be trifled with. Given her current situation, she could not afford to be too conspicuous. She had to remain humble. "Hello, Aunt." Sheng Yinjin greeted Tang's mother sweetly. Tang Zichin pulled her forward to introduce her. "Mom, this is Yinjin. Starting today, she will be living with us. Please have the servants prepare a room for her." Tang's mother cast a glance at Sheng Yinjin. Recognizing her as a schemer in such circumstances, she could still pursue her son. Surely, she was not without her wits. Having spent years within high society, Tang's mother was well aware of the thoughts of such individuals. "Since Akin has brought you here, you must be on high alert while living in the Tang family. I am not Akin. I do not tolerate nonsense." Although she would not speak ill of Sheng Yinjin in front of Tang Zichin, she could not afford to lose her authority as the matriarch. Gaining entry into the Tang family would require passing her scrutiny. When Akin was not home, she would show this woman her true colors. "I will, Aunt." Sheng Yinjin played the part of the obedient and kind guest. After all, she was in the Tang family now, not the Sheng family. She could not display any grievances. She could sense Tang's mother's discontent, but could do nothing about it due to Akin's presence. Thus, she had to rely on herself. Tang's mother noticed her facade was quite convincing and chose not to say anything further, heading upstairs instead. Tang Zichin gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her that as long as he was there, no one could bully her. She smiled faintly, saying nothing. In the capital, at the Jin family residence, Master, the Mu and Xing families have collapsed, but I have received new information. Xiali stood respectfully beside Jin Sihuai, reporting the latest developments. Sheng Yinjin has attached herself to Tang Zichin and is currently living in the Tang family. This Tang family was, of course, the one in Jiangcheng, vastly different from the one in the capital. Should we consider leaking this information to Tangzong? Jin Sihuai continued to write, seemingly unfazed by the news that you think Tang Yunxing is unaware. The intelligence network of the Tang family is no less formidable than that of the Jin family. Tang Yunxing can effortlessly investigate any matter he desires. He is certainly aware of the entanglements between the Mu and Sheng families that bear his signature. Although Tang Yunxing believes he has concealed his affections for Bo Qingnian well, the truth is he has been aware of his feelings for her for quite some time. Yet he has chosen to remain silent and refrain from taking action against her. But as for us, there is no need to interfere. If Niànniàn is aware, she will take action when the moment is right. The fact that she has not yet made a move suggests she feels the timing is not yet suitable. Should she require assistance later, you shall lend her a hand. Xiali understood Jin Sihuai's intention and, acknowledging it, chose not to linger any longer in his office. Shortly after Xiali's departure, Mu Xingqi arrived at Jin's place. Jin Sihuai, unusually, initiated the conversation, inquiring about the upcoming gathering. Mu Xingqi nearly chastised him for his blatant disregard for friendship, thinking it rather inconsiderate that he would only ask about a gathering without first inquiring about his well-being. "Rest assured, I will handle the arrangements. Just be punctual when the time comes. I will notify the others shortly, and will certainly not forget to inform Miss Bo." Mu Xingqi regarded Jin Sihuai with a teasing expression, surprised to discover that Jin's approach to courting women was so understated. To request a dinner date while relying on him as an intermediary was quite amusing. Reflecting on this, Mu Xingqi's spirits lifted. He found himself more adept at pursuing women than Jin Sihuai. Noticing the expression on Mu Xingqi's face, Jin Sihuai sensed the direction of his thoughts, and his countenance darkened. "You wish for me to summon Yueshi back to the country. Dantiyu, I see that you, as the president of the Mu Corporation, are quite at ease. At the mention of that name, Mu Xingqi shuddered. "Jin Sihuai, you are truly ruthless, to use Mu Yueshi as leverage against me." The mere thought of his sister, a tempestuous force, returning home sent chills down his spine. After all, if she were to come back, it could upend the entire Mu Corporation, having finally sent her abroad for her studies. He had no desire to invite trouble upon himself. He swiftly redirected the conversation. "We are planning to hold the gathering tomorrow evening. Are you available?" Jin Sihuai nodded. Even if it were tonight, he could carve out time for it. The prospect of seeing Bo Qingnian softened his demeanor. Only she could evoke such gentleness from him, and all his tenderness was reserved solely for her. With Jin's affirmation, Mu Xingqi ceased his inquiries, bade farewell, and set about organizing the event. Chapter 15. The gathering. Indeed, Mu Xingqi proved to be remarkably efficient in his arrangements. Having announced the gathering, he swiftly coordinated with everyone involved. Upon hearing the news, Bo Qingnian initially intended to decline, but given that Mu Xingqi was the organizer and the persistent coaxing from Niànniàn, she ultimately acquiesced. Niànniàn, what should I wear tomorrow night? A dress or a short skirt? High heels or flats? Should I go for a sexy look or a cute one? And Niànniàn fretted before the mirror, trying on various outfits. Bo Qingnian, seated on the sofa with a book in hand, observed her friend's flurry of activity and thought her reaction rather excessive. I believe you look splendid as you are, Niànniàn. Why the fuss over a mere dinner? Bo Qingnian was well aware of Niànniàn's feelings for Mu Xingqi. She had harbored a crush on him for many years, yet lacked the courage to confess. Despite Mu Xingqi's notorious reputation as a playboy, Bo Qingnian found it puzzling that Niànniàn would have feelings for him. However, matters of the heart are often complex and difficult for outsiders to comprehend. Considering her limited interactions with Mu Xingqi during their school days, Bo Qingnian felt it necessary to assess him further. After all, he seemed quite close to Jin Sihuai. Perhaps she could find an opportunity to gauge Jin's perspective on Mu Xingqi. If he proved to be a man of good character, she would not hesitate to assist her friend. If I don't make an effort to look my best, how can I attract Mu Xingqi's attention? He is surrounded by so many beautiful women. As Niànniàn spoke, her conviction began to wane. Ultimately, she set aside the clothes, no longer wishing to try them on. Noticing Niànniàn's sudden cessation, Bo Qingnian understood her thoughts and sought to encourage her. In truth, matters of the heart require one to take initiative. Relying solely on appearances will not reveal your true worth. Niànniàn, if you genuinely like Mu Xingqi, you must be bold and allow him to see who you are. Not everything is delineated by gender roles. If a man likes someone, he will pursue her, and a woman can also muster the courage to confess her feelings. If he truly does not reciprocate, then at the very least. And Niànniàn listened intently. Having always trusted Bo Qingnian, believing her words to be wise, she would consider any advice given by her dear friend. Even her father acknowledged that Bo Qingnian's single piece of advice held more weight than 10 of his. Observing Niànniàn's earnestness, Bo Qingnian continued, at the very least, you will have made an effort, and there will be no regrets. Do you understand, Niànniàn? And Niànniàn, a successful woman in her career, remained rather naive in matters of love. Much like a blank slate, as her closest friend, Bo Qingnian felt it necessary to awaken her to the realities of pursuing love. With determination, and Niànniàn nodded. Niànniàn, you are right that I cannot remain passive. She pondered over Bo Qingnian's words, realizing it was time to let Mu Xingqi know her feelings. Having made up her mind, and Niànniàn selected a white dress and a pair of flats, tried them on before the mirror, then chose matching accessories and a handbag. Finally content to sit down and scroll through her phone. Bo Qingnian recognized the change in Niànniàn's demeanor and believed she had come to an understanding. She was confident that, following this evening, Niànniàn would learn how to pursue the affections she desired. Mu Xingqi quickly finalized the venue for the gathering, selecting the renowned Yuyango, a restaurant under the Mu Corporation's umbrella. The Mu family practically monopolized the dining industry in the capital, with the most profitable establishments located in the city center all belonging to them. Thus, having Mu Xingqi organize the gathering was undoubtedly the wisest choice. He sent the location and room number to everyone involved. Liu Xiangyao and Lu Xiangfan were among the earliest arrivals. Liu Xiangyao, ever conscious of her status, ensured that she excelled in all her endeavors. Striving to avoid any missteps, she kept a keen eye on the entrance, having heard that Bo Qingnian would also be attending. She was eager to see if this woman, having faced such turmoil, would appear haggard and disheveled. The prospect of witnessing Bo Qingnian's downfall filled her with delight, for it would elevate her own standing as the most distinguished presence of the evening. As Lu Xiangyao entertained these thoughts, her satisfaction grew, her face wearing a smug expression. Beside her, Lu Xiangfan remained demure, quietly awaiting the arrival of the others. A glance at Lu Xiangyao revealed her thoughts, and it struck her as ironic that once she had been the sole daughter of the Lu family. However, not long after her mother's passing, her father had married Lu Xiangyao's mother, bringing Lu Xiangyao into their lives. To her astonishment, Lu Xiangyao was born merely months before her. And now Lu Zhenghua required her to address Lu Xiangyao as sister and Lu Jiafeng as mother. What a bitter irony for their family. She had transitioned from the position of the eldest daughter to that of the second daughter. Forced to yield to the child of the mistress. If her mother were still alive, she would likely be infuriated to the point of fainting. It then dawned on her that Lu Zhenghua's affection for her and her mother had merely stemmed from their wealth. This line of thought deepened the sorrow in Lu Xiangfan's eyes. You should really refrain from such behavior. It's quite a omen. I truly wonder how your mother raised you, Lu Xiangyao remarked. Her irritation flaring as she knew Lu Xiangfan's sensitivity regarding her mother, as expected. Lu Xiangfan trembled with rage at her words. What gives you the right to speak of my mother? Do you even know your own standing? I may not address you, but that does not mean I fear you, Lu Xiangfan retorted. Lu Xiangyao, startled by Lu Xiangfan's sudden outburst, was momentarily taken aback. However, upon hearing Lu Xiangfan reference her status, she raised her hand and slapped her. At home, Lu Xiangfan had always been the target of her bullying, and today, she dared to speak up against her. Had she lost her mind? Lu Xiangfan covered her face, retreating to the side, tears streaming down her cheeks. At that moment, Bo Qingnian and Niànniàn opened the door and witnessed the scene. Exchanging glances of concern, Bo Qingnian approached Lu Xiangfan. Niànniàn, Lu Xiangfan whimpered, clutching Bo Qingnian's hand. Now, Bo Qingnian could see her face, which was swollen and bruised from the force of the slap. Niànniàn, known for her fiery temper, stepped up to Lu Xiangyao and delivered a sharp slap across her face. Lu Xiangyao stared at Niànniàn in disbelief. How dare you strike me? You are nothing more than an illegitimate child. Do you think that by hitting Xiao Fan, she has no one to back her? I will ensure you learn what it means to uphold honor and decency today. Lu Xiangyao, upon finishing her words, Niànniàn raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to the other side of her face. The crisp sound of the slap resonated throughout the private room. Jin Sihuai and Mu Xingqi, who had timed their arrival, were greeted by this explosive scene as soon as they opened the door. Mu Xingqi observed Niànniàn's actions and sensed something different about her today. She rarely displayed such a temper. In his recollection, she always presented herself as gentle and bashful in his presence. Upon seeing Mu Xingqi standing at the door, Niànniàn was momentarily taken aback. Why had no one informed her of his arrival? How embarrassing. He had witnessed her violent side. What a disaster. Surely, this would obliterate any good impression he had of her. Chapter 16. A farce. Niànniàn immediately exchanged glances with Bo Qingnian, who understood her intent. Thus, the two of them began to harmonize their efforts. While she consoled Lu Xiangfan, she spoke up. I find certain flies to be rather bothersome, hence I asked Niànniàn to help me deal with them, lest they disturb everyone's enjoyment. Indeed, yes, flies are quite annoying. They even frighten little Fan to tears. A particularly ugly and loud fly at that. Upon hearing Niànniàn's words, Mu Xingqi couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Xiangyao was seething with rage, nearly driven to madness. How could Niànniàn refer to herself as a fly? She had been struck 3 times today, and in front of Bo Qingnian and Jin Sihuai. No less. The disheveled state she found herself in was hardly aesthetically pleasing. She turned her gaze towards Jin Sihuai, formulating a scheme in her mind. Jin Sihuai was fond of Bo Qingnian precisely because of her gentleness. Was he not? If she tarnished Bo Qingnian's gentle image, would he not come to loathe her? If she displayed a touch more fragility, perhaps Jin Sihuai's attention would shift towards her. Brother Sihuai, look at my face. It's all Bo Qingnian's fault. She incited Niànniàn to strike me. This woman is truly duplicitous. Do not be deceived by her. Her heart is as cruel as they come. And I am genuinely terrified. As she spoke, she leaned towards Jin Sihuai, but he recoiled, causing Lu Xiangyao to stumble and fall to the ground. Lu Xiangyao stared at him, astonished. Jin Sihuai had actually avoided her. I believe Miss Lu would do well to recognize her own status and refrain from harboring any frivolous thoughts. I am not Niànniàn and am not so merciful. Should there be a next time, I would not hesitate to assist in the change of ownership of the Lu family. On hearing Jin Sihuai's words, Lu Xiangyao felt a chill run down her spine. She had claimed that Bo Qingnian's actions towards her were merciful. Was Bo Qingnian truly that benevolent? She dared not question the veracity of Jin Sihuai's words regarding the potential change of ownership of the Lu family, given the Mu and Sheng families served as pertinent examples. She understood she ought to remain low-key, yet in the presence of this group, she found it increasingly difficult to restrain herself. She did not wish for Lu Xiangfan to overshadow her. It was her rightful place as the eldest daughter of the Lu family, yet this group continued to shield Lu Xiangfan. Furthermore, Niànniàn is not someone you can slander. so mind your words." As Jin Sihuai uttered this final statement, Bo Qingnian and Tang Yunxing slowly entered the private room. They glanced around and quickly grasped the situation. Bo Qingnian, noticing the swelling on Lu Xiangfan's face, fixed her gaze intently on Lu Xiangyao. "You did this?" Bo Qingnian pointed at Lu Xiangfan's face and inquired. Lu Xiangyao clenched her teeth, unwilling to respond. Seeing Lu Xiangyao's silence, Bo Qingnian noticed the slap marks on her face and instantly understood. Her sister had evidently chastised this audacious woman, apologized to Xiao Fan. Bo Qingnian observed Bo Qingnian and Lu Xiangfan. Sensing she had stumbled upon a significant matter, it was rare for Bo Qingnian to lose her temper. But today, she was evidently incensed. Out of consideration for her brother, she would ensure Lu Xiangfan was protected. Moreover, Lu Xiangyao was indeed a vexatious individual. Tang Yunxing, upon encountering Bo Qingnian again, maintained a composed demeanor, revealing no unusual emotion. He regarded the fallen Lu Xiangyao and recognized that this woman was once again courting disaster. He had no intention of intervening, nor would he. Since Bo Qingnian deemed her behavior inappropriate, what harm could there be in allowing her to vent her frustrations? This woman was no pushover. It was time she learned her lesson. Otherwise, she might believe she could continue to act with impunity in the capital. In a fleeting moment, Lu Xiangyao felt a pang of anxiety. These individuals were all rallying around Lu Xiangfan, with not a single person to support her. Yet, she was determined not to appear weak. She was the rightful eldest daughter of the Lu family. Why should I apologize? What is Lu Xiangfan to me? You all conspire to bully just one person. As the saying goes, those who court death shall meet their demise. Lu Xiangyao's words evidently provoked the ire of the assembly. Bo Qingnian had initially intended to merely observe the spectacle. Yet Lu Xiangyao's foolishness was painfully apparent. I shall tell you, Lu Xiangfan is of no consequence. Upon hearing Bo Qingnian's words, Lu Xiangyao nearly lost her composure, ready to curse her. Lu Xiangfan is recognized as the eldest daughter of the Lu family, the future head of the Lu family. And who are you? A mere interloper, usurping another's identity. Do you genuinely believe you are the eldest daughter of the Lu family? Inviting you to dine with us was merely out of respect for Xiao Fan, not because of any merit of your own. Lu Xiangyao glared fiercely at Bo Qingnian, rising to her feet with a contorted expression. Bo Qingnian had anticipated how she would retort. However, Lu Xiangyao unexpectedly conceded, saying, "Fine, I apologize. I'm sorry. Xiao Fan. It was my sister's fault." She spoke out of turn. "Please do not hold it against me." "Will you forgive your sister?" Bo Qingnian raised an eyebrow, surprised by her words. She had expected Lu Xiangyao to persist in demanding a resolution, but instead, she had capitulated so swiftly. Qian and Lu Xiangfan regarded her in astonishment. The abrupt shift in attitude was bewildering. Forcing Lu Xiangyao to apologize was akin to taking half her life. Lu Xiangyao had reached this position through undeniable cunning. She knew precisely when to retreat. Today's circumstances were clearly unfavorable for her. Should she continue to cause a ruckus, it was likely that several prominent families in the capital would turn against her. This was not the outcome she desired. As for Lu Xiangfan, today had cost her face. There would be ample time to deal with her later, and no one would ever know how she tormented Lu Xiangfan at home. She would suffer, and so would Lu Xiangfan. "Shall we prepare for the meal?" Lu Xiangyao spoke up again, but this time, no one paid her any mind, and everyone gradually took their seats. Lu Xiangfan also composed herself, wiping away her tears. Seeing everyone rallying around her warmed her heart. It was a comfort she had not felt in a long time. Xing summoned the staff to serve the dishes, and the atmosphere of the gathering was surprisingly harmonious. Only Lu Xiangyu sat like a stranger, watching the others engage in laughter and conversation, feeling utterly awkward. "Xiao Fan, be sure to eat plenty." Bo Qingnian continuously served food to Lu Xiangfan, well aware of the difficulty she faced within the Lu family. Her father was indifferent, her stepmother was perpetually bullying her, and with Lu Xiangyao around, how could she possibly fare well? "Thank you, Sister Qingnian. You should eat as well. Xiao Fan, if anyone bullies you, just let us know. After all, we have grown up together and will not allow you to be mistreated." Mu Xingqi echoed his support. "Yes, Xiao Fan, Qianjie will take care of you. Do not fear." After Qian spoke, she felt her words might have been somewhat out of place. Mu Xingqi stifled a laugh. Noting how different Qian was today compared to her usual self, Lu Xiangfan was moved to tears, realizing how overly timid she had been in the past. She had so many caring individuals around her, yet she had failed to keep in touch with them. Resolute, She vowed to engage more with them moving forward. Liu Xiangyao observed their camaraderie, feeling rage that she could only swallow down. Clearly, they were subtly mocking her. One day, she would ensure this group recognized that she, Liu Xiangyao, was the best among them. Chapter 17. Resignation. After the meal concluded, everyone dispersed, returning to their respective homes. Liu Xiangyao and Liu Xiangfan shared the same vehicle, with Liu Xiangyao glaring fiercely at Liu Xiangfan, who feigned ignorance of her gaze. Upon arriving home, the Liu household remained brightly lit. As they entered the hall, Liu Xiangyao spotted her father seated on the sofa, engrossed in the news. An idea suddenly sparked in her mind. "Dad, you must stand up for me." Liu Xiangyao wept as if a flower drenched in rain, her tears flowing freely and evoking sympathy. Liu Zhenghua, hearing his beloved daughter gasp for breath in her tears, felt a pang of distress and immediately inquired about what had transpired. Liu Xiangyao cast a glance towards Liu Xiangfan before speaking. "It's all her fault, Liu Xiangfan. She has made me lose all face, watching me get struck and humiliated without lifting a finger. Dad, Yao Yao is heartbroken. I know my status is beneath her. I cannot compete with my sister." Liu Xiangyao recounted Liu Xiangfan's recent actions, embellishing her narrative. However, when this information reached Liu Zhenghua's ears, it was entirely misconstrued. Liu Xiangfan had anticipated this tactic. Standing in the hall to observe how her father would respond, eager to see if he would ever take her side. "Yao Yao, you claim you were struck. By whom were you insulted?" Liu Zhenghua, filled with rage, slammed his hand on the table. Liu Xiangfan gazed at her father's concern for Liu Xiangyao, and the scene pierced her heart deeply. Such care and affection were rightfully hers, and hers alone. Jiang Feng heard the commotion and hurriedly rushed downstairs. Upon her arrival, she was met with the sight of her daughter sobbing inconsolably on the sofa and her husband wearing a furious expression. She immediately approached to inquire about the situation. "Oh dear, my Yao Yao, what has happened? Why is your face so swollen and red?" Liu Xiangyao shot a glance at her mother before continuing. "Dad, it was the daughter of the Yin family. Along with her sister, they struck me as well. They conspired to bully me. I merely mentioned her mother by accident, and she accused me of having no right to speak of her mother. She even said, observing Liu Xiangyao's hesitance and her furtive glances towards Liu Xiangfan, Liu Zhenghua concluded that she was fearful of Liu Xiangfan. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and delivered a stinging slap to Liu Xiangfan. Channeling all his strength into the ACT. Liu Xiangfan, so you have grown bold, daring to strike your own sister? Liu Xiangfan lost her balance and fell to the ground, her eyes brimming with resentment. Despite having said nothing and done nothing, her father condemned her based solely on Liu Xiangyao's words. The last flicker of hope within her was extinguished. What else did she say? Liu Zhenghua did not even glance at Liu Xiangfan, as her presence reminded him too much of the woman who had long since passed. Their features bore an uncanny resemblance. She accused me and my mother of usurping her and her mother's place, saying, "Dad, you are inhumane. Your actions are devoid of humanity." After Liu Xiangyao uttered this, she cast a triumphant glance at Liu Xiangfan, as if to declare that no matter what Liu Xiangyao said, their father would always choose to believe her. "Dad, I know I am an illegitimate daughter, and whatever happens is my fault. Please do not blame my sister. She only struck me out of momentary anger." Liu Xiangyao continued to stoke the flames, completely disregarding Liu Xiangfan's feelings. "So you thought you were so impressive just now, with so many people backing you. Liu Xiangfan, you will always be my supporting character. Do not think you can surpass me." This rebellious daughter dared to act in such a manner. Liu Zhenghua, still unsatisfied, demanded that a servant fetch his whip to punish Liu Xiangfan. Jiang Feng, sensing the tension, quickly stepped in to play the peacemaker. "Darling, do not let this upset you. It is trivial for me and Yao Yao to be spoken of. Little Fan is still young. Do not hold her accountable." Hearing Jiang Feng's understanding words, Liu Zhenghua's guilt towards her and Liu Xiangyao intensified, and his gaze towards Liu Xiangfan grew even more furious. Liu Xiangfan, however, refused to back down. She stood up and fixed her gaze on the three of them. "Sometimes I wonder if you were ever truly the father who cherished me. You believe such a clumsy lie from Liu Xiangyao? After all these years, do you truly know nothing of my character?" Liu Zhenghua was momentarily taken aback by her words. He had once been deeply affectionate towards this daughter, for Liu Xiangfan was his flesh and blood. However, since bringing Jiang Feng and Liu Xiangyao back to the Liu household, she had frequently stirred up trouble, and her attitude towards him had become increasingly disrespectful. Gradually, his fondness for her had waned. Liu Xiangyao, on the other hand, was different, always charming him with her sweetness. All I know is that striking your own sister is wrong. You must apologize to Yao Yao at once. Lu Zhenghua would not admit to any faults on his part. Lu Xiangfan's gaze towards him grew increasingly frigid. His actions had completely shattered her heart, and she would no longer endure in silence. Since you say so, I shall not bother to spare you any face. It is impossible for me to apologize to Lu Xiangyao. You better prepare yourself. I shall no longer yield to you. I hope you can play this game a bit longer. With that, Lu Xiangfan ceased to waste any more time with them, wiped her tears, and wearily ascended the stairs to her room. Lu Xiangfan, you have truly turned against us, Lu Zhenghua yelled in fury, while Jiang Feng comforted him patiently, secretly reveling in her triumph. The daughter of Lu Qiushui could never outmaneuver the daughter of Jiang Feng. Alone in her room, Lu Xiangfan wept quietly. She vowed to herself that this would be the last time she cried for the Lu family. From now on, she would gradually reclaim what belonged to her. As Lu Xiangyao passed by her room, she heard the muffled sounds of Lu Xiangfan's sobs, which instantly lifted her spirits. Indeed, Lu Xiangfan could not compete with her. The Lu family remained hers. As for the words Lu Xiangfan had spoken, she had long forgotten them. She did not believe that Lu Xiangfan possessed any real capability to stir up a storm. For many years, Lu Xiangfan had been under her thumb, and she had grown accustomed to it. Thus, she provocatively called out from outside the door, "Some people can only cry when they cannot win an argument. How pathetic." Hearing Lu Xiangyao's taunt, Lu Xiangfan dried her tears and clenched her phone tightly. The screen still displaying that the message had been sent. Starting tomorrow, she would begin to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Whether it be the Lu Corporation or the Lu family, they all belonged to Lu Xiangfan. As for the trio outside, she paid them no mind. Lu Xiangyao, I hope you do not surrender so easily. Chapter 18. Seeking Assistance. 1. In the morning, sunlight streamed onto Bo Qingnian's bed. She raised her hand to shield her eyes from the glare before sitting up, stretching lazily as she glanced at her phone, concluding that she still had time to prepare. Thus, she slowly rose, for she had matters to attend to today. After refreshing herself, Bo Qingnian donned a Klein blue dress. Instructing the maid to curl her hair, satisfied with her reflection in the mirror, she descended the stairs. Her parents and younger brother were already seated at the dining table, awaiting her arrival. Our Niànniàn looks so lovely today. Bai Wuxuang admired her daughter with a smile. Bai Qinghan, upon seeing his sister's attire, immediately inquired, "Sis, where are you headed?" Initially reluctant to share, Bai Qingnian reconsidered. Her brother rarely showed interest in girls. This was an opportunity for her to assist him. "Xiaofan invited me out. You should give me a ride. You should have time, right?" Bai Qinghan readily agreed. Bai Qingnian noticed the fleeting glimmer of excitement in her brother's eyes. However, Bai Wuxuang, upon hearing Lu Xiangfan's name, displayed an uncharacteristic unease. "Why did Xiaofan suddenly invite you? What is it about?" Bai Qingnian regarded her mother with suspicion, recognizing that she was not the gossipy type. Why was she suddenly so interested in Xiaofan's affairs? Yet, she dismissed her doubts and replied, "I'm not sure. Xiaofan said she needed our help. I just want to see." Bai Wuxuang composed herself, then stated, "We will assist her as best we can." "That child is indeed pitiable." Bai Qingnian nodded in agreement. After breakfast, the two drove away from the Bai residence toward their destination. Bai Qingnian arrived early at the CAF where she was to meet Lu Xiangfan, only to find that Lu Xiangfan was already there. "Sister Qingnian." Lu Xiangfan waved. Just then, Bai Qinghan entered the CAF. Ahan. Bai Qingnian, concerned that Lu Xiangfan might mind, clarified that he came merely to give her a ride. Lu Xiangfan understood and did not comment further. Moreover, this matter would require Bai Qinghan's assistance. Bai Qinghan immediately noticed the increased swelling on Lu Xiangfan's face, which even makeup could not conceal. That a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. It was evident that she had not fared well upon returning to the Lu household last night. That woman, Lu Xiangyao, remained as relentless as ever. Lu Xiangfan noticed the look in Bai Qinghan's eyes and instinctively covered her face. Bai Qingnian, sensing the discomfort, sought to lighten the mood. "Xiaofan, I received your message yesterday. There's something you need help with." "Indeed, there is something I need your assistance with, but let us order drinks first." The waiter was nearby and quickly presented them with the menu. Bai Qingnian promptly ordered 2 cups of black coffee. Receiving Bai Qingnian's encouraging glance, Lu Xiangfan recounted the events that transpired after she returned home last night. Her expression growing increasingly dim as she spoke. Bai Qinghan's anger mounted as he listened. He had known that Xiaofan was struggling in the Lu household, but he had not anticipated Lu Xiangyao would dare to twist the truth so brazenly. He would remember this incident. I am tired of this situation. I want to reclaim what belongs to me, the things my mother left for me. Liu Xiangfan's gaze was resolute as she looked at Bo Qingnian and Bo Qingnian. Before Bo Qingnian could respond, Bo Qingnian eagerly assured her, Xiao Fan, wherever you need me, I will support you. I will help you reclaim what is rightfully yours. A wave of gratitude surged through Liu Xiangfan. Thank you. Bo Qingnian observed the scene before her, suddenly feeling somewhat superfluous. Was her presence here truly warranted? Nevertheless, she did not lose sight of the matter at hand. Xiao Fan, it is commendable that you harbor such thoughts. But there are several points I must clarify. Liu Xiangfan gestured for her to continue. We can assist you, but the execution lies with you. If you wish to reclaim the Liu Corporation and the Liu family, it will inevitably involve your father. Are you certain you can steal your heart? Liu Xiangfan bit her lip. Bo Qingnian too was eager to hear her response. Her sister was not mistaken. The business world is a realm where compassion cannot prevail, and excessive sentimentality would only lead to devastating losses. Xiao Fan's current situation was akin to having nothing at all, and if she continued to cling to her familial bonds with her father, success would remain elusive. Liu Xiangfan's eyes grew increasingly cold. Prior to last night, such concerns had indeed plagued her, but following the events of that evening, her heart had grown utterly disillusioned with both her father and the Liu family, leaving her resolute and unyielding. I am certain I will not show mercy. Bo Qingnian nodded in appreciation. Reclaiming the Liu Corporation and the Liu family is no simple endeavor. We must unravel it piece by piece. Who do you believe poses the greatest risk within the entire Liu family? Liu Xiangfan replied softly, Liu Xiangyao. She was not foolish. On the contrary, she was far more astute and cunning than Liu Xiangyao. However, she held herself above descending to the depths of someone as scheming yet oblivious as Liu Xiangyao. Having lived alongside Liu Xiangyao for so many years, she understood her character all too well. Greed and jealousy were her fatal weaknesses. Once she identified a breakthrough and crafted a trap for Liu Xiangyao, she would undoubtedly leap into it without hesitation. Bo Qingnian regarded Liu Xiangfan with increasing admiration. She was indeed a clever girl. In a noble family, the ability to read between the lines is paramount, and one must be acquainted with every individual around them. Otherwise, one may unwittingly fall into the traps laid by others. Then tell me, from whom should we begin? Liu Xiangfan's eyes lit up. Liu Xiangyao. Indeed, she was intelligent, yet there was an underlying naivety. She had not yet experienced the cutthroat nature of business warfare. Thus, she lacked experience, which was precisely why she sought Bo Qingnian's assistance. She had not forgotten Bo Qingnian's reputation as the smiling fox, and now with Bo Qingnian, a formidable figure in the business realm, they were far more capable than she could ever be. Bo Qingnian looked at Liu Xiangfan with a hint of sympathy. At an age meant for carefree enjoyment, she was burdened with such worries. The members of the Liu family were indeed incorrigible. Now that we have established a target, action must be taken. To reclaim the Liu Corporation, you must first become part of it and ensure that its members heed your commands. Bo Qingnian's words were succinct, yet Liu Xiangfan grasped their meaning. Qingnian Jiejia implied that she needed to find a reason to enter the Liu Corporation and cultivate a faction of her own. Indeed, but you have overlooked the most crucial point. Think again, Bo Qingnian urged, allowing her time to ponder. In Liu Xiangfan's mind, a spark of realization flickered, but it was fleeting and elusive, leaving her with a sense of frustration. She inquired of Bo Qingnian, who understood her struggle to process the multitude of information, and thus found no fault in her confusion. Do you believe that if you expressed your desire to join the Liu Corporation, your father and Liu Xiangyao would acquiesce? Would Liu Xiangyao so readily allow you to contend for power? Liu Xiangfan recognized the validity of Bo Qingnian's words. She had indeed overlooked this aspect of the situation. Finally, everything began to coalesce in her mind. Surely, Liu Xiangyao despises me and would never permit my entry into the Liu Corporation, nor would my father agree. He would perceive my intentions as ulterior. Therefore, I must possess an irrefutable reason for them to accept me, thereby allowing my entrance into the Liu Corporation without reservation. Furthermore, it is imperative that my position be superior to Liu Xiangyao's. Is it not, Qingnian Jiejia? At this moment, Bo Qingnian regarded Liu Xiangfan with newfound respect. In such a short span, she had managed to comprehend everything. The future appeared promising. She was more than willing to assist Liu Xiangfan in her growth. For it was evident that Liu Xiangfan harbored feelings for her younger brother, yet as a young woman, she felt it necessary to mask her affections. Given this, why not lend a hand and facilitate this fortuitous outcome? She admired Liu Xiangfan for knowing what she wanted and being willing to strive for it. Xiao Fan, You are a clever girl. The Bo family can provide support from the shadows, but you must learn many things on your own. Only then will you possess the qualifications and strength to reclaim the Lu Corporation. Now that you have come to this understanding, you must act swiftly. Should any questions arise, feel free to ask me. Since you call me sister, I shall treat you as my own sister. I will set a deadline for you. Ensure that you execute each task with precision. That I believe that one day, the head of the Lu family will be none other than you. Lu Xiangfan. Lu Xiangfan was profoundly moved by Bo Qingnian's words. She had never imagined receiving such substantial support. If she were to succeed, she vowed never to forget Qingnian Jiejie. Remember this: slow is steady, and retreat is advance. Your shortcomings are numerous and must be addressed gradually. The first step is to immerse yourself in literature, mastering the most renowned texts on management and marketing available. Today is Friday, August 6th, so your deadline will be next Friday. I hope to hear good news from you by then. I will not afford you excessive time. I trust you require no more than this. Bo Qingnian remained silent, yet his attentiveness was evident. With a simple word from Lu Xiangfan, he would readily offer his assistance. I can do this, Qingnian Jiejie. Thank you. Lu Xiangfan's confidence surged, and with Bo Qingnian's guidance, everything now had a clearer direction. Bo Qingnian observed her demeanor, her understanding already in place. Now, return and prepare accordingly. She took a sip of her coffee. Lu Xiangfan nodded and bid them farewell. Upon her return to the Lu residence, she discovered Lu Xiangyao and Zhang Feng engaged in laughter. However, upon spotting Lu Xiangfan, their smiles abruptly froze. I thought who it was, but it's you. Where have you been running off to so early in the morning? Zhang Feng did not conceal her disdain for Lu Xiangfan. The mere sight of her reminded her of the humiliation she had suffered at the hands of Lu Qiushui, that woman whom she would never forget. Mother, why are you quarreling with her? She's merely an orphaned wild child. She isn't worth it. Hearing Lu Xiangyao's words, Lu Xiangfan seized a nearby vase and hurled it at her. Lu Xiangyao let out a shriek, collapsing to the floor as the vase struck her forehead, drawing a trickle of blood. Lu Xiangfan merely regarded her coldly, relishing the moment, compared to the transgressions committed by the two of them. Throwing a vase was a minor act. Both Zhang Feng and Lu Xiangyao were left stunned. They had never anticipated such an outburst from Lu Xiangfan. The household staff looked on in shock, yet secretly wished to applaud. The second young lady had long been bullied by this mother-daughter duo, and it was high time she retaliated. However, they dared not voice their thoughts, for family matters were not to be meddled with. At most, they could only pity the second young lady in their hearts. The eldest young lady was far too domineering, always seeking to usurp everything, even bringing up the matriarch. The second young lady has finally reached her breaking point. Lu Xiangfan, what madness has overtaken you? If I am left disfigured, you will bear the consequences. Zhang Feng immediately inspected her daughter's wound. A young girl's face was of utmost importance, and scars must be avoided at all costs. You little wretch, how dare you act so brazenly? You lot, what are you staring at? Hurry and fetch the medicine box. Only upon hearing Zhang Feng's command did the servants hurriedly rush to retrieve the first aid kit. Quickly call Dr. Zhang to tend to Yao's injury. Understood, madam. Zhang Feng spoke as she grasped a piece of gauze, intending to staunch Lu Xiangyao's bleeding. At that moment, Lu Xiangyao appeared utterly disheveled. Lu Xiangfan stepped forward, looking down at her with disdain. I warn you once more, should you dare to insult my mother again, I will ensure you regret it. As Lu Xiangyao beheld the unfamiliar ferocity radiating from Lu Xiangfan, a flicker of fear ignited within her. This woman had changed. How dare you speak to me like that? You actually dare. Lu Xiangyao continued to shout and holler. Zhang Feng, witnessing Lu Xiangfan's threat towards her daughter, was infuriated. She raised her hand and slapped her. Lu Xiangfan touched her face. She had endured enough slaps in recent days. Lu Xiangyao was no longer worthy of her concern, and Zhang Feng was no different. She removed her high heels, brand new and heavy, and brought them down forcefully upon Zhang Feng's wrist. Zhang Feng was caught off guard, letting out a pained scream. Lu Xiangfan, you. Before she could fully grasp the situation, Lu Xiangfan struck her other hand with the heel as well. The hall echoed with Zhang Feng's cries and wails, leaving Lu Xiangyao completely stunned. What had she just witnessed? She disregarded Lu Xiangfan and hurried to assist her mother. Zhang Feng, who looked at Lu Xiangfan with terror, her eyes brimming with scorn and chilling disdain, that gaze mirrored that of her deceased mother. The servants, upon hearing the madam's voice, understood the extent of the second young lady's exertion. They wished fervently that she would strike a few more blows. Zhang Feng, and Lu Xiangyao treated them as if they were invisible, and the servants had long been displeased with the duo's demeanor. Today, the second young lady was exceptionally domineering. Avenging their grievances, Liu Xiangfan ceased to pay attention to these two oblivious individuals, perhaps having forgotten that this residence belonged to her. Yet, she had no intention of letting them leave. She had already declared that this game would not conclude so swiftly. She knew that a fierce battle loomed on the horizon. Chapter 20. Miss Bo arrives after Bo Qingnian settled matters concerning Lu Xiangfan. She received a call from Niànniàn the following day. This young lady was once again ensnared by matters of the heart. Niànniàn, I made a fool of myself in front of Mu Xingqi last time. He must have found me even more unappealing after witnessing my fierce demeanor. And Qian's plaintive voice echoed through the phone. Qian, have you forgotten what I told you last time? The person on the other end paused for a second, realizing she was overly concerned. However, Mu Xingqi's opinion held great significance for her. After all, she had yet to convey her feelings to him. Should anything go awry now, it would surely reduce her to tears. And Qian lamented into the phone. If you truly wish to know what he thinks, I could inquire on your behalf. Bo Qingnian could hardly tolerate Qian's lack of ambition, yet she could not bear to see her best friend's unrequited love stagnate. Having been the closest of friends since childhood, Bo Qingnian felt it was her duty to assist her. Upon hearing Bo Qingnian's words, Qian nearly applauded. She had indeed been contemplating just that. Niànniàn, I knew you would come through for me. Are you going to approach Mu Xingqi directly? However, that seemed rather abrupt. Given that you and Mu Xingqi have had little interaction, Bo Qingnian had no intention of approaching Mu Xingqi directly, as she was mindful of Qian's earlier concerns. Thus, she planned to seek out Mu Xingqi's best friend, Jin Sihuai, with whom she had maintained a rapport. You needn't worry about that. Focus on your work and don't overthink things. Qian concurred, finding her reasoning sound, and after exchanging a few heartwarming words, she hung up the phone. Bo Qingnian looked at the disconnected call with a hint of helplessness. How could one be so infatuated with romance and so dismissive of friendship? Today, Bo Qingnian happened to have some free time, so she wasted no time and directly sought out Jin Sihuai. She gazed at the Jin Corporation building. She could not articulate the feelings stirring within her. In this precious land of the capital, the scale of Jin Corporation was beyond her imagination. Under Jin Sihuai's leadership over the past few years, the company had flourished, confirming his exceptional capabilities. Unbeknownst to her, she had been extolling Jin Sihuai's virtues. Despite having never contacted him proactively, her sudden appearance at Jin Corporation seemed somewhat peculiar. However, having arrived at the foot of the building, retreat was not an option. The term giving up halfway did not exist in Bo Qingnian's lexicon. Today, she wore a white blouse paired with a navy blue umbrella skirt, exuding an air of intellect and elegance. Her hair was simply styled with a hairpin. Embodying grace and simplicity, she entered the lobby. The front desk secretary was momentarily taken aback. Having rarely appeared in the capital over the last few years, most were familiar only with her name, not her visage, and thus the secretary was unaware that the stunning woman before her was the eldest daughter of the Bo family. It was evident that Bo Qingnian's presence was anything but ordinary. In such a vast enterprise, the ability to recognize talent was paramount. Thus, she respectfully inquired, "Hello, how may I assist you?" Bo Qingnian offered a slight smile. "I am looking for Jin Sihuai. Please inform him that Bo Qingnian is here." The secretary paused for a moment to comprehend, her eyes widening in realization that she had not misheard Bo miss. "I will inform Mr. Jin." The secretary promptly dialed the internal line, addressing the person on the other end with utmost respect. "Yes, Mr. Jin." After hanging up, she turned to Bo Qingnian. "Miss Bo, could you please take a seat over there?" Mr. Jin said he would be down shortly. Bo Qingnian was momentarily taken aback, but complied, taking a seat nearby. Shortly, she had not anticipated that Jin Sihuai would come down to meet her. She could have simply taken the elevator upstairs. A flicker of unusual emotion coursed through her, yet she concealed it well. When Jin Sihuai arrived in the lobby, he spotted Bo Qingnian, who was gazing out at the scenery, completely oblivious to his approach. The onlookers in the lobby paused, intrigued to witness the president personally descending to greet a young woman. Their curiosity piqued. Some astute individuals hastened to the front desk to gather information. Upon learning that the enchanting girl before them was the object of their president's affection, they deemed the pair remarkably well-suited. A man of such stature was indeed deserving of a beauty as kind-hearted and lovely as Bo Qingnian. "Niànniàn, why didn't you call me first?" Bo Qingnian turned at the sound of his voice, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. How could she explain that she did not have Jin Sihua's number? Jin Sihua, too, recognized the awkwardness of the situation and swiftly sidestepped the topic. I happened to be passing by and thought I would ask you about something. Bo Qingnian rose. Would you prefer to discuss this in my office or at a nearby CAF? Jin Sihua regarded her, finding her somewhat endearing. You probably didn't just happen to pass by. You must have a reason for coming all this way. Whatever brought her to seek him out was likely significant. Let's talk in your office. Thus, the two proceeded to the exclusive elevator. Jin Sihua input the code, and Bo Qingnian caught a glimpse of it. Finding it vaguely familiar, though she could not place it at that moment, the employees watching their retreating figures deemed them an ideal match. Word had already spread through internal channels about the presence of the Bo family's eldest daughter. And the entire Jin Corporation was eager to witness the woman who could draw their president's personal attention. The secretary's office staff watched in astonishment as their president escorted the Bo family's eldest daughter upstairs. Feelings of surprise mingling with delight. They had never seen him interact so closely with another woman, leading them to question if he might. Now, seeing Bo Qingnian, their joy was palpable. Countless women admired Jin Sihua. Yet he had only ever cherished Bo Qingnian in a corner. One secretary did not share in the collective happiness. Her expression was clouded, her gaze fixed on Bo Qingnian. Sensing the uncomfortable scrutiny, Bo Qingnian turned briefly. But seeing no unusual expressions among the others, she chose to disregard it and followed Jin Sihuai into his office. The secretary had already prepared 2 cups of coffee, placing them on the table before stepping out. Bo Qingnian surveyed Jin Sihuai's office, which was simply yet elegantly furnished, devoid of unnecessary embellishments, perfectly aligning with his style. What is it you wish to discuss? Bo Qingnian looked at Jin Sihua, suddenly at a loss for words. Inquiring about another man in his presence felt increasingly strange. Chapter 21. An awkward encounter. After deliberating for a moment, Bo Qingnian finally spoke. That I would like to ask about Mu Xingqi. This inquiry sparked a flicker of confusion in Jin Sihua. She had come all the way to Jin Corporation just to inquire about Mu Xingqi. Their interactions seemed minimal. Jin Sihua pondered, unable to fathom her motives for posing such a question. Yet, he could not refuse to respond. As it was her inquiry, Jin Sihua found himself in a predicament. Feeling cornered, he had never faced such a heavy emotional burden in the business world. The woman he admired was asking him about another man, one who happened to be his close friend. Niànniàn, why the sudden interest in Mu Xingqi? I recall that you two don't share much of a connection. Jin Sihua voiced his confusion. Bo Qingnian considered whether to reveal her true purpose for asking. In reality, she was inquiring on behalf of Niànniàn. She glanced at Jin Sihua, believing he was not one to gossip, and thought that his insight might provide Niànniàn with a better chance. After all, Jin Sihua knew Mu Xingqi far better than she did. While she could gather information about Mu Xingqi through her own means, she felt that asking Jin Sihua would yield faster and more direct results. Moreover, she was confident that he would not withhold information from her. Actually, I'm asking on behalf of Niànniàn. Upon hearing her words, Jin Sihua thought deeply, and it dawned on him. It appeared that Mu Xingqi might have romantic interests. Mu Xingqi, known for his carefree demeanor, ought to find a girl to keep him in check. Yet, upon reflection, it dawned on me that it was not Bo Qingnian who inquired, instantly lifting my spirits. After casting a glance at Jin Sihua's expression, Bo Qingnian continued, as her good friend, I wish to gain a deeper understanding of Mu Xingqi. Since you are his closest companion, I believe you are the most direct source of information. However, I hope that our conversation today remains confidential between us. Jin Sihua nodded in agreement, indicating no objection. He was not one to indulge in gossip and would not entertain such inquiries from others. Had anyone else posed these questions, he would have dismissed them outright. Only Bo Qingnian held the privilege to ask. What I can tell you is that if Mu Xingqi falls for a girl, he is undoubtedly very devoted. He possesses no bad habits, and as you can observe, the Mu family's progress is evident. Overall, he is a commendable choice. In a succinct statement, he conveyed the answer Bo Qingnian sought. Summarizing that Mu Xingqi was indeed a fine match for Niànniàn. The advantage of conversing with an astute individual is the ability to swiftly arrive at the crux of the matter. Reassured by Jin Sihua's endorsement, Bo Qingnian felt a wave of relief. As she contemplated bidding him farewell, having exhausted her inquiries, there seemed little reason to linger. It's about time. I shall take my leave. However, as Bo Qingnian stood, she inadvertently stumbled on the corner of the table, teetering dangerously. Jin Sihua, quick to react, swiftly caught her, preventing her fall. Niànniàn, watch out, he exclaimed, A hint of panic in his voice, Bo Qingnian's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink. While Jin Sihuai felt a sudden warmth in his chest, their proximity raising the temperature in the office. Jin Sihuai, I'm here for a meal. You must treat me today. Mu Xingqi burst into Jin Sihuai's office. Witnessing their intimate posture, suddenly, the meaning behind the secretive glances exchanged by the secretaries outside became clear. What a lively scene. Just the two of you. What brings Qingnian here today? Mu Xingqi attempted to lighten the awkward atmosphere. Yet he noted Jin Sihuai's darkening expression and troubled gaze that a chill ran through him. He had merely come to invite Jin Sihuai to lunch, yet he feared he might have inadvertently interrupted something significant between them. Observing Jin Sihuai's icy demeanor and Bo Qingnian's embarrassed countenance, Mu Xingqi's suspicions solidified. Had he unwittingly sabotaged his brother's romantic endeavor? The very thought was a torment. Bo Qingnian, sensing the tension, struggled slightly, prompting Jin Sihuai to release her. As he gazed at the sudden emptiness in his embrace, Jin Sihuai's expression grew colder still. Initially, Bo Qingnian's inquiry into Mu Xingqi had irked him, despite being for Qian's benefit, stirring feelings of jealousy within. Now, Mu Xingqi's intrusion further cemented his belief that he was inconsiderate. Bo Qingnian merely felt a bit awkward upon the unexpected arrival of the subject of her inquiry. She did not mind the previous intimacy with Jin Sihuai. Uncertain whether Mu Xingqi had overheard their conversation, especially given its implications for Qian's happiness, she decided to tread carefully. Xingqi, you've arrived. How long have you been here? Mu Xingqi, increasingly aware of his perceived intrusion, responded, I just got here, merely arrived. A sudden thought struck him about unfinished business at the company. I must take my leave now. Please, continue your discussion. After a few hurried words, he promptly exited, closing the door behind him. Bo Qingnian was left astonished by his abrupt departure, realizing only then that Mu Xingqi had misunderstood her previous interaction with Jin Sihuai. Now, she found herself in an even more convoluted situation. Jin Sihuai observed every nuance of her expression, finding her embarrassment endearing. It had been ages since he had seen Bo Qingnian display such emotions, a clear indication that she was gradually regaining her essence. Slowly emerging from the shadows of her past, she was healing, becoming happier, which pleased Jin Sihuai greatly. Just as Bo Qingnian prepared to speak about her departure, Jin Sihuai preempted her. Why not join me for lunch? I recall you used to adore the sweet and sour ribs and pineapple sweet and sour pork at Shoujing Pavilion. Jin Sihuai's gaze held a glimmer of hope, and Bo Qingnian, unable to bear the thought of disappointing him, found herself agreeing almost against her will. Jin Sihuai affectionately ruffled her hair, reminiscent of their school days. When Bo Qingnian sought his approval, he would tenderly tousle her hair and assure her, Niànniàn is the best. Those moments had always brought her joy. Now, years later, while her demeanor towards him was no longer as familiar, deep down, she knew Jin Sihuai would always be there for her. Jin Sihuai recognized this sentiment as well. Then let us head to Shoujing Pavilion. Shall we take your car or mine? Bo Qingnian relinquished the decision to Jin Sihuai. Use my car. Let the driver take care of it. You can have your car brought back later. She replied without objection. Soon after, they departed from Jin's company, driving towards Shoujing Pavilion. Bo Qingnian gazed at the familiar establishment, unchanged over the years, and pondered whether the flavors of the dishes remained the same. Upon alighting, Jin Sihuai held her hand as they entered, having reserved a private room to ensure an uninterrupted meal. Bo Qingnian, feeling the warmth of his hand, chose not to pull away, finding an inexplicable sense of comfort in his grip. Unbeknownst to her, a smile crept onto her lips, one she hadn't even realized was forming. The manager of Shoujing Pavilion was already informed of the president of Jin's arrival and awaited them at the entrance. Upon noticing the woman accompanying Jin Sihuai, he understood the importance of not offending her. He signaled to his staff to be on high alert, ensuring no mistakes occurred. Mr. Jin, the private room is prepared. Please follow me. Jin Sihuai and Bo Qingnian proceeded directly to the room, while the hall buzzed with excitement. Who in the capital did not recognize Jin Sihuai? Lu Yongning dined at Shoujing Pavilion as well. And upon spotting the familiar figure, she realized it was indeed Jin Sihuai, accompanied by a girl. This was undoubtedly sensational news. She quickly dialed a number. Sister Yao Yao, I'm at Shoujing Pavilion for dinner. You won't believe who I just SAW. Lu Xiangyao was initially reluctant to take the call but eventually answered. Get to the point. She had little patience for Lu Yongning, her cousin who seemed incapable of anything. I saw the young master of the Jin family. Lu Xiangyao found the remark trivial. What was so extraordinary about Jin Sihuai dining at Shoujing Pavilion? Please don't tell me you called just to inform me of that. Her irritation was palpable. Of course not. He is holding hands with a girl, Lu Yongning exclaimed, though the last part of her comment remained unspoken, as she feared her cousin's jealousy. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangyao stood up abruptly. What did you say? Jin Sihuai is holding a girl's hand, taking her to Shoujing Pavilion for dinner. Who could possibly attract his attention like that? In the entire capital, only Bo Qingnian had ever caught Jin Sihuai's eye. Lu Xiangyao recalled that Bo Qingnian had always adored dining at Shoujing Pavilion. I see, she said, abruptly ending the call. Had their relationship progressed to such intimacy? The realization sent Lu Xiangyao into a furious spiral. That woman, Bo Qingnian, must be eliminated. She needed to devise a plan. Lu Yongning stared at her phone, her expression contorted. Lu Xiangyao, you'd better not let me catch you slipping up. Otherwise, I will definitely retaliate. Outside the private room. The commotion was irrelevant to the two inside, who enjoyed rare tranquility. Bo Qingnian marveled at the dishes on the table, all her favorites, and couldn't help but appreciate Jin Sihuai's thoughtfulness after all these years. He still remembered her preferences. Jin Sihuai, observing her delight, understood that she was genuinely happy. Every detail of her likes and dislikes remained etched in his memory, never forgotten nor overlooked. He served her a piece of sweet and sour pork. And upon tasting it, Bo Qingnian was transported back to the flavors of yesteryear. Delicious, she exclaimed. Niànniàn. Jin Sihuai gazed at her, his eyes brimming with tenderness. How he longed to simply continue looking at her. Bo Qingnian set down her chopsticks, observing him as if he had something to say. Jin Sihuai felt he could wait no longer. He feared repeating past mistakes and dreaded the thought of Bo Qingnian leaving the capital once more. I remember, we often came here to dine in the past. Back then, you smiled more and would frequently indulge in playful whims with me. Bo Qingnian focused intently on his expression, and his sudden reminiscence sent a shiver through her heart. Yet, she refrained from interrupting Jin Sihuai, simply maintaining her gaze on him. Last time, you asked me what my final words were 4 years ago. Do you recall? Bo Qingnian was momentarily taken aback. She was eager to know. At the airport, when Jin Sihuai came to see her off, despite the distance that had grown between them, he had suddenly turned and uttered a phrase. Bo Qingnian had not caught it clearly, only noting a fleeting sadness in his eyes. What was it? I said, it's merely a matter of time. We shall meet again someday. Jin Sihuai looked at her, and their shared meal at that moment served as a testament to his words. Bo Qingnian's spirits dipped suddenly. She realized he had meant this. He had always longed to see her again. I initially thought to wait a little longer, not rushing into anything, but I find that the closer I get to you, the more impossible it becomes to maintain my composure. I know you are not yet prepared to embrace another relationship. However, I will demonstrate through my actions that I am willing to wait for you. Until the day you willingly accept me, until the moment you hold a place for me in your heart. Bo Qingnian was taken aback by his heartfelt declaration. She recognized that over the years, Jin Sihuai had supported her immensely, yet she had never fathomed the depth of his feelings for her. My affection for you is not sudden. From the moment I laid eyes on you at 17, I was captivated. Each passing year has only intensified my feelings for you. I wish for your happiness, even if the man by your side is not me. I cannot bear to see you suffer. Though she felt her heart soften, she could not simply yield to her emotions and hastily promise Jin Sihuai anything. Just as he had articulated, she was indeed not ready to accept a new romance. Jin Sihuai discerned the hesitation and turmoil in her eyes. Thus, I merely hope you grant me a chance, an opportunity to strive for your affection. That I do not expect an immediate answer. You possess the right to choose. Niànniàn. Jin Sihuai did not wish to pressure her, nor did he want to compel her. Bo Qingnian bit her lip, remaining silent. Here was a man of such pride, yet he was humbly pleading for a chance to pursue her. Bo Qingnian found herself unable to muster a reason to decline his request. Because I love you, I tread carefully. Ahua. You have a chance indeed. Bo Qingnian gazed into his eyes, filled with longing, and ultimately acquiesced to his plea. Chapter 23, The Second Step Plan. 1. Upon hearing Bo Qingnian's words, Jin Sihuai's heart soared with joy. After all these years, he had finally received what he had long awaited. Her affirmation was worth more than anything. Bo Qingnian seemed to be swept up in his elation, her heart lightening as well. After they finished their lunch, Jin Sihuai reluctantly escorted Bo Qingnian back to the Bo residence. Throughout the journey, Bo Qingnian reflected on Jin Sihuai's words. Though deeply moved, she also felt anxious. After all, a failed relationship could render one exceedingly cautious. However, she sensed her internal scales tilting in Jin Sihuai's favor. She believed she would certainly sleep soundly that night. Thus, she cast her worries aside. Days swiftly passed, and soon it was time for Bo Qingnian's meeting with Lu Xiangfan. She set off early for the CAF they had previously visited. This time without Bo Qingnian, who had pressing matters to attend to at the company. Lu Xiangfan was once again the early arrival, greeting Bo Qingnian with a gentle smile. You always come so early. Today, the coffee is on me. Bo Qingnian teased, discerning a hint of nervousness in Lu Xiangfan. Wishing to help her relax. Qingnian Jia, your assistance is already a rare gift. How could I allow you to treat me? I've finished the book you recommended. Lu Xiangfan adjusted her posture, striving to appear more earnest. Bo Qingnian nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to pose numerous business-related questions, although Lu Xiangfan's answers were not flawless. They were commendable for a novice. Lu Xiangfan was a bright young woman, and her diligence was evident. Most individuals would take at least 6 months to reach such a level, yet Lu Xiangfan had accomplished it in just 1 week. Showcasing her intelligence, even Bo Qingnian found herself somewhat incredulous. Xiaofan, you've done remarkably well. Don't let up. Continue your studies. At this pace, you're making great progress, receiving Bo Qingnian's praise and encouragement. Lu Xiangfan finally relaxed her tense demeanor. You've made a great start. What do you think our next step should be? Bo Qingnian posed the question to Lu Xiangfan, eager to gauge her thoughts and assess her analytical skills. Lu Xiangfan meticulously considered Bo Qingnian's previous remarks, her fingers tapping nervously on the table. Bo Qingnian noticed her fidgeting but refrained from interrupting. Last time, Qingnian mentioned that to penetrate the Lu Corporation, we must find a reason that both Lu Fu and Lu Xiangyao cannot refute. As the president of Lu Corporation, Lu Fu's primary concern is the company's interests, which are also shared by the shareholders. If the company's interests are at stake, the shareholders will undoubtedly intervene. Lu Xiangfan recalled many capable individuals among her mother's former subordinates, most of whom had since become shareholders. That a spark of inspiration ignited within Lu Xiangfan. Qingnian Jia, should we seek out my mother's former subordinates? Bo Qingnian regarded her with an approving gaze. It was commendable that Lu Xiangfan had arrived at this conclusion, yet it merely scratched the surface of the issue. What purpose would we have in approaching them? Bo Qingnian posed another question, guiding her to elaborate. This time, Lu Xiangfan did not hesitate. I am my mother's daughter. Those uncles and aunts were her most trusted aides. If I aim to join Lu Corporation, they will undoubtedly assist me. They were already dissatisfied with Lu Xiangyao's appointment as general manager. After all, Lu Corporation was founded by my mother. It has nothing to do with Lu Xiangyao. Having grasped this point, Lu Xiangfan felt a surge of confidence. Bo Qingnian understood her perspective and found merit in Lu Xiangfan's reasoning. However, it was uncertain how those individuals would respond after so many years since Madame Lu's passing. Lu Xiangfan remained somewhat naive, although her direction was correct. Executing it would undoubtedly present challenges. Xiaofan, which individuals do you think we should enlist for assistance? What rationale will you use to persuade them? Can you be certain they will genuinely help? And if they were to turn against you at the shareholders' meeting, how would you address that? Bo Qingnian raised a multitude of inquiries, not to undermine Lu Xiangfan but to ensure she contemplated these matters thoroughly. The business world is akin to a battlefield. Success cannot be achieved through mere rhetoric. One must consider numerous factors. Otherwise, their efforts could easily falter. Lu Xiangfan appeared deflated, akin to a punctured balloon, her spirits dimming. Bo Qingnian gently patted her shoulder, attempting to provide solace. Many matters must be resolved through her own contemplation. Only then can she truly grow. Qingnian Jia, you are right. I've been short-sighted and overly presumptuous. Bo Qingnian shook her head and spoke slowly. Identifying problems is the first step. Now focus on what to do next and how to proceed. I promise to assist you, so I will stand by your side to help you navigate the obstacles. Lu Xiangfan's face lit up with a grateful smile. She truly appreciated Qingnian Jia's support and encouragement. Such a person is what it means to be a sister. I'll address your first question. I remember my mother had 4 of her most capable and loyal subordinates. She recalled how, when Lu Fu announced Lu Xiangyao's appointment as general manager during a shareholders' meeting, these individuals had approached her. Yet, thinking back on her past self, she felt utterly inadequate. Miss, in our hearts, you are the true heiress. Can you bear to see the company your mother founded fall into the hands of others? If you were to run for the position, we 4 would certainly support you. Lu Xiangfan, however, disregarded their eager gazes and informed them of her aversion to shopping malls, expressing her intention to refrain from entering the Lu Corporation. At that moment, she was acutely aware that her father, Lu Zhenghua, would never permit her to join the family business, and she had no desire to engage in futile efforts at that time. She was but a young girl yearning for paternal affection. As her father disapproved of her involvement in Lu Corporation, she had never broached the subject, failing to realize how foolish such a stance truly was. Reflecting on the restrained expressions of the four individuals from years past, Lu Xiangfan felt a profound sense of disappointment in herself. Bo Qingnian observed her demeanor and could surmise that she was recalling some unhappy memories. Chapter 24. The Second Step Plan 2. Since you assert that these four individuals are trustworthy, I shall place my faith in you. The candidates have been determined. What is our next step? Lu Xiangfan adjusted her restless emotions and continued, I will approach them to devise a plan. Bo Qingnian sensed that Lu Xiangfan had come to some realizations, yet deemed it necessary to offer additional guidance. Liu Xiangyao is the general manager of Lu Corporation. Thus, you must assume the role of vice president in order to gain greater authority and no longer be beholden to Lu Xiangyao's whims. She wisely chose to remain succinct. Over-explaining could prove counterproductive. Liu Xiangfan understood this principle and recognized that Bo Qingnian had conveyed sufficient information. I comprehend. Qingnian Jie. I shall not dictate your actions, but I urge you to reflect on the questions I posed earlier and resolve them independently. You have 1 week. When we next meet, I expect to see a satisfactory report from you. Bo Qingnian articulated her expectations, confident that Lu Xiangfan would rise to the challenge. Liu Xiangfan allowed herself no time for hesitation or doubt. She had to seize every opportunity, for time was a luxury she could not afford. The actions of Lu Xiangyao had made her acutely aware that only by becoming strong could she protect those who cared for her. Thus, she clandestinely arranged a meeting with the 4 major shareholders of the company, who were also her mother's most loyal subordinates, each capable of instilling a sense of trepidation in Lu Zhenghua. The 4 shareholders arrived punctually at the appointed location, only to find that Lu Xiangfan had yet to arrive. They had not forgotten how she had previously rebuffed their requests, perceiving her as a hopeless case, devoid of the grace that Lady Sihuai had embodied. Nonetheless, she was indeed Lady Sihuai's daughter, and they felt a protective instinct towards her, unwilling to allow her to come to harm. This sentiment was precisely why they had not departed from Lu Corporation. They wished to keep watch over Lady Sihuai's daughter. After all, she had once bestowed upon them her kindness. Curiosity filled the hearts of the 4 as they pondered the sudden summons from Lu Xiangfan. Has the young lady called upon you as well? Indeed, Lao Zhang. Do you have any inkling as to the nature of this matter? Lao He. I am as in the dark as you are. We shall know once the young lady arrives. The 4 continued to await Lu Xiangfan's arrival in silence, exhibiting no signs of impatience. Liu Xiangfan deliberately delayed her entrance, seeking to gauge the attitudes of the 4. Firstly, she wished to discern their true feelings towards her. Secondly, she needed to establish her own authority, much like her mother had done. If their disposition had altered, then there would be no need for discussion today. She could simply fabricate an excuse to dismiss the meeting. However, if their loyalty remained steadfast, she would ensure they were duly rewarded, for their assistance would indeed be necessary. Only then would it be time to engage in negotiations. Upon her arrival, the 4 were taken aback by her striking resemblance to the late Lady Qiuzi. It would be hard to convince anyone that Lu Xiangfan was not the daughter of Lu Sihuai. Years prior, when they had last seen her, she had not borne such a likeness, but now she mirrored her mother remarkably. Emotion welled within them, and they simultaneously addressed her. Young Miss. There's something we can assist you with. Young Miss? Whatever you require, we shall go to great lengths to fulfill your wishes. Liu Xiangfan was moved by their fervor. In that moment, she was certain that these 4 individuals were indeed worthy of her trust. Uncles and aunts, I truly have matters that require your support. When Lu Xiangfan uttered these words, it was not an act of concession or subservience, but rather a display of respect. You are too gracious. Young Miss, with a mere word from you, we would move mountains for you. Tilan regarded the visage that bore such a striking resemblance to Lady Sihuai with a twinge of sorrow. She recalled the time spent alongside Lady Sihuai, sharing the same expressions. Now, her daughter had grown, embodying the same independence as her mother. The others harbored similar sentiments. Liu Xiangfan discerned that they were reminiscing about her mother through her own countenance, and a flicker of emotion stirred within her heart. She spoke once more. As we all know, Lu Corporation was founded by my mother, yet I currently hold no position within it. I recognize that I have previously disappointed you all, causing you to feel disheartened. I understand that you 4 were once my mother's most loyal friends, and seeking your assistance is indeed the best course of action. I have now come to realize that I wish to join Lu Corporation and elevate the company that my mother established. Her heartfelt declaration resonated deeply, expressing her stance and respect for the four while acknowledging her past immaturity, humbling herself before them. She referred to them as her mother's friends rather than subordinates, elevating their status in her eyes. Upon hearing Lu Xiangfan's words, the four felt a stirring within their hearts. In truth, Lu Xiangfan need not have articulated such sentiments. A simple request would have sufficed to elicit their unwavering loyalty. Yet, at times, gentle words wield greater influence than harsh commands. Liu Xiangfan understood this principle well. Has something transpired within the family? Helan, having spent many years alongside Lady Sihuai, was astute enough to discern the underlying issue. If Lu Xiangfan were content at home, why would she contemplate joining Lu Corporation? She recalled how Lu Xiangfan had once yearned for Lu Zhenghua's attention, but Lu Xiangfan cast a glance at Helan, who, with her keen perception honed over years in the business realm, had quickly identified the crux of the matter. Are you aware of my situation within the Lu family over the years? After Jiang Feng and Lu Xiangyao entered the Lu household, my status has diminished to that of mere dust. In such a household, there is no care, no happiness, nor joy, only ceaseless derision. That Helan looked upon Lu Xiangfan with empathy. Lamenting that the age meant for joy was instead filled with burdens, the others shared in her distress, aghast at how the daughter of Lady Sihuai could be treated in such a manner by Lu Zhenghua. Were it only myself, I could endure it, but Jiang Feng and Lu Xiangyao have no right to insult my mother. That I shall not permit anyone to demean her, and thus, I believe it is time for me to mature. To demonstrate to my mother in spirit how I have grown strong. What do you think? Should I join Lu Corporation? By posing this question, Lu Xiangfan relinquished the choice to them. If they advised her to join, they would be compelled to assist her. If they deemed it unwise, the situation would become rather intricate. Chapter 25. The plan completed, they discerned the subtext of Lu Xiangfan's words. The four exchanged glances, each arriving at a consensus. What reason could they possibly have to withhold their support from a girl who would strive for her mother? Moreover, they had promised Lady Sihuai that as long as they remained, they would never allow anyone to mistreat her daughter. Now that the young miss had sought their assistance, they felt compelled to extend their hands to aid her in reclaiming Lu Corporation. Helan was the first to voice her agreement. Young miss, you must join Lu Corporation and reclaim what rightfully belongs to you. Lu Corporation was your mother's legacy. It is high time to show Lu Xiangyao who the true master is. The others echoed their support, and Lu Xiangfan sensed that the matter had been resolved. She refrained from beating around the bush any longer. With the backing of her uncles and aunts, she would undoubtedly excel. So, for the next shareholders' meeting, do you all know what to do? Lu Xiangfan observed the four, who perceived within her eyes the spirit of Lady Sihuai. It was the aura of a true leader. Rest assured, young miss, we shall manage this matter with utmost diligence. We will remain in contact. Let us all keep in touch. Liu Xiangfan nodded slightly, fully aware that this matter had already come to fruition. From here on, all she needed to do was to bide her time, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to catch Lu Xiangyao and Lu Zhenghua off guard. She could hardly contain her anticipation at the thought of witnessing the astonished expressions on their faces. In the capital, currents of intrigue swirled beneath the surface, while in Jiacheng, Shang Yin was also laying low, waiting for a chance to turn the tables. Shang Yin was acutely aware that Tang Zichin's birthday was fast approaching, and she perceived this as a rare opportunity, especially since she was troubled by the lack of a chance to ascend in status. She had to ensure that Tang Zichin acknowledged her as his girlfriend at his birthday banquet. Only then would she have a chance for her own resurgence. Consequently, she had been diligently practicing her culinary skills under the tutelage of the Tang family's chef, focusing on the dishes that Tang Zichin typically enjoyed. Tang Zichin lacked for nothing and had encountered all manner of women. However, if she were to prepare a meal for him, Shang Yinran firmly believed that he would be deeply moved. I advise you to abandon your futile efforts. Do not presume that I am unaware of your ulterior motives. Qin will not be swayed by such trivialities, remarked Tang's mother, as she descended the stairs dressed for the occasion, only to find Shang Yinran bustling about in the kitchen. Naturally, she remembered her son's birthday, and it was clear to her what scheme Shang Yin was concocting. Having once been young herself, Tang's mother understood the thoughts that occupied a woman's mind. In comparison to Tang's mother, the tactics employed by Shang Yinran were utterly pedestrian. Upon hearing the words spoken behind her, Shang Yinran felt a flicker of indignation, despite having spent considerable time at the Tang household. Tang's mother had consistently treated her with disdain, refusing to relent no matter how much she endeavored to curry favor. Moreover, she would seize every opportunity to belittle her. Auntie, I fail to comprehend why you persist in believing I harbor ill intentions. My feelings for Ah Qin are genuine. I merely wish to prepare a meal for him as his birthday approaches. Please do not treat me so harshly, Sheng Yanran replied sweetly, standing in the kitchen. Although she felt a surge of resentment, she dared not express it openly, for Tang's mother held a position of significant authority within the Tang household. Strangely, however, Tang's father had not been residing with them in Jiangqing. Yet, this was not the time to contemplate such matters. She needed to secure Tang Zichin's affections, and as for Tang's mother, there would be ample time to address her later. Tang's mother appeared to have heard the most ludicrous of jokes. The notion of sincerity emanating from Sheng Yin and was simply absurd. Could a woman like her truly possess genuine feelings? Absolutely not. Miss Sheng, you just thought I would not dare to impose upon you. However, I have already made arrangements for Ah Qin's birthday. You need not concern yourself, and I trust you will not be too taken aback by what transpires. The glint of cunning flashed in Tang's mother's eyes. Indeed, she had orchestrated a surprise. When the time came, she would ensure that Sheng Yanran was left utterly humiliated and would depart from the Tang family. Upon hearing Tang's mother's words, Sheng Yanran glanced up at her. Sensing that her intuition was not misleading her, Tang's mother was indeed alluding to something significant. Surely, she must have plotted some scheme. Given Tang's mother's demeanor, this was no trivial matter. Could it possibly involve Ah Qin? The more she considered it, the more determined she became not to be outdone. She must continue honing her culinary skills. Her ambitions extended far beyond simply preparing a meal. I will not give up. Ah Qin is not someone you can manipulate, even if you are his mother. After uttering this, Sheng Yanran disregarded Tang's mother's gaze and resumed her tasks in the kitchen. She had never been one to concede defeat. She would not allow Bo Qingnian to undermine her, nor would Jin Sihuai succeed in thwarting her. What was Tang's mother in comparison? Tang's mother nearly succumbed to the urge to confront her. For this woman was utterly ungrateful. How dare she speak to her in such a manner? In all of Jiangqing, how many would dare to address her so boldly? Turning her back, she exited with her handbag in hand. Preferring to distance herself from the scene, as Shang Yin and watched Tang's mother's retreating figure, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her. The implications of Tang's mother's earlier remarks led her to believe that something significant would transpire on the birthday. Should she take preemptive measures? Just as her mind wandered, Tang Zichin returned home. Upon entering the hall, he spotted Sheng Yanran in a trance and approached her. Yanran, why do you appear lost in thought? He inquired. Hearing his voice jolted Sheng Yanran from her reverie. I was just practicing my culinary skills. Ah Qin, what brings you home so unexpectedly? Setting aside her utensils, she linked her arm with his, exuding a sense of intimacy. I had a free day and thought I would come home early to see you. I've been busy for several days and haven't had the chance to visit Uncle Sheng. Shall we go see him later? Tang Zichin regarded Sheng Yanran's countenance, sensing a hint of discontent. The mention of his father stirred mixed feelings within her, having spent so much time at the Tang residence. She had not been able to visit him frequently, instead hiring 2 caregivers to attend to her father's needs at the hospital. Hearing Tang Zichin's suggestion, she agreed without hesitation. She ascended to change into a fresh outfit. And soon after, they drove to the hospital to visit Sheng Tsongstian. Recently, Sheng Tsongstian's spirits had been relatively stable, yet the loss of the Sheng family and the Sheng Corporation had dealt him a devastating blow. One that he struggled to accept. When Sheng Yanran and Tang Zichin entered the ward, he appeared somewhat agitated. Yanran, you and young Master Tang have come to see your father? Sheng Tsongstian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Sheng Yanran adjusted his bed to a more comfortable height, disregarding his exuberance. Father, Ah Qin suggested we come visit you. Sheng Tsongstian gazed at Tang Zichin, aware that it was he who had arranged for him to be placed in such a fine hospital room. And he recognized that his daughter now resided with the Tang family. Chapter 26. A gift. Upon returning home with Mu Shiyuan gone, there remained Tang Zichin. A far superior prospect. The Tang family's wealth surpassed that of the Mu family. If his daughter could become the mistress of the Tang household, it would be nothing short of splendid. Sheng Yin and did not overlook the flicker of excitement in her father's eyes upon seeing Tang Zichin. She understood the motives driving her father's thoughts, for she shared the same aspirations. Yet, she knew she must not display her intentions too overtly. Young Master Tang, Yin and has not caused you any trouble. Has she? I've spoiled my daughter rather excessively. If she has committed any indiscretions, you must certainly inform me. Sheng Tsongxian's words were not a genuine declaration of intent, but rather a test of Tang Zichin's feelings towards his daughter. Bofu, Please call me Qin. As I am the younger generation, Tang Ziqin replied, eliciting a smile from Sheng Tsungxian, who felt a sense of closeness in addressing him by name. Very well, Qin it is. Your spirit seems quite good. Should there be anything troubling you, please feel free to voice it. I will do my utmost to assist you. At this, Sheng Tsungxian found Tang Ziqin to be exceptionally agreeable. Such a man was well suited for his daughter. The thought of Mu Shiyun filled him with ire. Having left Yanran in such a manner, there is nothing troubling me. This old body of mine simply requires rest. It is a world for the young now. With Yanran by your side, I feel much more at ease. Tang Ziqin listened to Sheng Tsungxian's words, discerning the subtext, yet he could not make any promises lightly. He had to consider the broader implications. Yanran is still quite attached to her father. The principle of leveraging minimal effort for maximum gain was well understood by all. Sheng Tsungxian grasped the implications of Tang Ziqin's words and glanced at his daughter. Realizing that perhaps she had not yet performed to her fullest potential, he needed to find an opportunity to speak with her privately. This chance was one he could not afford to miss. Father, it's time for you to rest. Please take good care of yourself in the hospital. In a couple of days, Qin and I will come to see you again. Sheng Yanran sensed that the atmosphere had grown somewhat awkward and felt her father was being overly hasty, inadvertently revealing too much information. She was not naive and understood the implications of Tang Ziqin's responses. It was clear that he was engaging in polite discourse, yet her father had become somewhat overzealous. The young must venture out more. You may return now. Sheng Tsungxian waved his hand dismissively, turning away to lie down. Seeing this, Sheng Yin and Tang Ziqin decided not to linger any longer and exited the ward. In the hospital corridor, Sheng Yanran turned to him. Qin, your birthday is just around the corner. What would you like as a gift? I will personally select it and present it to you at the banquet. Sheng Yanran was convinced that by broaching this topic, Tang Ziqin would surely be delighted. However, he frowned slightly, though the expression quickly smoothed out. Yet, Sheng Yanran noticed. What is it? Is Qin unhappy? Do you not wish to receive my gift? She inquired, perplexed, yet unable to ask directly. Tang Ziqin responded, I appreciate all the gifts you offer. Let us wait until we return home to see it. There will be too many people at the banquet. And I wouldn't want anyone else to see it first. Such a thought would make me jealous. Sheng Yanran offered a gentle smile, letting go of the discontent that lingered in her heart. She was certain that Qin would be delighted. With a soft hum, she chose not to dwell on her grievances and continued to ponder what gift to present. 2 days had slipped by, and today marked Tang Ziqin's birthday. The Tang family had been busy organizing the festivities since dawn, with Tang's mother having meticulously drafted a guest list, inviting various prestigious families and notable figures from Jiangxing. To Sheng Yanran's surprise, Tang's father, whom she had never seen before, had also returned. Having heard about Sheng Yanran from his wife, he was not particularly astonished to find her at the Tang residence. After all, navigating the business world for years had equipped him with a certain understanding of many matters. However, his gaze upon Sheng Yin held an odd quality. Yet, she felt no embarrassment and greeted Tang's father warmly. Sheng Yin had devoted considerable time preparing for the birthday banquet, even having a dress custom-made, a white off-the-shoulder gown, designed to outshine everyone at the event. As she gazed at her reflection, satisfaction bloomed within her. The white fabric accentuated her delicate and pitiable appearance, precisely the effect she intended, for she understood well the preferences of men. She caressed the carefully prepared gift, convinced that Tang Ziqin would appreciate it. Tonight, she resolved to present it to him personally upon his return home. She firmly decided that she would make Tang Ziqin acknowledge her as his most cherished woman, although a twinge of unease lingered within her. She reassured herself that being at the Tang residence would mitigate any potential issues. Filled with confidence, joy surged within her heart. She believed her fortunes were about to change. Qin adored her, and becoming the mistress of the Tang household was only a matter of time. Even if Tang's mother disapproved of her, what did it matter? As long as she captured Qin's heart, nothing else was of consequence. Sheng Yin had initially planned to accompany Tang Ziqin to the banquet, as that would allow her to seize everyone's attention immediately. If she and Tang Ziqin displayed a touch of intimacy, many things need not be explicitly stated by her, under the pressure of public opinion. Tang Ziqin would likely confess the truth himself. Just as she contemplated calling him, she discovered that he had initiated the call. Sheng Yin quickly answered, Qin, are you ready to leave? I am all set. After a brief pause, he responded, Yanran, I've sent the driver to pick you up. Please head to the banquet hall on your own. I cannot accompany you, as I have other matters to attend to. but I will arrive shortly." Upon hearing Tang Zichin's words, Niànniàn felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Such a splendid opportunity seemed to be squandered. What could possibly be more important to him than her? Yet, she could not afford to display her discontent, so she swallowed her frustration and adjusted her tone. "All right, you take care of your business. I'll wait for the driver to arrive." After hanging up, a gloomy expression overtook her features, her face betraying her dissatisfaction. Her initial plan had crumbled. What could Tang Zichin be preoccupied with that he could not accompany her to the banquet? Tang Zichin, looking at the disconnected call, then cast a glance at the smiling girl beside him, suddenly felt a headache coming on. His parents had placed him in a difficult position. Tang's mother, having overheard Niànniàn's voice at the door, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. From the very beginning, she had disapproved of this woman. Such an unruly character was unworthy of her son Qin. Her son deserved far better. Today, she intended to humiliate Niànniàn and ensure her departure from the Tang household. Tang's parents had set off early for the banquet. As the numerous guests required their attention as for Niànniàn, her presence or absence would not alter the day's events. Moreover, Tang's mother would prefer it if she did not attend. Her departure would simplify matters. With a heavy heart, Niànniàn exited the Tang residence, awaiting the arrival of the driver. As the rest of the Tang family departed, she found herself alone, a stark sense of isolation enveloping her. The driver arrived punctually at the entrance, and without hesitation, she stepped into the vehicle. Curiosity about Tang Zichin's activities piqued her interest. "Xiao Wu, do you know what Qin is busy with today?" The driver, Xiao Wu, glanced at the rearview mirror, his expression icy. "We, as subordinates, are not privy to Tang's matters. If Miss Sheng wishes to know, you may inquire directly with Tang." Upon hearing his words, Niànniàn clenched her fists. Recognizing the sarcasm embedded in his tone, she longed to berate him, but she refrained. What if Xiao Wu reported back to Qin? That would ruin her image entirely. Thus, she fell silent. Xiao Wu redirected his focus to the road, driving in silence until they reached the banquet venue. The entrance was already filled with various vehicles, as numerous prestigious families had sent representatives to celebrate the birthday of the Tang family's eldest son. Some attendees, of course, were not merely there for the festivities. Niànniàn stepped out of the car, surveying the scene with her head held high, exuding confidence. If those present knew she was the favored woman of Tang Zichin, would they not rush to curry favor with her? Lost in her vanity, she heard a familiar voice nearby. "Is that really Niànniàn? We thought we had mistaken her for someone else. How have you been?" Turning at the sound, she recognized a group of former acquaintances. "Were you all invited?" Her proud declaration incited some displeasure among the girls. To be in such a predicament and still speak so arrogantly was truly underestimating them. "Could it be that you weren't invited?" Jiang Ling found Niànniàn's words amusing. "Indeed, Niànniàn, are you perhaps a bit confused? The Sheng family cannot compare to the Tang family. Perhaps you've never encountered such a scene." "Ah, what remains of the Sheng family? They have fallen from grace, yet Niànniàn still carries herself with such haughtiness. Niànniàn was reluctant to engage in a quarrel amidst the throng of people. But she could not swallow her indignation that I indeed was not invited. The crowd prepared to mock her. Niànniàn pointed towards the driver, Xiao Wu, and declared, "It was Qin who sent the driver to fetch me." I initially declined, but he insisted it was safer this way. Qin is always quite considerate towards me. The girls exchanged glances, incredulous. Had they heard correctly? Niànniàn absorbed their bewildered and curious expressions, her pride swelling even more. One of the more inquisitive girls stepped forward. "You mean to say it's the esteemed Tang Zichin?" Feigning shyness, Niànniàn replied, "Yes." Qin insisted. I had no choice but to acquiesce. The group responded with a chorus of astonishment. How could Mu Shiyuan have such an impressive connection? Jiang Ling felt a surge of irritation at her words. "Yianran, do not deceive yourself. How could the young master of the Tang family possibly?" The attendees shared this sentiment, but were reluctant to voice their thoughts aloud. What if she truly had managed to capture the young master's heart? Sheng Yianran shot Jiang Ling a fierce glare. While her words may have been embellished, it was true that Tang Zichin had indeed arranged for her transportation, a fact that spoke volumes about her standing. Unwilling to concede, she continued, Qin mentioned he would come find me once he finishes his tasks. Just wait and see. The others, observing her earnest demeanor, found themselves unable to dismiss her claims entirely. They craned their necks in anticipation of Tang Zichin's arrival. Jiang Ling suppressed her ire. Tang Zichin was the man she coveted. And yet, Shang Yin had seemingly gotten ahead of her. How dare this woman stand there, especially after everything that had transpired. Amidst the crowd, a stir arose as an astute reporter spotted Tang Zichin's vehicle slowly approaching. Seizing the opportunity to capture photographs, "It's the young master's car," one girl exclaimed. Niànniàn glanced over, confirming it was indeed Tang Zichin's vehicle. With a determined step, she adjusted her gown, projecting confidence. Jiang Ling longed to strip away Niànniàn's facade. "Qin will be looking for me shortly. I will wait right here for him," Niànniàn declared, her voice rising slightly, piquing the curiosity of those around her. As the car came to a stop at the hotel entrance, the driver promptly exited to open the door. Tang Zichin emerged first, standing by the car without any intention of leaving. Just as Niànniàn contemplated greeting him, she noticed a woman gracefully alighting from the vehicle. The woman was elegant and captivating, gently linking her arm with Tang Zichin's and whispering in his ear. To Niànniàn's dismay, Tang Zichin did not appear to reject her presence as she had imagined. An instinctive sense warned Niànniàn that this woman was no ordinary individual. Realizing this, a wave of irritation surged within her. Hadn't Tang Zichin promised to protect her? Hadn't he claimed she was the only one he cherished? What was happening now? Jiang Ling and the others witnessed the scene unfold, a mocking laughter escaping her lips as she addressed Niànniàn with scorn. "I told you. How could the young master of the Tang family possibly have such poor taste? A mere nobody cannot compare to that woman beside him. She must be the real deal." Jiang Ling believed that Tang Zichin could be with anyone, but it was absolutely unacceptable for it to be Niànniàn. She held a disdain for this woman. "Niànniàn, have you been overly stimulated, conjuring up fantasies?" Niànniàn clenched her teeth tightly, listening to the insults directed at her from behind, unsure of how to retort. Silence. The crowd ceased their attention towards her, dispersing as they sought to avoid unnecessary embarrassment. She observed a scene not far away, feeling an intense discomfort as the surrounding reporters captured the moment between the two. Proclaiming them a match made in heaven, Tang Zichin caught sight of Niànniàn's figure and the flicker of anger in her eyes. The woman beside him noticed her distraction and followed his gaze. Spotting Niànniàn, a scornful smile curled at the corners of her lips. "Is this the caliber of woman who dares to harbor feelings for Qin? How deluded! Qin, we should head inside." Tang Zichin withdrew his gaze. Niànniàn watched as Tang Zichin remained unfazed, walking into the banquet hall with the other woman, a wave of disappointment washing over her. Chapter 28. Spare me. The one who should have been the center of attention today was her. Niànniàn. Who was that woman? After all, Niànniàn followed them inside, eager to unravel the events of the evening. With the arrival of the protagonists, the birthday banquet was on the verge of commencing. After Tang's father delivered a speech from the stage, the focus shifted to the evening's highlight. Today marked Qin's birthday celebration, but the Tang family also had another matter to announce. Niànniàn stood in the corner, listening intently to every word, fearful of missing any useful information. Qin has officially begun dating Miss Luoning from the Luo family. We hope everyone can bless this sincere couple. Upon hearing this, Niànniàn's heart sank, disbelief washing over her. She had never imagined that the deeds she once inflicted upon Bo Qingnian would now be returning to haunt her. "Now, we invite the two of them to say a few words." Tang Zichin took Luoning's hand and led her to the stage. Exuding tenderness, he handed the microphone to Luoning, signaling for the lady to speak first. Luoning cast a glance towards the corner, her eyes filled with disdain. Such a woman was no match for her. "What I say naturally pertains to Niànniàn. I have known Qin for a long time and have long deemed him my ideal partner. Now that Qin is officially taken, I hope all the beautiful ladies will show mercy and spare my family as Qin. Otherwise, I might just get jealous." Laughter erupted from the crowd. Luoning's words struck a humorous chord without coming across as arrogant. While others failed to grasp the subtext, Niànniàn understood fully. She was being warned to cease any further interactions with Tang Zichin, lest she face the consequences, as she was the daughter of the Luo family. Jiang Ling edged closer to Niànniàn, eager to witness her despondent expression. She was no longer the esteemed daughter of the Sheng family. What could she possibly use to compete with Luoning? How embarrassing that she had just been outside, boastfully claiming how considerate Tang Zichin was towards her, only to have her pride utterly shattered. On stage, Tang Zichin's voice resonated. Niànniàn internally wished he would deny the announcement. It would be too cruel. Yet, his subsequent words plunged her into an icy abyss. "Xiao Ning is a wonderful girl. She is gentle and kind. How fortunate I am to have met such a remarkable girlfriend. We hope everyone will bless us, and when the time comes for our wedding, we will certainly not forget any of you." What did Tang Zichin mean by that? A wedding? So they had already orchestrated everything, while she remained blissfully ignorant, akin to a fool. Were all those sweet nothings he had whispered to her mere fabrications? And what about me, Qin? What of the promises you made to me? Sheng Yanran struggled to accept the events of the day. She needed clarity, and she intended to confront him before all those present. Miss, what do you wish to inquire about my boyfriend? Luo Ning interjected, holding Tang Ziqin back as she preemptively addressed Sheng Yanran's query. Sheng Yanran felt a chill in Luo Ning's gaze. This woman was terrifying. Shang Yin and looked at Tang Ziqin, hoping he would speak up, yet he remained silent. Tang's mother, noticing her sudden outburst, rose to admonish her, but Shang Yin and abruptly fled the banquet hall. Unable to utter a single word, she could not accept such a conclusion. Sprinting from the event, Tang Ziqin, upon seeing Sheng Yanran dash away, initially sought a reason to follow and explain, only to find Luo Ning's gaze fixed upon him. He was momentarily at a loss. Luo Ning stepped closer, adjusting his collar, then whispered in his ear, I do not wish for the reporters to see. You know what to do. Upon hearing this, Tang Ziqin relinquished the idea of pursuing her. Sheng Yanran, witnessing that Tang Ziqin did not follow, felt an even deeper disappointment. Tears streamed down her face as she ran, lost in the duration of her flight. Why must it be like this? When she finally regained her senses, she realized she had found herself in a dim alley, a sense of dread creeping over her. Just as she contemplated an escape, several men appeared before her. Malicious grins plastered on their faces. Hey, big brother, this girl isn't half bad. It's been a while since we've indulged. What do you think? Yeah, big brother. She is truly beautiful. The leader scrutinized Sheng Yanran. Hesitant to act, for her attire clearly indicated she was not from an ordinary background. Sheng Yanran was taken aback, fully aware of the implications of their words. No. Stay away. Do you know who I am? I am the daughter of the Sheng family. My father will not let you go. The group of ruffians erupted into laughter at her declaration. The Sheng family, that dynasty has long since fallen. Without the Sheng family, where is the esteemed daughter of the Sheng family? How amusing. Initially apprehensive about offending someone, they now felt emboldened. Not act recklessly. My boyfriend is Tang Ziqin, the heir of the Tang family. If you seek him out, he will come to rescue me. The gang leader, Dehan, seized Sheng Yanran by her hair and slammed her head against the wall. What lies are you spouting? The Tang family heir's girlfriend cannot possibly be you. Just moments ago, at Tang Ziqin's birthday banquet, he had publicly announced his girlfriend, who was undoubtedly the daughter of the Luo family. What business did Sheng Yanran have in this matter? If you are going to fabricate reasons, at least make them credible. This woman was utterly oblivious to her own fate. You foul creature. Do you think you were something special when you were putting a green hat on Mu Shiyuan? Where was your voice? Women like you should consider it a privilege to serve us, the daughter of the Sheng family. What do you amount to? Indeed, if big brother Dehan desires you, you might as well comply. Sheng Yanran spat vehemently at Dehan's face, continuing her desperate cries for help, hoping for a miracle to save her. She refused to succumb to these repugnant men. Unfortunately, the streets were deserted at night, and it seemed she was doomed to face a dire fate. Dehan struck Sheng Yanran twice across the face. Abandoning any pretense of civility, he gestured to his two lackeys, one named Xiaodo and the other Dage. I find her attire excessively obstructive. You know what to do. Once I have had my fill, you will get to taste the daughter of the Sheng family. Xiaodo, small in stature but bold, rubbed his hands together and swiftly stripped Sheng Yanran of her gown. Even daring to caress her arm, a chill washed over Sheng Yanran, realization dawning upon her as true fear took hold. She trembled, pleading with Dehan not to treat her this way, offering him money. Chapter 29. It's all their fault. Dehan, uninterested in further dialogue, dragged her deeper into the alley as Sheng Yanran continued her cries for help, while Xiaodo and Dage stood guard at the entrance. Occasionally hearing her sobs, devoid of any sympathy, their minds focused solely on the impending encounter. Dehan, having finished his business, observed Sheng Yanran's lifeless demeanor and felt no inclination to linger. He stood, adjusting his pants, and prepared to leave. Xiaodo and Dage exchanged knowing smirks, proceeding to walk out one after the other. Tonight would likely be a night to remember. As the three of them finished their deeds, they glanced back at Sheng Yanran, her face pale and devoid of vitality. They had no desire to engage further, finding her presence distasteful, and were about to turn away when Dehan seemed to recall something. Fixing his gaze upon Sheng Yanran's face, Sheng Yan felt a wave of anxiety at his scrutiny. You too, take out your phones and snap a picture of her. Upon hearing Dehan's words, Sheng Yanran's complexion shifted dramatically. Terror gripped her as she realized the implications of his request. Xiaodo and Dage were puzzled. Why are we taking her picture, Brother Dehan? Dehan scolded them. What if she goes to the police? We need to leave her with something to ensure she thinks twice before acting rashly. On the pale visage of Shang Yanran, a tempest of terror and desolation unfolded. With every ounce of her strength, she clung to Dashi's leg, pleading, I beseech you, do not treat me thus. I shall not utter a word. I promise. Dashi, indifferent to her plight, kicked her aside and raised his phone to capture her image. In a futile attempt to shield herself, she discovered that her efforts were in vain. After taking the photograph, Dashi perused the gallery, a smug smile gracing his lips. You had better mind your tongue. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee these photos will remain undisclosed. After issuing this warning, the trio departed the alley. Once they had left, Shang Yanran slowly rose, feeling as though her body were on the verge of disintegration. She wiped away her tears, only to be overtaken by revulsion at the recent events, nearly retching. Her gaze fell upon the soiled gown discarded on the ground, and an overwhelming hatred surged within her. How could she, the dignified daughter of the Shang family, be subjected to such treatment by these three scoundrels, and to have her humiliation immortalized in photographs? If she did not exact revenge, she would not consider herself human. Why must she endure this torment? Had she not fled in a moment of panic, this calamity would not have befallen her. It was all Bo Qingnian's fault. Why did she have to appear? Why did Tang Ziqin admit to their relationship? She had been ridiculed like a fool. Regardless, tonight's events must remain concealed from Tang Ziqin. No man could tolerate such disgrace. With Bo Qingnian already by his side, she could not afford to cause a scene, or she would lose her vital support in Tang Ziqin. Such an outcome was unbearable. She could not possibly survive in Jiancheng under those circumstances. Having gathered herself, she swiftly vacated the alley and checked into a nearby hotel. Now, she lay in the bathtub, repeatedly dousing herself with the showerhead, scrubbing at her skin with fervor. The patches of crimson on her body served as stark reminders of the horrors she had just endured. Tears mingled with the warm water, cascading into the tub. Ah, she screamed, seeking to release the pent-up rage within her. Shang Yanran could not fathom how she had arrived at this juncture. It was all Bo Qingnian's fault. Yes, she was the one who had brought this upon her. Why should Bo Qingnian revel in the wealth and splendor of the capital while she was trampled like an ant? She would not accept this fate. She was the esteemed young lady of the Shang family, and she was so close to achieving a better life. Why did Bo Qingnian have to show up? Had it not been for that video she played at the wedding that ruined her reputation? Had she not publicly revealed her identity, Shang Yin and would have been the envy of all Jianqing. She would make Bo Qingnian regret her actions. She would ensure it. Just wait, Bo Qingnian. Soon, you shall face your own downfall. Shang Yanran's fury eclipsed her rationality as she sat in the tub. Her gaze vacant. A singular thought consumed her mind. She must destroy them. First Bo Qingnian, then Bo Qingnian. They both deserved to suffer. She had already secured Tang Ziqin's protection. She was merely one step away from her goal. Why had Bo Qingnian suddenly appeared and caused Tang Ziqin to treat her in such a manner? Consumed by thoughts of vengeance, the fire in her eyes could no longer be concealed. She recalled someone who could assist her. He was adept with computers and could operate without leaving a trace. Shang Yanran turned off the shower. Emerging from the bathtub wrapped in a towel, she rummaged through her bag for her phone, noticing several missed calls from Tang Ziqin. Her expression darkened as she glared at the screen. Promptly deleting the call history. Calling me shows concern. How delightful. Shang Yin and recognized Tang Ziqin's guilt and resolved to exploit it. There were more pressing matters to attend to. She dialed a number, and when the call connected, silence reigned on the other end. Where are you? Yanran? I swear, I did not leak the video. Do not blame me that I have no idea how it got out. Upon hearing the mention of the video, Shang Yanran's anger intensified. Yet she knew now was not the time for accusations. She needed his assistance. Lin Heng, I recognize this is not your fault, but I urgently require your help. Could you come to the Tianqi Hotel at once? She softened her tone, providing him with the room number, her voice tinged with a hint of seduction. Seeing that Shang Yin and bore no ill will, Lin Heng readily agreed, a flicker of excitement in his heart. All right, I'll meet you at the hotel. Shang Yanran paced anxiously in her room, and soon enough, a knock echoed at the door. Peering through the peephole, she confirmed it was Lin Heng and opened the door to let him in. Upon entering, Lin Heng was struck by the sight of Shang Yin and clad only in a towel, the heat rising within him. However, he also noticed the bruises adorning her skin, an unmistakable indication of her recent ordeal. Shang Yanran, aware of Lin Heng's gaze, glanced at her own form and spoke. I'll change into something else. It was only then she remembered she had no suitable clothing. She quickly donned a hotel bathrobe, concealing the marks before stepping out. I recall you are proficient with computers, correct? Lin Heng looked at her, puzzled by her intent. For years, Shang Yin and had only thought of Lin Heng when she required his assistance. At all other times, he was like a stranger. They were classmates, yet Lin Heng had always felt invisible among his peers, standing apart from the crowd. Only Shang Yin had ever spoken to him, and thus he had harbored a secret affection for her. Yet he understood that someone of his stature could never hope to be with someone like her, so he silently supported her, removing obstacles from her path. I need your help. I wish to disseminate some information about Bo Qingnian online, Shang Yin pleaded. You know the plight I find myself in is due to her. You will assist me. One to you? She clasped Lin Heng's hand, tears brimming in her eyes. Lin Heng, moved by her despair, felt a pang of reluctance, yet he contemplated that they had now become similar in their desperation. His gaze on her grew increasingly fervent. Yianniàn, I will certainly help you. Have you considered that by staying with me, I will ensure you suffer no indignities? Lin Heng believed Shang Yin had no other options, unaware that she had already entwined herself with the powerful Tang Ziqin. Shang Yin narrowed her eyes, her expression growing cold. She had not anticipated Lin Heng would make such a proposition, while she knew of his feelings for her and sought his assistance. She had not expected this angle. What right did he have to entertain such notions? Nevertheless, she could not address him directly, opting instead to reject him in a different manner. Lin Heng, you are aware of my family situation. Do you truly believe I am in a position to entertain such distractions? Must you force me into this? Standing by the window, she feigned a sense of sorrow, amplifying her vulnerability. Lin Heng hesitated, recognizing that discussing this matter at such a time was inappropriate. Yianniàn, I was in the wrong. Tell me how I can assist you. Shang Yin met his gaze and slowly spoke. It is Bo Qingnian who has brought me to this lowly state. I shall not let her escape unscathed. Lin Heng appeared troubled, but she is the daughter of the Bo family in the capital. Can we truly contend with her? Internally, Shang Yin cursed him for his cowardice while maintaining a composed faade. That is precisely why I need your help. I wish for you to post my words online and edit some videos that I intend to return her malignity in kind, but ensure that my whereabouts remain undisclosed. I do not wish to attract danger. This is the first task. It must be executed flawlessly. Observing Shang Yinran's unwavering determination, Lin Heng reluctantly acquiesced. What else do you require? Procure a group of online influencers to amplify this issue. I want the people of both the capital and Jiangsheng to witness this. Shang Yinran recalled the man who had supported Bo Qingnian at the wedding. Should he see her dark past? Would he still believe in her? Lin Heng, noticing the atypical expression on Shang Yinran's face, sensed a shift in her demeanor. Yet reflecting on her recent tribulations, he found her actions understandable. Yinran, I will ensure this matter is handled properly. As he moved closer to embrace her, Shang Yin deftly evaded him, leaving him disheartened. I must see Bo Qingnian utterly humiliated. Shang Yin patted Lin Heng's shoulder, saying, I am counting on you. Lin Heng, when shall we commence this endeavor? Tomorrow. We shall set things in motion then, and ensure it is executed flawlessly. Shang Yinran recalled all that transpired this evening, and her animosity towards Bo Qingnian intensified, since she could not find solace. Someone else must bear the brunt of her wrath. First Bo Qingnian, and then Luo Ning. Lin Heng observed Shang Yinran's demeanor, which appeared somewhat sinister. Yinran, are you all right? Upon hearing Lin Heng's words, Shang Yinran realized she had lost her composure and swiftly regained her previous expression. Just do as I instructed. It's late now. You should head back. I, too, require some rest. Lin Heng chose not to press further. Since Yinran sought his assistance, he would do his utmost to support her. He cast a lingering glance at Shang Yin before departing the room. Shang Yin turned her gaze towards the closed door, a chilling smile curling at the corners of her lips. Lin Heng could only be regarded as her obedient pet, summoned and dismissed at her whim. Such a person dared to covet her. Truly, he was blind to his own insignificance. The next day, Shang Yinran was roused from her slumber by a series of knocks at the door. Instantly inciting her irritation, she rose to open it and found Tang Ziqin standing at the threshold, his face flushed. Shang Yinran recognized this as her opportunity. Tang Ziqin indeed cared for her. She remained silent, merely observing him with quiet intensity. Ultimately, it was Tang Ziqin who broke the silence. Yinran, come home with me. This place is not suitable for you. Upon hearing his words, Shang Yin felt her eyes welling with tears. Not suitable for me? Is the Tang family truly a better fit? I haven't forgotten that Luo Ning is currently your girlfriend. You admitted it yourself, did you not? Tang Ziqin did not refute her claim. He understood that Sheng Yanran was upset. Upon discovering her credit card statements from the previous day, he realized she had rented a room on her own accord. He refrained from seeking her out immediately because the Luo family was still present. And he could not act impulsively. Aware that Sheng Yanran would likely dismiss his words, he allowed her a night to calm down. Yanran, don't sulk that I know you want to return to the Tang family. I've purchased an apartment for you, and you can move in today. I've already arranged for the servants to help with your belongings. Shang Yanran found his words amusing. Was it she who would not return to the Tang family? Or was it that the Tang family could no longer accommodate her? She had naively believed that Tang Ziqin could help her rise again, only to realize she would ultimately have to rely on herself. Your actions are quite prompt. It is only right that I make way for the rightful owner. Tang Ziqin's gaze softened as it fell upon her. Sheng Yanran appeared angrier than he had anticipated. Yet he recognized that this was not the moment to engage her further. Yanran, I have my own plans. The Tang family is not solely mine. Many decisions are beyond my control. However, I will not neglect you. Sheng Yanran cast him a sidelong glance. Her expression laced with bitterness. No options meant sacrificing her. Splendid. If Tang Ziqin had pursued her last night to explain, she would not have suffered at the hands of those vile individuals. Why did he not come after her? He bore part of the blame for his own predicament. Chapter 31. Under attack, a series of upheavals had subtly altered Shang Yan's mindset. Yet, she could not afford to lose Tang Ziqin. Otherwise, her life would become even more unbearable. Therefore, she must ensure that he remained oblivious to last night's events. A man of his caliber could never accept such a reality. Understood. Send me the address. I will move into the apartment later. She could only grit her teeth and acquiesce to Tang Ziqin's request. He affectionately ruffled her hair, knowing that Shang Yanran would not be excessively unreasonable. I will come to pick you up later. I must return to the office to attend to some matters. You should rest here for now. Shang Yanran offered a perfunctory response and no longer looked at him. Tang Ziqin had no time to linger, so he departed in haste. The room fell silent once again. Sheng Yanran recalled the task she had assigned to Lin Heng the previous night and promptly called to inquire about his progress. The call was answered swiftly, and Lin Heng's voice sounded somewhat busy. Yanran, it's almost done. Send me the information you wish to post, and I will help you upload it. As Shang Yanran listened to Lin Heng, excitement surged within her at the prospect of witnessing Bo Qingnian's downfall. All right, just wait. She hung up the phone, organized the information, and sent it all to Lin Heng. Upon seeing the successful transmission notification, Sheng Yanran's heart swelled with triumph. Bo Qingnian. Oh, Bo Qingnian. Just you wait. You shall never surpass me. Lin Heng, upon receiving Sheng Yanran's information, was taken aback. He was acutely aware of the authenticity of the details. However, since Sheng Yanran needed his assistance, he could not falter. He edited the content and swiftly posted it online. Before long, a sensational thread emerged, capturing the public's attention: the ultimate scandal of Bo Qingnian, the young lady of the Bo family. Each title was provocatively crafted, accompanied by photographs of Bo Qingnian. The disturbing truth behind the aristocrat's facade: is the young lady of the Bo family truly a shameless homewrecker? The identity of the Bo family's young lady was bound to draw attention, as the public held a keen interest in family affairs. Some uninformed onlookers, merely following the trend, began commenting on the post after reading the text. I never realized the Bo family's morals were so corrupt. The young lady of the Bo family is truly this kind of person. To the comment above, there is much more you don't know. I have a relative working at the Bo family. He says the young lady is quite domineering and often abuses her power. Seriously? She looks so beautiful, yet possesses such a vicious heart. Unbelievable. I'm remaining neutral. I'm unaware of the post's authenticity or source. This stunning young lady seems incapable of such actions. Are you perhaps a hired gun for Bo Qingnian? Why are you defending her? Clearly, she's the one who stole Sheng Miss' boyfriend, flaunting her family's wealth. If she's capable of such deeds, she should not fear public scrutiny. Sheng Yanran spent the afternoon observing the situation unfold. As she read the comments, her eyes darkened with malice and disdain. She intended to make Bo Qingnian experience the depths of humiliation, to ensure she suffered as she had. At that moment, Bo Qingnian remained unaware that she had become the target of public scorn online. Bo Qingnian was in the garden, admiring the flowers. when she saw Niànniàn's name flashing on her phone and instinctively answered. Niànniàn, have you seen the news? Bo Qingnian was somewhat puzzled. Seen what? What am I supposed to be looking at? Miss Niànniàn, please get to the point. Check Weibo right now. You're trending. Someone is slandering you. Niànniàn's tone was laced with concern. And it was only then that Bo Qingnian grasped the gravity of the situation. I'll check now. I'll call you back. Bo Qingnian hung up and logged on to Weibo. Upon seeing her name trending alongside a heated discussion, she felt utterly bewildered. What has ignited such outrage? She clicked on the post and quickly realized she was being attacked in an exaggerated manner. The accusations were utterly absurd, distorting the truth. Was she truly the third party? Absurd. The real homewrecker, Niànniàn, was painted as a wronged, heartbroken victim, robbed of love due to her animosity. Bo Qingnian nearly laughed aloud. It was evident who orchestrated this mess. So, Niànniàn sought to rise again. Did she? Bo Qingnian would not allow her to succeed so easily. If Niànniàn had remained passive, Bo Qingnian might have spared her, but now that Niànniàn had willingly walked into the lioness den, she could hardly complain. Bo Qingnian dialed in Qian once more. Throughout the years, whenever faced with challenges, she had always consulted in Qian, who had been a great help. Qian, I'm in such a terrible predicament. I am being slandered. And Qian chuckled softly, recognizing that Bo Qingnian's playful tone indicated the situation had not truly affected her. However, the actions of their opponent clearly crossed a line. Niànniàn, I can't quite grasp how terrible your predicament is, but it seems you've already deduced who is behind this, correct? What do you need me to do? Truly, they were in perfect sync. A mere phrase from Bo Qingnian was enough for Qian to comprehend her intentions. Qian, you understand me so well. I'll be direct. Then, you still have those 2 videos from Niànniàn's wedding. Correct. And Qian paused, quickly realizing this was indeed Niànniàn's doing. They're still on a USB drive. Keep them safe. They will prove useful. Please investigate whether Niànniàn engaged in any unsavory activities while studying abroad. Let us ensure she faces her own wave of scrutiny. Bo Qingnian was all too familiar with Niànniàn's character. Such an arrogant, self-absorbed person could not possibly have refrained from misconduct while abroad. If she had, there would surely be some trace left behind, and Qian felt invigorated upon hearing Bo Qingnian's words. It had been quite some time since she had engaged in such activities. Niànniàn, let us assist Niànniàn in reminiscing about her past. If there's no rush, since Niànniàn wishes to escalate this matter, we shall indulge her. Once this situation has fermented to a certain degree, we will take action. For now, we simply need to bide our time. And Qian, of course, understood Bo Qingnian's intentions. Let Niànniàn bask in her glory for a couple more days. By then, her expression will surely be more colorful than a palette. Niànniàn, you are quite wicked. Bo Qingnian chuckled lightly upon hearing Qian's remark. She had never been one to intentionally offend others, but that did not imply she lacked the capacity to retaliate. Thus, Niànniàn, your fortunate days are numbered. Chapter 32. Stirring trouble again that evening. Tang Ziqin indeed arrived at the hotel to escort Niànniàn to the apartment. Throughout the journey, Niànniàn remained silent. Appearing as though she were a mere puppet, Tang Ziqin was aware that she harbored resentment. He had seen the afternoon news, and from his understanding of Niànniàn, this incident was undoubtedly connected to her. However, he recognized her low spirits and chose not to reproach her. Nonetheless, the situation was far from ideal. The authorities in the capital had yet to intervene, likely because they had not yet determined how to address the matter. Once they decided to take action, Niànniàn would find herself in peril. Contemplating this possibility, Tang Ziqin felt a twinge of agitation. Why couldn't Niànniàn simply remain composed? He was fond of her. Yet it was her obedience that he cherished. He could only hope that the capital would not take notice of this incident, thus preserving Niànniàn's safety. After a while, Niànniàn sensed the vehicle gradually coming to a halt. Niànniàn, we've arrived. Tang Ziqin unbuckled her seatbelt, and Niànniàn exited the car. Observing the building before her, she noted that the apartment's design aligned with her aesthetic preferences. Tang Ziqin had indeed put thought into it. However, the moment she recalled her current predicament, embarrassment washed over her. Yet, she had no choice but to rely on Tang Ziqin. She was left without alternatives. Tang Ziqin took her hand and led her into the apartment, which was furnished in a manner she favored. The tension on Niànniàn's face seemed to ease somewhat. Niànniàn, everything you need is here. Tomorrow, I will have the housekeeper come by to clean. You need not lift a finger and can simply rest here. Niànniàn managed a smile. The housekeeper was, in truth, a means of surveillance. was it not? She felt akin to a canary trapped in a gilded cage, rendered powerless. Yet, she dutifully acquiesced. She understood she must play the role of a devoted partner. She knew how to elicit more guilt from Tang Ziqin in order to gain favor. I understand. I feel a bit fatigued, and you should rest as well. Tang Ziqin had initially intended to stay the night. Yet her words prompted him to leave, stirring a hint of dissatisfaction within him. Despite having spent days together, neither had crossed any boundaries. Shang Yanran remained reserved, and he had no desire to press her. He tugged at his tie, and Shang Yanran noticed his gesture, recognizing it as a sign of his displeasure. Nevertheless, she had no intention of speaking up. The art of subtlety lay in restraint. Deliberately, Shang Yanran feigned weariness. Observing her demeanor, Tang Ziqin chose not to pursue any further action. Then, rest early. I shall take my leave for now. Ultimately, Tang Ziqin departed from the apartment. Upon returning home, he discovered Luo Ning engaged in conversation with his mother. "Ah Qin, why have you returned so late? Xiao Ning is here," his mother remarked. As a boyfriend, it was unbecoming to leave his partner alone at home. Such was not the lesson imparted to him by his mother. Her words served as a gentle reprimand, for she was acutely aware of her son's whereabouts that evening. She was not oblivious to the fact that he had purchased an apartment for that woman. It was utterly foolish. Luo Ning, upon seeing him, had formed her own conclusions about his evening activities. However, she would not voice them. A wise woman never pressed a man for answers. Yet, this did not mean she could tolerate Shang Yanran. In her eyes, Shang Yanran was merely a parasitic being reliant on men, unworthy of consideration. If Tang Ziqin viewed her as a cherished moonlight, then she would gradually unveil Shang Yanran's true nature, compelling Tang Ziqin to willingly forsake her. "Auntie, Qin has been busy with work. Please do not blame him. I would feel pain by it." Tang's mother regarded Luo Ning with growing approval, compared to Shang Yanran. She was infinitely preferable. A woman of such capability could truly assist her son. "Understood. You young ones should share some private conversation. I shall take my leave upstairs." With that, Tang's mother exited. "Why didn't you inform me of her arrival?" Tang Ziqin inquired. Unaware that Luo Ning was visiting the Tang household that evening, "I was concerned you might still be preoccupied," Luo Ning replied, her words laden with meaning. Tang Ziqin discerned her implication. She certainly could not be oblivious to his whereabouts. As a daughter of a prominent family, Luo Ning would never tolerate her boyfriend harboring a mistress, though she refrained from expressing her discontent. It did not imply she was indifferent. This reality demanded that Shang Yanran vacate the Tang residence, for her continued presence was untenable, regardless of whether his relationship with Luo Ning was genuine love or a mere business alliance. He could not behave in such a manner. He must convey his stance to the Luo family. Luo Ning possessed a quality that Shang Yin and could never compete with. She always knew precisely when to say the right thing. "It's late now. Allow me to drive you home. I will come by tomorrow for dinner," Tang Ziqin said. Luo Ning rose from her seat, smoothing her dress. "Let us go." Tang Ziqin took the initiative to grasp Luo Ning's hand. Ensuring he did not appear overly aloof, Luo Ning glanced down but did not refuse him. After a brief conversation in the car, they finally arrived at the Luo residence. Tang Ziqin escorted Luo Ning to her door before departing. As Luo Ning watched his car drive away, she shook her head and withdrew her gaze. 2 days passed, and the fervor surrounding the online post only intensified. Many began to question why Bo Qingnian had not come forward to clarify the situation. Observing the one-sided comments online, Shang Yan felt a sense of victory. She yearned to see Bo Qingnian trampled beneath the weight of public opinion. Thus, another idea blossomed in her mind, prompting her to dial Lin Heck's number once more. Only Lin Heng could assist her now. There was no one else. The call rang for an extended period before being answered. Without hesitation, Shang Yanran spoke directly. "Lin Heng, I need your help once again." Lin Heng sensed that the situation had spiraled beyond redemption. With the magnitude of the uproar, it was impossible for those in the capital to remain oblivious. Yet, no one had chosen to speak up thus far. What was unfolding? Lin Heng felt a pang of unease. "Yanran, perhaps it's time to withdraw. I believe things are more complicated than they seem. Are we truly intent on pursuing this to the bitter end?" Listening to Lin Heng's words, Shang Yan's eyes gleamed with a deep-seated hatred. She knew this man was utterly useless. Why was he so fearful over such trivial matters? In Shang Yan's view, Bo Qingnian was already terrified of being engulfed by public opinion and dared not show her face. Why not stoke the flames further while they had the chance? "Didn't you promise to wholeheartedly support me?" Bo Qingnian must surely be quaking in fear. "If I could further entrench my victimhood, the public would undoubtedly rally behind us." Chapter 33. adding fuel to the fire. Lin Heng, do you understand? Shang Yan's voice escalated from a low murmur to an uncontrolled crescendo. Nothing mattered to her more than obliterating Bo Qingnian, with the Tang family inaccessible and the Shang family in ruins. Her life was crumbling. She had to seize this opportunity. She could not afford to lose. Lin Heng remained silent for an extended period before she urged, Lin Heng, please help me once more. You are my only hope. Of course, Shang Yanniàn did not genuinely believe this. She merely recognized that Lin Heng was her only ally in this matter. What was so difficult about sweet-talking him? Was tea that her forte? As anticipated, upon hearing her words, Lin Heng sighed softly. What do you need me to do? I want you to assist me in recording a video. Since Bo Qingnian dared not appear, she would ensure that she would never again be seen in the public eye. Lin Heng understood the risks of confronting Bo Qingnian. He could only hope that Shang Yanran would not go too far. Where should I find you? Shang Yanran was reluctant to divulge any details regarding Tang Ziqin, nor did she wish for him to discover her dealings with Lin Heng. Thus, Lin Heng could not come to the apartment. After some contemplation, she concluded that a hotel would be the most suitable option for recording the video. Find a hotel, reserve a room, and then send me the name and room number. Remember to keep it discreet. Lin Heng acquiesced to Shang Yanran's request and promptly set about addressing the matter at hand. Shortly thereafter, Shang Yanran received the location and room number sent by Lin Heng. After making a quick preparation, she hailed a taxi to her destination. Donning a hat and a mask, she ensured that no one would recognize her, especially not Tang Ziqin, as it was imperative that he remained unaware of her presence with Lin Heng at the hotel. Upon arriving at the designated floor via the elevator, she swiftly located the room and knocked gently on the door. When Lin Heng opened it, Shang Yanniàn quickly stepped inside. After glancing down the corridor to confirm its emptiness, Lin Heng hastily closed the door behind her. Once inside, Shang Yanniàn removed her hat and mask. Placing them aside, her gaze fell upon a camera resting on the table, a clear indication that Lin Heng had given the matter considerable thought. Yanran, what content do you wish to capture? Lin Heng inquired while adjusting the camera and setting the angle. Position it against the wall. Ensure it doesn't appear to be a hotel, she instructed. You hold the camera, and I will speak. Let us commence without further delay. Lin Heng settled beside her, camera in hand. Focusing the lens on Shang Yanran, who began to speak slowly, occasionally shedding tears, she understood the demeanor that would elicit sympathy from others. She recounted her tribulations, detailing how she had been mistreated by Bo Qingnian, how he had heartlessly taken away her love, leading to her family's ruin. She expressed the instability of her emotions, the necessity of frequent doctor visits, and the medication she required. After half an hour of impassioned narration, she concluded her soliloquy, wiping away her tears and revealing a triumphant smile. She was eager to see how the online community would respond to the video, particularly in their condemnation of Bo Qingnian. Listening to her grievances for 30 minutes, Lin Heng felt a sense of helplessness. Would such content truly have no repercussions? The events she described were fabrications. Lin Heng, I wish to undertake another task, she declared. Lin Heng, taken aback by her words, hesitated to respond. He was not afraid of being implicated. Rather, he feared for Shang Yanran's safety. Did she truly underestimate the power of those in the capital? Yanran, one video is sufficient. If we go too far, I worry for your safety. No one will be able to protect you. Ultimately, Lin Heng cautioned her, observing her descent into obsession. Shang Yanran's expression twisted upon hearing his words. Her gaze fixed intently on him. Was he reconsidering? Impossible. If Bo Qingnian's reputation were to be tarnished, those in power would certainly turn a blind eye to her plight. As for the notion of being left unprotected, she had considered it. After all, there was still Tang Ziqin. He would not abandon her. Just trust me. I will be fine. Preserve this video well. It must be posted online tonight. Lin Heng nodded, recognizing her unwavering resolve. Realizing he could no longer voice opposition. I need to consult a doctor for a certificate. She had just conceived this idea. If she could substantiate her emotional instability, Bo Qingnian's image would undoubtedly plummet even further than she anticipated. Do not overthink it. Focus on helping me execute this plan. You want to see me happy, do you not? This is also a debt you owe me, is it not? Lin Heng, our child is gone because of Bo Qingnian. Lin Heng stared at Shang Yanniàn in astonishment. She had not forgotten this matter. She had once yearned to conceive quickly and marry into the Mu family, but her dreams had been shattered, resulting in her divorce from Mu Shiyuan and the loss of her child. Now, she was still blaming herself that a twinge of disappointment coursed through Lin Heng's heart, seeing the change in Lin Heng's expression. Shang Yin and realized she had misspoken and quickly amended her words. Now, it is just you and me. We still have a future, do you understand? She took Lin Heng's hand, affirming their shared future, which undoubtedly filled him with hope. I will upload the video tonight. Once you obtain the certificate, send it to me. I know your intentions. Shang Yinran put her hat and mask back on, patted Lin Heng's shoulder, then opened the door to check the corridor for onlookers. Finding it clear, she swiftly exited. That evening, when online activity peaked, Lin Heng edited the video and posted it on Weibo, titling it A Victim's Accusation. Within an hour, the video garnered over 10 million views. The online community had been eagerly following the incident, yet the two principal figures had remained silent until now. The victim had finally spoken, prompting immediate attention. Many viewers, moved by Shang Yinran's plight, began to denounce Bo Qingnian. Oh my, Shang Yinran is so unfortunate. How could she be treated so cruelly? Indeed, Bo Qingnian has yet to apologize. Shang Yinran's emotional state is deteriorating. I still maintain a neutral stance, while Shang Yinran claims to have emotional issues. We cannot ascertain the truth. To those above, I support you. It feels as though Shang Yinran is orchestrating this herself, anticipating such reactions. Shang Yinran sought a doctor to obtain a certificate confirming her emotional instability and had Lin Heng procure a variety of medications. This bolstered the credibility of her claims in the eyes of netizens. Chapter 34. The counterattack begins. To those above, have you not seen the doctor's certificate? What more do you need to refute? Bo Qingnian, come forth and stop pretending to be unaware. Apologize, Shang Yinran. We stand by you. Do not fear. I believe we should wait for Bo Qingnian to respond before casting blame. Let us not be overly zealous. The internet buzzed with condemnation while our protagonist, Bo Qingnian, remained unperturbed, engrossed in her reading as if the tumult beyond her walls was entirely irrelevant. Qian was far more attuned to the situation than Bo Qingnian. Bo Qingnian's phone rang again. It was Qian calling. Niànniàn, you are being mercilessly criticized right now. Shang Yinran has caused a stir. Posting a video of accusations and obtaining a doctor's certificate claiming her emotional distress necessitates long-term medication. I believe it is time for us to intervene. Listening to Qian's words, the icy glint in Bo Qingnian's eyes intensified. You located the details regarding Shang Yinran's endeavors abroad, as I instructed? I did. The information is quite extensive. Niànniàn, you truly understand her well. And Qian replied with a light chuckle. Excellent. Publish those findings online and allow the situation to escalate. Posted on the official Weibo account of the capital S prominent families. Utilizing the main account. She recalled that the main account was managed by the Jin family, but the 6 major families had a unique system in place, with 6 sub-accounts each held by the heads of the families for information dissemination. Upon hearing Bo Qingnian's directive, a spark of excitement flickered in Qian's eyes. Understood. I will handle it. Qian was aware that the online discourse that night would undoubtedly be riveting. Do not concern yourself with the comments. Tonight, we shall refrain from responding to any inquiries. We will assess the situation tomorrow. Netizens are notoriously inquisitive. The more elusive the truth, the more they yearn for clarity. Thus, there is no need to rush to address their questions. Qian acknowledged her understanding. As soon as Bo Qingnian hung up, she noticed another call from Jin Sihuai. Why? She answered. I saw the trending topics on Weibo. Do you require my assistance? Jin Sihuai's eyes darkened ominously upon viewing the messages. The girl he cherished was being so ruthlessly slandered. The audacity of her detractors was staggering. No need. I am aware of who is behind this. It is of no concern. Hearing her composed response, Jin Sihuai understood she was not troubled. Without hesitation, he dispatched individuals to investigate the source of the turmoil, quickly discovering it to be Shang Yinran. He recognized that Niànniàn would inevitably come to this conclusion, so he chose not to interfere. Indeed, Bo Qingnian had anticipated this. Jin Sihuai truly understood her. If you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. You will always be my priority. Nothing is more important than you. Upon hearing Jin Sihuai's words, Bo Qingnian felt a flutter in her heart, as though something had erupted within her. This was the first time anyone had declared her to be paramount, to be of utmost importance. In her past relationship with Mu Shiyuan, he had never placed her first nor uttered such sentiments. He would often say, Niànniàn, you are an adult. You must learn to resolve your own issues. I have the Mu family to manage. I cannot assist you at all times. That time, she found herself doubting her abilities, questioning whether she truly was as inadequate as Mu Shiyuan had suggested. It was only later that she realized Mu Shiyuan simply did not love her enough. She was not as lacking as she had believed. Those who love you will never fear the trouble you may bring. It is only those who do not that will concoct numerous excuses. Hearing Jin Sihuai's words now made her acutely aware of the inherent differences between individuals. A sense of surprise illuminated her features. Yet, regrettably, Jin Sihuai remained oblivious to the joy that danced upon her countenance, only able to listen to her soft, mellifluous voice. "All right, if there are any issues, I will reach out to you immediately." "You too," he replied with a smile, fully aware that her words implied he could also contact her without hesitation when needed. "I will. You go ahead and attend to your matters." After Jin Sihuai affirmed this, Bo Qingnian finally ended the call. Niànniàn promptly compiled a list of the misdeeds committed by Niànniàn and released it on the social media platform. The site crashed almost instantly, prompting Jin Corporation's IT department to graciously offer their assistance to restore the system, claiming it was in support of a friendly enterprise. Jin Sihuai had merely told Bo Qingnian to reach out to him if needed, without explicitly forbidding her from seeking assistance in the background. How could he possibly ignore such matters? The netizens, initially shocked by the revelations, found themselves unable to comment due to the system failure. However, it was soon restored, allowing them to scrutinize the details surrounding Niànniàn's actions abroad. One female classmate had accidentally bumped into her, resulting in Niànniàn and making her stand under the scorching sun for 3 hours. The girl fainted from heat stroke and was denied assistance to the infirmary. When her parents confronted Niànniàn, they were met with an arrogant declaration of their wealth, insisting they could afford to compensate for anything. As if one person was inconsequential. A male classmate who harbored feelings for her was publicly humiliated by her, as she claimed he was unworthy of her status, forcing him to bark like a dog before the entire school faculty and student body. When she developed affections for another boy who already had a girlfriend, she orchestrated the breakup of the couple, leading the girl into depression and ultimately into a separation, allowing her to seamlessly enter a relationship with him. Displeased with the teacher's style of instruction, she employed underhanded tactics to have the teacher ousted, who later condemned her actions, stating that threats against her family had forced her departure, alongside the textual accounts. And Niànniàn included images exposing Niànniàn's vile nature to the public. The viewers, after absorbing this information, were filled with outrage. They had never anticipated that Niànniàn's true character was so abhorrent. The online community began to denounce her. So this is Niànniàn's true face? Terrifying. I can't bear to watch any longer. With all these incidents, where is the injustice done to you, Niànniàn? Surely Bo Qingnian cannot be entirely innocent, as she has remained silent all this time. Shouldn't Niànniàn come forward to explain? Do you still have the audacity to accuse others? What about those you bullied? Have you apologized? Have they accused you? The comments above are spot on. Agreed. Niànniàn had been closely monitoring the online situation. Yet it seemed to have spiraled beyond her control. What was happening? Why were her past actions abroad being unearthed by those in the capital? It was unfathomable. She had been so meticulous. And had her father not assured her that everything was taken care of? How could this be? Lin Heng, upon seeing the information released from the capital, understood that they had made their move. This was likely only the beginning. Chapter 35, Collaborate with me in her apartment. Niànniàn was so enraged that she smashed her belongings, pacing anxiously within her room. She could not fathom that Bo Qingnian would exploit her past actions abroad to her advantage, this time. She had miscalculated. However, her father had promised to manage everything, yet somehow, this information had still surfaced. At that moment, she truly grasped the immense power of the capital's influence, which left her feeling somewhat panicked. But having come this far, how could she possibly retreat? She had no desire to turn back. Her gaze remained fixed on the computer screen, where the comments grew increasingly extreme, with some even urging Niànniàn to cease existing. She clenched her fists tightly, assuring herself that there would be a solution, a way to prevail. She would not be defeated. At the Liu family residence in the capital, Liu Xiangyao nearly burst into laughter upon reading the post. Someone had actually stepped in to assist her in dealing with Bo Qingnian. This was simply splendid. As the third party, Bo Qingnian would never shake off that label. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. She could hardly wait to see Bo Qingnian disappear from Jin Sihuai's side, ensuring that he would then be solely hers. Observing the video of Niànniàn, she recognized her as a cunning woman. Capable of pushing Bo Qingnian into the spotlight of public scrutiny, it demonstrated some skill, albeit not executed flawlessly. Since she too harbored disdain for Bo Qingnian, she would lend a hand, utilizing Niànniàn as a means to eliminate her. She made a phone call, instructing, "Help me look into someone. I will send you the information shortly." Upon receiving the materials, Liu Xiangyao felt enlightened. Oh, It was her. It turned out that Bo Qingnian's ex-boyfriend had been taken from her by Niànniàn, the young lady of the Sheng family. In no wonder she harbored such animosity towards Bo Qingnian, leading her to devise such schemes. As Lu Xiangyao's gaze fell upon the name Niànniàn in the first column, a plan began to form in her mind. Shang Yin and initially contemplated seeking assistance from Tang Ziqin, but feared being reprimanded for this transgression, as she had already crossed the line. Tang Ziqin might not even be inclined to help her. What should she do? Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by the ringing of her phone. She glanced at the screen, noting the absence of a caller ID, only a strange number, indicated as from the capital. Niànniàn felt a surge of panic that a call from the capital. Who could it be? Were they coming to settle scores with her? Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as the phone continued to ring. After a moment of contemplation, she finally pressed the answer button. Who is this? Lu Xiangyao found her guarded tone amusing. Surely she believed someone from the capital was after her. Hello, Miss Xing. There's no need to be alarmed. I am not here to lay blame upon you. Hearing this, Niànniàn felt a mix of skepticism and relief, sensing that the caller did indeed have no intention of interrogating her. May I ask who you are, and what brings you to me? I am someone here to assist you. My surname is Lu. Whether you believe it or not, I share your disdain for Bo Qingnian. Since we have a common goal, why not collaborate? Niànniàn was taken aback. Someone from the capital sought to partner with her. If this were true, it felt as though fate was on her side. Just when she was at a loss, an opportunity had presented itself. How could she possibly let this slip away? What do you propose for our collaboration? As partners, you know my name and background, yet I know nothing about you. I assent that a bit uneven. Lu Xiangyao. Lu Xiangyao was unafraid of revealing her identity, confident that she had the means to extricate herself should the need arise. When the time came, she could easily place all the blame on this woman, after all. She was merely a pawn, to be discarded once her purpose was served. Niànniàn eagerly awaited the answer she sought. I agree. What must I do? Meet me tomorrow at a CF. I will send you the address shortly. We will discuss the details then. I hope you arrive on time. Do not be late. Goodbye. Miss Shang. As Niànniàn stared at the disconnected call, she soon received the address from Lu Xiangyao. She understood that this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity, one she must seize. The following day, Niànniàn arrived punctually at the designated location, a CAF known for its privacy. After waiting for some time without any sign of her contact, she began to feel anxious, wondering if she had been deceived. Just as she contemplated leaving, a woman clad in a black dress and wearing sunglasses entered. Niànniàn recognized the dress as the latest collection from Niànniàn, a piece so exclusive that it was often sold out before it could even be purchased. Anyone capable of affording such attire was far from ordinary. Lu Xiangyao spotted Niànniàn immediately and approached her table. Miss Shang. Lu Xiangyao removed her sunglasses and leisurely took a seat. Hello, you must be Miss Lu. Niànniàn regarded her, perplexed as to why this woman had sought her out for collaboration. However, if someone could assist her in eliminating Bo Qingnian, the distinctions between friend and foe became irrelevant. All she desired was for Bo Qingnian to face utter ruin. Determined not to appear inferior, Niànniàn lifted her chin and adjusted her posture. Lu Xiangyao observed her actions with amusement. Indeed, the more one lacks something, the more they wish to display it. Niànniàn's gestures only served to reveal her underlying insecurity. To be brief, I can help you, provided you cooperate with me. Niànniàn was somewhat displeased by her words. Having grown accustomed to being in control, she found it demeaning to now be required to cooperate with someone else. Lu Xiangyao seemed to have discerned her thoughts. After all, Miss Xing had nothing of value that warranted her cooperation, did she? She lacked a prestigious background and had no capable allies. Relying solely on a man with nothing to his name made success exceedingly difficult. Niànniàn's heart sank. She was astonished that Lu Xiangyao had even uncovered Lin Heng's involvement. Knowing he was the one assisting her from the shadows, Niànniàn gazed at Lu Xiangyao, her eyes deepening with apprehension. She had acted rashly. The people of the capital were truly beyond her reach. Consequently, her demeanor shifted to one of greater respect. Miss Lu, how would you like me to cooperate? Lu Xiangyao turned her gaze back to Niànniàn. If it were not for her inability to find leverage against Bo Qingnian, she would not need to engage with someone of such low stature. It was quite beneath her. Finding anyone in the capital would yield a far more advantageous ally than Niànniàn. I will notify you later. For now, your primary task is to maintain your image as the victim. I have arranged for some fabricated chat records. Make sure to utilize them wisely. I will email them to you. So keep an eye on your inbox. We will meet at a villa on the outskirts of the city. When the time comes, I will send someone to escort you. Chapter 36. Stand down. Shang Yin comprehended Lu Xiangyao's intentions and realized she could only await further contact from her. She could not approach Lu Xiangyao at will.as for the chat records. Being from the capital, anything Lu Xiangyao presented would undoubtedly be far more compelling than her own evidence, with Lu Xiangyao's assistance. Bo Qingnian would surely be unable to recover. The mere thought of this possibility brought a flicker of joy to Shang Yinran's heart, dispelling the earlier embarrassment and resentment she felt from Lu Xiangyao's scorn. Lu Xiangyao regarded Shang Yinran's smug expression with a hint of disdain. If I need to reach you, how should I do so? Lu Xiangyao wished to keep their collaboration against Bo Qingnian under wraps. Otherwise, her standing in the capital would be precarious. The individuals who already looked down upon her would have even more cause for disdain if they discovered her targeting Bo Qingnian. Not to mention, Jin Sihuai would be the first to seek her downfall. Email me, and I will respond when I see it, Shang Yin replied, her frustration simmering just beneath the surface. She knew she could not confront Lu Xiangyao head-on. The other party could dismantle her with ease, far easier than squishing an ant. I am leaving now. Take care of yourself, do not act independently, Lu Xiangyao. Well aware of Shang Yinran's nature, her unwillingness to accept a subordinate position, knew she would inevitably seek to draw attention to herself. A reminder was necessary for this woman. With that, Lu Xiangyao rose and departed, leaving Shang Yinran alone to contemplate her words. She recalled Lu Xiangyao's demeanor, so poised and dignified, exuding an air of nobility. Such a life was what Shang Yinran believed she deserved if she could cultivate a favorable relationship with Lu Xiangyao and gain favor in the capital. She could escape Jiangcheng, distancing herself from ridicule. The signs of the capital far outnumbered those of Jiangcheng. With this in mind, hope for a brighter future blossomed within Shang Yinran. She resolved to win Lu Xiangyao's favor wholeheartedly. Not long after returning home, Shang Yinran received an email from Lu Xiangyao. Upon reviewing the chat records, even Shang Yinran was taken aback. The portrayal of Bo Qingnian in those exchanges painted her as a fickle woman, engaged with multiple men simultaneously, with contents that were quite scandalous. As Shang Yin regarded the evidence Lu Xiangyao had provided, she vowed to wield it to her advantage. She still required Lin Heng's assistance for the video. Thus, she picked up the phone and called him, outlining her intentions. Lin Heng understood that Shang Yinran was unwilling to relent. He felt he could no longer aid her, lest she become further consumed by her obsession. Yinran, let it go. Do not persist in this misguided path. Shang Yin felt a twinge of contempt for Lin Heng. Why, at such a critical juncture, was he still uttering such words? Would it not be better to wholeheartedly assist her in succeeding? Clearly, he was a worthless ally, incapable of accomplishing anything. He hardly deserved her consideration. Lin Heng, I will not be defeated. Someone from the capital has reached out to me. She will help me take down Bo Qingnian. You need only heed my instructions. Lin Heng wished to persuade her against this course of action. Those from the capital were formidable, and they would undoubtedly handle matters with utmost efficiency, even if exposed. Being from the same circle would afford them more favorable resolutions. Yet, Shang Yin was different. She had nothing. If the capital's elite chose to target her, it would be an effortless endeavor. Shang Yin could not have failed to recognize these possibilities. Why, then, did she remain so obstinate? Yinran, do you understand the consequences of continuing down this path? Shang Yin was taken aback. Lin Heng still sought to dissuade her. Had she not been clear enough? I do not know what the consequences may be, but I do know that Bo Qingnian will suffer immensely. I must witness her downfall. Lin Heng, will you help me or not? Hearing her words, Lin Heng realized he could no longer sway her. Yinran, this is my final offer of assistance. What do you wish to do? Shang Yinran recognized the significant shift in Lin Heng's attitude, but she had no choice. This course of action was imperative. To ascend to Lu Xiangyao's favor, she needed to execute this plan flawlessly. Being women, she could hardly ignore the evident animosity Lu Xiangyao harbored towards Bo Qingnian. If ruining Bo Qingnian would please Lu Xiangyao, she would not hesitate to exert additional effort. Yet, what Shang Yinran failed to grasp was that Lu Xiangyao's standing in the capital rendered her nearly untouchable. Her status as an illegitimate daughter placed her in a precarious position. However, for Shang Yinran, who resided far from the capital, Lu Xiangyao's identity represented a tantalizing allure. She dreamed of becoming part of the capital's elite, and thus, she needed to ensure Lu Xiangyao regarded her with newfound respect. I will continue to solidify my image as the victim. Online commentators may condemn my past actions abroad, but that does not negate the truth of my accusations against Bo Qingnian as the other woman. Therefore, I must record an apology video. In essence, she resolved to film a new video. Lin Heng acquiesced, then ended the call. Soon after, Niànniàn received the hotel and room number from Lin Heng and, following the previous experience, set out for the hotel. With newfound proficiency, she first sincerely apologized for her past transgressions against those she had bullied abroad, expressing how youthful and ignorant she had once been. She conveyed her unintentional harm to many and now sought forgiveness from her online audience and former classmates. She then recounted her mistreatment at the hands of Bo Qingnian, asserting that this was an undeniable truth and that she possessed further evidence yet to be revealed. Each utterance from Niànniàn darkened Lin Heng's countenance. He suddenly felt as if he no longer recognized her. This cunning woman bore little resemblance to the gentle and kind person he had once known. Her recent actions had sown seeds of discontent within him. As Niànniàn delivered her concluding remarks, Lin Heng realized the video was complete, and he arranged the camera. Tonight, you will post it. I will send you some screenshots to accompany it. Wait for my signal to publish. Understood? Lin Heng nodded, remaining silent. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Niànniàn intended to coax him into compliance, but Lin Heng spoke first. I will upload it later. I'm leaving now. Without waiting for Niànniàn to interject, Lin Heng opened the door and departed. Bewildered, Niànniàn wondered what had transpired with him today that caused such a shift in attitude. However, she soon dismissed her concerns, focusing instead on the anticipated public reaction that evening. After all, such an inconsequential person could not impede her progress. Chapter 37. You did well. Upon returning home, Lin Heng reviewed the video on the camera, feeling overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. He vowed that this would be his final act of assistance to Niànniàn. There would be no next time. Opening his computer, he indeed found an email from Niànniàn awaiting him. Perusing its contents, he struggled to articulate his emotions. The screenshots contained within could obliterate the reputation of any ordinary girl. If the psychological burden proved too great, one might even contemplate dire actions. How could Niànniàn harbor such a malevolent intent? Was she not a woman herself? Suppressing the flicker of guilt within him, Lin Heng resolved to fulfill his commitment this one last time. Afterward, he would sever all ties with Niànniàn, that he realized he no longer recognized this venomous incarnation of Niànniàn. He yearned to preserve the pure and beautiful image of her he had once held dear. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Niànniàn sent a message to Lin Heng, indicating that he could upload the video online. Lin Heng agreed and swiftly posted the video on Weibo, titling it Niànniàn's apology. As expected, the moment netizens caught sight of Niànniàn's new video, a fervent discussion erupted. Niànniàn actually apologized. Everyone come and see. She cried quite convincingly, but unfortunately, we are not among those you bullied. So we have no right to forgive you. Yet, despite being criticized so harshly, Niànniàn still insists that Bo Qingnian is the third party. Could it be true? Indeed, let's not forget that Bo Qingnian is considered the third party. Throughout, aside from some dirt on Niànniàn, Bo Qingnian has never denied being the third party. Exactly. Niànniàn has released quite a bit. She claims to have solid evidence. Let us wait and see. What evidence? Niànniàn, hurry up and release it. The buzz continued to escalate, drawing considerable attention from many. Numerous individuals expressed keen interest in the evidence Niànniàn mentioned, urging her to release it promptly. However, Niànniàn remained unhurried. If she released it directly, it might raise suspicions about her motives. Yet, if it was at the insistence of netizens, she could not be held accountable. After all, she had stated in the video that unless necessary, she wouldn't casually release anything. Seeing the persistent demands for her to release the evidence, some began to question, didn't she say she had concrete evidence? Why hasn't she released it yet? Yeah, it's been over an hour. Isn't there any evidence at all? Upstairs, I also believe there is none. Niànniàn is definitely spouting nonsense. Got it. Niànniàn is just wasting our time, observing the reactions online. Niànniàn realized the moment had arrived. Now is undoubtedly the best time to release the screenshots. Channeling the netizens' wrath towards Bo Qingnian, she messaged Lin Heng to inform him that he could post the screenshots. After much hesitation, Lin Heng ultimately acquiesced to Niànniàn's request. The title of the screenshots was Bo Qingnian's Romantic History. Upon seeing those dozen or so screenshots, the online community exploded. What sort of woman was this who could so deftly manipulate multiple men at once? A few supporters of Bo Qingnian found themselves at a loss for words. The evidence was overwhelmingly convincing, complete with text and images, leaving no stone unturned. Bo Qingnian was seen embracing different men, frequenting various hotels, appearing exceedingly joyful. Each photo captured her face perfectly, while the men only showed their profiles. However, the physiques of those men were quite concerning, with bulging bellies and thinning hair. The conversation snippets with Bo Qingnian were also utterly distasteful. Hardly befitting a woman of noble lineage, some netizens began to question Bo Qingnian's taste, wondering why she couldn't choose more appealing partners. One exchange appeared particularly shocking. Should we go to your place tonight or to a hotel? What do you think? I'll go wherever you say. You're so naughty. Should I bring a couple more? Whatever you want. Although nothing explicitly vulgar was stated, the implication was enough to ignite rampant speculation. How could someone with Bo Qingnian's seemingly pure and elegant demeanor utter such words? Yet, the screenshots released by Niànniàn made it challenging to doubt her claims. After all, Bo Qingnian had yet to deny her role as the third party. I am disgusted. Bo Qingnian is actually like this. What do those older men even see in her? She is still the daughter of the Bo family, committing such shameless acts. If the person in the pictures is indeed her, then there's no escaping the fact that she stole Niànniàn's boyfriend. This is merely Niànniàn's unilateral evidence. Who knows if it's genuine? What if it's fabricated? Exactly. How can we prove this is real? Upstairs, do you still dare to defend her? How can this not be real? Just shut up. Niànniàn continuously refreshed the comments from netizens, relishing the overwhelming response. The majority seemed to believe her screenshots. Lu Xiangyao's strategy was indeed effective. Now, everyone was thoroughly disgusted by Bo Qingnian. There was no way she could counter with anything substantial, even if there were incidents abroad. So what? She had already apologized. Bo Qingnian could no longer cling to this matter, as it would only make her seem guilty and desperate to cover up. In truth, Niànniàn found herself perplexed by Bo Qingnian's mindset. She could not possibly be unaware that Niànniàn was orchestrating this chaos. Yet, she made no moves, merely releasing some of her dirt before returning to her previous demeanor. Nevertheless, Niànniàn was not worried. With Lu Xiangyao's assistance, she was confident of her victory. Just as she thought of Lu Xiangyao, her phone rang. Miss Shang, well done. Hearing Lu Xiangyao's praise filled Niànniàn with pride. Miss Lu, what should we do next? Niànniàn now regarded Lu Xiangyao as her pillar of support, following her lead in all matters. People online will undoubtedly question the authenticity of the photos. I will send you a few more videos. Remember, use them wisely. Wait until public opinion reaches a peak before releasing the videos. Lu Xiangyao's tactics were far superior to Niànniàn's. Her considerations far more extensive. She could not easily reveal herself. So it was only sensible for Niànniàn to take the forefront. I understand. Miss Lu. Niànniàn quickly agreed, and as she thought of the videos Lu Xiangyao mentioned, she felt that Bo Qingnian had no chance of redemption. Bo family. Bo Qingnian gazed intently at the screenshots, utterly absorbed, oblivious to the presence of Bo Qingnian behind her. Sister, do you need me to intervene? Are you underestimating me? Your sister? Do you lack faith in me? Bo Qingnian chuckled. Chapter 38. Taking the initiative, observing her sister's demeanor, he understood that she could handle this matter herself. She had never considered seeking help from the family, nor did she need it. For Bo Qingnian, this was merely a trivial issue. She felt no anger, only a sense of disbelief that Niànniàn could stoop so low. Was she truly willing to go to such lengths to ruin her? However, Bo Qingnian harbored some doubts. Based on her understanding of Niànniàn, she was not someone who would easily back down. The fact that she had chosen to apologize to so many people was indeed peculiar and quite rare. Furthermore, the screenshots she had released were clearly fabricated. With Niànniàn's intellect, how could she have thought of using fake screenshots? It was simply too suspicious. Knowing they were fake, how could she dare to release them? Unafraid of being exposed? Or did she believe that even if discovered, she would still be protected? Contemplating these possibilities, Bo Qingnian decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach. She was curious to see what else Niànniàn was capable of. Or rather, who was assisting her in this endeavor against herself. The more she thought about it, the more she felt there was a possibility of external support, regardless of whether it was Niànniàn or someone else. She intended to uncover the truth. Suddenly, Bo Qingnian recalled something and asked, Sister, how is Xiaofan doing lately? Hearing her brother's question, Bo Qingnian's expression softened. She knew her brother cared about Xiaofan, though he hadn't shown it overtly. Are you eager to know? Bo Qingnian nodded, realizing his sister was teasing him. Then you can take the initiative to contact her. Han, you need to be more proactive. A hint of panic flashed in Bo Qingnian's eyes. Did his sister see through his feelings? He had thought he was hiding them well. Little did he know she had already discerned them. Bo Qingnian patted his shoulder. When you like someone, be brave. Take the initiative to express your feelings. I believe you will get what you desire. When it comes to matters of the heart, others' opinions can only serve as a reference. Ultimately, the one who makes the decision is yourself. I understand, sister. I'll head back to my room now, so I won't disturb your work. Between siblings, there was no need for excessive pleasantries. Understanding each other's good intentions was sufficient. Bo Qingnian watched her brother's retreating figure, feeling that she had said all she could, hoping he truly understood that relationships require proactive pursuit. However, she had more pressing matters to attend to. Shang Yin and was relentless in her pursuit, and it was unlikely that she would settle for just a few screenshots. She would undoubtedly release something even more shocking. Bo Qingnian needed to devise a countermeasure. It was time to put her assistant, Niànniàn, to work. Bo Qingnian picked up her phone and dialed in Qian's number. However, the line was filled with the sound of raucous music, and Bo Qingnian could hear in Qian's voice, "Niànniàn, what's up?" Bo Qingnian frowned. "Where are you? Why is it so noisy?" And Qian paused before replying. "I am at the Starry Night." Bo Qingnian pondered for a moment and felt that the name sounded somewhat familiar. It dawned on her that it belonged to a nightclub opened by Mu Xingqi. How did Qian end up there? Surely, it could not be mere coincidence. Could it be connected to Mu Xingqi? "What are you doing there?" And Qian replied with a hint of sobbing, "I saw Mu Xingqi with a girl, so I followed to take a look." Bo Qingnian rubbed her temples. It was indeed related to Mu Xingqi. "Niànniàn, why not come over and keep me company? I'll wait." Fearing that this young lady might overthink, Bo Qingnian quickly changed out of her loungewear and drove straight to Xingji. Just as Mu Xingqi finished his call and was about to return to his seat, he spotted someone who bore a striking resemblance to Bo Qingnian. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed her. Confirming he had not been mistaken, he stepped aside to call Jin Sihuai. "Speak plainly." Jin Sihuai's voice on the other end sounded somewhat preoccupied. "Your beloved is currently at Xingji. Are you coming or not?" Jin Sihuai was taken aback. How did Niànniàn end up at Xingji? She rarely frequented nightclubs. "Are you coming or not?" Mu Xingqi repeated. Noticing Jin Sihuai's silence, he was confident that Jin Sihuai would show up, as this was Bo Qingnian, not just anyone. "I'm heading over now." Mu Xingqi stared at the disconnected call, astonished by the unexpected liveliness of the night. Usually, when he invited Jin Sihuai, he would decline. But Bo Qingnian was enough to break his resolve. What a fellow who prioritizes romance over friendship. He decided against entering and waited at the entrance for Jin Sihuai to arrive, curious to see how he would react upon spotting Bo Qingnian at Xingji. As Bo Qingnian stepped into Xingji, she drew the attention of several young heirs. Tonight, she was stunningly beautiful in a red halter-neck dress that accentuated her snow-like complexion, with raven hair and crimson lips. Undeniably alluring. Some were already restless with desire. Bo Qingnian scanned the room and finally spotted Qian in a corner, her face flushed and slightly tipsy. Upon seeing Bo Qingnian, she resembled a child caught in wrongdoing. "Niànniàn, you're here. Have you been drinking a lot?" Bo Qingnian glanced at the cocktail on the table, and Qian had a poor tolerance for alcohol, and even a little cocktail could leave her inebriated, making Bo Qingnian uneasy about her venturing into a nightclub alone. Seeing Qian in that state confirmed her fears. "Just a little. I'm fine." Mu Xingqi just stepped out. "That girl is still there." Bo Qingnian looked in the direction she pointed and indeed saw a girl of average appearance. She couldn't help but lament. "Is Mu Xingqi's taste so peculiar? One girl is enough to render you this way?" Did Mu Xingqi ever explicitly state who that girl is to him? And Qian, upon hearing Bo Qingnian's words, fell into a moment of distraction. It was true that Mu Xingqi had not overstepped any boundaries. While that girl seemed intent on attracting his attention, it appeared she had misunderstood the situation. "Have you not taken to heart what I told you last time?" And Qian was aware that Bo Qingnian referred to the need to let Mu Xingqi know her feelings. She had indeed been reluctant to lower her pride and had been stalling. "Since Mu Xingqi is here, let's go find him later. I'll accompany you." "Niànniàn, you're too kind. I'll follow your lead and reach out to him." And Qian nestled against Bo Qingnian's arm. Bo Qingnian understood that without a little push, and Qian would never take the first step. So she had to give her a nudge. Chapter 39. Do you know who she is? From the moment Bo Qingnian walked into Xingji, Zhang Chun had his eyes fixed on her. Seeing her there to meet a friend stirred something within him. Those who did not follow the news had no idea she was the recently renowned eldest daughter of the Bo family. Mistaking her for an ordinary woman, Zhang Qin, relying on his family's modest wealth, often flaunted himself among his rowdy friends. Upon noticing Zhang Qin's unwavering gaze on Bo Qingnian, his companions immediately understood. "Bro, that girl is quite something. Should we help you out?" Zhang Qin's eyes grew even more fervent as he heard Li Ke's words. Let us not scare the beauty. Knowing Zhang Qin had agreed, Li Ke signaled 2 others to join him. He had also taken a liking to the beauty beside Bo Qingnian. Bo Qingnian regarded the 3 men approaching with a sense of bewilderment. What is it? Her tone was somewhat frosty. Li Ke, sensing the chill in her voice, felt a bit embarrassed, as most women typically flocked to her. This woman, however, was quite the contrary. Yet, since Bo Qingnian was the object of Zhang Qin's interest, he dared not act rashly. Our bro Qin would like to invite you for a drink. Would this lovely lady consider it? Li Ke gestured towards Zhang Qin, who was merely a self-important figure smiling at her. Sorry, I'm not interested. Li Ke thought he must have misheard. This woman said she wasn't interested. Did she not know who Zhang Qin was? Bro Qin, don't you recognize him? He asked the 2nd son of the Zhang family. Are you sure you don't want to go over? Li Ke pressed on, unable to believe Bo Qingnian would remain unfazed by the Zhang family's name. Oh, so it's the Zhang family. In that case, have him come personally to speak with me. Li Ke stared at her in disbelief. Was she out of her mind, demanding Zhang Qin come to her? Such audacity could very well lead to trouble. Still not leaving. Bo Qingnian shot him a glance. Qian, observing the situation, sensed hostility but reassured herself that they were in Mu Xingqi's territory, so nothing would happen to them. Bo Qingnian shared this sentiment, thus remained unperturbed by the group. Li Ke regarded Bo Qingnian as if she were a fool and hurried back to inform Zhang Qin of her words. Did she really say that? Zhang Qin glanced at Bo Qingnian, only to find her expression utterly indifferent. What an intriguing woman. Let us go and see. Zhang Qin rose and approached Bo Qingnian. Upon closer inspection, she was even more enchanting, which only heightened his patience. Would you grace me with a drink, beauty? Zhang Qin tossed his hair, attempting to showcase his charm, but Qian inadvertently made a retching sound. Zhang Qin's face darkened. What do you mean by that? He pointed at Qian, his tone becoming somewhat agitated. Sorry, just feeling a bit nauseous. Qian held a deep disdain for individuals who bullied others simply because they had a bit of money. She fundamentally looked down on such people. You brought me over just to endure your insults? What a wretched woman. I'm giving you face by even considering you. I'm not interested in your pretentious innocence. Bo Qingnian remarked with a hint of disdain as she regarded the man before her. But I have no interest in you, understand? Zhang Qin was thoroughly enraged by her response and wanted his companions to drag her to his table. Bo Qingnian discerned his intentions and calmly stated, I am well acquainted with the owner of Xingji. Are you certain you wish to make a move against me here? Zhang Qin halted, then smiled. Speaking to a subordinate beside him, the man left. Bo Qingnian was uncertain of his errand, but given Zhang Qin's malevolent gaze, she suspected it was nothing favorable. Coincidentally, I know the owner of Xingji as well. Since that's the case, it should be easier to negotiate. Bo Qingnian exchanged a glance with Qian. Did this man also know Mu Xingqi? Moments later, the same subordinate returned with someone in tow. He approached Zhang Qin respectfully. Ah, 2nd young master Zhang. What's the matter? Mr. Huang. This lady claims to know you. Is that true? I wanted to invite her for a drink, yet she refuses. How should we resolve this? Huang Sheng glanced at Bo Qingnian, acknowledging her beauty, yet even the most exquisite beauty paled in comparison to the Zhang family. Zhang Qin was not someone to be trifled with. He found himself at a loss. Typically, those Zhang Qin fancied were quite eager to approach him, so why did this girl seem so oblivious? Such a beauty, how could I possibly know her? Only 2nd young master Zhang could meet someone like her. Miss, you should know that 2nd young master Zhang is quite generous. You ought to seize the opportunity. Bo Qingnian listened to the manager's words, a cold smile forming within her. She had initially thought Zhang Qin truly knew Mu Xingqi, but it turned out he merely knew a manager. The frostiness in her gaze intensified as she realized he was warning her to behave and not cause trouble in his establishment. How revolting that Mu Xingqi would associate with someone like him. I will reiterate, I am not interested. If you persist, I will ensure that all of you are ejected from Xingji. Zhang Qin had never before encountered a woman speaking to him in such a tone. She truly was riding high on her own arrogance. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for being impolite. Zhang Qin raised his hand, poised to swipe across Bo Qingnian's face. Just then, Jin Sihuai and Mu Xingqi happened to walk by and witnessed the scene. Mu Xingqi internally cried out in alarm. Jin Sihuai swiftly stepped forward, seizing Zhang Qin's wrist, his gaze darkening ominously as he regarded Zhang Qin's face. His expression grim. Zhang Qin felt a pang of panic upon seeing the newcomer. How could the eldest son of the Jin family be here? Thus, he hurriedly began to deflect responsibility, attempting to extricate himself from the situation. Mr. Jin, You're here to enjoy yourself too? This woman is utterly ungrateful, disrespecting our brotherhood. I was merely teaching her a lesson and intended to leave soon, without disturbing you, he implored. However, after uttering these words, Jin Sihuai suddenly tightened his grip, causing Zhang Chun to cry out in pain, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet, Jin Sihuai showed no signs of relenting. You intend to teach her a lesson? Jin Sihuai pointed towards Bo Qingnian. Bo Qingnian, taken aback by Jin Sihuai's unexpected arrival, had assumed that with such a commotion, Mu Xingqi would intervene. At this moment, Zhang Chun remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, nodding vigorously in hopes that Jin Sihuai would soon release him. If he didn't, he feared his hand would soon be severed. But do you know who she is? Zhang Chun, upon hearing Jin Sihuai's question, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Who is she? Just an ungrateful woman. Isn't she? What did Jin Sihuai mean? Zhang Chun shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Jin Sihuai slowly replied, she is Bo Qingnian, the eldest daughter of the Bo family. Do you comprehend now? Zhang Chun's mind reeled as he processed Jin Sihuai's words. This woman is the eldest daughter of the Bo family. In that instant, he understood why Jin Sihuai had appeared so suddenly and why he had taken action against him. He recalled the announcement issued by the Jin family, and a wave of terror enveloped him. He realized he had stirred up trouble. It's my fault. All my fault. Mr. Jin, that I should not have been blind to her identity. Nor should I have laid a hand on Miss Bo. Huangxing was equally stunned, recognizing that Zhang Chun's pleading for mercy signaled the gravity of the situation. He sensed the chill emanating from Mu Xingqi's gaze and felt a sudden panic. Niànniàn, Jin Sihuai is rather protective of you. Just look at how he stands up for you. It's quite reassuring. While others were causing a ruckus, and Qian was gossiping, Mu Xingqi noticed in Qian beside Bo Qingnian. Her cheeks flushed, seemingly unfazed by the turmoil. Huangxing realized he had also crossed a line, knowing that Mu Xingqi would not let him off easily. He had just been trying to persuade Bo Qingnian, and now he feared for his own safety, regretting his previous words, apologized to her. Jin Sihuai released Zhang Chun's wrist. Niànniàn, don't be afraid. He shielded her behind him. Bo Qingnian watched his actions. Feeling a warmth spread through her heart, Jin Sihuai had come to her aid once again. Time and again, from the past to the present. Huai, with you here, I have no fear. Jin Sihuai turned to her with a gentle smile, signaling that she need not worry. He would handle the situation. Bo Qingnian's words filled Jin Sihuai with a profound sense of joy, but he had not forgotten the scoundrel that was Zhang Chun. Think carefully about what you ought to say. Jin Sihuai's expression darkened once more as he regarded Zhang Chun. That moment, Zhang Chun dared not act recklessly. Miss Bo, I truly erred. I should not have laid a hand on you. Nor should I have insulted you, claiming you were ungrateful. It was my oversight not to recognize your identity. Please, have mercy and do not hold it against me. Bo Qingnian remained silent, merely observing him. How could such a person truly recognize his faults? He was only acting this way due to her and Jin Sihuai's status, still exhibiting the same arrogance and disrespect towards others. How could she let him off without a lesson? And what about that manager who had aided and abetted him? Xingqi, have someone bring me a bottle of vinegar, a bottle of soy sauce, a bottle of bitter melon juice, and a bottle of liquor. At this moment, Mu Xingqi could not discern Bo Qingnian's intentions, but he knew she would not let these individuals off easily. He glanced at Jin Sihuai, noting his lack of response, and thus ordered the items. The liquor arrived first, as it was a nightclub, and there was no shortage of it. Since you enjoy treating women to drink so much, I shall ensure you indulge a little more. Zhang Chun was baffled by her words. Such a simple demand. Li Ku and the others trembled behind Zhang Chun, drenched in sweat, not daring to utter a word. They had not anticipated encountering Jin Sihuai, nor did they realize this woman was the eldest daughter of the Bo family. Jin Sihuai had warned them against crossing her, and to their dismay, they had inadvertently stepped on a landmine. The items were all procured and placed before Bo Qingnian. She mixed the 4 ingredients together, causing Zhang Chun to feel a surge of anxiety. Surely, Bo Qingnian did not intend for him to consume that concoction that was not fit for human consumption. Huangsheng and Li Ku also felt a sense of dread. Drinking that would surely lead to trouble. It was utterly revolting. Bo Qingnian prepared 3 cups, allowing only Zhang Chun, Huangxing, and Li Ku to drink. You claim to have erred, so drink up. I have meticulously crafted this for you. Shunti, the second young master Zhang, show some appreciation. Zhang Chun shook his head in desperation, unwilling to drink. As he gazed at the colorless liquid in the cup, his stomach churned. Miss Bo, how about this? I will continue to apologize to you. Please don't make me drink that. Bo Qingnian's expression shifted drastically. Aren't you fond of coercing others to drink? Now you cannot endure it. What about the grievances of the girls you have forced before? Who will they turn to for redress? Will you drink this cup, or shall I watch the Zhang family fall into ruin? If I recall correctly, your elder brother is negotiating business with the Jin family. It seems that deal is doomed to fail. Zhang Chen felt a surge of anger and desperation upon hearing Jin Sihuai's sudden remark. Without the Zhang family, where would the title of the second young master Zhang remain? If his elder brother learned that he had sabotaged his business dealings, he would be left with no way to atone. His elder brother would certainly not spare him. Contemplating these matters, Zhang Chen reluctantly grasped the mysterious liquid on the table that he swallowed hard, his inner turmoil palpable. To drink meant saving the Zhang family. While not drinking would bring ruin, after a moment of deliberation, he finally downed the contents in one gulp. However, before he could swallow completely, he was overtaken by nausea and expelled it all. Bo Qingnian observed the mess he had made, frowning slightly, appearing dissatisfied. This is just the beginning. Young Master Zhang, if you vomit, you will face double the punishment. Zhang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom enduring that taste a second time. Mu Xingqi summoned someone to clean up the floor, feeling displeased. It was his venue, and now he had to deal with the commotion, all while offending Jin Sihuai's beloved. Zhang Chen was still trying to bargain with Bo Qingnian. He truly seemed to have no fear of death. Zhang Chen, I advise you to drink up, or your fate will be 100 times worse than this. Mu Xingqi stood protectively in front of Niànniàn. He had initially intended to light a cigarette, but upon recalling Niànniàn's presence, he refrained. Didn't you act quite arrogantly just now? Why are you suddenly mute? Niànniàn would not offer him any flattery. Such a scoundrel deserved to be taught a lesson, lest he continue to run rampant in the capital, assuming no one would hold him accountable. Zhang Chen felt anger rising within him at Niànniàn's words. Yet with Jin Sihuai still present, he dared not breathe a word. I will drink. I will drink. Thus, Bo Qingnian prepared 2 more cups. Zhang Chen's hands trembled as he downed both cups in quick succession. Wishing to vomit yet too fearful to do so, witnessing his miserable state, Bo Qingnian laughed softly. Such a person deserved to suffer in silence. Huang Sheng and Li Ke watched Zhang Chen, feeling an innate aversion to him. Bo Qingnian, of course, would not let the 2 accomplices off easily. Drink up. 1 cup each. No need to fight. Li Ke, being naturally timid, observed the current circumstances and realized he could not escape. Because you were here. He picked up the glass on the table and drank. His face turned a ghastly shade, but he dared not show any signs of weakness. Huang Sheng fainted outright, and Bo Qingnian chose to ignore him. Xingqi, Huang Sheng is your man. I leave him to you. I am quite dissatisfied with his behavior. Mu Xingqi's methods were far more ruthless. Huang Sheng's fate would not be any better. I understand. Today I have failed in my management. Mu Xingqi promptly acknowledged his shortcomings, aware that otherwise, Jin Sihuai might have something to say. Miss Bo, may I inquire if you feel satisfied now? Can we take our leave? Bo Qingnian smiled, her expression beautiful, yet it appeared somewhat sinister in Zhang Chen and Li Ke's eyes. I said you may leave. Aren't you fond of being hands-on? Pointing at Li Ke, she commanded, you slap him. Once I feel avenged, you shall be free to go. Li Ke was taken aback. It could be that simple. However, the second young master Zhang was no easy target. What if he sought revenge later? Bo Qingnian perceived his concerns. Rest assured, he wouldn't dare seek vengeance against you. However, you shall not strike him now. I shall ensure he strikes you shortly. Upon hearing her words, Li Ke ceased to hesitate. He restrained Zhang Chen and delivered slap after slap to his face. Zhang Chen erupted in a torrent of curses. Bo Qingnian, aware that Zhang Chen was beyond reproach, felt justified in directing her ire towards Li Ke. This scoundrel who dared to lay hands upon her, Li Ke. Remember this well. You truly dare to raise a hand against me? Li Ke glanced at Bo Qingnian, feeling a twinge of difficulty. Zhang Chen. Should you dare to utter another word, I assure you, your suffering will deepen. Receiving Bo Qingnian's admonitions and the penetrating gaze of Jin Sihuai, Zhang Chen dared not speak further and begrudgingly swallowed his indignation. Seeing this, Li Ke became even more fervent in his assault. Zhang Chen, who had often bullied him and treated him like a dog, was now receiving his due. Had it not been for the fear of offending the Zhang family, Li Ke would have long since lost his restraint. With such a splendid opportunity at hand, he was determined to seize it. Zhang Chen's face became increasingly swollen and bruised, yet Bo Qingnian showed no signs of wanting him to stop. Of course, Li Ke became ever more exhilarated in his endeavor. Enough. Cease this at once. Bo Qingnian had no desire to witness their personal vendettas. She merely wished to teach the overbearing Zhang Chen a lesson, ensuring he would no longer cross paths with her in the interstellar realm. Iko promptly nodded in understanding, while Zhang Chen remained indifferent, thinking that if he didn't frequent the interstellar domain, he could simply find women elsewhere. Bo Qingnian seemed to perceive the thoughts swirling in his mind. Zhang Chen, do not rejoice too soon, should I discover that you engage in such behavior again. I guarantee you shall not fare better than today, and your family's business will suffer as well. Do you understand? Zhang Chen certainly grasped her meaning, but the notion of being unable to venture out was akin to a death sentence for him. However, he could not afford to refuse. With Jin Sihuai present, he dared not offend him. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Bo Qingnian waved her hand, signaling that they could leave. The two hurriedly fled the interstellar realm, eager to distance themselves from this female tyrant. Indeed, in their hearts, Bo Qingnian had already become a figure as fearsome as a demoness. Have you vented your frustrations? After their departure, Jin Sihuai inquired, stroking Bo Qingnian's head. Indeed, I have. Bo Qingnian responded with a reassuring glance. The Jin family will not collaborate with the Zhang family. Bo Qingnian nodded, aware that Jin Sihuai would not entertain any notions of partnering with Zhang Chen, especially given Zhang Chen's conduct that night. Niànniàn, you are truly formidable. They deserved a thorough lesson. Qian embraced Bo Qingnian's arm. And you, daring to come here at such a late hour. Had I not been searching for you, I would have remained oblivious to your presence in the interstellar realm. Upon hearing Bo Qingnian's words, Jin Sihuai and Mu Xingqi exchanged glances, their expressions slightly askew. Mu Xingqi was particularly astonished, and Qian had come here alone to drown her sorrows. What transpired? And Qian lowered her gaze, realizing Mu Xingqi was scrutinizing her, and felt a twinge of embarrassment as she feared he might discern her feelings. Bo Qingnian had intentionally spoken so. Knowing Mu Xingqi's astuteness, he would inevitably piece together the truth. And Qian still hesitated to take a step closer, merely wanting to assist her friend. What matter brings you to me, Niànniàn? Concerning Niànniàn, let us discuss it once you have regained your faculties. And Qian nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Jin Sihuai recognized that there was nothing more to address. Niànniàn, it is late. Allow me to escort you home. Bo Qingnian consented. Jin Sihuai intended to take her home. Casting a glance at Mu Xingqi, who shared a mutual understanding with Bo Qingnian that he should accompany Qian home. Qian wished to follow, but was abruptly halted by Mu Xingqi's grip on her collar. Mu Xingqi, what are you doing? I merely wish to hitch a ride. Mu Xingqi regarded her, questioning, what business do you have amidst the fray? Furthermore, why did you venture out to the interstellar realm alone at such an hour? And Qian, interpreting his words as a reproach, pouted in displeasure and fell silent. It was indeed because of him that she had come to the interstellar realm, yet now she faced his scrutiny. How infuriating. Mu Xingqi observed her demeanor, sensing her considerable distress, and spoke again. What I mean is, should you wish to come to the interstellar realm, you could simply inform me. I would take you there. Upon hearing this, Qian's heart stirred, yet she feigned obstinacy. You, the illustrious young Master Mu, are far too occupied with charming company. I would never dare intrude. As soon as Qian uttered these words, she felt an inkling of regret. They were merely classmates. She had no standing to admonish him. Even if he were to accompany a woman, it fell outside her purview. Yet, Mu Xingqi's mood appeared somewhat buoyed. Is the esteemed Miss feeling a tinge of jealousy? So, you have been keeping tabs on me all night. And Qian lifted her gaze, meeting Mu Xingqi's unwavering stare. Under the influence of alcohol or perhaps due to her subconscious desires, she suddenly leaned in and pressed a kiss upon his lips. The two were momentarily taken aback. Once Qian regained her senses and realized what she had done, she felt an overwhelming urge to flee from Mu Xingqi's gaze. She quickly dashed out of the interstellar realm, dialing for her driver to take her home. Mu Xingqi touched his lips, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Qian, you are quite audacious. How had I never noticed this before? It seemed he had discerned the reason behind Qian's late-night venture. With this possibility in mind, his spirits lifted. Jin Sihuai fastened Bo Qingnian's seatbelt, feeling assured that all was well before starting the vehicle. Sihuai, what brings you to the interstellar realm tonight? Jin Sihuai chuckled upon hearing her question. Having anticipated it, Mu Xingqi called to inform me of your presence. Jin Sihuai cast a glance at her. Not uttering a falsehood, it was the truth. Chapter 42. I shall not aid you again. He feared that Bo Qingnian might encounter some trouble in the interstellar realm, which prompted him to abandon his work and rush over. Upon hearing this, Bo Qingnian felt a warmth in her heart. Think he had come for her sake. How have you handled the matters online? Jin Sihuai inquired about other issues. Nothing of concern. I can manage it. Jin Sihuai genuinely hoped that Bo Qingnian would confide in him. He was capable of resolving any issues she faced. All he desired was for her to remain perpetually joyful and true to herself. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall always be here. Bo Qingnian understood Jin Sihuai's intent to assist her, yet there were matters she preferred to resolve on her own. She possessed that capability. Her reluctance to confide in him stemmed from her inability to fully accept him in her heart. Thus, she wished to spare him any trouble. Little did Bo Qingnian know that Jin Sihuai was not daunted by her burdens. Rather, he feared the absence of her confiding in him. She nodded in acknowledgement, choosing silence thereafter. Jin Sihuai perceived her unwillingness to delve deeper. The impact of Mu Xian still lingered, leaving her heart sealed and unwilling to let him in. Contemplating this, Jin Sihuai recognized the need for patience. Regardless of how long it might take, he would wait. Soon they arrived at the Bo residence, and after exchanging farewells, Bo Qingnian returned home. Upon arriving home, Niànniàn found her cheeks still flushed. Recollecting her recent actions, she felt a pang of impulsiveness and even hesitated to glance back at Mu Xingqi's expression. Would he perceive her as frivolous? Lying in bed, Niànniàn replayed the events of the evening, filled with a mix of joy and regret, her heart in turmoil. She was uncertain how to face Mu Xingqi now. He should have realized her feelings for him by now. Caught in this internal struggle, Niànniàn eventually fell into a restless slumber. The following day, as Niànniàn leisurely savored her breakfast, preparing to head to the company, she suddenly recalled Bo Qingnian mentioning that she had something to discuss with her. However, she had dashed off to the interstellar realm the previous night. Without delay, she picked up her phone to call Bo Qingnian and my dear lady. How did everything unfold last night? Bo Qingnian opened with this inquiry, appearing somewhat inquisitive. Yet, isn't such banter typical among close friends? I'll share the details of last night later. What was it you initially wanted to discuss with me? Niànniàn sipped her porridge, regarding Niànniàn. Weren't there some screenshots circulating online? Having been preoccupied in recent days, she had not kept herself updated. But Bo Qingnian's reminder rekindled her memory. It seemed that Niànniàn had once again attempted to tarnish Bo Qingnian's reputation. Please, continue. Niànniàn would not allow me to escape so easily. With nothing left to her name, how could she dare to confront me? What do you think could be her motive? Niànniàn, raised in a prestigious family, was no naive fool. Thus, she quickly entertained the possibility that Niànniàn had someone backing her. This was not a question, but a statement of certainty. Niànniàn possesses nothing now. How could she possibly produce such unfounded evidence? Niànniàn, you are remarkably astute. Receiving Bo Qingnian's praise, Niànniàn felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. For individuals like them, such deductions were merely fundamental skills. Recognizing the essence beneath the surface is essential. If one cannot see through the likes of Niànniàn, how can they hope to thrive in the business world? Niànniàn undoubtedly has more tricks up her sleeve. Let us investigate when she last associated with Mu Xiuyuan. Additionally, there are those 2 videos from the wedding. I intend for everyone to see who the true third party is. Upon hearing Bo Qingnian's words, Niànniàn realized she was recalling past events. Although Mu Xiuyuan had become a thing of the past, some wounds inevitably require time to heal. These matters are rather straightforward. What do we say about Niànniàn's slander against you? While conversing with Bo Qingnian, Niànniàn had already opened her computer to check the latest trending topics and discovered that her dear Niànniàn had been so grievously slandered. Niànniàn's audacity to defame her Niànniàn was something she could not tolerate. Bo Qingnian understood that Niànniàn was concerned for her. She had already devised a strategy for how to respond. I recall you know a highly reputable expert, Elder Su, that if we could enlist his help to attest that those screenshots are fabricated and artificially synthesized. Niànniàn acknowledged the feasibility of this approach. Elder Su holds significant prestige in the country and is not one to easily make appearances, but since the Yin family has a rapport with the Su family, if she were to place a word in, Elder Su would likely comply. Niànniàn, your affairs are my affairs. I shall assist you. Elder Su's testimony should only be revealed at the last moment. Just like last time. Niànniàn grasped her intention, and after discussing a few other matters, she ended the call. Bo Qingnian contemplated her phone. Niànniàn would undoubtedly strike again. She was a greedy individual. Currently, many online were rallying for her support. She would certainly retaliate fiercely. Now, they awaited her next move. As Bo Qingnian had anticipated, Niànniàn had indeed become obsessed. She gazed at the online discourse, unable to contain her laughter. Bo Qingnian, oh Bo Qingnian, your day has come. She opened her email to find a video sent by Lu Xiangyao. People tend to believe what they see. Those screenshots lacked the potency to ruin Bo Qingnian. At most, they would tarnish her reputation further. However, with the video, the public's negative perception of Bo Qingnian would only intensify, making her claims more convincing. She thought of Lin Heng and thus called him. What is it? Lin Heng's tone was somewhat indifferent. Shang Yin and did not catch on immediately. I asked their new evidence. Please help me post it on Weibo later. Shang Yin and continued to speak to Lin Heng in a commanding tone. Lin Heng scoffed. I told you I wouldn't assist you again, Yan ran. Lin Heng, you truly refuse to help me again. Lin Heng's tone remained cool. He was indeed reluctant to aid Shang Yin and any further. I have stated before, that was the last time. Do not contact me again. Shang Yin and was taken aback by Lin Heng's refusal, having assumed his previous words were mere expressions of frustration. She never expected him to be so resolute. Are you certain? Lin Heng. Lin Heng offered no further response and quickly hung up. He was just an ordinary person, unwilling to become entangled in the power struggles of the aristocracy, and he no longer wished to be a pawn for Shang Yinran. In recent days, he had come to realize that Shang Yin and held no genuine interest in him. He was merely a means to her end, since Shang Yin and had mentioned collaborating with someone from the capital. She must have a plan. Shang Yinran stared at the disconnected call, feeling a surge of irritation. Lin Heng had truly done this. Now, she had to rely solely on herself. After all, with Lu Xiangyao's assistance. What did it matter if she lost Lin Heng? Chapter 43. Shifting targets. Shang Yin and registered a secondary account on Weibo. After some contemplation, she posted her first update. Tomorrow, there will be explosive revelations about Bo Qingnian. Stay tuned. The evening was when netizens were most active, and soon, some began to notice her post, prompting questions. Why did you switch accounts? What's going on? Account owner. Shang Yin and refrained from responding, for that detail was trivial. What mattered was igniting interest in the situation involving Bo Qingnian. Eagerly awaiting the explosive revelations, Shang Yinran chose not to engage any further, retreating from Weibo. She envisioned how spectacular tomorrow would unfold. The following morning, netizens began commenting, questioning Shang Yin and about the delay in revealing Bo Qingnian's shocking news. They could hardly contain their anticipation. The public perceived the screenshots as sensational. Surely the impending revelations would be even more astonishing. Shang Yinran reveled in the turn of events. She had no intention of releasing the information during the day, as most individuals would be at work and less likely to check their phones. The optimal time was the evening. Previously, she had instructed Lin Heng to post during the night for maximum impact, and this time would be no different. As the hours passed without an update from Shang Yinran. Impatience began to mount among the netizens. Why has Tia been posted yet? Is there no evidence to present? Why are you so anxious? The account owner will post when the time is right. Just wait. Why has there been a new clarification statement from the capital? I believe in Miss Qingnian. Agreed. We all know Shang Yinran's character. We want to be fooled, eagerly awaiting her downfall. Indeed. The eldest daughter of the Bo family likely considers her too beneath her to engage. Just sit back and watch. The only one who will be embarrassed is Shang Yinran. It's still unknown what good deeds Shang Yinran has done. What good deeds? I sense a hidden story. Spill the tea. Shang Yinran observed the comments on Weibo, sensing something amiss. Why were so many suddenly defending Bo Qingnian? They were supposed to be on her side. She couldn't help but remain vigilant. At Jin Corporation, Xiali stood beside Jin Sihuai, observing him as he scrutinized the computer screen. The online comments had shifted from disparaging Bo Qingnian to supporting her. This was largely attributed to the efforts of the Jin Corporation's public relations department. Their president had issued a directive. No matter the circumstances, they would retaliate against Shang Yinran, ensuring she wouldn't have an easy time. The staff finally understood that President Jin was backing Miss Bo. The female employees were envious. Xiali, ostensibly the head of the public relations department, was in reality Jin Sihuai's most capable assistant. Rumors had circulated about them in the past, but Xiali dared not entertain such notions and had actively clarified the situation. She was well aware of Jin Sihuai's feelings for Bo Qingnian and didn't dare to harbor any hopes herself. The power struggles among aristocratic families were ruthlessly fierce, and she wished to remain uninvolved. Everyone understood that they could no longer joke around, especially upon learning that the object of their president's affections was the eldest daughter of the Bo family. Gossip was strictly off limits. What about the matter I asked you to investigate? Jin Sihuai inquired suddenly. Xiali knew precisely what he was asking about and promptly reported, ensuring full transparency. She did indeed have connections with Lu Xiangyao. It's similar to our previous conjectures. Upon hearing this, Jin Sihuai's understanding deepened. Should we take action? Xiali proactively suggested. knowing that allowing such an individual to remain close was not ideal. Keep a close watch on her. Do not alarm the snake. Xiali comprehended his meaning. She had not anticipated Lu Xiangyao's boldness in placing her people within the Lu Corporation. The fact that this individual had initially gone undetected demonstrated the depths of her concealment. Alternatively, it could imply that there were individuals within Jin Corporation collaborating with Lu Xiangyao. Jin Sihuai feigned ignorance, intending to draw them out and capture them all in one fell swoop. Xiali was unsure why Lu Xiangyao had chosen this path. But if the aristocratic families became aware, it would spell significant trouble for her. The 6 major families in the capital were unlike ordinary clans. Their fates were intertwined, and they would not allow outsiders to jeopardize their interests. They would never permit actions that could harm another family's stakes. Unless one possessed sufficient power, with a status like Jin Sihuai's, he no longer needed to heed others' opinions. His words served as the compass for the aristocracy. Few would dare to oppose him. Only a handful of heads of families could voice their dissent or suggestions. The average person had no voice. This was the chess game Jin Sihuai was playing. He knew that Niànniàn was aiding Lu Xiangfan in entering the Lu Corporation, and this could potentially become a pivotal matter in the future. It was as if he was presenting a gift to Niànniàn. Have the Public Relations Department continue their efforts. Do not let up. Understood. President Jin. I will take my leave now. Xiali exited Jin Sihuai's office, returning to her department and instructing her colleagues to maintain their diligence. At that moment, Niànniàn remained fixated on her computer screen, perplexed by the sudden influx of attacks against her. She sent an email to Lu Xiangyao. Upon receiving it, Lu Xiangyao promptly called her. Miss Lu, what is going on? Niànniàn was equally bewildered, having assumed the netizens would align with her as before. Instead, she found herself caught off guard by the comments. In her desperation, she turned to Lu Xiangyao for clarity. I do not understand why so many are defending Bo Qingnian today. It feels as if they coordinated their responses. Lu Xiangyao, upon hearing her words, did not delve deeper, thinking it was likely that Bo Qingnian had enlisted help to speak in her favor. However, she felt somewhat dissatisfied with Niànniàn. Why did you suddenly create a new account? Whatever happened to that man who helped you before? Lu Xiangyao suddenly brought up Lin Heng, causing Niànniàn to feel a twinge of anger. If it weren't for Lin Heng's change of heart, she wouldn't have had to take matters into her own hands. She could have simply enjoyed the fruits of his labor from behind the scenes. I had a bit of a disagreement with him, so I had no choice but to publish it myself. You had better do a good job and not get caught, or you will have to deal with the consequences, she warned. Hearing Lu Xiangyao's words sent a shiver down Niànniàn's spine. She too wanted to handle this matter well, but the online community was relentlessly attacking her. How could she redirect everyone's focus onto Bo Qingnian? I'll handle it, Lu Xiangyao replied tersely before hanging up. Upon hearing that Lu Xiangyao would take care of it, Niànniàn felt a flicker of patience and began to wait for the situation to turn around. Soon enough, people began to criticize Bo Qingnian, and the fervor escalated. Now, 2 factions were targeting each other, and Jin Sihuai's side had also noticed, with some individuals starting to shift their focus. Chapter 44. Video evidence. Niànniàn was certain that Lu Xiangyao would find a way to resolve the situation. The fears that plagued her were nothing more than trivialities in Lu Xiangyao's eyes. Such assurance was empowering. She increasingly believed that aligning herself with Lu Xiangyao was indeed the right choice. She must seize this opportunity. Just as she was lost in thought, she heard the sound of the door opening. Niànniàn froze. Only Tang Ziqin and the housekeeper had keys to the apartment. Since the housekeeper was busy, the one entering must be Tang Ziqin. Why had he suddenly come at this hour? After he left last time, he hadn't visited for several days, and she had been preoccupied with Bo Qingnian, thus failing to contact him. She was taken aback by his unexpected arrival and quickly exited her room, finding Tang Ziqin changing into slippers. Qin, why did you come over so suddenly? Tang Ziqin noticed that Niànniàn had lost quite a bit of weight, and a pang of concern struck him. He had been preoccupied with accompanying Luoning and dealing with her family, thus neglecting Niànniàn. Today, as soon as he found some free time, he rushed to the apartment to see her. He was aware that Niànniàn had recently become a hot topic online, and he knew it was all part of her orchestrated performance. However, he would not interfere, as none of it compromised his interests. If Niànniàn was pleased, she could manage her own affairs. Yet, he found it peculiar that there had been little response from the capital. This warranted a gentle reminder to Niànniàn and not to overstep boundaries. I came to see you. Let me take you out for dinner tonight. Niànniàn bristled at his patronizing tone. Although she felt displeased, she concealed it. She was aware of Tang Ziqin's recent activities, busy smoothing over relations with the Luo family. All right, she replied, Though her smile did not reach her eyes. Tang Ziqin was her last resort. She only thought of him in times of desperation, with Lu Xiangyao now in the picture. She was even less inclined to play along with him. Initially, she had sought him as a lifebuoy, yet now he merely expected her to be a compliant mistress. Sheng Yanran felt a surge of resentment. But without a solution, she could only endure. Once Lu Xiangyao dealt with Bo Qingnian, she would have the chance to start anew, at which point she would no longer need to pretend around Tang Ziqin. That evening, the two sat in the living room chatting while the housekeeper prepared dinner. After the meal was ready, they sat in silence at the dining table. Tang Ziqin noticed that Sheng Yanran's mood was off, as she seemed unwilling to engage with him. "Yanran, you should eat more. You've lost weight recently," he said, placing some meat in her bowl. "Thank you, Ah Qin," she replied, no longer even pretending to be cheerful. The promises Tang Ziqin had once made now felt hollow. She could not even be the mistress of the Tang family, and had instead become a target of scorn. How could she accept that? But as her plan had yet to succeed, she could not afford to confront Tang Ziqin directly. She had to bide her time. Once Lu Xiangyao resolved the situation with Bo Qingnian, she would have a fresh start, free from the need to feign affection towards Tang Ziqin. Soon, Sheng Yanran finished her meal and set her chopsticks down. Tang Ziqin wiped his mouth with a napkin before taking her hand. "Yanran, may I stay the night?" Sheng Yanran hesitated. She had things to attend to that evening. If Tang Ziqin stayed, it would complicate matters, so he had to leave. Ah Qin, "I've been quite exhausted lately, and you need to work during the day. It would be more comfortable for you to sleep at home. I wouldn't want you to have to run around." Tang Ziqin's gaze dimmed. For days now, Sheng Yanran had refused to stay over. He had been spending time with Luoning lately, and to make amends, he had come to see her tonight, only to be met with such coldness. As a man, he found it increasingly difficult to tolerate Sheng Yanran's demeanor. He could sense her discontent, but chose to remain silent. He preferred the obedient version of Sheng Yanran. "Then I shall take my leave. Do take care of yourself." Without wishing to hear another word from her, Tang Ziqin grabbed his keys and exited the apartment. As Sheng Yanran watched the door close behind him, a weight lifted from her heart. Only with Tang Ziqin gone could she focus entirely on managing her Twitter account that night. She reminded herself that success was her only option. Failure was not an option. Glancing at the time, she felt it was about right and opened her laptop to log into Weibo. The post she had made was inundated with new comments, all demanding to know why she hadn't yet released the explosive scandal about Bo Qingnian. Thus, she composed a tweet, "Coming soon," and sent it out. After reviewing the video content once more and finding no issues, she uploaded it to her account. Now, Bo Qingnian would surely have no way to escape. Soon, netizens began to comment on the video. "Oh my, the screenshots were already explosive, but now there's a video. What can Bo Qingnian say? Does she dare to claim the person in the video isn't her? Her private life is a mess. Is this the behavior of a wealthy heiress? What a disgrace. Sheng Yanran is truly unfortunate to be wronged by such a person. Bo Qingnian should come out and apologize." Once again, Bo Qingnian found herself at the center of public scrutiny, with a cacophony of insults flooding Weibo. Lu Xiangyao glared viciously at her computer screen, hoping that Bo Qingnian would never be able to rise again. After such a scandal, would Jin Sihuai still harbor any affection for her? Could a woman of such loose morals ever be deemed worthy by the Jin family? The video depicted Bo Qingnian in revealing attire, engaged in flirtation with various men. While one could dismiss photographs as fabrications, the existence of a video served as irrefutable evidence. Lu Xiangyao was keen to see how Bo Qingnian would attempt to clarify the situation. The video had been meticulously crafted by professionals, capturing Bo Qingnian's likeness and demeanor flawlessly. Only those who had spent years with her would discern that it was not truly Bo Qingnian. Meanwhile, Bo Qingnian was watching the video, realizing at first glance how convincingly it had been produced. Yet, logically, it made no sense. Sheng Yanran was so eager to undermine her that she had overlooked many critical details. Her backers had failed to consider these aspects as well. Whether it was the previous screenshots and photographs or today's video, the evidence was too easily discredited. Sheng Yanran remained as foolish as ever, unworthy to be her opponent. Believing that Bo Qingnian would be enraged or disheartened upon seeing the video, Sheng Yanran had underestimated her. Bo Qingnian recognized the flaws immediately. If Sheng Yanran wished to play, then she would play along. Niànniàn, such flimsy evidence of make-believe, and Sheng Yanran dares to present it beside Bo Qingnian. And Qian had just finished watching the video with her. Her thoughts mirrored Bo Qingnian's. The evidence presented by Sheng Yanran was indeed nonsensical. The masses were merely ordinary people. How could they discern the truth? Only those like them, who belonged to affluent families, could spot the inconsistencies right away. Chapter 45. Public clarification. Perhaps Niànniàn did not orchestrate this herself. Bo Qingnian offered her thoughts. She would never think to consider these nuances. The individual who produced such vile evidence could not possibly be Niànniàn. It must be someone lurking in the shadows, someone who despises me, but dares not show their face. Who could it be? Niànniàn, are you planning to take action? And Qian, ever attuned to Bo Qingnian's intentions, inquired. Qian, has old Su been contacted? And Qian produced a handwritten note bearing old Su's seal. This piece of evidence was far more compelling than the screenshots Niànniàn had presented. Niànniàn, trust me to handle this. This will be sent out from our end, and old Su will also release a statement on his official Weibo. Two-pronged approach. Bo Qingnian had never doubted in Qian's competency. With her assurance, there was no need for concern. When the netizens are at their most fervent in their criticisms, we will release this evidence on Weibo. I am eager to see how this crowd will react when the tables are turned. And Qian comprehended her meaning. Currently, some internet users, with only a fleeting grasp of the situation, are vociferously commenting online, utterly oblivious to the terrifying truths that lie beneath. The vitriolic remarks they hurl will soon fade from their memories. Yet what recourse remains for those who suffer from their venomous words? The cacophony of insults resounds online, and as netizens notice that Bo Qingnian has yet to emerge to apologize or express remorse. Many have flocked to the official Weibo account of the capital's prestigious family to voice their discontent. Please do not shield Bo Qingnian. We seek justice. Mistakes warrant apologies. Do not presume that being from the capital grants immunity. We are all young women. How could you dare to ruin someone else's relationship? Claiming to be a young lady of a noble family, yet leading a dissolute private life. How contemptible, at this moment. In the Jin family, Xiaoli observed Jin Sihuai's increasingly grim expression, feeling the temperature around them plummet. She understood why Mr. Jin was incensed. The online comments were indeed harsh. A young woman being subjected to such scorn. While those commenters remained ignorant of the true circumstances, only catching a mere glimpse and feeling self-important, it was truly exasperating. Jin Sihuai was confident that Bo Qingnian would find a way to resolve the issue. Yet witnessing the slander aimed at his beloved still left him discontented. He instructed the public relations department to take action. Although he could easily erase the incriminating screenshots and videos, doing so would only lead to further accusations of cover-up against Bo Qingnian. And the netizens would not relent. Despite his ability to shield her, he knew that such measures would only displease Bo Qingnian, thus he resolved to assist her discreetly. I understand, Mr. Jin, the employees of the public relations department, upon receiving their president's directive, began to diligently work overtime. Being young women themselves, they were acutely aware of the profound impact such comments could have on a girl. Thus, they commenced their counterattacks. Is this what you call evidence? Who can guarantee that the video is authentic? What if it's artificially fabricated? How can anyone still defend this? I'm merely offering an objective analysis. Why are you so defensive? Am I onto something? Exactly. If the video were genuine, why haven't those from the capital spoken up? Perhaps they simply do not wish to engage with such baseless claims. I agree. They are too busy to concern themselves with such nonsense. Indeed, they are likely unbothered by it at all. Niànniàn remained glued to her computer, unwilling to leave, fearing that any slip would earn her the ire of Lu Xiang. To her surprise, someone did emerge to vindicate Bo Qingnian. Yet this time she was well prepared. She chose to ignore these individuals, believing that Bo Qingnian's defensiveness was merely a facade. After some contemplation, she edited her message. I assure you, this video is 100% authentic. If it is proven false, I will publicly apologize. The Weibo post was successfully sent, and Niànniàn felt a surge of pride. To demand a public apology from her, impossible. Such a notion was utterly unfeasible. Her faith in Lu Xiangyao was unwavering. Niànniàn believed that whatever Lu Xiangyao presented would be indisputable. Lu Xiangyao, like Niànniàn, was monitoring the comments on Weibo. Suddenly, she noticed the new post by Niànniàn and, infuriated, tossed her mouse aside. How could Niànniàn be so foolish? Even she wouldn't dare to assert that the video was 100% authentic. Where did she find the audacity to make such a claim? To suggest a public apology? What if the truth came to light? Had she considered the ramifications? The thought of such recklessness left Lu Xiangyao exasperated. As the post climbed to trending status, it caught the attention of all. The account owner has spoken. Did you see? I stand with the account owner. I firmly believe the video is authentic. It is Bo Qingnian's silence that raises doubts. I await the truth while munching on popcorn. I found Bo Qingnian's Weibo account. Shall we gather to observe? Please share the Weibo handle. 1. Same request. Numerous netizens ventured to view Bo Qingnian's Weibo, only to discover that she had yet to post anything. Losing interest and promptly exiting the page, both Bo Qingnian and Niànniàn witnessed Sheng Yanran's recent post that I say, Sheng Yanran is truly foolish, and Niànniàn did not conceal her disdain for Sheng Yanran, exclaiming that those who make such statements often end up with their faces slapped. Niànniàn, do you agree? Bo Qingnian concurred, finding Sheng Yanran's intellect concerning. She is digging her own grave. This presents an opportunity for us. Now we can release Old Su's statement. There has never been a better time. I will notify Old Su. Suddenly, Bo Qingnian had a thought and halted in Niànniàn. I will use my own account. Since the netizens claim I dare not show my face, I shall acquiesce to their wishes and clarify. Bo Qingnian smiled radiantly and Niànniàn nodded in agreement, recognizing it as an excellent strategy, and proceeded to dial Old Su's number. Meanwhile, Bo Qingnian composed her statement and uploaded the handwritten proof. The ripple effect was immediate. Upon seeing Bo Qingnian's Weibo post, netizens quickly propelled her back into the spotlight. Observant users noted that the handwritten proof bore the personal seal of Su Zhongru, the verification master, as it had been shared on Old Su's official Weibo account. Yet, skepticism lingered among many who suspected that Bo Qingnian had forged the proof. This accusation was far graver than that of disrupting someone else's relationship. Chapter 46. It is time to reel in the net. Is this true? Old Su's handwritten proof? You trust Bo Qingnian. Those images are undoubtedly her. Don't let her mislead you. Are you blind? The young lady has come forth to clarify. Yet you still doubt her. The proof is right here. Indeed, Sheng Yanran's words are hardly credible. I stand with Miss Bo. She is both beautiful and kind-hearted. If this is authentic, why has Old Su released it himself? It is well known that every piece of evidence from him is posted by his staff on the official Weibo. I just checked Old Su's Weibo, and it isn't there, so it must be false. Heavens, a forgery of Old Su's seal. Bo Qingnian, what are you capable of? Bo Qingnian had anticipated these reactions from netizens. Therefore, she had deliberately instructed Niànniàn to delay Old Su's clarification. At that moment, Old Su was likely just releasing his statement. Sure enough, a netizen checked and commented, those with poor eyesight should revisit Old Su's Weibo. Goodness, Bo Qingnian's proof is genuine. Old Su has spoken. Those images were fabricated. Does Sheng Yan still dare to vouch for her? The young lady has suffered so much indignity. Old Su's Weibo post clarified that the images were artificially synthesized. The girl depicted bore no resemblance to Bo Qingnian, neither in expression nor facial features, and the body language was inconsistent. The screenshots were generated using software, proving them to be entirely false. They had utilized advanced technology to personally verify the authenticity of the images and screenshots, ultimately declaring them fabricated. Sheng Yan was taken aback by Bo Qingnian's emergence. She had chosen to clarify her position right after Sheng Yan's post. With Old Su's statement, the screenshots and images posed no threat to Bo Qingnian. Rather, it was Sheng Yanran who faced public outrage. Liu Shengyao too was caught off guard by Bo Qingnian's decision to utilize her own account. She had assumed Bo Qingnian would clarify through the family's official Weibo. What was Bo Qingnian's intention? When both women saw Bo Qingnian's uploaded handwritten proof, they were filled with trepidation. She managed to enlist Old Su's assistance. His reputation was impeccable, as he was known for his fairness and disdain for deceit, elevating his credibility immensely. In this round, Bo Qingnian had turned the tide. Liu Shengyao never anticipated that Bo Qingnian would devise a countermeasure so swiftly. This action did not diminish her standing. Fortunately, she recognized Bo Qingnian's complexity, which is why she had commissioned the video's creation. Even if the authenticity of the images was disproven, the video remained a lingering concern, right? Despite Liu Xiangyao's outward calm, her trembling hands betrayed her agitation. At this juncture, Bo Qingnian and Niànniàn remained remarkably composed. Niànniàn, the fish has taken the bait. It is time to reel in the net. Bo Qingnian wished to disengage from Sheng Yan and expedite the resolution of this matter. Sheng Yanran continued to leap about, and it seemed improbable that a lesson would be imparted without some consequence. Those behind her must also be implicated. She refrained from striking too early, seeking to gauge their capabilities. The evidence had proven their foolishness, prompting Bo Qingnian to abandon any further waste of time. Niànniàn, what do you intend to do? And Niànniàn recognized Bo Qingnian's weariness and did not wish to engage further with Sheng Yanran. That woman was not worth it. Sheng Yan's recent video, akin to her earlier photos, required the testimony of a credible expert. Netizens were drawn to such displays, and Niànniàn made an okay gesture, signaling that everything was in order. She then proceeded to share the two videos from the wedding. allowing netizens to clearly recognize Shang Yinran's true nature. She organized the timeline of her relationship with Mu Xiuyuan, along with some photographs taken during their time together. Next, she noted the date of Shang Yinran's return to the country and the moment she got involved with Mu Xiuyuan afterward. Initially, she was aware that while Mu Xiuyuan was with her, he had already begun a relationship with Shang Yinran. However, Bo Qingnian had never investigated when their affair actually commenced. At what point did they both betray her? It was time to settle the score. I will ensure that you receive justice for all the grievances you've endured. Niànniàn patted Bo Qingnian's shoulder, expressing her unwavering support. She understood that Bo Qingnian had yet to fully let go of the past. Have you noticed that Shang Yinran has switched accounts twice to post information? Bo Qingnian's comment reminded Niànniàn, and she recalled it was indeed the case. Are you suggesting that someone initially assisted Shang Yinran in posting that content? But then something transpired, prompting her to change her account. Bo Qingnian nodded, convinced that this individual must share a close relationship with Shang Yinran. Otherwise, they would not have gone to such lengths to help her. Have someone investigate the previous account's owner. Let's find them and have a conversation. Niànniàn understood the implication behind Bo Qingnian's words. They needed to scrutinize the person behind Shang Yinran. Bo Qingnian suddenly spoke up, expressing her suspicion that this person would not be easily traced. Don't worry. These matters are trivial. I will have someone handle it. Bo Qingnian gazed at Niànniàn with gratitude, knowing that Niànniàn was not obligated to assist. Yet she remained steadfastly supportive. We will have everything sorted by tonight, and starting tomorrow afternoon, we will release the information bit by bit. I want Shang Yinran to feel an overwhelming sense of tension. The more anxious she becomes, the more likely she is to reveal her vulnerabilities. Niànniàn was taken aback. You mean to let her inadvertently expose her accomplices, allowing us to follow the trail? Bo Qingnian nodded. Tomorrow, I will make Shang Yinran experience what it means to be publicly condemned, what it means to fear the voices of the masses. Upon realizing Bo Qingnian's intentions, Niànniàn began making calls to arrange the necessary actions. Within an hour, the information Bo Qingnian had mentioned appeared on Niànniàn's computer. The two sat before the screen, examining the data regarding Shang Yinran. She returned to the country in the third year of Mu Xiuyuan and Bo Qingnian's relationship. Less than a month after her return, she had already become involved with Mu Xiuyuan. Bo Qingnian recalled how Mu Xiuyuan introduced Shang Yinran to her, claiming that she was like a sister to him. Hoping Bo Qingnian would treat her as such, trusting Mu Xiuyuan's words, Bo Qingnian genuinely befriended Shang Yinran, even choosing to overlook her ulterior motives. Little did she expect that they would conspire together in such a manner. This meant that Bo Qingnian had been deceived for nearly 2 years, only to discover her boyfriend's infidelity during what she believed to be her engagement ceremony. How ironic. Chapter 47. Of noble lineage. Niànniàn glanced at Bo Qingnian and noticed her calm demeanor, devoid of significant emotional upheaval, which eased her worries. Bo Qingnian had a talent for concealing her inner thoughts, and Niànniàn feared that she might feel down upon reviewing the information. Now reassured by Bo Qingnian's composure, Niànniàn continued to read. Subsequently, it was revealed that Shang Yinran had also become involved with Lin Heng, leading them to realize that Lin Heng was the owner of the previous account. So that's how it is. Bo Qingnian comprehended that Lin Heng harbored feelings for Shang Yinran, but she did not reciprocate. If Shang Yinran had enlisted Lin Heng's help, everything fell into place. Yet, why did they eventually fall out? Bo Qingnian pondered this question. Niànniàn, call someone to find Lin Heng right away. Bo Qingnian pointed to the screen and turned to Niànniàn. Do you have questions for him? Bo Qingnian replied directly. Why not confront him directly? It would save us the back and forth. After a moment of thought, Bo Qingnian agreed with Niànniàn's reasoning. Let's go. The two gathered their bodyguards and proceeded to the address displayed on the information. Both possessed private jets. Crossing cities posed little challenge. They soon arrived in Jiangqing. At that moment, Lin Heng was preparing to sleep, having just reviewed the information circulating online. Shang Yinran's behavior had become increasingly outrageous. With Bo Qingnian personally involved, it was clear she no longer wished to wait. He had no desire to engage with Shang Yinran's antics any longer. Lin Heng had just settled into bed when he heard a loud bang. Startled, he quickly got out of bed and exited his room, only to be taken aback by the scene in the living room. His front door had been forcefully kicked open. Upon recognizing the visitors, Lin Heng's understanding deepened. It was evident that she had indeed tracked him down. Lin Heng had seen Bo Qingnian's photograph and knew her appearance well. The individual beside her, though unfamiliar, was likely also from the capital. Bo Qingnian and Niànniàn sat on the sofa, smiling at Lin Heng, a row of bodyguards standing behind them. You? He was at a loss for words, since Bo Qingnian had located him at home. It was apparent that she had discovered his involvement in the recent events. Did she come to hold him accountable for his actions, arriving in the middle of the night from the capital? No less. And with such an imposing presence, Mr. Lin, he addressed them, observing that the two young women seemed to harbor no ill intentions, which calmed him somewhat. Miss Bo, it appears you are already aware. Were those actions indeed your assistance to Shang Yanran? Bo Qingnian inquired directly, seeking to cut through any superfluous chatter. Initially, I helped her, but after we fell out, I ceased my involvement. Lin Heng understood that evasion was futile. It was better to speak frankly. Recognizing he could not match these individuals, what caused the fallout, Bo Qingnian pressed further. Lin Heng glanced at her, noting the elevated aura she possessed, something Shang Yin and could never hope to attain. Some individuals are simply born to stand at the pinnacle. And thus Shang Yin and was destined to fail. Lin Heng hesitated, uncertain whether he should reveal the reason. After all, Bo Qingnian's companions appeared to be prominent figures from the capital. Speak plainly, Bo Qingnian urged. Noticing Lin Heng's lingering gaze on Qian, leading her to deduce something. Because Yanran mentioned that someone from the capital was seeking collaboration with her, I did not wish to be used any longer. So I cut my losses. Upon hearing the term capital, Bo Qingnian and Qian exchanged glances. Who from the capital? Lin Heng shook his head, indicating he was unsure of the specifics. Even if he did know, he was uncertain whether he could divulge it, as none of them seemed particularly accommodating that it should be a woman. Recalling some of Shang Yinran's remarks, he could make an educated guess it might also be someone from a noble family. Lin Heng added this detail, narrowing their search parameters. There were only 6 major noble families in the capital. The others were merely affluent clans. Bo Qingnian regarded him, aware that Lin Heng was not one to lie. And his demeanor confirmed it. Having obtained the answers she sought, she decided against lingering any longer. As for tonight's events, keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Bo Qingnian approached the door and turned to Lin Heng. He nodded in agreement, feeling fortunate that she had not taken any aggressive action against him. He would not invite trouble upon himself, once he confirmed that Bo Qingnian and Qian had departed. Lin Heng slumped onto the floor. He genuinely believed something would transpire that night, given their forceful entrance. Yet he was surprised that Bo Qingnian had not acted against him. He suddenly felt relieved that he had not continued to assist Shang Yanran. Otherwise, the situation could have been vastly different. As for Shang Yanran's fate, he could no longer concern himself with it. On the plane, and Qian remarked, Niànniàn, who do you think from the capital is seeking collaboration with Shang Yanran? Upon hearing Qian's question, Bo Qingnian lifted her head, harboring a suspicion in her mind but lacking the confidence to confirm it. Lin Heng had mentioned that it might be a woman. Considering the noble families in the capital, apart from Qian and herself, there was also Lu's family and Mu Xingqi's sister. Bo Qingnian analyzed. Excluding you and me, that leaves Lu Xiangyao, Xiao Fan, and Mu Yueshi. And Qian joined Bo Qingnian in deliberating, furrowing her brow as she contemplated the possibilities. In truth, there were only a handful of candidates. Qian, who do you think is the most likely? Bo Qingnian asked. Niànniàn, I believe we are thinking along the same lines, right? Lu Xiangyao, they exclaimed in unison, sharing a remarkable synergy. Only Lu Xiangyao possessed the motive. Xiao Fan was not that type of person, and Mu Yueshi had been abroad, leaving her with no reason to act against Bo Qingnian. Besides, Mu Yueshi was Mu Xingqi's sister. With regard to the relationship between Mu Xingqi and Jin Sihuai, Mu Yueshi dares not to engage in such actions against herself. Bo Qingnian is already inclined to believe that it is most likely Lu Xiangyao, yet out of caution, she refrains from drawing a hasty conclusion. After all, knowing a person's appearance does not equate to knowing their heart. I share the same sentiment. She is from a prominent family and, moreover, a woman. Additionally, she is someone who harbors animosity towards you. Consider this. Lu Xiangyao has long held affections for Jin Sihuai. Yet it is well known that Jin Sihuai's heart belongs to you. With resentment festering within her, and coincidentally, Shang Yanran providing her with the opportunity to eliminate you, she would undoubtedly take action. Bo Qingnian wholeheartedly agrees with Qian's assessment. The motives and intentions are indeed valid. It is astonishing that Lu Xiangyao would resort to such unscrupulous means to destroy herself. It is truly shocking. You are correct, but we cannot declare it to be her merely based on our suspicions. We must present evidence to garner belief. Chapter 48. The thief crying thief. The likelihood of Lu Xiangyao's involvement is indeed the highest, yet we must not hastily conclude based on mere conjecture. And Qian, noticing the cunning glint in Bo Qingnian's eyes, realizes what she is contemplating. Let us allow Lu Xiangyao to reveal her own missteps. This hinges on Shang Yanran. On the airplane, Bo Qingnian gazes out at the scenery. Her emotions complex. The evidence is already prepared and can be disseminated at any moment tomorrow. She plans to release it gradually, waiting for the initial fervor to subside before introducing new content. And Qian nods in agreement. This aligns perfectly with her intentions. It is high time Shang Yanran comprehends the foolishness of her actions and the nobility of those she has offended. The moment Bo Qingnian departs Jiangqing, news reaches Jin Sihuai. Jin Corporation. Wu Yu and Xia Li stand flanking Jin Sihuai. Miss Bo is already on her return flight. Jin Sihuai nods, acknowledging his understanding that he had been immediately informed of Bo Qingnian's trip to Jiangqing and is well aware of her purpose. Jin Sihuai's gaze darkens as he scrutinizes a collection of photographs on his desk, which feature Lu Xiangyao and Shang Yanran. They could never have anticipated that their meeting had been captured by Jin Sihuai's operatives. President Jin, it has been confirmed that Lu Xiangyao is orchestrating this behind the scenes. Wu Yu trails off, but Jin Sihuai comprehends her unspoken words. No need. The time is not yet right. Jin Sihuai has discreetly assisted Bo Qingnian in numerous ways. He intends to provide her with these photographs for her to manage the situation, as he does not wish to interfere directly and create complications for her. Is the audio recording clear? Jin Sihuai inquires. Wu Yu has returned with the photographs along with a USB drive containing the incriminating audio of Lu Xiangyao and Shang Yanran colluding. The evidence is irrefutable. They cannot deny it. At this moment, Lu Xiangyao remains oblivious. Unaware that her every move is under Jin Sihuai's scrutiny, he is acutely aware of her actions, her acquaintances, and her words. President Jin, how shall we proceed with this matter? Xia Li gestures towards another set of photographs. The images depict an unremarkable girl, one who could easily be overlooked in a crowd. Yet, astonishingly, this individual is a mole implanted by Lu Xiangyao within Jin Corporation. It is clear how far Lu Xiangyao's reach extends. Continue to monitor her. Set aside the others for now, Jin Sihuai directs. Having his own plans, Lu Xiangyao has triggered 2 landmines in succession, and this time, she shall receive a lesson. He will not let her off easily. The audacity with which she has targeted Qingnian has crossed his threshold of tolerance. Jin Sihuai absolutely forbids anyone from harboring ill intentions towards Bo Qingnian. After a night has passed, the day of reckoning for Bo Qingnian has arrived. She sends a message to Niànniàn, signaling that the afternoon is ripe for action. Niànniàn replies with an affirmation. At 2 in the afternoon, some netizens notice that the official Weibo account of the capital has released new clarifications, prompting widespread attention. The post is humorously titled "Spot the Differences," featuring 2 timelines and several photographs. The first timeline chronicles the journey of Mu Xiaoyuan and Bo Qingnian from acquaintance to love, with every detail meticulously documented. It includes photographs of their confessions, clearly timestamped, indicating that both parties were single when they established their relationship and did not intrude upon Shang Yin and Mu Xiaoyuan's feelings. The second timeline outlines Shang Yanran's study abroad dates, her return, and the timeline of her relationship with Mu Xiaoyuan, accompanied by photographs of their travels and hotel stays. Observant netizens engage in a detailed comparison of the 2 timelines, uncovering that Shang Yin had indeed intruded upon the relationship between Mu Xiaoyuan and Bo Qingnian while they were together. Thus, the accusation from Shang Yin and that Bo Qingnian was the third party is entirely fabricated. The rumors crumble under scrutiny. It is Shang Yanran who is crying thief. She, the true interloper, dares to accuse Bo Qingnian of usurping love. Such actions are beyond comprehension. Some netizens, feeling sympathy for Bo Qingnian, can no longer remain silent. Even those who previously supported Shang Yanran begin to realize they have misjudged the situation. Shang Yanran, do you have no shame? Are you even human? How could she commit such acts? Young Lady Bo is so unfortunate, having trusted the wrong person and been betrayed by a scoundrel. It's bad enough she lacks shame. Now she turns the tables and shifts the blame onto young Lady Bo. My heavens, but is this timeline genuine? Could it be fabricated by the aristocracy? Even if Shang Yanran is indeed the third party, have you forgotten the video? Bo Qingnian's private life is also quite chaotic. Even at this juncture, some still advocate for Shang Yanran. Yet, what significance does their defense hold now? To the person above, can you please take a close look at the timestamps on Shang Yanran's graduation photo and diploma? Can we stop the denial? The facts are laid bare before you, and you still refuse to believe. To disrupt a 3-year relationship within a month of returning home. Is she even human? How many young women can withstand 3 years? The majority of netizens now stand in support of Bo Qingnian. At this point, Sheng Yanran has become a target of public outrage. She initially intended to fan the flames of yesterday's video. But upon opening Weibo, she discovers an avalanche of criticisms directed at her. As she witnesses the growing tide of public opinion, her reputation plummets. People exclaim that she has brought this upon herself. A third party daring to accuse another of being one. The barrage of insults and mockery threatens to engulf her. At this moment, her expression is vacant, her lips muttering in disbelief. How could this happen? It should have been Bo Qingnian who was humiliated. It was her all along. How did it turn against me? What has gone awry? She quickly checks the trending topics and is horrified to find evidence of her own misdeeds laid bare. Her return date, outings with Mu Xiuyuan, and graduation photos have all been unearthed. With such evidence at hand, who would still believe that Bo Qingnian is the third party? Now, she has become the focal point of scorn. Panic sets in. She had expected to see Bo Qingnian vilified today, only to find herself in the crosshairs instead. This cannot be. There must be a way out. Chapter 49. Public apology even if everyone uncovers the truth. What of it? She remains indifferent to the opinions of others. Yes, there is still Lu Xiangyao. Surely she must have a way to assist her. Sheng Yanran immediately grabs her phone and calls Lu Xiangyao. After several rings, the call is finally answered. Miss Lu, what should I do? Please help me. Her voice trembles with urgency. Lu Xiangyao had no intention of answering her call, but is concerned that Sheng Yanran, driven to desperation, may lash out. After all, they are currently collaborators, so she reluctantly picks up the phone. Lu Xiangyao has already seen everything unfold online. Bo Qingnian is merciless, having secretly gathered so much evidence. At this point, Sheng Yanran has lost all value. What do you expect me to do? If you hadn't engaged in those actions, would you have been caught? I've never encountered such a foolish woman as you. At this moment, Lu Xiangyao is filled with irritation. Sheng Yanran is like a stubborn adhesive she cannot shake off. She is keenly aware that Sheng Yanran is trying to align herself with her, seeking entrance into the capital S elite circles. Yet she fails to recognize her own limitations. Sheng Yanran, upon hearing Lu Xiangyao's words, feels a mix of incredulity and amusement. How could she possibly admit to wrongdoing? It is Bo Qingnian who has harmed her. Why does she insist on opposing her? The very notion that Lu Xiangyao could deem her foolish is unacceptable. Miss Lu, you must have a solution. Don't you? I implore you this time. I shall assist you in any endeavor you require. Are you not a resident of the capital? Do you truly fear Bo Qingnian? Sheng Yanran's words struck at the core of Lu Xiangyao's heart. The notion that she could be compared unfavorably to Bo Qingnian was utterly intolerable to her. How could she possibly fear Bo Qingnian? In this moment, her anger and jealousy clouded Lu Xiangyao's judgment. Sheng Yanran, mind your language. I am more than capable of aiding you. Upon hearing this, a sinister smile crept across Sheng Yanran's lips. After their time working together, she had long since seen through Lu Xiangyao. She harbored an even deeper disdain for Bo Qingnian, if not outright jealousy. When a woman's jealousy becomes too intense, it can lead to irrevocable actions, and Lu Xiangyao was precisely such a woman at this moment. Tomorrow, at the usual place, let us discuss how to resolve these matters. Miss Lu, we are now in the same boat. If you refuse to assist me, you may very well drag yourself down with me. Sheng Yanran spoke again, leaving no room for Lu Xiangyao to reconsider. At this juncture, she and Sheng Yanran were akin to grasshoppers on the same string. Reluctantly, Lu Xiangyao acquiesced. After hanging up, her expression was dark and brooding. She never anticipated that she, Lu Xiangyao, would be coerced by someone like this. How dare she? After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Lu family. What was Sheng Yanran in comparison? Yet, at this moment, she could not afford to ponder such distinctions. Should Sheng Yanran be discovered by those of noble lineage, who knows what she might divulge about her? The online commentary surged anew, a relentless tide. Sheng Yanran was acutely aware that her interference in Mu Shiyuan and Bo Qingnian's relationship could not be undone. Thus, she enlisted a group of individuals to relentlessly cling to the video incident. Diverting the attention of netizens, Sheng Yanran was determined. There was no way Bo Qingnian could manage such a multitude of issues all at once. Indeed, those she had hired began to launch attacks regarding the video. Have people forgotten about the video? Bo Qingnian isn't necessarily a virtuous woman. Indeed, when she was merrily conversing with those men, I wonder if Mu Shiyuan was aware if Bo Qingnian's relationship with Mu Shiyuan were sound. Could Sheng Yanran have intruded? Observing such nonsensical comments, some began to sympathize with Bo Qingnian. Why does Bo Qingnian consistently address other matters yet remains silent on the video? I simply refuse to believe that Bo Qingnian has done nothing wrong. Upon seeing these heated comments, Bo Qingnian felt it was an anticipated outcome. Early that morning, she had summoned Niànniàn to enlist the help of the video verification expert, Xie Junshan, to provide her testimony. Following the same steps as with the previous photo, Elder Xie held a reputation in the capital that rivaled that of Elder Su. Both were highly respected in their respective fields, and even if the netizens did not trust Bo Qingnian, they would surely believe these two masters. Everything was meticulously arranged. She understood Shang Yin all too well. Initially, she had worried that Shang Yin might refrain from such actions. It now appeared that Shang Yin was as foolish as ever. Little did she realize that shifting the netizens' focus onto the video merely provided Bo Qingnian with an opportunity to unveil her true nature. Bo Qingnian called in Niànniàn. It is time to release Elder Xie's statement. No problem. Niànniàn was indeed swift in her actions. This time, Elder Xie's official account released the statement ahead of the capital's official account. Some curious netizens hurried to check if Elder Xie had issued a declaration, only to discover that he had done so even faster, leaving no room for comments. No way. The video is actually fake. How long does Shang Yin intend to slander Miss Bo? Where are those who were just defending her? Come forth and continue your claims. Those who had previously supported her felt a wave of embarrassment as they were suddenly called out. Yet, having accepted payment, they were compelled to fulfill their obligations. Who knows if what he said is true or false? I remain skeptical. Are you a dog of Shang Yin? Did you come to provoke us deliberately? One by one, those individuals were met with scorn, and they became reluctant to continue speaking in Shang Yinran's favor. Shang Yin, upon witnessing the statement released by Bo Qingnian, was left utterly dumbfounded. Bo Qingnian had indeed managed to furnish evidence proving the video to be false. The netizens recalled Shang Yinran's earlier assurance that the video was authentic and that should it be proven false, she would publicly apologize. Consequently, they began incessantly tagging Shang Yin online. Shang Yin, have you seen the evidence? Come forth and apologize. Publicly apologize. Fulfill your promise. Shang Yin wouldn't dare show her face to apologize. Not a person of her ilk.as, she faced the barrage of accusations and demands for a public apology. Shang Yinran's heart brimmed with discontent. She never imagined that Bo Qingnian could genuinely prove the video to be fraudulent. Her mind was now a whirlwind of turmoil, thrust back into the limelight. The vitriolic comments directed at Shang Yin intensified, as an array of repugnant terms were hurled at her. Tang Ziqin also noticed the online commentary and deduced that Shang Yin had orchestrated this situation herself. Initially, he intended to assist in quelling the matter, for Shang Yin was, after all, his woman, and he could not bear to watch her be so cornered. However, he received a phone call. Chapter 50, A Theatrical Performance. Upon seeing the caller ID, Tang Ziqin was taken aback but answered nonetheless. Cousin. He respectfully greeted, feeling his voice tremble. His cousin rarely initiated calls to him, which could only mean something significant had occurred. After pondering, he could not recall any recent actions that warranted concern. I had intended to overlook the fact that you spared that woman from the Sheng family, but you allowed this foolish woman to act so recklessly. Do you wish for the Tang family to share the same fate as the Sheng family? If that is your desire, I would be more than willing to assist you in your endeavor. To facilitate the union of you two lovers. A voice rich with magnetism yet devoid of warmth resonated through the phone. Hearing these words, Tang Ziqin broke into a cold sweat. His cousin was aware of the situation and knew that he had sheltered Shang Yin, as well as the recent events surrounding her. He had come to hold him accountable. Cousin, it's not like that. Clearly, he could no longer manage Shang Yinran's affairs. It was beyond his control. Yinran had already offended those in the capital. Even his cousin had felt compelled to warn him against acting rashly. In that case, no one in the entire Jiacheng could come to Shang Yinran's aid, though he felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, he had promised to protect her. He understood that, when weighed against family interests, a woman was ultimately inconsequential. Tang Ziqin was keenly aware of this truth, yet he still wished to shield Shang Yinran. What was he to do? Tang Ziqin, I shall be succinct. You must choose between Shang Yin and the Tang family. Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. Tang Ziqin realized his cousin's words were serious. Shang Yin could not be retained. I understand. Cousin. I know what must be done. Rest assured. Upon hearing the other party hang up, Tang Ziqin exhaled deeply. His cousin's presence was overwhelmingly powerful. At that moment, Luo Ning stood at his door. Having overheard his conversation, she had only intended to call him to go out together, not to eavesdrop. However, it seemed her boyfriend was facing a rather tricky predicament. Given the circumstances, she felt compelled to play the role of a supportive girlfriend and assist him. Luo Ning surmised that this matter was indeed related to Shang Yanran. She was well aware of Tang Zichin's purchase of an apartment for Shang Yin, but had to feign ignorance. Luo Ning was determined not to allow Tang Zichin to harbor any negative sentiments toward her. Yet now, an opportunity had presented itself. No woman relishes the thought of her boyfriend harboring feelings for another woman. Even if their relationship was merely one of cooperation, she would not permit her position to be threatened in any way. Although Shang Yanran posed no real threat, Luo Ning found her presence irksome. Thus, she dispatched someone to investigate Shang Yanran's circumstances and, to her surprise, uncovered some intriguing information. Shang Yanran's plight was unexpected. A glimmer of determination flickered in Luo Ning's eyes as she quietly departed. She descended the stairs and informed Tang's mother that she had pressing matters to attend to, promising to visit again soon. Before hastily leaving, she needed to address certain issues immediately. Xiaochen, come to pick me up at the Tang residence. Yes, Mississippi. Luo Ning called her family's driver, who arrived promptly at the Tang residence's entrance. She entered the car. Miss, shall we head home? Luo Ning provided an address to Xiaochen, who promptly drove there and soon arrived at the destination. Luo Ning instructed the driver to wait in the car while she entered the premises. Upon glancing around, she noticed that it was an abandoned factory, desolate and devoid of life. Without further contemplation, she stepped inside the factory. Within, 3 individuals were bound by ropes, their eyes covered with cloth strips, and their mouths sealed with tape, while 3 bodyguards stood watch. Upon seeing Luo Ning approach, the guards respectfully addressed her as Miss. To which Luo Ning nodded in acknowledgement, instructing them to remove the cloth and tape from the captives. The guards immediately complied with her request. The 3 individuals bound were Deshawn and his companions. They had intended to return home after a meal, only to find themselves captured and brought to this location, still bewildered as to what crime they had committed. Luo Ning smiled warmly at them. Who are you? Release us at once. What do you want from us? I wish to propose a transaction, though I wonder if you would be amenable to it, Luo Ning replied, directing her gaze at Deshawn. Recognizing him as the leader of the trio, why would we engage in a transaction if we are bound? Is there any sincerity in your offer? Degu interjected, sensing that the woman before them bore no ill intent. You are correct, Luo Ning acknowledged, signaling the bodyguards to untie them. The bodyguards promptly released the ropes binding the 3 and provided them with chairs to sit upon, but Deshawn studied the woman before him. A sense of familiarity washing over him. Suddenly, he recalled that she was the same individual who had appeared during Tang Zichin's birthday livestream, specifically, Tang Zichin's girlfriend. Are you Miss Luo? He inquired, his suspicion growing stronger. Luo Ning confirmed with a nod, feeling no need to conceal her identity. Do you all remember the woman you encountered in the alley on Ah Qin's birthday? Deshawn, upon hearing her words, assumed she sought revenge. He recalled Shang Yanran's claim of knowing Tang Zichin. Could it be true? Miss Luo, we had no idea she was associated with young Master Tang. You cannot hold us accountable for that. Luo Ning chuckled lightly, bemused by their assumption that they were being targeted for revenge due to Shang Yanran. Their panic only intensified at her laughter, leading them to contemplate escape. Yet, Luo Ning interjected. I hope you can inform Tang Zichin of how you treated Shang Yanran. The 3 were now even more perplexed, realizing that informing Tang Zichin of their encounter with his woman could only lead to their demise. Miss Luo, are you jesting? If young Master Tang discovers how we treated Miss Shang, how many lives do you think we have left to spare? Luo Ning shook her head. I do not wish for you to inform him directly. Rather, I will relay the message myself. As you know, I am the eldest daughter of the Luo family. How could I tolerate Tang Zichin having another woman outside our relationship? Therefore, do you believe I would allow Shang Yin and to remain by Ah Qin's side? Assist me, and I shall ensure your anonymity. The 3 pondered her words and found merit in her reasoning. They understood that Luo Ning did not wish for Shang Yin and to linger in Tang Zichin's life, necessitating her departure. What do you wish for us to do? Deshawn queried, quickly grasping the situation that he realized that their mistreatment of Shang Yanran would not incur wrath from either Luo Ning or Tang Zichin, and they stood to gain additional benefits. Chapter 51. A harmonious collaboration. Why not seize such a fortuitous opportunity? De Gu and Xiao Dou appeared to share this sentiment, for they were accustomed to following Deshawn's lead. Deshawn concluded that if there were no objections, they could involve themselves in this affair and potentially reap considerable rewards. Do you have any evidence of your involvement with Shang Yanran? Luo Ning's inquiry prompted Deshawn to suddenly recall that he had taken explicit photographs of Shang Yanran. He believed these images could prove invaluable to Luo Ning, initially captured to safeguard against any retaliatory actions from Niànniàn. To his dismay, however, he realized that his phone had been confiscated when they were apprehended, leaving him without access to the vital evidence. Miss Luo, my phone contains information that may be of use to you. Could you please return it to me? Luo Ning regarded Deshan with a discerning eye, confident he would not dare to oppose her. She instructed the bodyguards to return his phone. Once in possession of his phone, Deshan unlocked it and quickly accessed his photo gallery. Upon seeing the explicit images still present, he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that his decision to capture those photos had indeed been prudent. Luo Ning, intrigued by his reaction, inquired, "What are you looking at?" Deshan, momentarily taken aback, slowly extended his phone to Luo Ning. She accepted it with a hint of skepticism, only to be momentarily shocked upon viewing the photographs of Niànniàn. Her identity unmistakable, this was indeed a stroke of fortune, as it provided concrete evidence. "You actually captured such explicit photos of Niànniàn," Deshan, noting Luo Ning's expression of satisfaction, understood that she approved of his actions. Indeed, Luo Ning found the photographs to be a boon, for they established her credibility. With such evidence, Tang Ziqin would be less inclined to doubt her words. Niànniàn, this predicament is truly of your own making. I cannot be held responsible. A subtle smile played upon Luo Ning's lips as she surveyed the images, revealing her lack of sympathy for Niànniàn, whom she deemed to have brought this upon herself. "Now, I wish for you to assist me in staging a performance," she declared. Deshan and his companions exchanged glances, somewhat perplexed by her request. "How do you envision us performing?" Luo Ning returned to Shan's phone, then spoke with deliberation. "Remember, you intended to use these photographs to blackmail Niànniàn for your own gain. You knew she was Qin's lover, and should she refuse, you planned to present these images to him. However, as she declined, you turned to me, Qin's girlfriend, seeking vengeance. You sold the photographs to me, and to prevent their release, I presented them to Qin to handle the matter. Do you grasp my meaning?" The trio, upon hearing her explanation, finally comprehended Luo Ning's intent. It became evident that women could be far more ruthless. Deshan's mind began to whirl with possibilities, since the photographs were now in his possession. Assisting Luo Ning could also yield some form of compensation. "Miss Luo, while we are willing to help you, it is only fair that we receive a little reward for our efforts." Deshan's phrasing was clever, framing compensation as merely a token of appreciation for their labor. Luo Ning, recognizing his underlying request for monetary gain, understood that these individuals could be swayed with the right incentive. She saw this as an opportunity to resolve her issue with Niànniàn at minimal cost to herself. "I will pay you a portion up front, as if purchasing your photographs. Once we conclude this matter, I shall provide you with the remaining compensation, which I assure you will be satisfactory. What say you?" After a moment's contemplation, Deshan agreed. "Can we depart now?" Luo Ning regarded the three men. "You may leave, but my bodyguards must accompany you. Otherwise, should you abscond with my money, how would I locate you?" Deshan contemplated a rebuttal but ultimately acquiesced, recognizing the futility of opposing her. To few additional companions would not pose a significant issue. "Fine, I will provide the payment in cash, and at that time, I will inform you where to collect the funds." Deshan was forthright, readily consenting to Luo Ning's stipulations, eager for the promised payment regardless of the format. Furthermore, since this is a performance, every detail must be executed flawlessly. "Follow my instructions precisely. You must notify me when to retrieve the photographs, ensuring there is a record of our communication and the circumstances of our meeting." Deshan found the task somewhat cumbersome but soon realized that tangible evidence was crucial to their dealings. It appeared that Luo Ning had ulterior motives for her insistence on these measures. "Understood. We will ensure everything is handled accordingly." A pleasant collaboration ensued as Luo Ning waved her hand, signaling that they were free to depart. Deshan's thoughts proved accurate. Indeed, Luo Ning harbored her own apprehensions. She understood that Tang Ziqin would not so easily place his trust in her words, and she knew he would undoubtedly conduct further inquiries behind the scenes. To ensure absolute certainty, Luo Ning had to exercise even greater caution. Soon, she too exited the abandoned factory, pressing forth with her plans. At this moment, Niànniàn remained blissfully unaware of the myriad challenges that awaited her. However, the time she had left would undoubtedly be anything but mundane. She continued to monitor the information circulating online and the comments from netizens regarding her. The clamor grew louder, urging her to publicly apologize to Bo Qingnian. After considerable contemplation, Niànniàn crafted a tweet. Yes, she had apologized. This was the only means she could devise to absolve herself. She believed that once she expressed regret, the netizens would relent, and she could not fathom that Bo Qingnian would remain unmoved by her contrition. After all, in her recollection, Bo Qingnian was the most easily swayed individual. Seeing her in such a pitiable state, surely she would refrain from further malice. Yet, Niànniàn had forgotten how she had once treated Bo Qingnian. How could she possibly expect her to show mercy? The netizens, upon viewing Niànniàn's apology, deemed it somewhat hasty. A mere few words. "I'm sorry, it was my fault. I apologize to Bo Qingnian," seemed characteristic of Niànniàn, who was incapable of offering a sincere apology. Niànniàn, is this what you call a public apology? A handful of words. Who cannot utter them? Could you not muster a shred of sincerity? Do you still believe you are without fault? Bo Qingnian had not anticipated that Niànniàn would genuinely apologize for this incident. Though her words were somewhat perfunctory, they did indeed resemble an effort. However, how could Bo Qingnian let her off the hook? She had not forgotten the pain Niànniàn had inflicted upon her. Niànniàn, you may upload those 2 videos to Weibo now. The matter is nearing its conclusion. Beside her, Niànniàn felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Bo Qingnian's words. The malignant presence that was Niànniàn needed to be eradicated, and swiftly Niànniàn promptly uploaded the 2 videos from the wedding onto Weibo. It was clear that this would spark yet another uproar. Niànniàn had anticipated praise from netizens, yet she found herself once more besieged by scorn on the trending topics. She nearly fainted upon seeing the 2 videos released from the capital. How could Bo Qingnian still possess these recordings? Was she intent on utterly destroying her? Bo Qingnian's malevolence was unfathomable. The comments from netizens flooded in one after another. What am I witnessing? What have I heard? So the rumors from Jiangsheng were indeed true. Niànniàn has committed such disgraceful acts. How could she stoop so low? Mu Shiyuan is wearing the green hat. This is the greatest humiliation for a man. Bah, Mu Shiyuan is no good man either. Entangled with Niànniàn, he is shamelessly cheating. I feel the deepest sympathy for Miss Bo. Her fiancé was stolen away, her engagement ceremony disrupted, and now she is being vilified by the mistress. I concur. Thus, I stand with Miss Bo. And Qian chuckled at the comments, observing that the majority of people possessed a sound perspective, save for a few dimwits. Niànniàn, many are speaking up for you. And Qian noted the growing number of supporters for Bo Qingnian, expressing sympathy for her and lauding her retaliation as remarkable. To live and act in accordance with one's principles is paramount. Bo Qingnian's sudden declaration struck Qian deeply. She was acutely aware of how Bo Qingnian had endured those 4 years in Jiangsheng. It's all in the past, and Qian smiled gently at Bo Qingnian. In that moment, the two exchanged unspoken understanding. Meanwhile, Niànniàn was engulfed in despair. She could not wait any longer and needed to meet with Lu Xiangyao immediately. Grabbing her phone, she dialed Lu Xiangyao's number. "What is it?" Lu Xiangyao's impatient tone reached Niànniàn's ears. Though she felt a twinge of annoyance, her current predicament overshadowed all else. "Miss Lu, I must see you immediately." Lu Xiangyao, hearing her resolute tone, suspected that Niànniàn had lost her sanity. She needed to rid herself of this burden swiftly. "Same place, see you shortly." Lu Xiangyao happened to be in Jiangsheng, preparing to catch a flight back to the capital that evening. Had Niànniàn called her even a moment later, she would have ignored her. Niànniàn returned to the CAF where she and Lu Xiangyao had agreed to meet, donning a hat and sunglasses to avoid recognition. She settled in the furthest corner, awaiting Lu Xiangyao's arrival. This time, Lu Xiangyao did not keep her waiting long. In stark contrast to Niànniàn's timidity, Lu Xiangyao exuded confidence. After all, it was Niànniàn who was being criticized, not Lu Xiangyao. Sitting across from Niànniàn, Lu Xiangyao's gaze fell upon her, tinged with disdain. She suddenly regretted collaborating with this woman. After all the turmoil, they had yet to resolve the issue with Bo Qingnian. It was utterly foolish. Let us get to the point. She had no desire to waste time with Niànniàn. There were numerous matters awaiting her attention at the company, and it was absurd that Niànniàn chose this moment to meet. Niànniàn, looking at Lu Xiangyao, felt a flicker of jealousy. Her own life was in tatters, while Lu Xiangyao appeared so glamorous. If it weren't for Lu Xiangyao seeking her collaboration, would she have met such a fate? Everyone online is criticizing me. I cannot even bear to step outside that I must cover myself so thoroughly when I do. What am I to do? I am ruined. Do you understand? Do you grasp my feelings? Lu Xiangyao rolled her eyes internally, utterly uninterested in Niànniàn's self-pity. Had you not engaged in such behavior, would others speak of you in this manner? Sheng Yanran was both furious and anxious. But now was not the time to dwell on Lu Xiangyao's remarks. She needed her assistance. Take me with you to the capital. I cannot remain in Jiangxing any longer. The allure of the capital spurred Shang Yin and urgency. Leaving Jiangxing promised a brighter path. She believed that by aligning with Lu Xiangyao, she could find superior allies. She no longer wished to think of Tang Zaiqin. Lu Xiangyao regarded her with cold disdain. How dare she make such a request? Was she out of her mind? I'll be frank. That is impossible. You shall not set foot in the capital that I can only send you to another city to live out the rest of your days in peace. Lu Xiangyao composed herself, while Shang Yin struggled to accept the harsh reality. She could not go to the capital. Where would she be sent instead? You promised to help me, she shouted, her pride forgotten. Am I not helping you now? One must not be overly greedy, Miss Sheng. Sheng Yanran glared at Lu Xiangyao. Finally seeing her true colors, this woman would not assist her. She had expected Lu Xiangyao to take her to the capital. But instead, her plan was to consign her to another city that I refused to stay in Jiangxing. How could I possibly go to another city? Very well, I shall not be greedy. You may arrange it. Sheng Yanran suddenly regained her composure, surprising Lu Xiangyao. She was accepting the proposal. Lu Xiangyao scrutinized Sheng Yanran, searching her expression for any hint of defiance. Yet, after observing for a while, she found no other emotions displayed by Sheng Yanran. It seems she truly accepted the outcome. I will inform you when I have made arrangements. You are not to reappear. With that, Lu Xiangyao departed, leaving no further words behind. Shang Yin watched her retreating figure. Seething with rage, she had been deceived by Lu Xiangyao. There was no way she would let this go. It was merely to silence Lu Xiangyao's incessant prattle, without Lu Xiangyao's assistance. She still had Tang Zaiqin that he would surely come to her aid. He loved her dearly. With that thought in mind, Sheng Yanran swiftly sent a text to Tang Zaiqin before hastily leaving the CAF. Returning to her apartment. Chapter 53. Acknowledgement. After Sheng Yanran's departure, two individuals at another table set down their newspapers, revealing themselves to be two people adorned in sunglasses and hats. They exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. One of them picked up their phone, sending the recently captured photos, videos, and a recording together. After confirming that the recipient had successfully received them, the two rose and left the CAF in the capital. And Qian perused the photos and videos on her phone, raising an eyebrow. What are you looking at? Bo Qingnian approached, carrying 2 cups of floral tea, and took a seat beside Qian. Qian smiled as she displayed her phone. Niànniàn, the big fish has surfaced. Bo Qingnian cast a glance at the content on her phone, revealing a scene of Lu Xiangyao and Shang Yanran meeting, accompanied by a recording. Bo Qingnian tapped to listen. And it became evident that the individual aiding Sheng Yanran from behind was indeed Lu Xiangyao, and Qian nodded in agreement, remarking on the audacity of Lu Xiangyao for clandestinely undermining the interests of the aristocratic families. Would she be able to withstand the repercussions at the family meeting? Niànniàn, what do you intend to do? Bo Qingnian switched off the recording and returned her phone to Qian, instructing her to preserve this evidence. You are aware of my involvement in Xiao Fan's affairs. Tell me, if Lu Xiangyao encounters a problem at this juncture, who would assist the Lu family? And Qian instantly grasped Bo Qingnian's implication. She aimed to bring Lu Xiangyao down along with her. Setting aside the fact that Lu Xiangyao conspired against Bo Qingnian, the mere audacity of an illegitimate daughter to bully the legitimate daughter was enough to incite disdain among the aristocrats. Niànniàn, rest assured, as long as I am here, Lu Xiangyao will not escape the consequences of her actions. And Qian was eager to witness Lu Xiangyao's hypocritical demeanor when confronted with the evidence at the family meeting. What do you think? And Qian asked, casting a mischievous glance at Bo Qingnian, about having Xiao Fan handle this matter at the meeting. Lu Xiangyao's expression would surely be spectacular. Simply contemplating this made Qian feel exhilarated. Bo Qingnian concurred that this approach was indeed a splendid idea, as it would not only allow Lu Xiangfan to vent her frustrations but also demonstrate to Lu Xiangyao whom she could not afford to offend. Let us proceed as you suggest. However, we must first address the situation with Sheng Yanran before turning our attention to Lu Xiangyao. Bo Qingnian sipped her floral tea, gazing at the garden, her spirits lifted. And Qian shared her sentiment. Just then, Sheng Yanran returned to the apartment, having just sent a message inviting Tang Zaiqin over for the evening. However, Tang Zaiqin had yet to respond to her invitation. At that moment, he was contemplating the message from Sheng Yanran. A look of indecision etched across his face. Should he go or not? Ultimately, he took a deep breath and replied to Sheng Yanran's message before setting his phone down. Upon receiving Tang Zichin's reply, Sheng Yanran felt a sense of relief. Without Lu Xiangyao's assistance, at the very least, she still had Tang Zichin as her support. Although the Tang family could not compare to the families in the capital, as long as Tang Zichin remained in Jiangcheng, she would not suffer undue grievances. Tang Zichin had been relatively kind to her. All she needed to do now was prepare a delightful dinner, adorn herself beautifully, and await Tang Zichin's arrival. She had been somewhat aloof with him lately, and she suspected he might have developed some reservations. Thus, Sheng Yanran was even more determined to win him over with sweet gestures. After much effort in the kitchen, she finally managed to prepare a decent dinner. The presentation satisfactory, though she remained uncertain about the flavor. The housekeeper offered to assist, but Sheng Yanran insisted on doing it herself, leaving the housekeeper with no choice but to step back. During her time at the Tang residence, she had learned some culinary skills from their chef. Initially, she had planned to cook a meal for Tang Zichin on his birthday, but unforeseen events had transpired. Now, at last, the meal was ready. After finishing, she took a shower, tidied herself up, and chose a vibrant dress. Satisfied with her reflection in the mirror, she heard the sound of the door opening, signaling Tang Zichin's arrival. As Sheng Yanran stepped out of her room, Tang Zichin caught sight of her, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He recalled the first time he had seen Sheng Yanran, dressed in a similarly striking gown, as she had boldly captured his heart. Back then, she was the proud daughter of the Xing family, living with such confidence. Little did he expect her to transform into this version of herself now. "Ah Qin, I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Tang Zichin gazed at her, his memories intertwining with the present, his voice softening. "You look exceptionally beautiful tonight." Sheng Yanran smiled, replying, "Of course, I dressed up just for you." "Ah Qin, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you." Tang Zichin could sense the underlying tension. He had noticed Sheng Yanran's recent coldness toward him, and now her sudden enthusiasm suggested something significant had transpired. This realization stirred discomfort within him. Was she only seeking him out when in need? "What is it?" Sheng Yanran led him to the dining table, inviting him to sit as they prepared to eat. Tang Zichin surveyed the spread before him, assuming the housekeeper had prepared it. "Ah Qin, I made tonight's dishes. Please sample my culinary skills." Tang Zichin was taken aback, unable to fathom that someone as pampered as Sheng Yanran would be capable of cooking. Noticing his hesitation, she explained, "I learned some recipes while I was at the Tang residence." Understanding dawned on Tang Zichin. Sheng Yanran had cooked for him, an extraordinary gesture that lifted his spirits considerably. Dispelling his earlier displeasure, as Sheng Yanran served 2 bowls of rice, placing one before him, they began their meal. She occasionally studied his expression, inquiring, "Is it good?" Tang Zichin nodded, unwilling to disappoint her. "I enjoy everything you make." Seeing his mood appear somewhat favorable, Sheng Yanran slowly ventured, "Ah Qin, I recently did something quite regrettable, and I now realize my mistake." Tang Zichin's hand trembled as he held his chopsticks. He understood precisely what she was referring to. "What is it? Why the seriousness?" He feigned ignorance, awaiting her revelation. "The comments online attributed to Bo Qingnian were actually my doing." Sheng Yanran ceased there, aware that Tang Zichin comprehended her meaning. What type of person was he? In Jiangcheng, he could not possibly be oblivious to her actions. He simply chose not to confront her about it. Tang Zichin had not anticipated that Sheng Yanran would voluntarily confess this to him. "It was me all along that I despised Bo Qingnian for disrupting my once idyllic life, and thus I sought revenge against her. I truly cannot accept this." "Ah Qin." Noticing Tang Zichin's silence, Sheng Yanran poured out her heart. Tang Zichin sighed, placing a piece of meat in her bowl. "I am aware, but you acted impulsively." "Yanran, the Bai family is not as simple as you perceive." Hearing his words, Sheng Yanran felt a pang of anxiety. Was he blaming her for her recklessness? "I realize I was impulsive. I understand my mistake." "Ah Qin, now, everyone sees me as the villain. What should I do?" This question left Tang Zichin at a loss. Ordinarily, he could reassure her that she need not fear because he was there for her. Yet, his cousin had specifically instructed him to distance himself from Sheng Yanran. What was he to do? "Yanran, do not overthink it. For now, focus on finishing your meal." At that moment, Tang Zichin was utterly uncertain about how to soothe Sheng Yanran's distress, while she was like an ant on a hot pan. Restless and agitated, growing impatient, Sheng Yanran questioned why Tang Zichin remained indifferent. Did he not wish to help her? Absolutely not. She could not allow that to happen. Losing Tang Zichin would leave her utterly vulnerable in Jiangcheng, a scenario she could not bear to contemplate. "Ah Qin, I understand you may be somewhat upset, but I fear you might abandon me. The reason I hesitated to tell you was that I was afraid you would look down on me." Sheng Yanran portrayed herself as a pitiful figure, hoping to evoke Tang Zichin's sympathy. After all, she had previously used this very tactic to secure his support. Tang Zichin set down his chopsticks, feeling a twinge of discomfort as he observed her aggrieved expression. Shang Yinran had indeed crossed a line. Bo Qingnian was a person of influence from the capital, someone he could not afford to provoke. Yet, one question lingered in his mind. Why had his cousin warned him? The Tang and Bai families had no prior connection. Whom was his cousin protecting by advising him against supporting Shang Yinran? Yinran. It was then that Shang Yinran realized something was off about Tang Zichin today. Typically, when she displayed vulnerability, he would instantly soften. Yet today, he remained steadfast and unyielding. Had something occurred that she was unaware of? Deciding to drop the act, she recognized that showing weakness was her best strategy. Ah, Qin, you are all I have left besides my father. Without you, what am I to do? Did you not promise you would always take care of me? She expressed her need for him. Her desperation palpable. Faced with Shang Yinran's earnest plea, Tang Zichin found it impossible to utter a word of rejection. He had once promised to protect her and her father. Yinran, I assure you, I will not let anything happen to you. I shall ensure that you have a splendid time in Jiangqing. Tang Zichin approached and embraced Shang Yinran, who had been weeping until his words steadied her emotions somewhat. It seemed that such a contradictory individual could only be himself. He wished to preserve the Tang family, yet did not want to lose Shang Yinran. However, with his cousin having spoken, what could he possibly do? Tang Zichin resolved to temporarily set aside the matter, granting himself a little more time to devise a solution that would satisfy both parties. I always knew that only Akin treats me the best. Lying in Tang Zichin's embrace, Shang Yinran uttered words that delighted him. Akin, would you stay tonight? She assumed Tang Zichin would acquiesce, especially considering that she had previously concocted various excuses to refuse his invitations. This time, her proactive suggestion should surely bring him joy, right? Yet, upon hearing her words, Tang Zichin merely paused. He did not intend to remain this evening. He was uncertain how to approach Shang Yinran. Yinran, there are matters at the company tonight, and I must return to work later. I have been quite busy lately. Shang Yinran lifted her gaze to meet his, fully aware that Tang Zichin was fabricating excuses. He simply did not wish to stay. Was it because of that woman? Luo Ning? Recently, Shang Yinran had been preoccupied with matters concerning Bo Qingnian, inadvertently forgetting about Luo Ning, Tang Zichin's legitimate girlfriend. Originally, she ought to have been recognized as Tang Zichin's partner, yet now it seemed to have shifted to Luo Ning. She felt powerless against Bo Qingnian, yet surely she could manage Luo Ning? Yes, work is important. Do not stay up too late. Today, Shang Yinran displayed an admirable understanding, though only she knew the extent of her sincerity. I have eaten my fill, so I will return to the office first. You should eat more. You've lost weight recently. After finishing, let the maid tidy up and rest early. Tang Zichin gently ruffled Shang Yinran's hair before donning his coat and departing the apartment. Standing beside his car, he lit a cigarette, quietly pondering Shang Yinran's words. For the first time, he felt the urge to escape from her, hesitant to accept her goodwill. He had promised his cousin and could not act rashly. Yet, how could he disregard someone he loved dearly? Especially after witnessing her emotional outpouring before him. No man could remain unsoftened by such a sight. After much contemplation, unable to conceive a solution, Tang Zichin decided to dismiss the issue altogether. He extinguished his cigarette and tossed the butt into the trash bin, climbing into his car to close his eyes and rest. The driver glanced at him, prompting him to suddenly open his eyes. Home as you wish, sir. On his way home, Tang Zichin received a call from Luo Ning. Are you at home, Akin? She inquired softly. I am on my way back. Did you need something? If Luo Ning's intuition served her right, Tang Zichin had likely been with Shang Yinran that evening. I have a few matters to discuss. Shall we meet at your place? Tang Zichin replied affirmatively, and after concluding the call, he arrived at his doorstep just in time to see Luo Ning alight from her vehicle. She stood bathed in moonlight, clad in a white fringed camisole dress, her countenance adorned with a radiant smile. What a coincidence! Akin, Luo Ning stepped forward, entwining her arm with Tang Zichin's, as if they were indeed a couple madly in love. At that moment, Tang Zichin felt an unexpected pang of guilt toward Luo Ning due to the affair with Shang Yinran. They were, after all, bound together by familial interests. Luo Ning had sacrificed her love and marriage. And so had he. Yet, within such a family, this was their fate. Let us go inside. Luo Ning did not overlook the fleeting emotion that flickered in Tang Zichin's eyes. She had donned a particularly gentle dress and adopted an endearing demeanor to disarm his defenses. For she was aware that soon enough, Tang Ziqin would erupt in fury. Chapter 55. Thank you. Upon seeing the two enter together, Tang's mother mistakenly believed they had been on a date. Her heart brimming with delight. Initially, she had thought Tang Ziqin was off to see that woman, Shang Yanran, but to her surprise, he was with Luo Ning. Xiaoning is here. Auntie, Tang Ziqin interjected, fearing his mother would monopolize Luo Ning's attention. Mother, Xiaoning, and I need to discuss something. We shall head upstairs. Tang's mother, recognizing the cue, ceased her inquiries. Very well, you may go upstairs to talk. Thus, the two ascended together to Tang Ziqin's room. He removed his coat, loosened his tie, and sank into a chair, appearing somewhat fatigued. Luo Ning circled behind him and began to gently massage his temples. Tang Ziqin was taken aback, but then spoke slowly. Akin, there is something I am unsure whether I should tell you. Tang Ziqin turned to see Luo Ning's conflicted expression. In his memory, she was not one to be so coy. If she truly faced a dilemma, he, as her boyfriend, would surely assist her. Just speak plainly. Do you require my help? Luo Ning recognized that she had hooked him. Her uncharacteristic behavior had lulled his suspicions. She retrieved an envelope from her bag, placing it on Tang Ziqin's desk, signaling him to open it. What is this? Tang Ziqin asked, bewildered, as he regarded Luo Ning, seemingly perplexed by her intent. Open it, and you will understand. Slowly, he unveiled the envelope, withdrawing its contents. A collection of photographs. As he examined them, his expression darkened progressively. Clearly, these were the compromising images that Daxian had shown to Luo Ning, featuring Sheng Yanran in a state of undress, her complexion flushed, lips glistening, as if she had just emerged from an intimate encounter. Now, all these photographs lay in Tang Ziqin's hands. How do you possess these photographs? He questioned Luo Ning, suspicion etched across his features. Luo Ning had anticipated this reaction. The presence of Sheng Yanran's photographs in Luo Ning's possession was utterly incongruous, especially given their status as rivals. Akin, do you doubt me? Tang Ziqin paused, realizing that he indeed harbored such thoughts. Luo Ning was well aware of Sheng Yanran's existence. Her silence did not imply acceptance. Her desire to eliminate Sheng Yan was entirely plausible. Thus, it was difficult for him not to suspect that this was indeed her doing. However, with Luo Ning directly voicing it, he felt as if he were the one with ulterior motives. Could it truly not be Luo Ning? Allow me to explain. One day, I received a call from someone who wished to show me something related to you. They mentioned they knew I was your girlfriend. Having seen me during your birthday celebration livestream, when I learned it concerned you, I agreed to meet. Tang Ziqin listened, curiosity piqued. At the designated location, they presented these photographs and informed me. Luo Ning glanced at Tang Ziqin, indicating that what followed was delicate. Tang Ziqin's interest was evidently piqued, eager to hear more. What did they say? Luo Ning continued. They told me these photographs were taken after Shang Yan and had spent the night with them. As she spoke, she could see the fury igniting in Tang Ziqin's eyes. His grip tightening. It was evident to anyone that Luo Ning's words implied a grievous betrayal by Sheng Yanran. They had initially intended to use these photographs to blackmail Sheng Yanran, but she had dismissed their threats, claiming that she was now Tang Ziqin's woman and that no one could undermine her standing. She even asserted that, regardless of whether you saw these photographs, your love for her would render you indifferent to her actions. Consequently, those men concluded that they could not extract any advantage from Shang Yan and turned to me instead. As Luo Ning shared her account, Tang Ziqin's expression darkened further. He had never anticipated that Shang Yan would utter such words. Indifferent? How could one possibly be indifferent? Despite having brought her back to the Tang family for so many days and even securing her an apartment, there had been no substantial relationship between them. Shang Yan had consistently rebuffed his advances. Even this evening, she had only shown him kindness because she sought a favor. Yet, unbeknownst to him, she had engaged in such actions behind his back. How could she perceive him in such a light? Luo Ning had twisted Sheng Yanran's plight into an act of infidelity. Witnessing Tang Ziqin's reaction, Luo Ning realized her words had struck a chord. He must be seething with rage toward Sheng Yanran. They wanted me to purchase these photographs. If I did not, they would be released, and your reputation would be tarnished. I had no choice but to buy them. Though they feature Sheng Yanran, she is still your woman, and how you choose to handle these photographs is entirely up to you. Luo Ning's words were exquisitely articulated, revealing her fear of Tang Ziqin's embarrassment, which prompted her to purchase these photographs. She could have entirely disregarded this matter. Indeed, Tang Ziqin felt a twinge of emotion within him. Reflecting on Sheng Yinran's recent actions and her attitude towards him left him somewhat disheartened. Moreover, his cousin had already commanded him to refrain from involving himself in Sheng Yinran's affairs. Initially, he had been contemplating ways to safeguard her. After all, Sheng Yinran was the woman he had cherished for so long. How could he bear to stand idly by while she faced trouble? Yet now, he glanced at Luoning. In his eyes, she appeared regal, gracious, and remarkably empathetic. Adept at considering matters from his perspective and alleviating his burdens considerably. Such a woman embodied the essence of a capable matriarch. In stark contrast, Sheng Yinran had consistently sought out complications for herself, and he had discreetly assisted her with numerous issues, leaving him utterly exhausted. Now, with her latest actions, what was he to think? At this juncture, Tang Ziqin had made a decision in his heart. Thank you, Luoning. I will handle this matter. Upon seeing Tang Ziqin's demeanor, Luoning knew her plan had succeeded. Tang Ziqin had become greatly disillusioned with Sheng Yinran. She believed that soon she would receive good news. No need for thanks. Since you are already aware of this matter, I shall no longer interfere. It is getting late. I shall take my leave. Tang Ziqin nodded. I will have the driver take you home. Luoning did not decline. She exited Tang Ziqin's room and, upon reaching the hall, discovered that Tang's mother had already returned to her quarters. Thus, she did not greet anyone as she left the Tang residence. The driver awaited her at the entrance. Luoning entered the car, not looking back. The next day, Sheng Yinran rose early, with Tang Ziqin's assurance. Her fears had dissipated. She took great care in her appearance, having been deprived of restful sleep amidst the recent turmoil. Even her father had been in the hospital for an extended period. Yet she had not visited him. Therefore, she resolved to see Sheng Tsongxian at the hospital today. Carrying fruits and some supplements, she entered her father's ward. Sheng Tsongxian was lying down, engrossed in the news. Yinran, you came to see your father. Sheng Yinran nodded, noting her father's relatively good spirits. Seeing his daughter visit lifted Sheng Tsongxian's mood slightly. However, thoughts of the recent trending topics weighed heavily on him. Even though he was in the hospital, it did not mean he was oblivious to the news. His daughter's recent entanglement with Bo Qingnian had garnered considerable attention, and he could not possibly remain uninformed. The doctors and nurses in the hospital regarded him with peculiar eyes. Had it not been for Tang Ziqin's standing, they might have openly scorned him. Yet, given his current position, he could not afford to intervene. Dad, how have you been lately? I'm well, and you? Why didn't Qin accompany you today? Is the company very busy? How are things progressing between you and Qin? Sheng Tsongxian had indeed seen numerous reports. But he believed that with Tang Ziqin's protection, Sheng Yinran's life must be quite pleasant. Unbeknownst to him, Sheng Yinran had actually become Tang Ziqin's clandestine lover, while his legitimate girlfriend was someone else entirely. Hearing her father's inquiries, Sheng Yinran felt a twinge of awkwardness. She was unsure how to explain the situation to him and felt no need to elaborate. Dad, you need not concern yourself with my matters with Qin. A lot has happened recently, and I am uncertain how to convey it to you. Observing her demeanor, Sheng Tsongxian noted her signs of fatigue. Had they quarreled? He assumed it was merely youthful discord and chose not to dwell on it, instead steering the conversation elsewhere. Yinran, I have seen the news on Weibo. You must be careful. How could you act so recklessly? Your father worries. Having navigated the business world for many years, Sheng Tsongxian's perspective was undoubtedly broader than that of Sheng Yinran. At their wedding, he had discerned that Bo Qingnian was not to be trifled with, especially with her powerful backing. Sheng Yinran stood no chance against her. Yet, his daughter had foolishly chosen to confront Bo Qingnian head-on. Resulting in the current predicament, he feared that his daughter was suffering in silence. Dad, I understand that my actions have been misguided. Do you think the people in the capital will let you off the hook for this? Speaking of this, Sheng Yinran felt a surge of pride. Dad, Qin has promised to help me, so we need not worry. She felt no trepidation, for regardless of her transgressions, Tang Ziqin was there to support her. Observing Sheng Yinran's expression, Sheng Tsongxian quickly grasped the situation. It seemed Tang Ziqin genuinely cared for his daughter, willing to assist her even in such circumstances. That's good. Let me tell you. A good man must be held on to tightly. You are currently in a favorable position. Do you understand? Yinran, if you become the mistress of the Tang family, our lives will improve. The more Sheng Tsongxian contemplated, the more optimistic he became, unaware that Sheng Yinran's countenance was growing increasingly somber. With each word he spoke, her head bowed lower. Sheng Yinran clenched her fists, The mistress of the Tang family, was that still a possibility? As this thought crossed her mind, her resentment towards Luoning intensified. That sudden arrival, if it weren't for her, perhaps the position of mistress of the Tang family could have been hers. She wished to shift the topic. Dad, I just remembered I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. Please take care of your health, and I will visit you again soon. Follow the doctor's advice. Sheng Tsungxian was about to inquire why she was leaving so soon. But upon noticing her unusual demeanor, he chose to refrain from further questioning. Sheng Yanran exited the hospital, and while waiting for a car by the roadside, she spotted Tang Ziqin and Luo Ning sharing a vehicle. They appeared to be in high spirits, conversing animatedly, a perfect match. Luo Ning turned her head and, spotting Sheng Yanran standing by the roadside, offered her a slight, provocative smile, deliberately resting her head on Tang Ziqin's shoulder. Obscuring his view, enraged, Sheng Yanran kicked a nearby trash can. Tang Ziqin's car had already driven far away. Her eyes brimmed with fury. Why must she wait alone for a car, while Luo Ning could come and go with Tang Ziqin? She felt aggrieved. Luo Ning, I will not let you off so easily. At that moment, Luo Ning was in high spirits, having intentionally concealed Sheng Yanran from Tang Ziqin's sight. This woman was perpetually restless. However, soon she would no longer have the opportunity to create a commotion. Xiao Ning, we have arrived. Noticing that Luo Ning was lost in thought, Tang Ziqin gently reminded her. Luo Ning realized she had momentarily lost her composure. I shall head in first. You can go to the company. Tang Ziqin accompanied Luo Ning home before departing. Once she saw his car drive away, she picked up her phone to inform Deshan that they could collect their payment. Luo Ning instructed her bodyguards to bring the money to the entrance and called her own driver to take her to the designated location, a rather discreet tea house. Removing her sunglasses, Luo Ning entered the private room with her bodyguards. Miss Luo, Luo Ning nodded. Observing that the three men were fixated on the box she carried, she gestured to her bodyguard to open the box, which he complied with. The men gulped as they beheld the substantial sum within. It was indeed impressive. Big brother, is this real money? The larger man's eyes gleamed with anticipation, pondering how long it would take to spend such a fortune. That of course it's real. Deshan stroked the box of money, his eyes reflecting greed. Luo Ning glanced at her bodyguard, who subsequently closed the box. Rest assured, the money will not be shortchanged. Now, let my people take a few photographs, and you may take this sum with you. Deshan felt the arrangement was quite lucrative. For such a trivial task, they would receive a handsome reward. Snap away, Miss Luo. We are at your service. The bodyguard picked up the camera and took several shots from various angles as per Luo Ning's instructions, making it appear as though they were engaged in negotiations. After the bodyguard completed the task, he presented the photos to Luo Ning for her approval. After reviewing the photographs, Luo Ning affirmed their adequacy and passed the camera back to the bodyguard. Miss Luo, do we need to do anything else? Nothing more. You may take your leave. However, do not speak of today's events carelessly outside. Luo Ning's gaze was filled with warning as she addressed the three men. This matter must remain strictly confidential. Understood. We know how to handle it. We shall take our leave now. Luo Ning signaled for her bodyguard to hand over the box. As Deshan received the box, he felt a surge of excitement. The larger man and Xiao Dou were equally pleased. So much money. Thank you. Miss Luo. Deshan expressed his gratitude as they exited the private room. Come here. Luo Ning picked up the phone and spoke. After a while, a man entered the private room. Miss Luo. Luo Ning regarded the gentleman before her, who was impeccably refined, making it difficult to fathom that he was a private investigator. Do you know how to respond? Luo Ning handed the camera to the man, who examined its contents. Miss Luo, I know how to report to President Tang now. Rest assured, Wen Nian, do a good job, and I shall not treat you poorly. Wen Nian nodded. When Luo Ning first found him, he had been somewhat taken aback. The fact that she was fully aware of Tang Ziqin's private request for his assistance in an investigation indicated that there were indeed people close to Luo Ning by Tang Ziqin's side. And this person held considerable influence. If he opposed Luo Ning, he could forget about living comfortably in the future. Thus, he astutely chose to cooperate with Luo Ning. Go ahead. After glancing at the photographs, Wen Nian did not linger and left the private room. A smile graced the corners of Luo Ning's lips. She had long suspected that Tang Ziqin did not fully trust her words. Indeed, he had sought out a private investigator to verify her claims. However, Luo Ning was no fool. She had already secured this individual, and now Tang Ziqin should harbor no further doubts. She eagerly awaited the day when Sheng Yan would find herself without allies. Even if she did not take action, Shang Yin and would not enjoy a smooth existence, for she had offended more than just Luoning.inacaf in the capital. Why is Xiao Fan taking so long? And Qian looked around curiously. She's probably caught in traffic. No sooner had she spoken than Lu Xiangfan hurriedly approached them. Xiao Fan and Qian greeted her. Qingnian Jia and Qian Jie Bo Qingnian observed Lu Xiangfan, who seemed even more enchanting than before. There was a newfound decisiveness in her demeanor, contrasting with her previous fragility. I'm so sorry. The traffic was horrendous today, and I made you wait for so long. Lu Xiangfan's eyes brimmed with regret. It was evident that she needed Bo Qingnian's assistance, yet she had arrived late, leaving her feeling somewhat guilty, especially with Qian present. Bo Qingnian shook her head. It's nothing. Come, sit down and have some water. There's no need to rush. Qian and I have no pressing matters. Seeing that they were not upset, Lu Xiangfan felt relieved. How did it go? Were you able to handle everything? Bo Qingnian did not beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I have everything arranged. All 4 shareholders of the Lu family have agreed to assist me, and we can proceed to the next step. Bo Qingnian nodded, trusting in Lu Xiangfan's capabilities. Given her resolute assurance, it was clear she had significant confidence, and there was no need for further inquiries. Now, you just need to wait. Lu Xiangfan was somewhat puzzled by Bo Qingnian's implication. Wait? For what? And Qian exchanged a glance with Bo Qingnian, understanding her meaning, but Lu Xiangfan, being an outsider, was left in the dark. Have you seen the recent rumors about me online? Lu Xiangfan nodded. She had been following those discussions, which were indeed vicious. This matter is being stirred up by Lu Xiangyao behind the scenes. Bo Qingnian's words trailed off, leaving the rest unspoken. Lu Xiangfan surely understood. As expected, she was somewhat taken aback, yet it was also within her expectations. The animosity and jealousy Lu Xiangyao harbored towards Bo Qingnian was evident to all. Her actions were indeed characteristic of her. Qingnian Jia, are you planning to deal with her? Bo Qingnian began to speak slowly. I have 2 reasons for addressing her. Point 1 is her lack of awareness and her constant underhanded tactics against me. I cannot simply let it slide. The second reason involves you. Lu Xiangfan began to grasp her point, since she had sought Bo Qingnian's help, and with Lu Xiangyao digging her own grave, Bo Qingnian intended to take her down to pave the way for herself. Contemplating this possibility, Lu Xiangfan felt a stirring in her heart. She realized that although Bo Qingnian was not her biological sister, she was always looking out for her. Lu Xiangyao could not even begin to compare. The two were as different as night and day. Thank you, Qingnian Jia. I will not let you down. This heartfelt gratitude from Lu Xiangfan was sincere. Bo Qingnian perceived this, recognizing that the girl had been touched. That a child who has received little love is often sensitive. Even a small act of kindness can move her profoundly. At that moment, Lu Xiangfan was such a person. You need not thank me. If you can successfully enter the Lu family, it will justify the effort I have invested in you. Lu Xiangfan now comprehended Bo Qingnian's heartfelt intentions even more. She vowed not to disappoint her sister. Ladies, may we proceed to the main topic? And Qian, having grown weary of their pleasantries, interjected. Lu Xiangfan turned to Qian. Is there something important you wish to discuss? Bo Qingnian gestured for Qian to speak. Xiao Fan, I have a question for you. Qian Jia, what would you like to ask me? Lu Xiangfan sensed a hint of mystery in their conversation today. Under what circumstances would a family meeting be convened? And Qian leaned her chin on her hand, staring intently at Lu Xiangfan. After some thought, Lu Xiangfan replied, generally, there are 2 scenarios. The first is when someone's interests within the family are harmed, be it an individual or a clan. The second is when there is a collusion with outsiders targeting a particular family or individual within the family. Other factors may also be at play. Both Bo Qingnian and Qian nodded in agreement, affirming her correctness. This was common knowledge among all scions of noble families. Thus, despite Lu Xiangfan's lesser status, she understood this principle well. Family meetings were not convened lightly. However, once they were called, it signified that something significant had transpired within the family, necessitating a discussion, voting, and resolution among the families involved. More critically, the head of the largest family could unilaterally announce the outcome with a single word. Are you planning to convene a family meeting? Lu Xiangfan inquired. Precisely, to be more accurate. We hope you will take the initiative to call for a family meeting. Chapter 58. A lifetime of meals for you. Bo Qingnian looked at Lu Xiangfan, as if discussing a trivial matter. Lu Xiangfan was somewhat astonished. Why would it be me? Indeed, it is you, Xiao Fan, because of Lu Xiangyao. Do you understand? And Qian interjected once more to clarify. Now, Lu Xiangfan finally comprehended that was the meaning behind their previous remarks about waiting. Lu Xiangyao's recent actions had indeed harmed the interests of someone within the family, and she had also allied with others against a member of the family. This was utterly unacceptable. You wish to use this incident to undermine Lu Xiangyao? And then leverage this reason to remove her from power at that point. If I were to propose entering the Lu family, it would encounter far fewer obstacles. Even my father would struggle to find a reason to deny me entry. Lu Xiangfan gazed at the two in astonishment, connecting the dots in an instant. She felt a profound admiration for Bo Qingnian. Bo Qingnian regarded Lu Xiangfan with appreciation, as if seeing a reflection of her former self. You are absolutely correct. This is exactly our plan. Relying solely on the 4 shareholders of the Lu family, your chances of successfully entering are quite slim. However, if the Lu family happens to require someone to restore its image at this moment, your entry would be undeniably beneficial. Bo Qingnian took a sip of her coffee, smiling slightly. She was confident that after all she had said, Lu Xiangfan would grasp her intentions. After listening, Lu Xiangfan found Bo Qingnian's reasoning convincing. I understand now. I know what I must do. An Qian pulled out a document folder from her bag and handed it to Lu Xiangfan. Upon opening it, Lu Xiangfan was momentarily taken aback. What is this? She lifted her gaze to the two. This is evidence you will find useful. This copy is for you. We have the original. Keep it safe. Present the photographs at the family meeting first. However, Lu Xiangyao would surely retaliate, claiming that Lu Xiangfan was framing her. What should I do then? Lu Xiangfan noticed that the folder contained a voice recorder, and she quickly realized its significance. This device likely held Lu Xiangyao's statements. Then bring out the voice recorder and catch her off guard. Exactly. An Qian gave her a thumbs up. This time, An Qian regarded Lu Xiangfan with newfound respect. In the past, she had seemed frail and easily bullied by Lu Xiangyao. Yet now she had transformed into someone bold and clever. I will inform you of the specific timing for the meeting later. For now, focus on recuperating and enhancing your skills. After Bo Qingnian finished speaking, Lu Xiangfan nodded in agreement. She shared the same sentiment, recognizing her own lack of practical experience, which rendered her efforts little more than theoretical musings. There was indeed much for her to learn. At that moment, Jin Sihuai and Mu Xingqi entered the CAF, immediately spotting the 3 seated in the center. The CAF staff and patrons were momentarily captivated by the striking presence of the 2 handsome men. Particularly Jin Sihuai. How could someone of such noble bearing exist in this world? He did nothing but stand there, resembling a work of art, a sight to behold. Mu Xingqi was not lacking in appeal either. Though Jin Sihuai's aura was undeniably more commanding, embodying the gravitas of someone in a position of power, the 2 advanced towards the table, and upon seeing Mu Xingqi, An Qian's complexion paled slightly. The last time they had met in the interstellar realm, she had kissed him, and since then, they had not crossed paths again, let alone engaged in conversation. Now, encountering him here left her at a loss for how to face him. Niànniàn. Jin Sihuai approached Bo Qingnian, his gaze tender as it fell upon her. A few girls at other tables, initially hoping to obtain Jin Sihuai's contact information, quickly realized their chances were dashed upon witnessing the warmth in his eyes directed at another. Sihuai, what brings you here? Bo Qingnian felt a flicker of joy upon seeing him, though she did not allow her thoughts to wander beyond that simple delight. Mu Xingqi invited me for coffee. He mentioned the coffee here is exquisite. Upon hearing Jin Sihuai's words, Bo Qingnian couldn't help but chuckle softly. Such a feeble excuse was quite amusing, yet she chose not to call him out on it. Mu Xingqi, caught in the crossfire, lamented silently, not knowing whose idea it was to request a meeting with his beloved halfway through work, only to discover she was here with An Qian. Upon learning An Qian was present, he begrudgingly decided to accompany Jin Sihuai. What are you drinking? Mu Xingqi cast a glance at An Qian's cup. She regarded him with a look of incredulity, questioning the relevance of his inquiry. What business is it of yours? Do you have a problem? Initially, An Qian felt a twinge of embarrassment, having initiated that kiss with Mu Xingqi. However, upon witnessing his nonchalant demeanor, she realized it seemed to have no effect on him. Is it not my concern? I do have a matter to discuss with you, compensation. Mu Xingqi grinned at An Qian, who now appeared ready to pinch herself in frustration. What do I owe you that requires compensation? How could you not owe me anything? You kissed me. Mu Xingqi leaned closer, whispering this in An Qian's ear. At his words, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Why was he leaning in so close? An Qian's heart raced uncontrollably. Lu Xiangfan observed their interaction, understanding dawning upon her. She felt somewhat superfluous in this moment. resorting to sipping her coffee to ease the awkwardness. Niànniàn playfully swatted Mu Xingqi's arm. You better keep that mouth of yours shut. Mu Xingqi found her flustered expression rather endearing, recognizing that Niànniàn must be feeling embarrassed about their previous encounter. Thus, he decided to lighten the mood with a jest. Bo Qingnian watched the two, sensing something significant had transpired. Were they making progress? Niànniàn had not confided this to her. Will you join me for dinner tonight? Jin Sihuai's question drew Bo Qingnian back to him. Sure, what shall we eat? Are you treating? Bo Qingnian beamed at Jin Sihuai, feeling like a child in his presence, though she could not quite fathom why. I'll treat you for a lifetime. Bo Qingnian laughed. Gazing at Jin Sihuai, who claimed he was incapable of charming words, such sweet sentiments flowed effortlessly from his lips. Jin Sihuai noticed Bo Qingnian's happiness and appreciated the change in her demeanor. Realizing he should appear before her more often. Liu Xiangfan observed the four of them, a sense of melancholy washing over her. In that moment, someone came to mind, someone who had treated her well. She glanced at Bo Qingnian, recalling the face that bore a striking resemblance to her own. Chapter 59. Uncertain of what awaited him, when Nian glanced at the folder in his hand as he entered the Tang Corporation. The receptionist, recognizing him as an acquaintance of President Tang, did not impede his progress. When Nian ascended to Tang Zichin's office via the elevator, where the secretary greeted him, Mr. Wen, President Tang is awaiting you in his office. He had informed Tang Zichin in advance of his visit. President Tang, Mr. Wen has arrived, the secretary announced, knocking lightly before inquiring. Come in. The secretary opened the door, gesturing for Wen Nian to enter. President Tang. Upon seeing him, Tang Zichin set down his pen and looked up. What have you found out? Tang Zichin was naturally referring to the matter concerning Sheng Yanran. He harbored doubts about Luo Ning's claims. Why had those individuals conveniently located her? Additionally, he had tasked Wen Nian with verifying the authenticity of Sheng Yanran's photographs. When Nian opened the folder and laid the photos out on the table, Tang Zichin frowned as he examined them. It was indeed Luo Ning. Opposite her were three unfamiliar men, and there was an image of Luo Ning handing them money, with the leading man presenting a folder to her. Luo Ning opened it to reveal photographs, suggesting they were engaged in negotiations. This confirmed that Luo Ning's assertions were indeed true. A flicker of hope lingered in Tang Zichin's heart. What about those photos of Yanran? Are they genuine or fabricated? When Nian glanced at Tang Zichin's ashen countenance, noting the toll this matter had taken on him, it was evident he was troubled by it. Tang Zichin's urgency hinted at his desire for answers. President Tang, they are indeed authentic. The photographs of Miss Sheng are real. This revelation. Tang Zichin found himself at a loss for words. Had the photographs of Sheng Yanran been falsified, he could have continued to shield her. However, now that Wen Nian had confirmed their authenticity, it became apparent that Sheng Yanran had indeed engaged in such actions. Tang Zichin could no longer justify defending her. Observing Tang Zichin's reaction, Wen Nian felt a twinge of sympathy. For the sake of a woman, upon seeing the photographs, Tang Zichin had accepted Luo Ning's narrative. He believed she had no reason to fabricate a story to deceive him, even if he disliked Sheng Yanran's presence. It did not warrant such extreme actions to tarnish her reputation. Thus, the truth of Sheng Yanran's situation was indisputable, and the photographs were evidently genuine. This only confirmed that Sheng Yanran was indeed guilty. Tang Zichin's eyes burned with fury. He felt foolish, ensnared in Sheng Yanran's web of deceit. In the past, no matter her actions, he had always come to her aid. Yet now, having crossed this line, what justification remained for him to assist her? She had miscalculated her schemes. When Nian, dispose of these photographs, ensure that no third party is made aware of this matter. Tang Zichin instructed Wen Nian, who stood by. Rest assured, President Tang, I will ensure your concerns are alleviated. Since you have no further instructions, I will take my leave. Should any issues arise, feel free to reach out. Tang Zichin nodded, signaling for the secretary to escort Wen Nian out. After Wen Nian departed the office, Tang Zichin dialed a number. President Tang, how may I assist you? Retrieve the apartment belonging to Yunhuan. The person on the other end was taken aback. When Tang Zichin had purchased that apartment, he had been in high spirits, using the finest materials for its renovation. Why the sudden desire to reclaim it? Yet, as employees, they could not presume to understand his motivations, so they obliged. I understand, President Tang. Tang Zichin, suppressing his rage, dialed another number. Sheng Yanran's fortunate days were numbered. Hello, President Tang. What can I do for you at this hour? Director He, transfer Sheng Tsongxian from the VIP ward to a standard ward. His remaining medical expenses will be the responsibility of himself or his family. Do you understand my meaning? Director He comprehended instantly. Tang Ziqin must be experiencing issues with that woman. I know what to do. Tang Ziqin acknowledged with a muted response before hanging up. This time, no one would come to Shang Yinran's aid. Deep down, Tang Ziqin felt a pang of sorrow, yet he could no longer tolerate Shang Yin and S repeated manipulations. He no longer had to wrestle with the dilemma of whether to protect Shang Yin and or the Tang family. After exiting the Tang Corporation, Wen Yin called Luo Ning from the roadside. How did it go? Wen Yin, what did Qin say? Luo Ning's voice resonated through the phone. It went exceedingly well. President Tang is convinced. Luo Ning let out a light laugh, fully aware that Tang Ziqin would inevitably believe her, for the evidence was irrefutable. There were images to substantiate the truth that he could not possibly doubt it. Especially since Wen Yin was a private investigator he had personally hired. For the time being, he would have no reason to question her. You have done splendidly. I shall reach out to you again if needed, she said. Wen Yin promptly agreed. Luo Ning refrained from saying anything further and ended the call, confident that Tang Ziqin would no longer offer assistance to Shang Yanran. She eagerly anticipated watching Shang Yan wander the streets. This woman had overstayed her welcome in the world shared by her and Qin. In the apartment, the nanny suddenly received a text message from Tang Ziqin. Upon glancing at its content, she was taken aback. She looked over at Shang Yanran lounging on the sofa and shook her head. Tang Ziqin had informed her that the apartment was to be reclaimed, thus she was free to leave. Consequently, she began packing her belongings, intending to vacate the premises shortly. Shang Yanran noticed the nanny's actions and felt perplexed. At this hour, the nanny should have been working, so why was she suddenly gathering her things? Where are you going? Why aren't you working? Do you believe I want to tell Qin that you're slacking off? Shang Yanran remarked, munching on sunflower seeds while observing the nanny's movements. The nanny cast her a glance but refrained from responding. What kind of look is that? Are you even listening to me? Is this your attitude? Shang Yanran threw the seeds on the ground, feeling a surge of anger at the nanny's blatant disregard. How could a mere nanny look down upon her? It was utterly outrageous. No matter how unfortunate Shang Yanran might be, she still had Tang Ziqin to protect her. On what grounds did this nanny dare to scorn her? Miss Shang, are you still unaware? Has President Tang informed you? The nanny's words left Shang Yanran bewildered, unable to comprehend their meaning. What do you mean? What does Qin need to inform me about? The nanny regarded Shang Yanran with disdain. Ever since she began working there, Shang Yanran had made her life difficult, often accusing her of idleness. The nanny considered herself merely a parasite sustained by a man. What do you mean by that? Is there something I should know? The nanny scoffed. Let me enlighten you, Miss Shang. President Tang has ordered that this apartment be reclaimed. They will come to collect the keys this afternoon. Do you understand? Shang Yan felt utterly bewildered. Why had Tang Ziqin suddenly made such a decision? What had transpired? You must have misheard. Qin surely meant to collect your keys. Not mine. I live here. Perhaps Qin thinks you are frequently slacking off, which is why he asked you to leave. Shang Yan looked at her, convinced her interpretation was correct. This apartment was a gift from Tang Ziqin. He could not possibly take her keys away. Miss Shang, I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. It is our keys that will be collected. This means both you and I must vacate this apartment. After stating this, the nanny chose to ignore Shang Yan further. The audacity of claiming that she often slacked off. Shang Yan stood frozen, seemingly at a loss for how to respond. Had she truly heard correctly? Were her keys to be reclaimed as well? Just then, her phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, she realized it was her father. She snapped back to reality and answered the call. Yin Ran, what is happening? The hospital has transferred me to a standard ward. You know I cannot abide such accommodations. Her father, Shang Tsungxian, said through the line. Dad, you were transferred to a standard ward? Shang Yanran could hardly believe it. The director was acquainted with Tang Ziqin. He would not dare act arbitrarily. Yes, Yanran, and the director came to me with the bill, stating that we must cover future hospitalization and medical expenses ourselves. Yanran, has something occurred between you and Qin? Shang Tsungxian asked cautiously, fearful of saying the wrong thing, but this was the only possibility he could conceive. Shang Yanran felt a wave of confusion wash over her. What was happening? Why had Tang Ziqin reclaimed her apartment and neglected her father? Dad, I'm not sure what is going on. I need to step out for a moment. I'll explain later. Without waiting for her father's response, she hung up. Even in her state of confusion, she sensed that something significant had transpired. Without even changing her clothes, she left the apartment and hailed a taxi, heading straight for Tang Ziqin's company. Upon her arrival, she spotted Luo Ning's figure. Luo Ning regarded her, perceiving her as nothing more than a pitiful creature at that moment. Shang Yinran posed no threat to her whatsoever. "Did you orchestrate this? Did you incite Qin to treat me this way?" Shang Yinran exclaimed, her heart racing with indignation upon seeing Luoning. She could no longer concern herself with dignity. If it weren't for this woman's sudden appearance, she would not have found herself in such a predicament that it was all because of her. "Miss Shang, please clarify your accusations. What have I done? What have I compelled Qin to do?" Luoning assessed Shang Yinran, who appeared disheveled, unkempt, and lacking makeup, dressed in loungewear and looking somewhat haggard. That it seemed evident that Tang Ziqin had done something intolerable to her, causing her to unravel in such a manner. Shang Yinran, noticing Luoning's scrutinizing gaze, felt a surge of anger, but at that moment, she could not afford to dwell on that. She urgently sought an answer. "Did you instruct Qin to reclaim my apartment? Why would you do such a thing? I have ceased vying for the position of mistress of the Tang family. Why do you continue to act against me?" Luoning chuckled at Shang Yinran's words. "Compete? It seems that Tang Ziqin has indeed reclaimed your apartment, a move I had not anticipated. Yet, I must admit, I find this outcome quite satisfactory that I never instructed Qin to take such actions." "Miss Shang, are you truly oblivious to your own deeds?" Shang Yinran failed to grasp her words and chose to disregard Luoning. Marching into Tang Ziqin's company, the receptionist was taken aback by her appearance. "Excuse me, how may I assist you? I am here to see President Tang. Please inform him that Shang Yinran is here," she interjected. Just then, Luoning stepped forward, and the receptionist respectfully addressed her as Miss Luo. Shang Yinran glared at Luoning with venomous eyes. "That I know her. I will take her to see Qin. Please continue with your duties." The receptionist nodded, aware that she was in the presence of the future president's wife and dared not offend her. Shang Yinran felt a surge of anger and resentment as she observed the disparity in treatment between herself and Luoning. Everything she had once possessed, everything that was rightfully hers, had now been usurped by Luoning. The two ascended in the elevator to Tang Ziqin's office. The secretary, upon seeing Luoning, intended to greet her but was silenced by a gesture from her. Shang Yinran, uninterested in the charade, strode forward and pushed open the door to Tang Ziqin's office. Foregoing even a knock, Luoning followed closely behind her. Upon seeing Shang Yinran's sudden intrusion, Tang Ziqin's eyes flashed with a hint of distaste. How dare she come to his company looking like this? It was the first time he felt embarrassed by Shang Yinran. "Qin, Luoning has been bullying me. Did she incite you to reclaim my apartment? What on earth is happening?" Shang Yinran burst in, tears streaming down her face, oblivious to Tang Ziqin's expression. Luoning sat on the nearby sofa, observing her performance with amusement. Tears came easily, and this was indeed the true nature of Shang Yinran. Tang Ziqin glanced at Luoning, and then at Shang Yinran, noting the stark contrast between the two. Both were women, yet one was graceful and composed while the other. "This is not Xiaoning's doing. The decision to reclaim the apartment was mine. Since you are here, allow me to be direct. I will no longer be involved in your affairs." Shang Yinran was momentarily stunned by his words. Had she heard him correctly? Tang Ziqin claimed he would no longer manage her. What did this mean? "Qin," Shang Yinran cried out, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. Had he not promised to help her? To protect her? Why had he suddenly changed his stance? Tang Ziqin felt exasperated by Shang Yinran's relentless inquiries. Did she truly remain unaware of her own actions? Or did she genuinely believe herself to be so easily deceived? "Shang Yinran, how long do you intend to carry on like this?" Shang Yinran was taken aback. This was the first time Tang Ziqin had raised his voice at her. He had never before uttered such harsh words to her. Today, he had actually lost his temper. Now, Shang Yinran dared not say anything, for Tang Ziqin's demeanor was utterly terrifying. Luoning set aside her magazine and approached Tang Ziqin, gently massaging his temples. Chapter 61. She was deprived of this opportunity. She patted his shoulder in an attempt to soothe his emotions. Tang Ziqin glanced at Luoning, feeling a flicker of gratitude. For the past few days, she had been his unwavering support, offering him comfort. His fondness for her surged. Shang Yinran observed their interaction, firmly believing that Luoning was the instigator. Luoning, catching the look in Shang Yinran's eyes, anticipated her thoughts. "Qin, since she doesn't remember. We should clarify everything with her. It's better than her causing a scene at the company and disturbing others." Tang Ziqin pondered for a moment, recognizing the wisdom in Luoning's words. If he was to sever ties with Shang Yinran, she needed to comprehend what had transpired. He opened a drawer and retrieved a folder, tossing it at Shang Yinran's feet to display his indignation. "Open it and see what's inside." A sense of unease gripped Shang Yinran. What could possibly provoke Tang Ziqin to such a fury? As she opened the folder and pulled out its contents, her complexion drained of color as she fixated on the photograph in her hand. She understood. She fully comprehended. Slumping to the ground, she clenched her jaw. She could not admit it. How could these photographs exist? Ah Qin, this isn't mine. It absolutely isn't me. She pointed accusingly at Luo Ning. Ah Qin, it's this woman. She seeks to destroy our relationship. I don't believe her. She is truly vile. Sheng Yinran leveled her accusations at Luo Ning. Oblivious to the growing fury on Tang Ziqin's face, how dare she lie before him? In that moment, Tang Ziqin's disappointment in Sheng Yin and became complete. You're still lying. Sheng Yinran, there is no need for further words. From this day forth, we share no connection. Tang Ziqin could no longer bear to look at her. Ah Qin, believe me. Why don't you trust me? Luo Ning, you tell her it's you who is slandering me. Luo Ning scoffed, finding it demeaning to engage with Sheng Yinran. Faced with adversity, she could only shout and scream, utterly incapable of resolving her predicament. How pathetic. Sheng Yinran, do you still not understand? Do you think Qin has not verified this? Sheng Yinran stared at Tang Ziqin in disbelief, realizing that he had known all along. This was the reason. Tang Ziqin, you are just like the other men. None of you are good people. Sheng Yinran could no longer remain there. Wiping her tears, she turned and fled from Tang Ziqin's office. Tang Ziqin watched her go, a pang of guilt striking him. He stood, intending to chase after her, but halted at Luo Ning's words. Ah Qin, don't act in a manner you'll regret. That he paused, recalling his cousin's advice. Sheng Yinran was no longer his concern. Otherwise, the only one to suffer would be the Tang family. She had brought this upon herself. He would not involve himself with her any longer. Luo Ning, observing Tang Ziqin's demeanor, felt a sense of satisfaction. Henceforth, Sheng Yin and would no longer be a presence in his life. Sheng Yin and ran for what felt like an eternity. She had completely lost hope. Whether it was Mu Shouyuan or Tang Ziqin, they were all the same. None of them had treated her sincerely. Passers-by noticed her distress and, seeing her weep, instinctively kept their distance. Reminded of the previous incident, she ceased her frantic flight and found a bench in a park to sit upon. Bowing her head, she gazed at the ground in confusion. Where could she possibly go from here? She never anticipated that she would fall from the heights of a wealthy heiress to this state. Suddenly, she noticed 2 pairs of shoes before her. Lifting her gaze, she was astonished to see Bo Qingnian accompanied by another woman. It struck her as unbelievable. Shouldn't Bo Qingnian be in the capital? How could she possibly be here at this moment? Bo Qingnian, is it really you? What, have you come to witness my misfortune? You must be delighted. Sheng Yin and S animosity towards Bo Qingnian flared. If not for her, she would not be in such a predicament now. Sheng Yin ran. Look at yourself, how utterly fallen you are. Upon hearing Bo Qingnian's words, Sheng Yin and S temper flared. Was she here to mock her on purpose? What do you want, Bo Qingnian? Actually, I'm here to help you. Sheng Yin felt as though she had heard the most absurd of jokes. How peculiar this world was. Bo Qingnian was actually offering her assistance. Bo Qingnian, you were truly amusing. After the way I treated you, do you believe I would trust you to help me? Sheng Yin was not entirely foolish, though she was not exceptionally clever either. Fortunately, you possess some self-awareness. Bo Qingnian remarked with a cold laugh. Of course, my help comes with conditions. Sheng Yin studied her, sensing sincerity in her words. She contemplated her current situation. Tang Ziqin would no longer assist her, and Lu Xiangyao intended to send her away. She had no one to rely on. What conditions? She finally inquired. Accepting Bo Qingnian's aid felt like an affront, yet she found herself with no alternatives. Bo Qingnian exchanged a knowing glance with Niànniàn, aware that Sheng Yinran had taken the bait. They had been monitoring her every move and had traveled from the capital today because they had devised a plan to deal with Lu Xiangyao. They had followed her, fully aware of everything she had endured, including her tearful exit from Tang Ziqin's company. I know that Lu Xiangyao is the one backing you. There is no need for you to deny it. We have uncovered everything you've done. Sheng Yinran's face paled upon hearing Bo Qingnian's words. How could she know that Lu Xiangyao was helping her, reflecting on her previous actions? She felt utterly foolish. I understand that you have lost everything. Only I can assist you. Sheng Yinran regarded Bo Qingnian, realizing that her words held a kernel of truth. She was indeed powerless at present. What do you want? We hope you will return with us to the capital and disclose Lu Xiangyao's attempts to collaborate with you. I can ensure your father receives the best treatment there. And I can introduce you to the true upper echelons of society, where all your dreams can be realized. Admittedly, the conditions Bo Qingnian proposed were tempting. Sheng Yanran never imagined that Bo Qingnian would be the one to facilitate her return to the capital. However, the thought of revealing her collaboration with Lu Xiangyao troubled her. After all, Lu Xiangyao was also from a prestigious family. What if she sought revenge later? You need not worry about that. She won't have the opportunity. Chapter 62. Will you truly help me? Sheng Yanran gazed at Bo Qingnian in astonishment. How could she make such bold claims? Was Lu Xiangyao truly of lesser standing than the Bo family? Did this mean she had been deceived all along? The possibility ignited her anger. While Bo Qingnian's terms were appealing, one question lingered. Why was she being so generous? Could this be yet another scheme? Bo Qingnian, you despise me so much. Would you really help me? Is there such a thing as a free lunch? Sheng Yanran remained skeptical. Bo Qingnian's disdain for her was evident, yet now she sought to assist her. Even Tang Ziqin had severed ties with her, yet Bo Qingnian made such an offer. It was hard not to question her motives. Since you refuse to trust me no matter what, so be it. Even without you, I have other ways to deal with Lu Xiangyao. However, your testimony would enhance the effectiveness. Bo Qingnian stood, preparing to leave. At the sight of her movement, panic surged within Sheng Yanran. Bo Qingnian was her last chance. You truly aren't deceiving me? If I expose Lu Xiangyao, will you guarantee my safety? Sheng Yanran appeared anxious. That I assure you. Bo Qingnian reiterated her promise, contemplating for a moment before adding, I agree. You will take me to the capital. Regardless of whether Bo Qingnian was sincere or had ulterior motives, once she reached the capital, she would undoubtedly encounter better allies. At that point, even without Bo Qingnian, she could secure her own safety. After all, the capital was a foreign land to her, and she needed to tread carefully. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Bo Qingnian's eyes, and Niànniàn exchanged a knowing look with her. Deal. Bo Qingnian presented a hotel room card to Sheng Yanran, stating, I am aware that you have nowhere else to go. This is the key to your accommodation. You may proceed on your own. I will come to the hotel to collect you tomorrow, so ensure you have your identification ready. We are preparing to head to the capital. Upon hearing Bo Qingnian's words, Sheng Yanran felt as though she were in a dream. Although Bo Qingnian had assisted her this time, it did not imply that she would feel grateful. Their relationship was merely transactional. She would not easily submit to Bo Qingnian. I understand. Sheng Yanran tightened her grip on the room card. Determined to seize this opportunity, as they were about to get into the car, Bo Qingnian suddenly turned and said, Remember, do not let Lu Xiangyao know you are going to the capital. If she discovers it, our agreement will be nullified. Upon hearing this, Sheng Yanran thought that perhaps Bo Qingnian truly intended to deal with Lu Xiangyao, and that she was not the target. With this realization, her fear dissipated. I will be cautious, Sheng Yanran replied, watching as Bo Qingnian and Niànniàn entered a luxurious-looking vehicle. On the inside, Niànniàn exclaimed, Niànniàn, Sheng Yanran has indeed fallen into our trap. That I know her too well. She will undoubtedly take the bait. Bo Qingnian reflected on the earlier encounter. She had adopted a strategy of retreating to advance, recognizing the flicker of desire in Sheng Yanran's eyes, knowing that in the end, she would acquiesce. Greed was her inherent nature. Just imagine how dramatic it would be if Sheng Yanran and Lu Xiangyao crossed paths in the capital. And Qian said excitedly, relishing the thought of Lu Xiangyao's reaction. That woman was certainly not to be underestimated. Qian, we have reached the final stage of our plan. We must accelerate our actions, Bo Qingnian remarked, gazing out the window. Sheng Yanran needed to be dealt with promptly. And Lu Xiangyao could not be allowed to linger. Bo Qingnian understood Sheng Yanran well. This woman would likely not remain docile in the capital. I am aware, Niànniàn. Let Sheng Yanran taste a bit of sweetness before we ensnare them all at once. Bo Qingnian nodded in agreement and fell silent. Sheng Yanran swiftly returned to her apartment to gather her identification and pack a few changes of clothes before taking a taxi to visit Sheng Songstan. She had already surmised what questions Sheng Songstan would pose and had no intention of concealing the truth any longer. At that moment, Sheng Songstan lay in a standard hospital room, staring blankly at the ceiling. He had already begun to suspect what had transpired but wished to hear the truth directly from his daughter. Upon entering the room, Sheng Yanran found her father in such a state. Dad, I have come to see you. Sheng Songstan glanced at the empty hands of Sheng Yanran, noting that she had brought nothing, compared to last time when she had brought fruits and supplements. She was now empty-handed. Yanran, have you and Niànniàn encountered problems? Sheng Songstan could not restrain himself and broached the topic. Sheng Yanran was taken aback. She realized that it was indeed time to reveal the truth. Dad, I will tell you everything gradually. Please try to remain calm, all right? Sheng Songstan, noticing his daughter's sudden seriousness, sensed that things were not well. It's all right, Just tell me. Shang Yin and took a deep breath and began. Dad, I have actually severed ties with Tang Ziqin. We have no further relationship. This was why he had reclaimed my apartment and transferred you to a standard ward. He will no longer cover your hospital and medical expenses. Shang Songsten's expression shifted slightly. How can this be? He took your apartment. Wasn't it a gift to you? Has he truly become so heartless? My daughter, where will you stay? Shang Yin anticipated her father's agitation upon hearing this and hesitated to elaborate. Dad, look at me. I am fine, aren't I? Please let me continue. Go on, he urged. Shang Yin composed herself and spoke again. Just now, Bo Qingnian contacted me, stating that she would take me back to the capital and would help you transfer to the best hospital. Upon hearing this, Shang Songxian did not display any signs of joy. He understood well who Bo Qingnian was, the eldest daughter of the Bo family, and he knew how Shang Yin had previously treated her. Would she truly help Yin out of goodwill? Yin, are you certain Bo Qingnian has no ulterior motives? Dad, she has one condition. I must disclose the identity of the person I am collaborating with. Shang Songxian was even more puzzled now. What collaboration? Who is this person? Shang Yin noticed her father's confusion but found it difficult to clarify everything at once. Dad, please rest assured. I will handle these matters. Right now, you need to focus on your recovery. Tomorrow, I will assist you in discharging from the hospital, and then we will head to the capital. Shang Yin had made up her mind, and regardless of her father's objections, she would not waver in her determination to go to the capital. Shang Songxian, observing his daughter's resolve, recognized that further discussion was futile. Yin, just take care of yourself. At that moment, Shang Songxian could say nothing more. He had become a powerless individual, unable to assist Shang Yin. Moreover, he now relied on her for support. He scolded Tang Ziqin in his heart, having once thought him a good man, only to find him transformed into something so unrecognizable. Dad, I understand. I am currently staying at a hotel. I will return now and come to pick you up tomorrow. Shang Yin stood up, grabbing her bag in preparation to leave. Be safe. I am fine. Shang Songxian nodded, indicating for her to return to the hotel. Thus, Shang Yin took the room card Bo Qingnian had given her and returned to her hotel room. Bo Qingnian's generosity was indeed striking. She surveyed the opulent suite, a level of luxury she had only experienced when she was the esteemed daughter of the Shang family. Now, it was Bo Qingnian who had provided her with such accommodation, a profoundly ironic turn of events. Just as Shang Yin intended to wash up, her phone rang unexpectedly. Who could be calling at such a time? She set her clothes down and turned to answer the phone, only to see the caller ID. Lu Xiangyao. This detestable woman dared to call her, recalling Bo Qingnian's earlier warning not to let Lu Xiangyao discover her plans to go to the capital. Shang Yin realized that failing to answer would surely raise suspicion. Thus, she suppressed her anger and answered the call. Shang Yin, why did it take you so long to answer my call? Lu Xiangyao's furious voice emanated from the phone. I was just taking a shower. Shang Yin replied, adjusting her demeanor to placate Lu Xiangyao. I have made arrangements for you. Tomorrow evening, you will head to Niànniàn, where someone will meet you. I will send you the address shortly. Go straight there after you disembark. At this point, a smug smile curled at the corners of Lu Xiangyao's mouth. She had no intention of genuinely assisting Shang Yin. Her aim was merely to get her out of Jiaqing, which would provide Lu Xiangyao with an opportunity to act against her. Shang Yin cannot be allowed to remain. Otherwise, the details of their collaboration could surface at any moment. Niànniàn? That place is rather remote. Shang Yin could hardly believe that Lu Xiangyao wished to send her to such an isolated location. This only reinforced her conviction that agreeing to Bo Qingnian was the right decision. Where else do you wish to go? Niànniàn is your best option. At least you will have a place to stay. You aren't still hoping to go to the capital, are you? Shang Yin. Do not blame me for not warning you. You can in no way travel to the capital. If you wish to avoid embarrassment. Shang Yin listened to Lu Xiangyao's mockery and derision, vowing that one day she would make Lu Xiangyao regret her actions. Am I unable to go to the capital? Just wait and see. Lu Xiangyao. I see. Tomorrow evening, then? I won't think about it further. Lu Xiangyao, hearing the subdued tone in Shang Yinran's voice, felt a swell of triumph. In the end, you have complied, haven't you? I will send you the ticket information shortly. Once you reach your destination, let me know. I must ensure your safety. In truth, Lu Xiangyao's thoughts were far more sinister. As soon as Shang Yin set foot in Niànniàn, the individual she had arranged there would swiftly act against her. At that point, she would finally feel at ease, for she would not allow Shang Yin to remain a potential threat. She had to be eliminated. I understand. Is there anything else? Shang Yinran deliberately lowered her voice, hoping to lower Lu Xiangyao's guard. She had long seen through this woman. Lu Xiangyao would never be as benevolent as she pretended. If she truly went to Ningqing, it would likely be a one-way ticket to no. Just take care of yourself. Lu Xiangyao, wishing to utter not another word to her, promptly terminated the call. Shang Yinran gazed at her mobile screen. And indeed, Lu Xiangyao had sent her the train ticket information along with the address of Ningqing. With a fire of indignation burning in her eyes, Shang Yinran resolved that she would not venture to a place where scarcely a soul could be seen. Her destination was the bustling metropolis of the capital. The following day, Shang Yinran's heart brimmed with exhilaration at the prospect of finally traveling to the capital. The mere thought of its splendor filled her with uncontainable joy. She checked out of her accommodation, gathered her belongings and identification, and made her way to the hospital. Swiftly, she assisted Shang Tsongxian in completing the discharge formalities. As she picked up her phone, she noticed an incoming call from Bo Qingnian and answered without hesitation. Where are you? I'm at the hospital, finalizing my father's discharge. It's all set. I'll wait for you at the hospital entrance. All right. Supporting Shang Tsongxian, both stood at the entrance of the hospital, awaiting Bo Qingnian. Yanran. Are we really going to the capital? Father, we cannot hesitate any longer if we remain in Jiangqing. Our days will only grow bleaker. Shang Yinran fully comprehended her predicament. She was devoid of choices. Bo Qingnian was her sole lifeline. Lu Xiangyao was equally untrustworthy. She would not let Shang Yan off the hook. I understand, Yanran. I will follow your lead. Shang Tsongxian ceased further commentary, acknowledging that their fate was sealed. Perhaps in the capital, his daughter might find a better life. Before long, two cars came to a halt before them. Bo Qingnian leaned out of the window of the vehicle behind. You and your father should take the front car. Shang Yan and ushered Shang Tsongxian into the vehicle first. Then joined him. Bo Qingnian shut her window, and the two cars departed from the hospital in tandem. At that moment, Lu Xiangyao reveled in her triumph, relishing the misfortune of others. As soon as Shang Yan arrived in Ningqing, she would be ensnared without the slightest hope of escape. However, Lu Xiangyao soon received an alarming call. What? Shang Yanran did not board the car. She found it hard to believe. How could Shang Yanran have failed to enter the vehicle she had arranged? What could possibly be amiss? Yes, Miss Lu. Shang Yanran did not check in for boarding. The individual on the other end of the line was equally bewildered. Lu Xiangyao had clearly stated that everything was arranged, and the plan would proceed as soon as the individual arrived at the station. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without seeing the expected person, he contemplated waiting longer, yet time was slipping away, threatening to derail their plans. Reluctantly, he had to inquire Lu Xiangyao, for he needed to provide an account. After all, he was being paid for his services. I understand. I will find another way to contact you. Lu Xiangyao hastily ended the call and dialed another number. Asen, has Shang Yan made it to Ningqing? The man named Asen was aware that something had likely gone awry. Miss, she did not come. I waited a long time without seeing her. Chapter 64. Where did she go? Lu Xiangyao was perplexed. How could Shang Yan have failed to reach Ningqing? Where could she have gone? She needed to uncover the truth swiftly. Asen, remain in Ningqing. I will notify you further. I understand. Mississippi. Lu Xiangyao hung up and immediately called another number, her emotions escalating in agitation. Miss, how may I assist you? Aqiang, are you still in Jiangqing? Yes, Mississippi. Go check where Shang Yanran is immediately. Aqiang hesitated for a moment before promptly agreeing. Lu Xiangyao hung up, anxiously awaiting Aqiang's report. Soon after, her phone rang, and she answered without delay. Aqiang, what is the update? Have you found Shang Yanran? Lu Xiangyao's tone was fraught with urgency. She knew that if Shang Yanran remained untraceable, she too could find herself in dire straits. Shang Yanran could not have vanished into thin air. She had no one to rely on now. Miss, I cannot locate Shang Yanran. I searched the hospital, and even her father has been discharged. Lu Xiangyao gripped her phone tightly. Had she heard correctly? Both Shang Yan and her father had disappeared. Where could they have gone? Aqiang, continue to investigate any news regarding Shang Yanran. Inform me immediately if you find anything. I understand. Miss, you, Shang Yanran, dare to defy me. Just wait until I find you. You shall wish you had never crossed me. Anger flickered in Lu Xiangyao's eyes. Meanwhile, Bo Qingnian and her entourage had already arrived in the capital at this moment. Shang Yanran could scarcely believe that she was aboard Bo Qingnian's private jet heading to the capital. Yet, she would never concede that she was inferior to Bo Qingnian. I have booked a hotel for you. You will all stay there from now on. Sheng Yanran was taken aback. Staying in a hotel? Bo Qingnian had not arranged accommodations for her and her father? Noticing the uncertainty in Sheng Yanran's expression, Bo Qingnian spoke again, that I am already making arrangements for your lodging. You need not worry. The hotel is merely temporary. If you doubt my word, feel free to head to the airport now. Biting her lip, Sheng Yanran recognized that she was relying on Bo Qingnian and had no choice but to follow her lead. And Qian observed Sheng Yanran's demeanor and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. She too would arrive at such a day. The way she once bullied Qingnian. Now it was time for retribution. Sheng Yanran found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Aware that Bo Qingnian was not one to be trifled with, she could easily abandon her, and Bo Qingnian would not show her mercy. Do you need a moment to gather your thoughts? Bo Qingnian's icy gaze bore into Sheng Yanran, as if ready to turn the tables. Sheng Yanran's heart sank at Bo Qingnian's expression, prompting her to exclaim, I will stay. We will reside in the hotel. Sheng Songxian, witnessing his daughter's fearful countenance, felt a pang of distress. Yanran, I will follow your lead. I will have the driver take you there. Do not leave the hotel without permission. If Lu Xiangyao's people find you, I shall not intervene. Sheng Yanran kept Bo Qingnian's warning firmly in mind. She never imagined that one day she would need to heed Bo Qingnian's counsel. Feeling utterly powerless against her, I understand. I will remain obediently at the hotel. Sheng Yanran concealed her dissatisfaction. She no longer had the standing to negotiate with others, especially not with Bo Qingnian. The capital was her domain, and she dared not act rashly. The driver is waiting. He will take you there. Sheng Yanran nodded, assisting Sheng Songxian into the car. Bo Qingnian and Qian exchanged a knowing smile as they watched their vehicle depart. Qian, the show is about to begin. Sheng Yanran believed she was about to embark on a life of ease. Qian, perceiving Bo Qingnian's expression, understood her intentions, anticipating the upcoming family meeting. And Qian realized the gravity of the situation. Neither Lu Xiangyao nor Sheng Yanran could be spared. Bo Qingnian was no saint. Did they truly think she would aid Sheng Yanran? It was merely a transition from one abyss to another. Let us go. I will have the driver take you home. And Qian paused, puzzled. What do you mean, taking her home? What about you, Qingnian? Aren't you coming with me? A hint of crimson graced Bo Qingnian's cheeks, as if recalling someone. And Qian found her expression increasingly perplexing. I will see Qingnian home. Footsteps approached, and Qian felt an inexplicable familiarity with the sound. Bo Qingnian's face lit up with surprise. How did he arrive so quickly? And Qian turned to find it was Jin Sihuai. Had their relationship progressed so rapidly? Moments later, Mu Xingqi dashed over to Bo Qingnian. Noticing Qian's reaction, found it amusing. She had intentionally invited Jin Sihuai to bring Mu Xingqi along, recognizing that Mu Xingqi held feelings for her dear Qianqian. Thus, she felt inclined to facilitate a connection between the two. Jin Sihuai was her most reliable ally. Ahui, how did you arrive so swiftly? Jin Sihuai took her bag, and Bo Qingnian was taken aback by his gesture. However, Jin Sihuai acted as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Because it was Bo Qingnian, he felt no burden in his actions. Instead, it brought him joy that I was eager to see you. I feared you would grow upset if you waited too long. Jin Sihuai gazed at Bo Qingnian tenderly. Hearing his words, warmth spread through Bo Qingnian's heart, and she was momentarily taken aback. Did she truly feel sweetness? She could hardly believe it. Facing Jin Sihuai, she actually felt a twinge of happiness. Qingnian, why are you lost in thought? Bo Qingnian snapped back to reality at Jin Sihuai's question, shaking off her earlier musings. Nothing. Let us walk together. Jin Sihuai did not overlook the fleeting joy that had just crossed her face. It seemed that his Niànniàn would soon open her heart to him. He must strive even harder. Hey, and Qian, it is a pleasure to see you again. Qian puffed out her cheeks, signaling her reluctance to engage in conversation with Mu Xingqi. Why did he always appear so nonchalant? She dared not approach Mu Xingqi too closely, fearing that she might lose control of her own heart. Why aren't you speaking to me? Mu Xingqi observed in Qian's expression. She had been avoiding him lately, and now she wouldn't even converse with him. Wasn't she once quite fond of their meetings? Unbeknownst to Mu Xingqi, his attitude towards Qian had begun to shift. I'm not. Why did you come along too? Young Master Jin is here to pick up Niànniàn. What about you? Who are you here to collect? Chapter 65. Perfectly suited for you. Mu Xingqi found Qian's assertive demeanor particularly endearing. She was evidently a tough exterior with a tender heart. Lately, he had been reminiscing about their playful banter. No girl had ever shown such candidness in front of him before. And Qian was the first. I said I'm here to pick you up. Would you believe me? Mu Xingqi fixed his gaze intently on Qian's face. Qian felt a bit bashful under his scrutiny. He actually claimed to be here for her. How could that be possible? I don't believe you. Your words are too slick. Who knows if you're telling the truth? And Qian looked up, her heart secretly exhilarated. She sensed that Mu Xingqi seemed to have become a bit more enthusiastic towards her. Could this be a good thing? Bo Qingnian observed their interaction with a sense of joy. Her Qian had a rather innocent understanding of love. Allowing her to gradually comprehend it on her own wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Qian, since Xingqi has come all this way to pick you up, why not let him take you home? Bo Qingnian emphasized the word specially and winked at Qian in an instant, and Qian grasped Bo Qingnian's intent. Then I shall reluctantly allow young Master Mu to escort me. Qian replied with a hint of pride. Upon hearing her words, Mu Xingqi understood her feigned indifference and took her back. Freeing her hands. Go on. Get back and rest early. There are still many matters to attend to. Bo Qingnian stepped forward and patted Qian's shoulder. Qian nodded and led Mu Xingqi towards the parking lot. Must you tug at my sleeve? Can't you just? Mu Xingqi mumbled, but before he could finish, he noticed Qian staring at him. Can't I what? Mu Xingqi suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He saw Qian's delicate hand gripping his sleeve, stirring a flutter in his heart, an overwhelming desire to hold her hand. Yet, under her gaze, he faltered. Who knew how she might scold him? Nothing. Let us go. I'll ensure you're safe, returned Qian shot him a sidelong glance and continued walking ahead, a smile gracing her lips as she turned to Bo Qingnian, watching their retreating figures, felt their emotions wash over her. What's this? Feeling envious? Jin Sihuai pinched Bo Qingnian's cheek, instantly discerning her thoughts. I'm just happy for Qian. Bo Qingnian regarded Jin Sihuai without resistance, even feeling a bit pleased. She seemed to be growing accustomed to Jin Sihuai's presence. As if returning to the carefree days of her school years. Niànniàn, you too shall experience such happiness. Upon hearing Jin Sihuai's words, a wave of sweetness surged within Bo Qingnian. Jin Sihuai had become increasingly direct in his speech, and she was growing more accustomed to his attentiveness. However, she was still hesitant to draw any swift conclusions. After all, love was inherently complex. Let us go. Why did I wish to return home? Jin Sihuai, noting her expression, surmised her cautiousness. Thus, he resolved to treat her even better, hoping to help her lower her guard. The Lu residence. Lu Xiangyao sat anxiously in the hall, awaiting news of Sheng Yanran's whereabouts. She had not anticipated that Sheng Yanran would leave Jiangqing. The most frustrating part was that she could not ascertain where she had gone. There must be something amiss. She needed to resolve this matter swiftly to eliminate future troubles. Lu Xiangfan entered the hall. Immediately noticing Lu Xiangyao's anxious demeanor, Sister Qingnian had already informed her that Shang Yin and had just arrived in the capital with them. Lu Xiangyao had little time left to make a fuss. Lu Xiangfan scoffed, her eyes regarding Lu Xiangyao with disdain. Lu Xiangyao, catching her expression, felt a flicker of irritation. Then she noticed the bag in Lu Xiangfan's hand. Was that the limited edition from Feili? This was the latest necklace from Feili, with only 3 pieces of each design in the entire capital. Each was one of a kind and could not be bought with money. How had Lu Xiangfan acquired it? She had specifically requested the boutique to reserve it for her, and they had stated it was unavailable. How could this be possible? The realization ignited Lu Xiangyao's jealousy. Lu Xiangfan, what is that in your hand? Which wealthy man gifted it to you? Upon hearing her words, Lu Xiangfan's eyes flashed with coldness. Lu Xiangyao, you best understand this. I am not you. What do you mean, Lu Xiangfan? Don't think I wouldn't dare to deal with you. Once Dad returns, I will make you pay. Lu Xiangfan regarded Lu Xiangyao with a cold gaze. She genuinely felt pity for this woman, who, on the brink of demise, still caused such a ruckus. Would she still be so loud when faced with Sheng Yanran? Do you think I would be afraid? Do you think I am still the Lu Xiangfan who would let you bully me? Have you forgotten how I dealt with you and your mother last time? Lu Xiangyao's expression shifted slightly upon hearing her words. She had not forgotten. How could she? That was the first time she discovered Lu Xiangfan had such a ruthless side. Her mother's hand had yet to heal from that incident. Lu Xiangyao was taken aback by Lu Xiangfan's icy gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. This woman had completely transformed. Lu Xiangyao, I warn you, do not stir up trouble. Stay obediently in the Lu family, or you will be left with nothing. Lu Xiangfan understood that Lu Xiangyao could not tolerate mockery. A slight provocation would easily trigger her. Dealing with such an impatient person posed little challenge. It merely required some time. Lu Xiangfan, I will be left with nothing? You're quite amusing. I suggest you get some rest. Lu Xiangfan's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. She had not intended to converse with Lu Xiangyao. But Sister Qingnian had advised her to let her run wild for a few more days. Hence, she decided to say a few words to provoke Lu Xiangyao. Let us see how this unfolds. Lu Xiangfan chose not to engage further and headed straight upstairs. Lu Xiangyao, seething with anger yet powerless to retaliate, caught sight of Jiang Feng standing at the stairwell, observing them. The fear in her eyes was evident to Lu Xiangfan. It wasn't until Lu Xiangfan passed by her that she regained her composure. Ever since Lu Xiangfan had struck Jiang Feng's hand with her stiletto, the latter had remained unusually quiet. Lu Xiangfan snorted coldly and retreated to her room, unwilling to let these two affect her mood. She recalled Bo Qingnian from earlier. He had unexpectedly invited her out for dinner tonight and gifted her this necklace. It suits you perfectly, Miss Lu. I specifically had the boutique reserve it for me, hoping to present it to you in person. It was a deep blue gemstone necklace, featuring a raindrop-shaped sapphire at its center. Surrounded by a circle of diamonds, Lu Xiangfan picked up the necklace from the box and adorned herself with it before the mirror. It truly complemented her style. Bo Qingnian had exquisite taste. Generally, deep blue could appear somewhat mature, yet Lu Xiangfan wore it flawlessly, as if the necklace was destined for her. She recalled Bo Qingnian's earlier words. Wearing this, I would like to invite you, Miss Lu, to accompany me to a friend's engagement party tomorrow evening. I wonder if I have that honor. Lu Xiangfan distinctly recalled the blush that graced her cheeks at that moment. It was the first time Bo Qingnian had invited her out for dinner, and also his inaugural request for her to be his companion. Lu Xiangfan nodded in agreement to Bo Qingnian's proposal, her heart brimming with anticipation for the soiree that awaited them the following evening, their first joint attendance at such an event. On the morrow, Lu Xiangfan received a message from Bo Qingnian, informing her that he had arranged for a renowned makeup artist and stylist to assist her, who would arrive shortly at the Lu residence to craft her look. Upon reading his message, a warmth enveloped her heart. She had not expected such thoughtfulness from Bo Qingnian. Indeed, she had no acquaintances in the realm of styling and makeup, for over the years, her presence at such gatherings had been precluded by the ever-looming figure of Lu Xiangyao. However, circumstances had shifted. She replied to Bo Qingnian, feeling exceedingly fortunate to have crossed paths with him. After sending the message, Lu Xiangfan exited her room to prepare for breakfast. Just then, Lu Xiangyao descended the stairs, adorned in a splendid evening gown, while Lu Zhenghua looked upon her with a doting gaze, evidently proud of his daughter. Yao Yao, allow your father to admire your attire, he said. Lu Xiangyao dutifully approached him, while Jiang Feng sat nearby, her eyes similarly filled with affection. Father, do I look beautiful? This dress is new, Lu Xiangyao declared, twirling playfully and casting a challenging glance at Lu Xiangfan, who stood at the staircase. Our Yao Yao is indeed a natural beauty, Lu Zhenghua remarked to Jiang Feng. I take after my father. Lu Xiangyao knew precisely how to elicit joy from Lu Zhenghua. Very well, Yao Yao, you truly are the apple of your father's eye, Jiang Feng chimed in. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xiangfan felt an icy chill envelop her heart. The moment Lu Zhenghua laid eyes on her, his previously warm smile vanished, replaced by a cold, scrutinizing gaze directed at his inconsequential daughter. Do you not possess any manners? Has the Lu family failed to teach you how to address others? Do you think I, your mother, and your sister are what? Upon hearing Lu Zhenghua's words, Lu Xiangfan's expression shifted dramatically. I have but one mother, and her name is Lu Qiusif. A mistress and her daughter have no right to command my respect, Lu Zhenghua retorted, raising his hand as if to strike her. This unfilial daughter dares to speak back to me in front of so many. Lu Xiangfan, repeat that. He demanded. You've gone too far, daring to address me in such a tone. Lu Xiangfan merely glanced at him, continuing to consume her bread. Lu Xiangyao inwardly reveled in her sister's plight. The more Lu Xiangfan was disregarded in this household, the more her own stature would rise. What did it matter if the legitimate daughter was present? She would always remain beneath her heel, forever relegated to the role of mere accompaniment. Father, please do not be angry. Xiao Fan is still young and does not understand. Do not hold it against her too harshly, Jiang Feng interjected, rising to support Lu Zhenghua. Indeed, Zhenghua, Yao Yao and I are unperturbed as long as Xiao Fan is happy. She may say whatever she wishes. Lu Zhenghua's gaze remained fixed on Lu Xiangfan, and across the table, she could feel the fury emanating from him. She would no longer yield. Lu Xiangfan, observe. This is your upbringing. Yao Yao and your aunt have your best interests at heart. Yet what have you contributed? Lu Xiangfan lifted her gaze to meet Lu Jinghua's, who was momentarily taken aback by the frigid intensity in her eyes. He was at a loss for words. I was born of a mother and raised without a father. Yet does that equate to a lack of upbringing? I hope, dear father, that when you meet my mother, you will inquire how she intended to educate me. With that, Lu Xiangfan wiped her mouth with a napkin and strode past Lu Zhenghua. His anger almost caused him to faint. How dare she utter such a curse against him? This unfilial daughter. How dare she speak so? Zhang Feng and Lu Xiangyao exchanged glances, astonished by Lu Xiangfan's audacity, which had evidently rendered even her father irrelevant at that moment. Lu Xiangfan had retreated upstairs, disregarding the trio below as she contemplated the evening's event. In the evening, Lu Xiangyao lounged in the living room. Perusing a magazine, she had secured appointments with two of the most esteemed stylists in the capital, who were due to arrive shortly to prepare her for a friend's engagement ceremony, a gathering for which she intended to present herself splendidly. Lost in her thoughts, the doorbell suddenly rang. The maid hurried to answer, revealing two young women at the threshold. Hello, we are here to provide makeup and styling services for Miss Lu. May we inquire where she might be? Lu Xiangyao, situated in the living room, glanced toward the door and was taken aback to recognize the top-tier stylist Kelly and designer Kalin. Miss Lu? Could they possibly be referring to her? Had they come in light of her status as the Lu family's eldest daughter? Surely, they would not have sent Kelly and Kalin for her service. They were known to accept only one appointment per month, making their presence here a rare occurrence. It was inconceivable that Lu Xiangfan could afford them. Thus, it seemed likely that they were indeed referring to her. Lu Xiangyao stood, pride swelling within her as she approached the entrance. Are you looking for Miss Lu? I am she. Kelly and Kalin exchanged glances. Seemingly puzzled. Excuse us, but are you Miss Lu Xiangfan? Lu Xiangyao was taken aback. Lu Xiangfan. How could these two possibly be here to assist that woman? Surely, she has not been invited to the engagement ceremony as well. That cannot be. Are you certain there has been no mix-up? It is Lu Xiangfan, not Lu Xiangyao. Kalin observed Lu Xiangyao's expression, a hint of displeasure flickering in her eyes. Rest assured, I have not misread. It is indeed Miss Lu Xiangfan. If you are not she, kindly do not waste our time. They had been informed prior to arriving at the Lu residence that only Miss Lu Xiangfan merited their courtesy, including this current Lu Xiangyao. Lu Xiangyao felt a surge of indignation at Kalin's words. How dare they treat me in such a manner? At that moment, Lu Xiangfan descended the staircase and bore witness to the unfolding scene. A cold smile gracing her lips, she had remained silent to relish the sight of Lu Xiangyao's humiliation, which was indeed delightful. This woman, ever so confident, had presumed that Kelly and Kalin had come for her. How laughable. I am Lu Xiangfan. Please, come in. Upon hearing Lu Xiangfan's voice, Kelly and Kalin peered into the living room and confirmed that she was indeed the woman from the photograph. Lu Xiangfan, you two will be attending the soiree. Lu Xiangyao scrutinized Lu Xiangfan, determined not to miss a single expression on her face. What concern is it of yours? Lu Xiangfan had no desire to engage with this presumptuous woman. Excuse me. Please. Recognizing that the woman inside was the one whom Bo referred to as Miss Lu, Kelly and Kalin proceeded into the hall and addressed Lu Xiangfan with the utmost respect. They then ascended to Lu Xiangfan's room. Please, take a seat, ladies. Kelly and Kalin settled down and began discussing how to design her look. Kelly produced a box and opened it before Lu Xiangfan. Miss Lu, this is the evening gown Mr. Bo has reserved for you. He hopes you will find it to your liking. Lu Xiangfan stared in astonishment at the gown they presented. It was a deep sapphire blue, akin to her necklace, with an off-the-shoulder design and a mermaid silhouette, adorned with a pearl-trimmed hem that exuded elegance with a playful touch, perfectly aligned with Lu Xiangfan's essence. She recalled Lu Xiangyao's gown, noticing a similarity in color. Miss, do you have any ideas or preferences you wish to share? We are here to accommodate your wishes, Kelly inquired to him. Bo had instructed that everything be tailored to Lu Xiangfan's desires. Her word was paramount. I trust your design instincts. Please proceed as you see fit. Lu Xiangfan placed the necklace on the vanity, her eyes sparkling with delight as she regarded the gown and necklace. It was undeniable that Bo Qingnian possessed an exquisite understanding of her tastes and knew precisely what styles suited her. Just ensure that the gown and necklace are incorporated. You may exercise your creativity in all other aspects. Kylie and Kylan were encountering such easygoing guests for the very first time. Typically, their clients came with a multitude of demands, often disrupting their creative flow. In the end, the designs would become a chaotic mess. leaving them unjustly blamed for their perceived inadequacies. Hence, their collaborations had seldom been enjoyable. However, this time, they were confident that the partnership would be a delightful one. Consequently, the two wasted no time and promptly began assisting Lu Xiangfan with her styling. At that moment, Sally and Judy had also arrived at the Lu residence, upon seeing Lu Xiangyao standing at the entrance. They mistakenly assumed she was there to warmly welcome them, which brought a flicker of warmth to their hearts. Oh, Miss Lu, we have arrived. May we begin the design now? Lu Xiangyao regarded the two before her with a hint of dissatisfaction. After all, Lu Xiangfan was being attended to by Kylie and Kylan. What right did she have to such service? She was merely the uncherished second daughter of the Lu family, while she, Lu Xiangyao, was the esteemed eldest daughter and the general manager of the Lu Corporation. How could she have only booked Sally and Judy? This was unacceptable. Yet, she felt powerless to change it. Come in. Make sure to design something beautiful, she commanded. Sally and Judy assured her they would do their utmost to create a stunning look for her, and only then did she reluctantly allow them to accompany her to her room for preparations. Miss Lu, how would you like your design to be? Lu Xiangyao shot a glance at the two. She was not a stylist. How could she possibly know how to design? If I knew, why would I need you here? I have but one requirement. It must be beautiful, if you understand. Then begin promptly. Upon hearing Lu Xiangyao's words, the expressions of Sally and Judy darkened. This woman was dreadfully disrespectful. Yet, as she was the client, they could only swallow their indignation. Understood. Miss Lu. We shall commence your design immediately. Lu Xiangyao ceased her verbal onslaught. She would not be outshined by Lu Xiangfan. Time swiftly passed. As Lu Xiangyao gazed at her reflection in the mirror, she felt a sense of satisfaction. The styling was crafted to complement the gown she had chosen, a deep blue evening dress adorned with a diamond-studded crown and a pearl necklace. Lu Xiangyao believed she looked extraordinarily regal. She was convinced that Lu Xiangfan could not possibly outshine her, considering that she usually dressed quite plainly. Thus, she sauntered to Lu Xiangfan's room to flaunt her appearance. Oh dear, my look is simply exquisite. This gown costs more than what some people spend in several months on pocket money. Designed by a renowned couturier, not everyone can wear such a gown. Only I, Lu Xiangyao, possessed this privilege. Sally and Judy observed her antics with barely concealed amusement. Mid-sentence, Lu Xiangyao noticed Lu Xiangfan opening the door, her gaze icy and dismissive, seemingly unimpressed by Lu Xiangyao's display. As Lu Xiangyao's eyes caught the necklace adorning Lu Xiangfan's neck, a flicker of awe and envy crossed her features. She was astonished at how stunning Lu Xiangfan appeared. The evening gown she wore was from Carlin's latest collection, crafted by their chief designer. When Lu Xiangyao had attempted to purchase it, she was informed it had already been reserved. To her dismay, the individual who had claimed it was none other than Lu Xiangfan. They were both adorned in deep blue dresses. Sally and Judy exchanged glances, both struck by the elegance with which Lu Xiangfan wore the color. In contrast, Lu Xiangyao appeared somewhat gaudy, her outfit failing to do justice to the hue in comparison. Miss Lu, you are truly stunning. Indeed, Miss Lu, I can assure you, no one wears deep blue as beautifully as you do. Kylie, having assessed both women, acknowledged Lu Xiangfan's superior beauty. Thank you for your kind words. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangyao's expression shifted slightly. She too wore deep blue. Kylie's comment seemed a veiled insinuation that she paled in comparison to Lu Xiangfan. Disbelief clouded Lu Xiangyao's mind as she stared at Lu Xiangfan. That necklace must be worth at least 7 figures. How could Lu Xiangfan possibly afford it? She had hardly any money at her disposal. Merely a few thousand in monthly allowances. What was going on? That necklace had been something she had coveted, yet now it was in Lu Xiangfan's possession. Lu Xiangfan, where did you acquire such wealth to buy these things? Did you seduce some wealthy man into gifting them to you? Lu Xiangyao was convinced that Lu Xiangfan could not possibly possess such riches, especially since she was not favored in the Lu family. Chapter 68. A waste on you. Lu Xiangfan gazed at her coldly. This woman was becoming increasingly ungrateful. Had she been too kind? Was the previous lesson insufficient? How dare she act so arrogantly? Lu Xiangyao, you would do well to clean up your language. Do not speak of wild men in such a manner. I am not as repulsive as you. Fuming, Lu Xiangyao was taken aback. How dare Lu Xiangfan call her disgusting? I beg your pardon, but I must leave. Do not obstruct my path. Lu Xiangyao felt compelled to confront Lu Xiangfan. You dare call me a dog? Lu Xiangfan, do not walk away. Lu Xiangfan paused, turning to face Lu Xiangyao. She glanced at her phone screen before holding it up. What if I don't leave? Do you intend to lay your hands on me? Lu Xiangyao was momentarily stunned by Lu Xiangfan's unexpected defiance. She had never imagined Lu Xiangfan would actually stop. You think I wouldn't dare? Did not assume that attending a banquet makes you special. I have attended countless such events over the years. Lu Xiangyao looked down on Lu Xiangfan with pride, and she was not wrong. Compared to Lu Xiangfan, she had indeed participated in many similar soirees. Are you finished? If so, I am leaving. Lu Xiangfan attempted to walk away. Lu Xiangyao seized her hand, forcing her to halt. Take off your necklace. I want to wear it. Lu Xiangfan looked at Lu Xiangyao with amusement. Did this woman truly have the audacity to demand her necklace? Did you not hear me? I said I want your necklace. You must give it to me. Do you understand human language? Lu Xiangyao maintained her haughty demeanor, oblivious to how grotesque she appeared. That I do not understand. For you are not human. Lu Xiangyao crossed her arms, glaring at her. Lu Xiangfan, dare you say another word? You motherless wretch. You dare refuse my request for your necklace. At those words, Lu Xiangfan's expression darkened. An icy chill enveloping her. Lu Xiangyao, I have warned you. Do not insult my mother. Is your memory so short? With a swift motion, Lu Xiangfan tore the pearl necklace from Lu Xiangyao's neck. No. Lu Xiangyao watched in horror as the pearls scattered across the floor, leaving only a fragment in Lu Xiangfan's grasp. She was seething with rage. That necklace had been a carefully sourced antique, a cherished possession that she had paid a fortune to acquire. To see it destroyed so casually by Lu Xiangfan was unbearable. How could she make a statement at tonight's banquet without it? Lu Xiangfan, you have ruined my pearl necklace. The four onlookers were taken aback by Lu Xiangfan's actions, yet they felt a sense of schadenfreude. After all, in their eyes, Lu Xiangyao had continually provoked Lu Xiangfan's patience. Given that she had even mentioned Lu Xiangfan's mother, how could Lu Xiangfan not be incensed? If it was destroyed, so be it. It was a pity for it to be worn by someone like her. Lu Xiangyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lu Xiangfan. Zhang Feng, hearing the commotion, emerged from her room and was met with the sight of Lu Xiangfan holding a broken pearl necklace. Yao, what happened? Zhang Feng rushed forward, alarmed by Lu Xiangyao's incredulous expression. Mom, she destroyed my pearl necklace. It was what I intended to wear to the banquet tonight. Zhang Feng was aware of the necklace's significance and its considerable value. And upon hearing that it had been ruined by Lu Xiangfan, her anger flared. Lu Xiangfan, do you even know what you are doing? You must compensate Yao, and that necklace around your neck will suffice. Otherwise, I shall inform your father. Zhang Feng believed that mentioning Lu Zhenghua would instill fear in Lu Xiangfan. However, Lu Xiangfan merely found their mother-daughter duo amusing. When her father was home, they had not dared to speak in such a manner. For years, whenever he was absent, they had taken delight in bullying her. Yet now, she was no longer the vulnerable Lu Xiangfan of the past. Then go ahead and tell him. I truly do not care. With that, Lu Xiangfan turned to leave, dismissing the two entirely. Lu Xiangfan, come back. Lu Xiangyao was shouting loudly upstairs. While Lu Xiangfan had already descended the stairs, the other four followed suit, intending to leave the Lu residence. Lu Xiangfan glanced at the time on her phone and realized it was nearly time. As she approached the door, she unexpectedly spotted Bo Qingnian, accompanied by a man and a car, presumably a member of the Tang family as collateral branch. Likely Lu Xiangyao's companion. The man offered her a faint smile, to which she nodded in acknowledgement. Despite him being Lu Xiangyao's partner, she was ultimately a daughter of the Lu family and would not forget the necessary courtesies. After exchanging pleasantries, she hurried towards Bo Qingnian. Han, have you been waiting long? Bo Qingnian smiled as he observed Lu Xiangfan approaching him. Tonight, she resembled a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Typically, Lu Xiangfan dressed rather modestly, concealing her beauty, but tonight she was destined to captivate. I haven't been here long. I just arrived. The timing is perfect. I heard some commotion inside and figured you were handling matters. So I refrained from informing you of my arrival. Lu Xiangfan felt a surge of gratitude. Bo Qingnian always considered her feelings. There was a minor incident, but it has been resolved. Shall we set off? Bo Qingnian nodded and opened the car door, gesturing for her to enter first. Lu Xiangyao was delayed by a change of jewelry, and as she stepped out, she happened to witness this scene. Her companion glanced at her attire with apparent dissatisfaction. Remembering the sight of Lu Xiangfan, who truly embodied the essence of a wealthy daughter, he dared not voice his thoughts. Lu Xiangyao's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing Bo Qingnian. Could it be that this man was indeed Bo Qingnian? She struggled to comprehend how Lu Xiangfan could possibly have any connection with him. Suddenly, she recalled the previous gathering when Bo Qingnian had stood up for Lu Xiangfan. and her mind flitted to Bo Qingnian. Lu Xiangyao suspected that Bo Qingnian must have urged her brother to look after Lu Xiangfan, for how else could Lu Xiangfan possibly ascend to such heights as to be associated with Bo Qinghan? Lu Xiangyao was convinced of this. She watched as Bo Qinghan's car drove further away. Xiangyao, get in the car. Lu Xiangyao snapped back to reality at her companion's words. She gazed at the car before her and recalled the stark contrast to Bo Qinghan's vehicle. However, she could not afford to delay any longer. Being late would not bode well. Thus, she promptly entered the car, hurrying towards their destination. She could not allow Lu Xiangfan to steal the limelight. Tonight, she was to be the most distinguished daughter of the Lu family. Han, I'm feeling a bit anxious. I fear I might say something wrong. Lu Xiangfan observed Bo Qinghan, who was clad in a black suit, appearing even more serious than usual. Do not fret. I am here. Just stay by my side, and I shall assist you. Bo Qinghan was aware that Lu Xiangfan had little opportunity to attend such events and would likely feel out of place. Understanding that his sister was aiding her, he felt it imperative to lend his support as well. Tonight's banquet presented a splendid opportunity for her to meet new acquaintances. With him by her side, it was undoubtedly advantageous. His status surpassed that of the second daughter of the Lu family. He would do everything within his power to assist her. All right. Lu Xiangfan felt a measure of reassurance upon hearing his promise. As long as Bo Qinghan was present, she would have no fear. Before long, they arrived at their destination. The attendant at the entrance, upon seeing the license plate, hurried over to open the car door. The host of the banquet had specifically instructed to pay special attention and show respect to certain license plate owners. So the attendants were well-informed. Bo Qinghan exited the vehicle first, extending his hand. Lu Xiangfan placed her hand in his, allowing him to guide her. The reporters at the entrance caught wind of the gossip. This was none other than the young master of the Bo family. He typically attended such gatherings alone, yet today, he was accompanied by a woman, which was astonishing. The lady gently linked her arm with his, and Bo Qinghan smiled down at her. She appeared elegant and playful, her face adorned with a soft smile. The pair looked exceptionally well matched. Who was this woman who could elicit such treatment from Bo Qinghan? Lu Xiangfan had rarely made an appearance in public. When people spoke of the Lu family, they only mentioned Lu Xiangyao, unaware of Lu Xiangfan. Over time, Lu Xiangfan's name and presence had faded from public memory. A few audacious reporters approached to inquire. Mr. Bo, this is your first time bringing a female companion to a banquet. May we know her identity? Bo Qinghan turned his head, seeking Lu Xiangfan's consent with his gaze. She nodded in affirmation. This is Lu Xiangfan, the second daughter of the Lu family, and my companion for the evening. She is also the one I am currently pursuing. Upon uttering these words, not only were those around them taken aback, but even Lu Xiangfan herself could not believe her ears. What had she just heard? Han was pursuing her. Goodness, this was indeed the second daughter of the Lu family. Wasn't the Lu family solely represented by Lu Xiangyao? How could there be another daughter? Are you confused? Lu Xiangfan is the legitimate daughter. What is Lu Xiangyao to be considered? The attitude of Bo made it clear that Lu Xiangfan was the one not to be trifled with. Did Lu Xiangyao receive such treatment? As Lu Xiangfan listened to the surrounding discussions, she realized that there were still those who remembered her mother, those who recalled her existence. To Mr. Bo, is what you said true? Are you indeed pursuing the second daughter of the Lu family? What I said was sincere. I await the day when Xiaofan agrees to my feelings. Bo Qinghan took Lu Xiangfan's hand, affirming that his declaration was heartfelt. With so many eyes upon her and hearing Bo Qinghan's proclamation, Lu Xiangfan felt a flush of embarrassment spread across her cheeks. At that moment, Lu Xiangyao also arrived at the venue. As soon as she stepped out of the car, she saw Lu Xiangfan surrounded by admirers, igniting a flame of jealousy within her. Her companion for the evening was merely Tang Zemin, a member of the collateral branch of the Tang family. In comparison to Bo Qinghan, he was akin to the heavens and the earth. When did Lu Xiangfan become more outstanding than her? Yet, Lu Xiangyao would never admit to such a thing. She was the most remarkable one. Xiaofan. Lu Xiangyao, linking arms with Tang Zemin, feigned affection as she approached Lu Xiangfan. Acting out a scene of sisterly love, Lu Xiangfan merely observed her with cold indifference, offering no response. This woman was truly adept at theatrics. Lu Xiangyao felt a twinge of awkwardness, with many eyes now upon her. Xiaofan, please do not hold a grudge against your sister. I will give you all the jewelry when we return home. It was my fault. Had I known, I would have given you the pearl necklace, and you wouldn't have had to ruin it. On the surface, Lu Xiangyao appeared to be apologizing, yet she was cleverly casting aspersions on Lu Xiangfan. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of those around them shifted. Bo Qingnian was about to speak, but Lu Xiangfan grasped his hand, signaling him to remain silent. Is the second daughter of the Lu family attempting to seize the necklace from the eldest daughter? If she cannot take it, will she destroy it? My goodness, is she truly so malicious? It was rumored that she harbored a deep dislike for her stepmother and this sister, suggesting that Lu Xiangyao endured much hardship at home. In just a few words, Lu Xiangyao had painted Lu Xiangfan as a bully. As she listened to the surrounding chatter, her spirits lifted considerably. She would not allow Lu Xiangfan's reputation to overshadow her own. Why do I not recall my mother giving birth to an older sister? Where did you spring from? The crowd's attention intensified, solidifying Lu Xiangfan's image as the malicious younger sister. Any lingering goodwill dissipated. Xiaofan, please do not say that it is all my fault. Liu Xiangyao appeared on the verge of tears, though inwardly she was elated. She had not anticipated Lu Xiangfan to be so foolish as to insult her publicly before so many people. Are you suggesting that I coveted your pearl necklace? That I would destroy it simply because I could not have it? Where is your evidence? You cannot slander me in front of all these witnesses. Lu Xiangyao was momentarily taken aback. How could Lu Xiangfan possibly have evidence? It was merely an offhand remark. Xiaofan, it is fine if you do not wish to admit it. Your sister will not blame you. Seeing that Bo Qingnian remained silent, the crowd assumed he had been swayed by Lu Xiangyao's words, further damaging Lu Xiangfan's reputation. Liu Xiangfan scoffed. You cannot produce evidence if that is the case. May I not claim that you wish to take my necklace? Lu Xiangyao had not anticipated Lu Xiangfan to be so quick-witted. Xiaofan, your sister cares for you dearly. How can you say such things? Do you have any proof to substantiate your claim that sister intends to take your necklace? Lu Xiangyao was convinced that Lu Xiangfan would not be able to provide evidence, emboldening her to speak so confidently that I indeed possess evidence. Liu Xiangfan retrieved her phone from her bag. Liu Xiangyao, upon hearing her words, appeared somewhat bewildered. You say you have evidence? What evidence? The curious onlookers exchanged glances, eager to see what proof Lu Xiangfan would present. With her composed demeanor, she seemed genuinely innocent of any wrongdoing. Bo Qingnian, observing Lu Xiangfan's actions, surmised she had prepared a contingency and smiled at her, allowing her to proceed. Chapter 70. She is Bo Qingnian. What evidence? Lu Xiangfan activated the recording, capturing the earlier argument with Lu Xiangyao in their home. The ensuing dialogue unfolded as follows. Take off your necklace. I want to wear it. I said I want your necklace. You must give it to me. Do you understand human speech? You bastard without a mother. You must compensate Yao Yao. That necklace around your neck is the price for her. As the audience listened to the recording, their gazes towards Lu Xiangyao turned hostile. They had nearly been deceived by this loathsome woman. It was she who sought to snatch a necklace, audaciously attempting to shift the blame. Both she and her mother, who played the role of the mistress, were far from virtuous. They had once assumed she suffered greatly in the Lu family. It was, in fact, a facade of her own making. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiangfan was the one enduring the harshest treatment in the Lu household, subjected not only to bullying but also to the humiliation of her mother. Now, they felt her loss of the pearl necklace was well-deserved. If it were them, they would have likely acted even more severely than Miss Lu. Listening to the words of others, Lu Xiangyao's complexion turned ashen. That's not how it is. She had not anticipated Lu Xiangfan recording their exchange. Sister, this is for your own good. Xiaofan, you are too naive that I fear you might be deceived. Liu Xiangfan had indeed kept a backup plan. Now, no matter what she said, no one would believe her. The embarrassment on her face was palpable. That I know exactly who Xiaofan is. I will not allow any commoners to tarnish her reputation, nor will I tolerate hearing anyone speak ill of her. Bo Qingnian, sensing the opportune moment, stepped forward to defend Lu Xiangfan. He would not permit anyone to slander her, for she was the girl he cherished most dearly. Others understood that Lu Xiangfan was not someone to be trifled with. Hearing Bo Qingnian refer to her as a commoner, Lu Xiangyao was filled with indignation but dared not speak out. She feared further collective attacks against her. Yet, she would remember this affront to Liu Xiangfan. You truly are something. She had unexpectedly fallen victim to Lu Xiangfan's cleverness. Meanwhile, two cars came to a halt at the entrance of the banquet hall. Upon recognizing the license plates, the attendants rushed forward. Aware that these were individuals of considerable stature, as esteemed as the Bo family, Jin Sihuai and Mu Xingqi alighted simultaneously, eliciting a chorus of gasps. One exuded an air of noble aloofness, while the other radiated rebellious charm. The single women gazed at the duo. They then circled to the opposite side of the vehicles, extending their hands into the cars, revealing Bo Qingnian and Niànniàn stepping out. One was regal and frosty. The other graceful and enchanting. It was evident how captivating the four individuals were, drawing the attention of many. Numerous men gazed at Bo Qingnian and Niànniàn with an unmistakable gleam in their eyes. Especially Bo Qingnian, who appeared extraordinarily beautiful that evening. However, upon noticing the men accompanying them, they collectively abandoned their intentions. Bo Qingnian had not been in the capital for years and had rarely made an appearance. Little was known about her. Many had assumed she was an unattractive woman, only to discover she was breathtakingly beautiful, captivating all with her ethereal presence. Jin Sihuai observed the predatory stares directed at them, his cold gaze causing those men to avert their eyes in submission. Bo Qingnian and Lu Xiangfan glanced over, recognizing the arrival of their companions, and made their way into the hall. Lu Xiangyao, hearing the commotion, turned to see Bo Qingnian and Niànniàn. To her astonishment, Bo Qingnian had arrived alongside Jin Sihuai. She wore a simple yet elegantly tailored mint green satin halter evening gown paired with white high heels, the fresh hue accentuating her fair complexion. Her makeup was subtle, eschewing bold red lipstick for a delicate touch of rosy hue, rendering her appearance otherworldly and refined. In contrast, Lu Xiangyao had opted for a vivid red lipstick and heavier makeup in an attempt to stand out, resulting in a stark and unfavorable comparison. Lu Xiangyao's gaze fell upon Bo Qingnian's jewelry set, the exquisite Fei collection known as Qingqian. The necklace featured a circle of small pearls accentuated by a single grape stone, with matching pearl earrings. Though not exorbitantly priced, the design was simplistic yet elegant. As the designer had stated, it was meant for those destined to wear it. It was evident that Bo Qingnian was the one fated to don it. Then she noticed Niànniàn's necklace, also the latest limited edition from Fei. So, all three sets of jewelry were in their possession. Why had she, Lu Xiangyao, been unable to acquire even one? She felt a surge of resentment. Why could they obtain what she could not? Regardless of whether it was Lu Xiangfan or Bo Qingnian, they should not eclipse her. Lu Xiangyao glared at their paired figures, her eyes ablaze with fury. Why did these individuals enjoy such fortune while she was left to accompany Tang Zemin? If not for Bo Qingnian's presence, would she not be the one standing beside Jin Sihuai tonight? Bo Qingnian sensed a gaze fixed upon her and turned to discover Lu Xiangyao's scrutinizing stare. It appeared this woman remained restless, but soon she would pay the price. Journalists had already gathered around Jin Sihuai and Bo Qingnian, eager to extract a morsel of news. Mr. Jin, is this lady beside you the rumored Miss Bo? Many anticipated Jin Sihuai would react with displeasure, as he typically shunned interviews that a previous journalist had posed a particularly challenging question, resulting in their immediate dismissal, thus establishing his reputation as difficult to engage. She is. The crowd gasped at Jin Sihuai's response, which was centered on Bo Qingnian. Any further inquiries can wait. For now, Qian and I shall enter the hall. Thank you all. Bo Qingnian's refusal was tactful, leaving no room for discomfort. Her words were delivered with grace, and Jin Sihuai observed her intently, not interrupting her flow. Many women felt a pang of envy upon hearing her address him as Ahua, and Jin Sihuai did not refute her appellation. The reporters and onlookers discerned an unusual bond between the two, and with Bo Qingnian having spoken, continuing to press questions seemed futile. They stepped aside, creating a clear path for the quartet. Bo Qingnian linked her arm with Jin Sihuai, while Niànniàn took hold of Mu Xingqi's arm, and together, the four entered the banquet hall. Chapter 71. Then you shall compensate. This evening marked the engagement ceremony of the second young master of the Tang family, Tang Yunqing, and Mu Yuling from the collateral branch of the Mu family. All prominent families and heirs were in attendance. As Jin Sihuai and his companions entered the hall, they captured the attention of numerous guests. The host, upon noticing their arrival, hastened to greet them, recognizing their esteemed status. Mr. Jin, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Miss Bo, please enjoy your evening. Mr. Mu, much appreciated. Mr. N, do have a delightful time. Tang Yunqing instructed the attendants to bring 4 glasses of champagne, which he distributed among them. They clinked glasses, exchanging heartfelt wishes. That moment, Tang Yunqing stood at the top of the staircase, observing Bo Qingnian beside Jin Sihuai, a smile gracing his lips. She looked stunning tonight, captivating to the point of distraction. Yet, the man beside her was Jin Sihuai. Not him, Tang Yunqing. His brother and sister-in-law had dispersed to mingle with others. Tang Yinyan downed a glass of champagne before turning away from the second floor. Jin Sihuai glanced upward, spotting Tang Yinyan's figure. He had been unusually quiet lately. Since Qingnian's return from Jiangcheng, he had shown no signs of engagement, which was uncharacteristic of him. Jin Sihuai cast a protective glance at Bo Qingnian that he would ensure her safety. The group settled at a nearby table, striving to remain inconspicuous. Those who attempted to approach were deterred by Jin Sihuai's frigid gaze, as he wished to preserve the tranquility of his time with Qingnian. "Are you tired, Qingnian?" Bo Qingnian, upon hearing his inquiry, lifted her gaze and shook her head. "Not at all, that I frequently attend such gatherings. I am quite accustomed to them." Indeed, she felt no fatigue, especially with Jin Sihuai by her side. Making her feel invigorated, surprised by her own thoughts, she continued, "If you feel tired, do let me know that I shall escort you home." Jin Sihuai's words ring true. After all, his people have already arrived, and the blessings have been bestowed. There is no need to linger any longer. Bo Qingnian nodded slightly. At this moment, and Qian was fixated on the array of desserts before her. Having consumed little throughout the day, she felt the pangs of hunger. Yet with so many eyes upon her, she could not afford to reveal her true nature. Beside her, Mu Xingqi noticed in Qian's gaze and, in an instant, understood her thoughts. He rose and approached the table, filling a plate with fondant cakes and a few macarons, along with a drink. Some onlookers misinterpreted Mu Xingqi's actions, thinking he was merely hungry, only to be surprised when he returned to his seat, bearing the plate for Qian. "Here, eat. Otherwise, if you faint from low blood sugar, I won't be the one to carry you," he quipped. Qian, initially touched, felt her expression falter at his rather unromantic remark. "Of course, I will eat. I don't need you to carry me." Though she was indeed hungry, she had not forgotten her manners. She donned the gloves provided on the plate to ensure her hands remained pristine. Mu Xingqi, observing her actions, felt a mix of resignation and amusement. He picked up a knife, slicing the fondant cake and macarons into portions, then offered a forkful of a macaron to Qian. Her cheeks flushed at such a public display. How could he act so brazenly in front of everyone? "Will you eat or not? This is a macaron cut by me. Few are privileged to receive such treatment." "Of course I will." And Qian leaned forward, taking a bite of the macaron. Mu Xingqi smiled, having anticipated her response. And Qian's heart fluttered. During this time, Mu Xingqi had treated her with remarkable kindness, and she felt as though their roles had reversed. Previously, it was she who pursued him, and now, he seemed to be the one chasing her. Yet, she hesitated to discern his true intentions. Must she be the one to ask? The more she pondered, the more vexed she became. So she decided to set aside her thoughts and simply enjoy the cake and macarons. "Sis, Sihuai go. Qingnian jia." General Bo Qingnian noticed her brother Bo Qingnian and Lu Xiangfan approaching, observing their demeanor. It appeared they had made some progress. It seemed her brother had taken her words to heart. How swift the developments. Jin Sihuai nodded in acknowledgement. "Xiangfan, come sit." Lu Xiangfan obediently took a seat beside Bo Qingnian. Not far away, Lu Xiangyao watched this interaction with a seething jealousy. How could Lu Xiangfan's relationship with them improve so greatly while she was left on the sidelines, merely observing their camaraderie? Despite being a daughter of the Lu family, why did she have to endure such treatment? Lu Xiangfan was merely a woman without a mother, yet she received so much affection. What made her better than Lu Xiangfan? Lu Xiangyao's frustration boiled as she scrutinized Lu Xiangfan's gown and jewelry. She spotted a server carrying drinks, and an idea formed in her mind. Nonchalantly, Lu Xiangyao picked up a glass of red wine. Sauntering toward Lu Xiangfan as she neared, she intended to splash the wine onto Lu Xiangfan's gown. Bo Qingnian and Qian noticed her movement first, realizing this woman was not one to be underestimated. Qian initially intended to stop Lu Xiangyao, but was restrained by Bo Qingnian, who awaited the moment Lu Xiangyao would act. Only then could they seize the opportunity to expose her. Qian instantly understood Bo Qingnian's intent and feigned ignorance of Lu Xiangyao's actions. Lu Xiangyao successfully splashed red wine onto Lu Xiangfan's gown, and soon after, a stain appeared. A smile crept onto her face. Though she quickly masked it, Lu Xiangyao's exclamation drew the attention of many, who turned to her direction. "Xiangfan, dear, how careless of me to ruin your dress." Lu Xiangfan shot Lu Xiangyao a cold glance. Her acting skills had not improved in the slightest. She relied on the same tired tricks. Careless, indeed. Bo Qingnian immediately offered Lu Xiangfan some tissues to wipe her gown. Xiangfan, don't be upset. I'll compensate you. It was my mistake. I will take responsibility, Lu Xiangyao boasted inwardly, reveling in the chaos she had created. However, then you shall compensate. Lu Xiangfan's retort caught Lu Xiangyao off guard. She had not anticipated Lu Xiangfan would genuinely demand compensation. I can reimburse you once we're home. I am not certain you will follow through. After all, you wear two faces, one at home and another outside, and I fear you may deny it once we return. Chapter 72. Application to convene the aristocratic meeting. The crowd understood Lu Xiangfan's words. She was referencing the earlier altercation with Lu Xiangyao. Those outside had overheard the recording, and their gazes shifted. Lu Xiangyao's expression turned awkward. Lu Xiangfan had repeatedly put her in a compromising position, and some began to question Lu Xiangyao's integrity. Miss Lu is correct. We witnessed Lu Xiangyao's true nature just moments ago. Indeed, she wears a different mask in public and private, likely akin to her mother. Lu Xiangyao clenched her fists, her expression twisted with rage. How had she and her mother been portrayed in such a manner? All of this was due to Lu Xiangfan's machinations to in high society. The most contemptible acts are those of a mistress gaining favor and the existence of illegitimate children. Such behavior is intolerable, rendering Lu Xiangyao's status in the capital and among the aristocracy utterly unacceptable. Though she claimed to be the eldest daughter of the Lu family, others referred to Lu Xiangfan as the second daughter. While Lu Xiangyao was addressed by her first name, look at Lu Xiangyao, claiming she would compensate, yet now she refuses. Such a farcical performance. Truly shameless. She covets the second daughter's necklace. Now she douses her in red wine. Perhaps out of jealousy over the gown's superiority. Lu Xiangyao's face drained of color as she absorbed their words. That is not the case. Xiangfan, tell them I have always treated you well. Speak up. Lu Xiangyao was accustomed to commanding Lu Xiangfan, believing that her words would compel Lu Xiangfan to defend her. Yet, after numerous lessons, she had failed to realize that Lu Xiangfan was no longer the same person she once was. I have but one demand. Compensate me for my losses. Nothing more needs to be said. Lu Xiangyao trembled with rage. How could she possibly compensate Lu Xiangfan? What do you want me to do, sister? Yet, with so many eyes upon her, she was compelled to relent. Lu Xiangfan felt a surge of satisfaction as she regarded Lu Xiangyao. It was time for Lu Xiangyao to taste the bitterness of unexpressed anguish. I did not bring a check. That I will certainly repay you. When Lu Xiangyao uttered this, her confidence appeared shaky. Bo Qingnian and Niànniàn exchanged knowing glances before looking at Lu Xiangfan, signaling that the moment had come. The three had reached an understanding. Lu Xiangfan nodded at them. If you cannot meet my demands, I shall have no choice but to apply to convene the aristocratic meeting. Lu Xiangfan turned to address the crowd. The assembly gasped in shock at her proclamation. Did she truly intend to convene an aristocratic meeting? Even Lu Xiangyao could scarcely believe her ears. Was it necessary to escalate matters to such a degree? It was known that convening an aristocratic meeting was reserved for significant events that jeopardized the interests of noble families, besides Jin Sihuai, who held the authority to call for such a meeting. The other 5 prominent families needed to submit requests. To convene a meeting over a mere glass of wine seemed frivolous. The public would hardly take her request seriously, and it was unlikely that Jin Sihuai would acquiesce to her demands easily. Xiangfan, what are you saying? It's just a dress. I can compensate you without needing to convene an aristocratic meeting. Lu Xiangyao adamantly refused. Accepting the judgment of the aristocracy would not bode well for her. The proceedings would unearth every misdeed she had committed, turning into a nightmare. She had to stop Lu Xiangfan. Compensate just like that. I offered you an opportunity before, yet you continually evaded it. My mind has changed. I will apply to convene the aristocratic meeting. As the crowd listened to Lu Xiangfan's words, they began to feel that she was somewhat overreacting. Miss Lu, perhaps you should just accept the compensation. It hardly seems worth such a fuss over a dress. Indeed, your hasty application will likely not gain Mr. Jin's approval. Jin Sihuai glanced at the one who spoke, and upon receiving his gaze, the individual flinched and retreated back into the crowd. Upon hearing the murmurs, Lu Xiangyao's expression softened slightly. There were still those who understood. Convening a family meeting is no trivial matter. Bo Qingnian was also aware of this, which is why she aimed to make the others comprehend the necessity of holding a family meeting. Thus, she spoke slowly. The standard for convening a family meeting is when the interests of a family member are harmed, am I correct? She surveyed those present. Indeed, Miss Bo is one of us. Her words carry weight. Yes, that is essentially the case. The crowd nodded in agreement. Bo Qingnian continued. Isn't the dress that Xiao Fan wore something that needs to be reserved? Isn't it something that requires payment? She posed two questions. And the assembly, upon reflection, found her reasoning sound. Liu Xiangyo felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing Bo Qingnian's words. She knew that Bo Qingnian would not speak without purpose. I took a glance at the fabric of Xiao Fan's dress. Once stained with red wine or any other blemish, it cannot be cleansed. Moreover, the design of this dress is one of a kind. There is no other identical piece to be found, given its uniqueness. Do you believe that compensation can truly resolve this issue? If you had a one-of-a-kind item damaged, would you willingly accept it? Bo Qingnian's words resonated with authority, prompting some to ponder her statements. Each one laden with reason, leaving no room for rebuttal. Indeed, Miss Bo seems to have a valid point. I concur. One cannot simply equate monetary value with something cherished. How could one be happy when something beloved is destroyed? As Liu Xiangyao listened to the crowd's sentiments, she felt a pang of frustration at Bo Qingnian's interference. It was Liu Xiangfan's dress that had been sullied, not Bo Qingnian's. Bo Qingnian glanced at Liu Xiangyao, sensing her internal turmoil, and guessed that she was likely cursing her in silence. However, the angrier Liu Xiangyao became, the more flawed her words would be. Thus, Bo Qingnian felt compelled to intensify her argument. Moreover, a dress is merely an object. What holds greater significance is the sentiment of the person who gifted it. Would you be willing to witness your heartfelt intentions being so trampled upon? The crowd exchanged glances, and some appeared visibly moved by Bo Qingnian's words. Chapter 73. I agree with whatever you say. Indeed, one cannot allow another to destroy gifts from loved ones. Xiao Fan, was the dress purchased by you or gifted? Bo Qingnian directed her gaze toward Liu Xiangfan, hinting at the emotional weight of the matter. That it was a gift from Han. I cherish it greatly, Liu Xiangfan replied, lowering her gaze. She received Bo Qingnian's glance. Understanding her cue, Bo Qingnian gently patted her shoulder, aware that she and his sister were performing a well-rehearsed act, and he was willing to play along. From Liu Xiangyao's perspective, she could just see them exchanging glances. And her frustration grew. They were indeed putting on a show. Yet, as the crowd observed Liu Xiangfan's demeanor, they felt a wave of sympathy for her, as if she had suffered a great injustice. To be uncherished within the Liu family was one thing, but now even her beloved dress was to be destroyed. One could only imagine the sorrow she felt. Miss Luer, do not worry. Liu Xiangyao will surely compensate you. Yes, Miss Luer, are we not convening a family meeting? You can boldly apply now that we stand with you. Upon hearing the crowd's remarks, Liu Xiangyao's countenance shifted dramatically. The topic had circled back once more. Nevertheless, some still felt that convening a family meeting over a mere dress was excessive. Liu Xiangyao shared this sentiment, placing her hopes on Jin Sihuai, praying that he would not acquiesce. Sihuai, do not heed Xiao Fan's words. She is not in a good state of mind. Such a significant matter as convening a family meeting is no jest. One cannot act impulsively. Bo Qingnian cast a sidelong glance at Liu Xiangyao, who was still stirring up trouble. Your own state of mind is questionable. Since when did you start addressing him as Sihuai? Are you that familiar with him? Bo Qingnian's gaze towards Jin Sihuai bore an undertone of challenge. The crowd felt a chill at her audacity. She was indeed bold to speak to him in such a manner, for this gentleman was not one to be trifled with. To their surprise, Jin Sihuai merely ruffled Bo Qingnian's hair and said, "We are not close. Do not be angry." His sole concern lay with her feelings, rendering the opinions of others irrelevant. Jin Sihuai then directed his gaze toward Liu Xiangyao, saying, "From now on, please refer to me as Mr. Jin." The desire to survive was palpable. Bo Qingnian was quite pleased with Jin Sihuai's compliance, returning him a smile. Meanwhile, Liu Xiangyao felt utterly humiliated this evening. Chastised by so many and rejected by Jin Sihuai. When had she ever endured such indignity? What were Liu Xiangfan and Bo Qingnian scheming? Liu Xiangyao. A family meeting can be convened as long as one member from each family consents. Liu Xiangyao had yet to grasp the implications of Bo Qingnian's words when she continued. Therefore, as long as any member from the 6 prominent families agrees, this application can be enacted immediately. Your dissent holds no weight. Do you understand? Bo Qingnian stood, fixing her gaze upon Liu Xiangyao's face, determined not to miss a single expression of her reaction at this moment. Liu Xiangfan found the situation rather amusing. After struggling for so long, the outcome was already predetermined. Bo Qingnian, how dare you? She finally comprehended that Bo Qingnian and Lu Xiangfan had come prepared, having dug a pit for her to fall into. Yet, if Lu Xiangyao hadn't meddled, would they have found such an opportunity? Now, those in favor of convening the family meeting, please voice your agreement. Bo Qingnian resumed her seat, slowly raising her hand. She had already represented the Bo family. However, Bo Qingnian wished to offer Lu Xiangfan some comfort, so he too raised his hand. An Qian was naturally in alignment with Bo Qingnian, ready to support her in whatever she chose to pursue. I have no objections that Mu Xingqi also expressed his stance. After all, she was Jin Sihuai's beloved, and An Qian's good friend. How could he dare to oppose? Lu Xiangyao felt a wave of anguish as she watched them unite against her. Why were they ganging up on her? But wait, there was still a chance. The Tang family had yet to voice their position. Tang Yunxing and Jin Sihuai had always been at odds, so he surely would not agree. Hold on, no one from the Tang family has spoken yet. Lu Xiangyao clutched at her last opportunity, ready to gamble. I in the corner. Tang Yunxing heard her words and sneered. Did this woman truly believe he would contradict Bo Qingnian over something so trivial? He slowly approached Bo Qingnian, glanced at her, and then averted his gaze, fearing that another second of looking at her would make him lose control of himself. Young Master Tang, you should state your position. You won't be joining them in this folly, will you? Tang Yunxing regarded her coldly, finding her as insufferable as ever. My stance is to support convening the family meeting. The crowd shifted at Tang Yunxing's declaration, their expressions altering. Everyone knew that the Tang family's young master was typically disinterested in such matters, maintaining a detached attitude. No one expected him to break from tradition today and agreed. Bo Qingnian, too, experienced a fleeting moment of surprise. She had little interaction with Tang Yunxing. Even during their school days, they rarely exchanged words. He always seemed to wander alone, appearing quite solitary. Jin Sihuai cast him a glance, then turned to look at Bo Qingnian beside him. He could not possibly be unaware of Tang Yunxing's motives. However, disappointment was inevitable. Lu Xiangyao realized that this meeting was now unavoidable, yet she still hoped Jin Sihuai would oppose it. Bo Qingnian discerned her intentions and specifically turned to inquire, Ahua, do you agree? Jin Sihuai gazed at her, unable to bear the thought of her disappointment. But I agree with whatever you say. You may do as you wish. Bo Qingnian had not anticipated that Jin Sihuai would seize the opportunity to express romantic sentiments. The meaning behind Jin Sihuai's words was already crystal clear, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Tang Yunxing, observing their interaction, felt a pang of jealousy and decided to take his leave. The last flicker of hope for Lu Xiangyao was extinguished, while everyone could discern that Bo Qingnian held significant importance to Jin Sihuai. Few realized the extent of her influence over him. Merely uttering a few words was sufficient for Jin Sihuai to acquiesce to Lu Xiangfan's request. From that moment on, it became evident to all that Bo Qingnian was a woman who could not be trifled with in the capital. Whether due to her own standing or Jin Sihuai's regard for her, she was not someone to be offended. Lu Xiangyao, are you listening? Chapter 74. Take care of yourself. This meeting must be convened. Bo Qingnian smiled gracefully, her gaze fixed on Lu Xiangyao, whose expression was as colorful as a painter's palette, sometimes blue, sometimes pale. This woman had grown accustomed to her arrogance. It was imperative that she learn the consequences of crossing others. Bo Qingnian, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? You ought to consider the repercussions of such actions. Lu Xiangyao was determined to find a way to thwart the meeting. If the judgment were directed at someone else, it would be bearable, but facing her own trial was intolerable. How could she swallow this indignation? If the family secretariat uncovered her transgressions, the situation would escalate far beyond a mere dress. Lu Xiangyao cast a furtive glance at Bo Qingnian that if she knew of the collusion between herself and Sheng Yanran to slander her, what would the consequences be? Lu Xiangyao, you need not say more. The outcome has already been revealed to you. The 6 major families have expressed their stance. Regardless of your wishes, this meeting must take place. Lu Xiangfan observed Lu Xiangyao's demeanor, envisioning a day when she too would find it impossible to hold her head high in front of so many. She intended to gradually repay all the grievances she had endured over the years, until Lu Xiangyao became her defeated foe. Lu Xiangyao realized she could not alter the course of events. You are all insane. Is it really necessary? She seated herself nearby, pondering her counter-strategy, determined to find a way to cancel the meeting. We are merely informing you, not seeking your opinion. Thus, you hold no decision-making power. Do you understand now? Bo Qingnian spoke again. Unwilling to engage in further discourse with Lu Xiang's onlookers noted that Jin Sihuai and his companions had ceased their discussions. They dispersed to continue attending the engagement ceremony. This was merely a prelude to the engagement, and it did not affect the overall proceedings. The critical point was that the matter was settled. No one could alter this outcome. That Bo Qingnian and Qian and Lu Xiangfan exchanged victorious smiles. Liu Xiangyao would not be able to cause trouble for long as the engagement ceremony concluded and guests began to depart. Jin Sihuai and his party also prepared to leave. Lu Xiangfan intended to take Bo Qingnian's car home. When she noticed Lu Xiangyao hesitatingly approaching, Liu Xiangfan deliberately left the car door ajar, and indeed, Lu Xiangyao hurried over to her side. Lu Xiangfan, I warn you. You better cancel the application. That Liu Xiangfan raised her eyes to meet Lu Xiangyao's gaze, questioning why her tone remained so abrasive. Had she truly learned nothing from her previous lessons? How could she still be so arrogant? Who are you to me? I am the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Your sister. Liu Xiangfan shot her a sidelong glance. My mother only bore one daughter. I am uncertain how you came to be my sister. I also warn you to refrain from any underhanded tactics. This meeting will occur, regardless of your desires. After delivering her statement, Lu Xiangfan closed the car door and chose not to acknowledge Lu Xiangyao any further. Lu Qingnian immediately instructed the driver to depart. The two exchanged a knowing smile, perfectly in sync, leaving Lu Xiangyao standing alone as they drove away. To Liu Xiangfan, you wild girl, how dare you treat me this way? Tang Yunxing emerged from the banquet hall just in time to witness Lu Xiangyao's outburst, resembling a madwoman, devoid of any semblance of a refined young lady from a noble family. Indeed, she was a newcomer to this world, overshadowed by those of true lineage, who held a less than favorable view of her. Upon seeing Tang Yunxing, Lu Xiangyao rushed to confront him. Tang Yunxing, what is wrong with you? How can you support her decision? Do you not realize it will ruin me? Tang Yunxing, upon hearing her words, let out a cold laugh. How can a woman so oblivious to her own limitations expect to be taken seriously? What happens to you is of little concern to me. Am I even acquainted with you? Lu Xiangyao froze, her behavior suddenly seeming inappropriate. She quickly adjusted her tone. That is not what I meant. But convening the family meeting is truly unnecessary. That a glimmer of insight crossed Tang Yunxing's eyes. Do you not think I am unaware of what you have done, Miss Lu? Are you afraid that your actions in Jiangsheng will be exposed by Jin Sihuai? He regarded Lu Xiangyao with a sardonic smile, as if mocking her belief that her misdeeds were concealed. Indeed, upon hearing Tang Yunxing's words, Lu Xiangyao felt a twinge of fear. She took a step back, incredulous as she looked at him. How could he possibly know? She dared not meet his gaze, yet she was acutely aware that she could not afford to admit anything. That a confession would undoubtedly lead to her ruin, given Tang Yunxing's feelings for Bo Qingnian. Therefore, she resolutely refused to acknowledge her culpability. Liu Xiangyao, take care of yourself. Tang Yunxing chose not to waste further words on her. After all, what was she to him? He then entered his car and drove away. Liu Xiangyao pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent. She needed to devise a countermeasure swiftly. Meanwhile, in Jin Sihuai's car, he said, Huai, please finalize the meeting time as soon as possible. I worry that if matters drag on too long, complications may arise, especially considering Lu Xiangyao's unpredictable nature. Jin Sihuai looked at her with gentle eyes. When do you plan to convene it? This Friday should suffice. With the weekend approaching, we can expedite matters. After speaking, Bo Qingnian yawned, appearing somewhat fatigued. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will notify the secretariat to handle it. You need not worry, I will manage everything. Are you tired? Bo Qingnian nodded, feeling the weariness of the previous night. Lean on my shoulder and rest for a bit. I will wake you once we arrive home. Hearing Jin Sihuai's words, Bo Qingnian felt a hint of shyness. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Why? Let us go to the hotel to find Shang Yinran. I have something to discuss with her. All right, rest on me for now. I will wake you when we arrive. This time, Bo Qingnian did not decline and gradually leaned against Jin Sihuai's shoulder, drifting into a light slumber. Jin Sihuai gazed at her face, a smile gracing his lips. His Niànniàn appeared truly exhausted. Before long, the car pulled up at the hotel entrance. Bo Qingnian had yet to awaken, and Jin Sihuai, observing her serene visage, hesitated to rouse her. However, Bo Qingnian stirred awake. Have we arrived already? She rubbed her eyes and glanced outside the window. Yes, Shall we go in to find her? Or would you prefer to sleep a little longer? Jin Sihuai inquired, concerned for her fatigue. Let us go in now, that I feel more refreshed after resting a bit. Bo Qingnian replied, taking the initiative to open the car door and step out. Jin Sihuai, witnessing her actions, shook his head in a mix of exasperation and affection. Her earlier behavior reminded him of their school days, when she would sometimes hitch a ride home with him. He dismissed his musings and followed her out of the car, walking alongside her as he took her hand, leading her into the hotel. Upon seeing them, the front desk staff appeared somewhat startled. Speculating on their purpose for being there, someone promptly called to notify the hotel manager. Mr. Jin, the front desk staff fumbled, struggling to articulate their words, clearly nervous in the presence of the esteemed young master of the Jin family. Bo Qingnian glanced at Jin Sihuai, contemplating why he seemed so intimidating. Could it be his icy demeanor? We are here to find someone that we hope you will not disclose any information. Observing the front desk staff's palpable anxiety, Bo Qingnian felt compelled to approach her and alleviate her tension. The moment the manager received the news of Jin Sihuai's arrival at the hotel, he hurried to the lobby, his face beaming with delight as he regarded both Jin Sihuai and Bo Qingnian. Upon seeing Bo Qingnian, he was momentarily taken aback. To be in the presence of Jin Sihuai and to receive such treatment from him, this must be the legendary eldest daughter of the Bo family. How strikingly ethereal she appeared. Wasn't she supposed to be rather unattractive? It seems that rumors cannot always be trusted. Mr. Jin, how may I be of service to you? The hotel manager asked, his gaze flattering as he looked at Jin Sihuai. Fully aware that this was someone he could not offend and that he must tread carefully. This must be the esteemed eldest Miss Bo. What an honored. Bo Qingnian returned a polite smile. Remaining silent, this evening's visit must remain confidential. Otherwise, you may find yourself facing consequences beyond your capacity to bear. Jin Sihuai's words reached the manager's ears, tinged with a hint of menace. The hotel manager immediately declared his position and stance, assuring them, rest assured, Mr. Jin and Miss Bo, absolute confidentiality will be upheld. Jin Sihuai nodded, and in the next moment, he took Bo Qingnian's hand and led her toward Sheng Yanran's room. Bo Qingnian had already sent a message to Sheng Yanran in advance. So when she knocked a few times, she soon heard the sound of the door opening. I'm here. Sheng Yanran initially thought only Bo Qingnian would arrive, but was surprised to see a man by her side. It dawned on her. This man was the one who had supported Bo Qingnian during her wedding with Mu Shuyuan. After that day, Sheng Yanran's father had revealed the man's identity to her. He was from a prominent family, the heir of the Jin family, Jin Sihuai, an existence that seemed utterly unattainable. Why was Bo Qingnian always so fortunate? Please, do come in. Bo Qingnian noticed that Sheng Yanran's gaze lingered on Jin Sihuai, and a flicker of discontent stirred within her. Jin Sihuai appeared to sense her emotions, tightening his grip on her hand. Bo Qingnian did not realize anything amiss with his gesture. Instead, she felt a profound sense of security being held by him. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown accustomed to Jin Sihuai's presence, yet she remained oblivious to this fact. Sheng Tsungxian stood up immediately upon seeing Jin Sihuai. Mr. Jin, that I didn't expect to see you here. Please, have a seat. He hastily wiped the chair with a napkin, fearing that Jin Sihuai might find it unclean. However, Jin Sihuai merely turned a glance at Bo Qingnian. Inoni, that I have come to inform you that the family meeting will be held this Friday. Sheng Yanran, I will send someone to pick you up then. Until that time, you must not leave the hotel. I will have someone watching over you nearby to prevent Lu Xiangyao from finding you. Sheng Yanran nodded, realizing that she had no choice but to comply with Bo Qingnian's arrangements. Understood, I won't wander off. Upon hearing the words family meeting, Sheng Tsungxian lifted his head. He had also heard rumors about this meeting. It was said that only the most prominent individuals from distinguished families could attend, not just anyone with wealth. The fact that his daughter could participate in such an event, surrounded by so many influential figures, was truly remarkable. Sheng Tsungxian could hardly conceal his pride if he were to learn that Sheng Yanran's fate at this meeting would not be much better than Lu Xianyao's. Would he still feel so pleased? Bo Qingnian had briefed Sheng Yanran about the family meeting in advance, so Sheng Yanran did not display excessive surprise. She stole another glance at Jin Sihuai, realizing that if there were others at the family meeting as exceptional as him, she must seize the opportunity. Remember my words clearly, do not forget. Come, Ahwada, I will escort you home. Jin Sihuai gently adjusted Bo Qingnian's hair, smiling at her, his Niànniàn always looking exquisite, regardless of the moment. Mr. Jin, Miss Bo, please take care, Shang Tsungxian said with exaggerated cordiality, even going so far as to open the door for them as they departed. As they stepped outside, Shang Yinran reflected on Jin Sihuai's demeanor towards Bo Qingnian. A pang of longing stirring within her that if such an outstanding man were hers rather than Bo Qingnian's, she would become the most esteemed woman in the capital. Would anyone dare to undermine her then? She had made up her mind. She absolutely could not be outdone by Bo Qingnian. Shang Tsungxian recognized the look in his daughter's eyes and understood her intentions. He had no intention of deterring Shang Yinran's actions. After all, he, too, was a businessman driven by self-interest. If his daughter could ascend to greater heights, it would reflect well on him as a father. Yinran, seize the opportunity. Our Shang family relies on you. Shang Yinran looked at Shang Tsungxian, surprised that her father seemed to know her thoughts. Dad, I will. The capital is our new beginning that I will certainly improve. Shang Yinran was still lost in the beautiful dreams she had crafted, unaware that, like Lu Xiangyao, her fortunate days were drawing to a close. Lu Xiangyao returned home to the Lu family, her weary body dragging through the door. Upon entering, she spotted Lu Xiangfan leisurely perusing a magazine, and her irritation flared. This woman had been targeting her relentlessly of late. When had she become this way? Lu Xiangfan, how can you still be in the mood to read magazines? I give you one last chance. Go and cancel your application with Jin Sihuai. Chapter 76. Absolutely not canceling. The Lu Xiangfan would not reveal to Lu Xiangyao that she had purposely awaited her return. Just moments ago, Qingnian had sent her a message, confirming that the meeting was set for this Friday, with the exact time to be determined later. You give me a chance? Do I need your permission? The decision is in my hands now. What qualifications do you have to bargain with me? At that moment, Lu Zhenghua and Zhang Feng descended the stairs, overhearing Lu Xiangfan's remarks. His daughter was truly growing increasingly capable. He observed her every move, seeing echoes of Lu Qiushui in her demeanor, even her tone resembling that of the woman. The oppressive aura had once rendered him unable to lift his head. Thus, his temper flared. Lu Xiangfan, how dare you speak to your sister in such a manner? Do you even understand the meaning of respect? What is going on? Yao Yao, tell your father. Lu Xiangfan tossed the magazine aside, casting a cold gaze at the two of them. She truly wished to deny any relation to this man who was her father. No matter what transpired, he had never intervened, consistently believing it was all her fault. What heinous crime had she committed to evoke such disdain from her biological father? Lu Xiangyao quickly approached and linked her arm with Lu Zhenghua's, playing the part of the innocent daughter. Dad, I just attended second young Master Tang's engagement ceremony with Xiaofan that I accidentally spilled red wine on her dress, and she immediately demanded compensation that I assured her I would issue a check when we got home. But she was unyielding, ultimately claiming I refused to compensate her, which led to her applying for a family meeting with Jin Sihuai. Dad, please adjudicate this matter that I truly did not do it on purpose. Why does Xiaofan treat me this way? Is it merely because I am an illegitimate child? As Lu Xiangyao recounted her tale, tears cascaded down her cheeks, presenting a picture of utter grievance. Upon hearing the term illegitimate child, Lu Zhenghua's expression grew colder still. That he would not permit anyone to mention Lu Xiangyao's past identity, for that was a reminder to him. The mention of the family meeting elicited an even more pronounced shift in his demeanor. When Lu Qiushui was still alive, she had once attended a family meeting, yet he had never been afforded such an opportunity, as neither the Lu family nor Lu Corporation had any ties to him. Ultimately, Lu Qiushui passed away, and only then could he secure the position of Lu Corporation's president. Yet he still lacked the qualification and opportunity to participate in the family meeting that he regarded Lu Xiangfan, a daughter who bore such resemblance to her mother. He said, Lu Xiangfan, what are you thinking? It's just a dress. You're making a fuss over it as if it warrants a family meeting. What about the Lu family's dignity? Lu Xiangfan had long anticipated Lu Zhenghua's reaction, knowing that no matter her actions, he would deem her in the wrong. That Lu Xiangyao was always right. Indeed, my husband and I, too, believe Xiaofan has overreacted. Who could blame me as her stepmother? I have no say. That Lu Xiangfan felt a deep disdain as she witnessed their mother-daughter duet. Why was it that no matter what Lu Xiangyao did, they never found fault with her? A mere dress might seem trivial to them, but to her, it mattered more than any of them. Initially, she had been contemplating whether to cancel her application. However, now she declared, especially to you, Lu Xiangyao, I will absolutely not cancel my application. Moreover, the family meeting's date is already set for this Friday. You had better pray that nothing unfortunate befalls you. Otherwise, even if you find yourself in the hospital, we will carry you over to Liu Xiangyao is genuinely feeling a bit anxious now. She thought that as long as she distanced herself from her father, Lu Xiangfan would be somewhat intimidated, but to her surprise, this only incited further anger in him. Shang Yinran has been elusive, and now this incident has occurred. It truly feels like one wave has not yet subsided before another rises. What on earth can be done now? Lu Xiangfan, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you not regard me as your father at all? Lu Zhenghua pointed an accusing finger at Lu Xiangfan, cursing him vehemently. Lu Xiangyao is his cherished daughter, raised with love since childhood, and seeing her in such distress compels Lu Zhenghua to assert his paternal authority. And do you even regard me as your daughter? I had thought that Lu Xiangyao was your true daughter. Upon hearing her words, Lu Zhenghua found himself momentarily speechless. The 6 prominent families have unanimously agreed. If you have any objections, take them up with General Jin. Regardless, I have said all that I needed to say. You may proceed as you wished. Liu Xiangfan no longer cast a glance in their direction and ascended the stairs to her room. The mere mention of Jin Sihuai sent a shiver down Lu Zhenghua's spine. How could he possibly confront Jin Sihuai? He could not afford to provoke such a formidable figure. Lu Xiangyao felt a surge of helplessness. If a family meeting were to convene, each family must designate a representative to attend. The accused must also appear without exception, and dissent is simply not tolerated unless the applicant themselves withdraws the request, which would then nullify the matter as a subject of judgment. If Lu Xiangyao were to be absent without valid reason, she would be expelled from the family, unless she formally requested a postponement from the family secretary's office or had a legitimate excuse. There was no possibility of altering the meeting schedule. Being expelled from the family would signify that she was no longer the esteemed daughter of the Lu family, relegated to the status of an ordinary person. Contemplating Lu Xiangfan and Bo Qingnian, she realized she would forever be unable to keep pace with them. Hence, Lu Xiangyao was in such a frantic state. Yet, she currently felt utterly powerless. Yao, do not worry. Your father will certainly devise a solution. Liu Xiangfan poses no real threat. Deep down, Lu Zhenghua felt a twinge of unease that Liu Xiangyao is his most beloved daughter, and seeing her in such a state stirred his paternal instincts. He was uncertain about the specifics of the family meeting, but he vaguely recalled that each time Lu Qiushe returned from such gatherings, someone within the family would invariably encounter misfortune. Therefore, attending a family meeting was, in principle, never a favorable prospect. Indeed, Yao, your father will surely find a way to resolve this, and your mother is here as well, so do not fret. Jiang Feng was merely an ordinary person. Before marrying Lu Zhenghua, she was just a sales clerk and had no comprehension of the implications of such matters, mistakenly believing that a family meeting was merely a routine affair. Liu Xiangyao gazed at Lu Xiangfan's retreating figure. Recalling the words she had just spoken about entering the hospital if she were to lie in a hospital bed, would that not render the meeting potentially null and void? With that thought, Lu Xiangyao's mind began to formulate a plan. Chapter 77. A car accident. The following day, Lu Xiangyao pondered throughout the night and ultimately resolved that she absolutely must not attend the family meeting. Early in the morning, she left the Lu residence and headed to the bank without informing anyone, not even Jiang Feng. After withdrawing some money, she drove to the entrance of a narrow alley. Lu Xiangyao frequently glanced out the car window, wondering why the person had yet to arrive. Suddenly, her phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, she promptly answered. "How is it? Where are you?" Lu Xiangyao's voice sounded somewhat urgent. "I am behind your car. Toss the money out the window. I'll go down to retrieve it." Liu Xiangyao grabbed the bag from the passenger seat and threw it out the window. She then observed a man, clad in a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask, approach her vehicle. He scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was watching before taking the bag. "I've got the money. The amount is correct." A smile of relief spread across Lu Xiangyao's face. "Shortly, you will follow the route map I sent. There will be doctors and nurses waiting for you there. I've arranged for the person making the call. She is nearby. Once you finish your task, leave immediately. Do not let anyone see you. If you get caught, I will not bail you out." The person on the other end of the line grimaced at Lu Xiangyao's words. This woman was indeed not a good person. If not for his urgent need for money, he would never have taken on this job. Her attitude was truly infuriating. What bad luck. Understood. Can we begin? The man was eager to avoid further unnecessary chatter. Liu Xiangyao glanced at the rearview mirror and then at her watch, deeming it time that I will drive over now. Follow me. When the time is right. You crash into me, but be cautious that if you truly injure me, do not think you can escape from Beijing. That Liu Xiangyao still valued her life. Even in this performance, she needed it to be convincingly realistic. Jin Sihuai and his associates would not easily believe that she had met with an accident, so they would undoubtedly investigate. She must ensure that everything was executed flawlessly. Otherwise, the consequences for her could be dire. I am ready. We can start at any time. Good. Now follow me. The two vehicles departed the alley, one after the other. By noon, Lu Xiangfan and Zhang Feng were enjoying their lunch. Liu Xiangfan was astonished that Lu Xiangyao had left so early in the morning. A sense of unease lingered in her heart, though she could not quite articulate why. Zhang Feng, watching Lu Xiangfan, felt a surge of anger. She had only just learned the truth about the family meeting last night. How could this woman be so cruel-hearted as to plot against her precious daughter? Lu Xiangfan, what is your agenda? Yao Yao is your sister, and yet you can treat her this way. Cancel that so-called family meeting at once. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Liu Xiangfan regarded Zhang Feng in silence, leaving her feeling somewhat flustered. Zhang Feng, are you my mother? Lu Xiangyao is your daughter, but I do not have this sister. We were not born of the same mother.